Chapter 13. Ricardo's Theory of Rent. Conclusion. Section 1. Ricardo's assumption of the non-existence of landed property. Transition to new land is contingent on its situation and fertility. Back to Ricardo, Chapter 2, on rent. He begins by presenting the colonial theory, already known from Smith, and here it is sufficient to state briefly the logical sequence of ideas. Quote, on the first settling of a country, in which there is an abundance of rich and fertile land, a very small proportion of which is required to be cultivated for the support of the actual population, or indeed can be cultivated with the capital which the population can command, there will be no rent. For no one would pay for the use of land when there was an abundant quantity not yet appropriated, and therefore, because not appropriated, which Ricardo entirely forgets later on, at the disposal of whosoever might choose to cultivate it. Here, the assumption, therefore, is no landed property. Although this description of the process is approximately correct for the settlings of modern peoples, it is firstly inapplicable to developed capitalist production, and secondly, equally false if put forward as the historical course of events in the old Europe. On the common principles of supply and demand, no rent could be paid for such land, for the reason stated why nothing is given for the use of air and water, or for any other of the gifts of nature which exist in boundless quantity. No charge is made for the use of these natural aids, because they are inexhaustible and at every man's disposal. If all land had the same properties, if it were unlimited in quantity, and uniform in quality, no charge could be made for its use, because it could not be converted into private property at all, unless where it possessed peculiar advantages of situation, and he should add, were at the disposal of a proprietor. It is only then, because land is not unlimited in quantity and uniform in quality, and because in the progress of population, land of an inferior quality, or less advantageously situated, is called into cultivation, that rent is ever paid for the use of it. When in the progress of society, land of the second degree of fertility is taken into cultivation, rent immediately commences on that of the first quality, and the amount of that rent will depend on the difference in the quality of these two portions of land. We shall examine this point more closely. The logical sequence is this. If rich and fertile land exists in elemental abundance, in practically unlimited quantity compared to the actual population and capital, and Ricardo assumes this on the first settling of a country, Smith's colonial theory, and if furthermore an abundant quantity of this land is not yet appropriated, and therefore, because it is not yet appropriated, is at the disposal of whosoever might choose to cultivate it, in this case, naturally, nothing is paid for the use of land. There is no rent. If land were available in unlimited quantity, not only relatively to capital and population, but if it were in fact an unlimited element, unlimited like air and water, then indeed its appropriation by one person could not exclude its appropriation by another. No private, also no public or state property, in land could exist. In this case, if all land is of the same quality, no rent could be paid for it at all. At most, rent would be paid to the possessor of land which, quote, possessed peculiar advantages of situation, end quote. Thus, under the circumstances assumed by Ricardo, namely that land is not appropriated, and uncultivated land is therefore at the disposal of whosoever might choose to cultivate it, if rent is paid, then this is only possible because land is not unlimited in quantity and uniform in quality. In other words, because different types of land exist, and land of the same type is limited. We say that on Ricardo's assumption, only a differential rent can be paid. But instead of confining it to this, he jumps at once to the conclusion that quite apart from his assumption of the non-existence of landed property, absolute rent is never paid for the use of land, only differential rent. The whole point, therefore, is if land confronts capital in elemental abundance, then capital operates in agriculture in the same way as in every other branch of industry. There is then no landed property, no rent. At most, where one piece of land is more fertile than another, there can be excess profits, as in industry. In this case, these will consolidate themselves as differential rent, because of their natural basis in the different degrees of fertility of the soil. If, on the other hand, land is firstly limited and secondly appropriated, and capital finds landed property as a precondition, and this is the case where capitalist production develops, where capital does not find this precondition as it does in the old Europe, it creates it itself, as in the United States. Thus, land is from the outset not an elementary field of action for capital. Hence there is absolute rent, in addition to differential rent. But in this case, also the transitions from one type of land to another, be it ascending 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, or descending 4 to 1, work out differently than they did under Ricardo's assumption. For the employment of capital meets with the resistance of landed property, both in category 1 and number 2, 3, and 4, and similarly in the reverse process when the transition is from 4 to 3, etc. In the descending transition, it is not sufficient for the price of number 4 to rise high enough to enable the capital to be employed in number 3 with an average profit. The price must rise to such an extent that rent can be paid on number 3. If the transition is made from 1 to 2, etc., then it is self-evident that the price which paid a rent for number 1 must not only pay this rent for number 2, but a differential rent besides. By postulating the non-existence of landed property, Ricardo has not, of course, eliminated the law that arises with the existence and from the existence of landed property. Having just shown how on his assumption a differential rent can come into being, Ricardo continues, quote, "When land of the third quality is taken into cultivation, rent immediately commences on the second, and it is regulated, as before, by the difference in their productive powers. At the same time, the rent of the first quality will rise, for that must always be above the rent of the second, by the difference between the produce which they yield with a given quantity of capital and labor. With every step in the progress of population, which shall oblige a country to have recourse to land of a worse country, to enable it to raise its supply of food, rent on all the more fertile land will rise." This is all right. Ricardo now passes on to an example, but quite apart from other points to be noted later, this example presupposes the descending line. This, however, is mere presupposition. In order to smuggle it in, he talks about, quote, "the first settling of a country, in which there is an abundance of rich and fertile land not yet appropriated," end quote. But the case would be the same if relatively to the colonists there was an abundance of poor and sterile land not yet appropriated. The non-payment of rents does not depend on the richness or fertility of the land, but on the fact that it is unlimited, unappropriated, and of uniform quality, whatever might be that quality as regards the degree of its fertility. Hence Ricardo himself goes on to formulate his assumption thus. If all land had the same properties, if it were unlimited in quantity and uniform in quality, no charge could be made for its use. He does not say, and cannot say, if it were rich and fertile, because this condition would have absolutely nothing to do with the law. If, instead of being rich and fertile, the land were poor and sterile, then each colonist would have to cultivate a greater portion of the whole land, and thus, even where the land is unappropriated, they would, with the growth of population, more rapidly approach the point where the practical abundance of land, its actual unlimitedness in proportion to population and capital, would cease to exist. It is of course quite certain that the colonists will not pick out the least fertile land, but will choose the most fertile, i.e. the land that will produce most, with the means of cultivation at their disposal. But this is not the sole limiting factor in their choice. The first deciding factor for them is the situation near the sea, large rivers, etc. The land in West America, etc., may be as fertile as any, but the settlers of course established themselves in New England, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Virginia, etc., in short, on the east coast of the Atlantic. If they selected the most fertile land, then they only selected the most fertile land in this region. This did not prevent them from cultivating more fertile land in the West at a later stage, as soon as the growth of population, formation of capital, development of means of communication, building of towns, made the more fertile land in this more distant region accessible to them. They do not look for the most fertile region, but for the most favorably situated region. And within this, of course, given equal conditions so far as the situation is concerned, they look for the most fertile land. But this certainly does not prove that they progress from the more fertile region to the less fertile region, only that within the same region, provided the situation is the same, the more fertile land is naturally cultivated before the unfertile. Ricardo, however, having rightly amended abundance of rich and fertile land to read land of the, quote, same properties, unlimited in quantity, uniform in quality, end quote, comes to his example, and from there jumps back into the first false assumption. The most fertile and most favorably situated land will be first cultivated. He senses the weakness and spuriousness in this, and therefore adds the new condition to the most fertile land, quote, and the most favorably situated, end quote, which was missing at the outset. The most fertile land within the most favorable situation is how it should obviously read, and surely this absurdity cannot be carried so far as to say that the region of the country that happens to be the most favorably situated for the newcomers, since it enables them to keep in contact with the mother country and the old folks at home in the outside world, is the most fertile region in the whole of the land, which the colonists have not yet explored and are as yet unable to explore. The assumption of the descending line, the transition from the more fertile to the less fertile region, is thus surreptitiously brought in. All that can be said is this: in the region that is first cultivated, because it is the most favorably situated, no rent is paid until, within this region, there is a transition from the more fertile to the less fertile land. Now, if, however, there is a transition to a second, more fertile region than the first, then according to the assumption, this is worse situated. Hence, it is possible that the greater fertility of the soil is more than counterbalanced by the greater disadvantage of the situation, and in this case, the land of region number 1 will continue to pay rent. But the situation is a circumstance which changes historically, according to the economic development, and must continually improve with the installation of means of communication, the building of towns, etc., and the growth of the population. Hence, it is clear that by and by, the product produced in region number 2 will be brought onto the market at a price which will lower the rent in region number 1 again for the same product, and that in time it will emerge as the more fertile soil in the measure in which the disadvantage of situation disappears. It is therefore clear that where Ricardo himself states the condition for the formation of differential rent correctly and in general form, quote, all land had the same properties, unlimited in quantity, uniform in quality, end quote, the circumstance of the transition from the more fertile to less fertile land is not included. That this transition is also historically incorrect for the settlement in the United States, which, in common with Adam Smith, he has in mind. Therefore, carries objections, which were justified on this point, that Ricardo himself reverses the problem again by his addendum on situation, the most fertile and most favorably situated land will be first cultivated, that Ricardo proves his arbitrary presupposition by an example in which that which is to be proved is postulated, namely the transition from the best to increasingly worse land, that finally, already with an eye to the explanation of the tendency of the general rate of profit to fall, he presupposes this because he could not otherwise account for differential rent, although the latter in no way depends on whether there is a transition from 1 to 2 to 3 and 4, or from 4 to 3 to 2 and 1. Section 2. The Ricardian assertion that rent cannot possibly influence the price of corn. Absolute rent causes the price of agricultural products to rise. In the example, 3 sorts of land are postulated, numbers 1, 2, and 3, which, with an equal capital investment, yield a net produce of 100, 90, and 80 quarters of corn. Number 1 is the first to be cultivated, quote, in a new country where there is an abundance of fertile land compared with the population, and where therefore it is only necessary to cultivate number 1, end quote. In this case, the whole net produce belongs to the cultivator, and will be the profits of the stock which he advances. That this net produce is immediately regarded as profit of stock, although no capitalist production has been postulated in this case, we are not speaking of plantations, is also unsatisfactory here. But it may be that the colonist coming from the old country looks at it in this way himself. If the population grows only to such an extent that number 2 has to be cultivated, then number 1 bears a rent of 10 quarters. It is of course assumed here that number 2 and number 3 are unappropriated, and that their quantity has remained practically unlimited in proportion to population and capital, otherwise there could be a different turn to events. Under this assumption, therefore, number 1 will bear a rent of 10 quarters. Quote, for either there must be 2 rates of profit on agricultural capital, or 10 quarters, or the value of 10 quarters, must be withdrawn from the produce of number 1 for some other purpose. Whether the proprietor of the land, or any other person, cultivated number 1, these 10 quarters would equally constitute rent, for the cultivator of number 2 would get the same result with his capital, whether he cultivated number 1, paying 10 quarters for rent, or continued to cultivate number 2, paying no rent. In fact, there would be two rates of profit in agricultural capital. That is, number one supplied an excess profit of 10 quarters, which, in this case, can consolidate itself as rent. But 2 pages later, Ricardo himself says that not only two, but many very different rates of profit on capital of the same description within the same sphere of production, hence also on agricultural capital, are not only possible, but inevitable. Quote, "The most fertile and most favorably situated land will be first cultivated, and the exchangeable value of its produce will be adjusted in the same manner as the exchangeable value of all other commodities, by the total quantity of labor necessary in various forms, from first to last, to produce it and bring it to market. When land of an inferior quality is taken into cultivation, the exchangeable value of raw produce will rise because more labor is required to produce it. The exchangeable value of all commodities, whether they be manufactured, or the produce of the mines or the produce of the land, is always regulated not by the less quantity of labor that will suffice for their production under circumstances highly favorable and exclusively enjoyed by those who have peculiar facilities of production, but by the greater quantity of labor necessarily bestowed on their production by those who have no such facilities, by those who continue to produce them under the most unfavorable circumstances. Meaning, by the most unfavorable circumstances, the most unfavorable under which the quantity of produce required renders it necessary to carry on the production. Thus, in each particular industry, there are not only two, but many rates of profit, that is to say, deviations from the general rate of profit. At this point, it is not necessary to go into the further details of the example, which is concerned with the effect of employing different amounts of capital on the same land. Only these two propositions to be noted. Number one, rent is always the difference between the produce obtained by the employment of two equal quantities of capital and labor. In other words, there is only differential rent, according to the assumption that there is no landed property. For number two, there cannot be two rates of profit. It is true that on the best land, the same produce would still be obtained with the same labor as before, but its value would be enhanced in consequence of the diminished returns obtained by those who employed fresh labor in stock on the less fertile land. Notwithstanding, then, that the advantages of fertile over inferior lands are in no case lost, but only transferred from the cultivator, or consumer, to the landlord, yet, since more labor is required on the inferior lands, and since it is from such land only that we are enabled to furnish ourselves with the additional supply of raw produce, the comparative value of that produce will continue permanently above its former level, and make it exchange for more hats, cloth, shoes, etc., in the production of which no such additional quantity of labor is required. The reason, then, why raw produce rises in comparative value is because more labor is employed in the production of the last portion obtained, and not because a rent is paid to the landlord. The value of corn is regulated by the quantity of labor bestowed on its production on that quality of land, or with that portion of capital which pays no rent. Corn is not high because a rent is paid, but a rent is paid because corn is high, and it has been justly observed that no reduction would take place in the price of corn, although landlords should forego the whole of their rent. Such a measure would only enable some farmers to live like gentlemen, but would not diminish the quantity of labor necessary to raise raw produce on the least productive lands in cultivation. My earlier explanations render it unnecessary to expand here on the erroneousness of the proposition that the value of the corn is regulated by the quantity of labor bestowed on its production on that quality of land which pays no rent. I have shown that whether the last type of land pays rent or pays no rent, whether it pays the whole of the absolute rent, only a part of it, or it pays beside the absolute rent a differential rent, if the line is ascending, partly depends on the direction of the line, whether it is ascending or descending, and at all events, it depends on the relative composition of agricultural capital as compared with the composition of non-agricultural capital. And if, as a result of the difference in this composition, absolute rent is presupposed, the above cases depend on the state of the market. But the Ricardian case in particular can only occur under two circumstances, although even then, fermage can be paid, though no rent. Either when landed property does not exist, in law or in fact, or when the best land provides an additional supply which can only find its place within the market if there is a fall in the market value. But there is more besides which is wrong or one-sided in the above passage. The comparative value, which here means nothing but market value, of raw produce can rise for reasons other than the above. Firstly, if up to now it was sold below its value, perhaps below its cost price. This is always the case in a certain state of society, where the production of raw produce is as yet largely directed to the subsistence of the cultivator. Also in the Middle Ages, when the product of the town secured a monopoly price. Secondly, it can also happen that the raw produce, in contrast to the other commodities which are sold at their cost price, is not yet sold at its value. Finally, it is correct to say that it makes no difference to the price of corn if the landlord foregoes the differential rent and the farmer pockets it. But this does not apply to absolute rent. It is wrong to say here that landed property does not enhance the price of the raw produce. On the contrary, the price goes up because the intervention of landed property causes the raw produce to be sold at its value, which exceeds its cost price. Supposing, as above, that the average non-agricultural capital consists of 80 constant and 20 variable, and the surplus value is 50%, then the rate of profit is 10%, and the value of the produce is 110. The agricultural capital, on the other hand, consists of 60 constant and 40 variable. The value of the produce is 120. The raw produce is sold at this value. If landed property did not exist legally or in practice because of the relative abundance of land as in the colonies, then it would be sold at 115. For the total profit of the first and the second capital, i.e. on the 200, equals 30. Hence, average profit equals 15. The non-agricultural produce would be sold at 115 instead of 110. The agricultural produce at 115 instead of 120. The relative value of the agricultural produce compared with the non-agricultural produce would thus fall by 1/12. The average profit for both capitals, or the total capital, agricultural as well as industrial, would however rise by 50%, from 10 to 15. Of his own conception of rent, Ricardo says, quote, "I always consider it as the result of a partial monopoly, never really regulating price. That is, never acting as a monopoly, hence also never the result of monopoly. For him, the only result of monopoly could be that the rent is pocketed by the owner of the better types of land rather than by the farmer. But rather as the effect of it. If all rent were relinquished by landlords, I am of opinion that the commodities produced on the land would be no cheaper, because there is always a portion of the same commodities produced on land for which no rent is or can be paid, as the surplus produce is only sufficient to pay the profits of stock. Here, surplus produce is equal to the excess over the product absorbed by the wages. Assuming that certain land never pays rent, Ricardo's assertion is only correct if this land, or rather its product, regulates the market value. If, on the other hand, its product pays no rent because the market value is regulated by the more fertile land, then this fact proves nothing. It would indeed benefit the farmers if the differential rent were relinquished by the landlords. The relinquishment of absolute rent, on the other hand, would reduce the price of agricultural products and increase that of industrial products to the extent that the average profit grew by this process. The rise of rent is always the effect of the increasing wealth of the country and of the difficulty of providing food for its augmented population. The latter is wrong. Wealth increases most rapidly in those countries where the disposable land is most fertile, where importation is least restricted, and where, through agricultural improvements, productions can be multiplied without any increase in the proportional quantity of labor, and where consequently the progress of rent is slow. The absolute amount of rent can also grow when the rate of rent remains the same, and only the capital invested in agriculture is growing with the growth of population. It can grow when no rent is paid on number 1 and only a part of the absolute rent on number 2, but the differential rent has risen considerably as a result of their relative fertility, etc. Section 3. Smith's and Ricardo's conception of the natural price of the agricultural product. Quote, "If the high price of corn were the effect and not the cause of rent, price would be proportionally influenced as rents were high or low, and rent would be a component part of price. But that corn which is produced by the greatest quantity of labor is the regulator of the price of corn, and rent does not and cannot enter in the least degree as a component part of its price. Raw material enters into the composition of most commodities, but the value of that raw material, as well as corn, is regulated by the productiveness of the portion of capital last employed on the land and paying no rent, and therefore rent is not a component part of the price of commodities." There is much confusion here, resulting from the jumbling up of natural price and value. Ricardo has adopted this confusion from Smith. In the case of the latter, it is relatively correct, because, and insofar as, Smith departs from his own correct explanation of value. Neither rent, nor profit, nor wages form a component part of the value of a commodity. On the contrary, the value of a commodity being given, the different parts into which that value may be divided belong either to the category of accumulated labor, that is constant capital, or wages, or profit, or rent. On the other hand, when referring to the natural price or cost price, Smith can speak of its component parts as given preconditions. But by confusing natural price with value, he carries this over to the value of the commodity. Apart from the fact that the raw material and machinery, in short the constant capital, enter into production with a fixed price, which to the capitalist in each particular sphere of production appears as determined from outside, there are two things the capitalist must do when calculating the price of his commodity. He has to add the price of the wages, and this also appears to him as given, within certain limits. The natural price of the commodity is not the market price, but the average market price over a long period, or the central point towards which the market price gravitates. In this context, therefore, the price of wages is on the whole determined by the value of labor power. But the rate of profit, the natural rate of profit, is determined by the value of the aggregate of commodities created by the aggregate of capitals employed in non-agricultural industry. For it is the excess of this value over the value of the constant capital plus the value of wages. The total surplus value which the capital creates forms the absolute amount of profit. The ratio of this absolute amount to the whole capital advanced determines the general rate of profit. Thus, this general rate of profit, too, appears, not only to the individual capitalist, but to the capital in each particular sphere of production to be determined externally. The capitalist must add the general profit, say of 10%, to the price of the raw material, etc., contained in the product, and the natural price of wages, as it must appear to him by way of addition of component parts or by composition, to form the natural price of a given commodity. Whether the natural price is paid, or more or less, depends on the level of the market price prevailing at the time. Only wages and profit enter into cost price as distinguished from value. Rent enters only insofar as it is already contained in the price of the expended raw material, machinery, etc. That is, it does not enter as rent for the capitalist, to whom, in any case, the price of raw produce and machinery, in short, of the constant capital, appears as a predetermined total. Rent does not enter into cost price as a component part. If, in special circumstances, the agricultural product is sold at its cost price, then no rent exists. Economically, landed property does not then exist for capital. That is, when the product of the type of land that sells at the cost price regulates the market value of the product of its sphere. Or absolute rent exists. In this case, the agricultural product is sold above its cost price. It is sold at its value, which is above its cost price. Rent, however, enters into the market value of the product, or rather forms a part of the market value. But to the farmer, rent appears as predetermined, in the same way as profit does to the industrialist. It is determined by the excess of the value of the agricultural product over its cost price. The farmer, however, calculates just like the capitalist. First, the outlay, secondly, wages, thirdly, the average profit, finally, the rent, which likewise appears to him as fixed. This is, for him, the natural price of wheat, for instance. Whether he obtains it depends in turn on the prevailing state of the market. If the distinction between cost price and value is properly maintained, then rent can never enter into cost price as a constituent part, and one can talk of constituent parts only in relation to the cost price, as distinguished from the value of the commodity. Like excess profit, differential rent never enters into cost price, because it is nothing but the excess of the market cost price over the individual cost price, or the excess of market value over individual value. Accordingly, Ricardo is in substance right when, in opposition to Adam Smith, he declares that rent never enters into cost price. But again, he is wrong in that he proves this not by differentiating between cost price and value, but by identifying the two, as Adam Smith did, for neither rent nor profit nor wages form constituent parts of value, although value is dissolvable into wages, profits, and rent, and furthermore, the three parts are of equal importance if all three exist. Ricardo reasons thus. Rent forms no constituent part of the natural price of agricultural produce because the price of the product of the worst land, which is equal to the cost price of this product and to the value of this product, determines the market value of agricultural produce. Thus, rent forms no constituent part of the value because it forms no constituent part of the natural price, and this latter is equal to value. This, however, is wrong. The price of the product grown on the worst land equals its cost price, either because this product is sold below its value, therefore not, as Ricardo says, because it is sold at its value, or because the agricultural product belongs to that type, to that class of commodities in which, by way of exception, value and cost price are identical. This is the case when the surplus value, which is made in a particular sphere of production on a given capital, say of £100, happens to coincide with the surplus value which on the average falls to the same relative portion of the total capital, say £100. This then is Ricardo's confusion. As to Adam Smith, insofar as he identifies cost price with value, he is justified on the basis of this false assumption in saying that rent, as well as profit and wages, form constituent parts of the natural price. On the contrary, it is rather inconsistent that later in his further exposition he asserts that rent does not enter into the natural price in the same way as wages and profits. He commits this inconsistency because observation and correct analysis compel him nevertheless to recognize that there is a difference in the determination of the natural price of the non-agricultural produce and the market value of agricultural produce. But more about this when discussing Smith's theory of rent. Section 4. Ricardo's views on improvements in agriculture. His failure to understand the economic consequences of changes in the organic composition of agricultural capital. Quote, "We have seen that with every portion of additional capital which it becomes necessary to employ on the land with a less productive return, rent would rise. But not every portion of additional capital yields a less productive return. It follows from the same principles that any circumstances in the society which should make it unnecessary to employ the same amount of capital on the land, and which should therefore make the portion last employed more productive, would lower rent. That is, lower absolute rent, not necessarily differential rent. Such circumstances might be the reduction in the capital of a country followed by a reduction in the population, but also a higher development of the productive powers of agricultural labor. The same effects may, however, be produced when the wealth and population of a country are increased, if that increase is accompanied by such marked improvements in agriculture as shall have the same effect of diminishing the necessity of cultivating the poorer lands, or of expending the same amount of capital on the cultivation of the more fertile portions. Oddly enough, Ricardo forgets here improvements as will have the effect of improving the quality of poorer lands and converting these into richer ones, an aspect stressed by Anderson. The following proposition of Ricardo's is entirely wrong. With the same population, and no more, there can be no demand for any additional quantity of corn. Quite apart from the fact that with a fall in the price of corn, an additional demand for other raw produce, green vegetables, meat, etc., will spring up, and that schnapps, etc., can be made from corn, Ricardo assumes here that the entire population consumes as much corn as it likes. This is wrong. Quote from F.W. Newman, Lectures on Political Economy, "Our enormous increase of consumption in 1848, 49, and 50 shows that we were previously underfed, and that prices were forced up by the deficiency of supply." The same Newman says, "The Ricardo argument, that rent cannot enhance price, turns on the assumption that the power of demanding rent can in no case of real life diminish supply. But why not? There are very considerable tracts which would immediately have been cultivated if no rent could have been demanded for them, but which were artificially kept vacant, either because landlords could let them advantageously as a shooting ground, or prefer the romantic wilderness to the petty and nominal rent which alone they could get by allowing them to be cultivated." Indeed, it is in any case wrong to say that if he withdraws the land from the production of corn, he may not get a rent by converting it into pasture or building grounds, or as in some counties in the Highlands of Scotland, into artificial woods for hunting purposes. Ricardo distinguishes two kinds of improvements in agriculture. The one type, those which increase the productive powers of the land, are such as the more skillful rotation of crops or the better choice of manure. These improvements absolutely enable us to obtain the same produce from a smaller quantity of land. In this case, according to Ricardo, rent must fall. If, for example, the successive portions of capital yielded 100, 90, 80, and 70, whilst I employed these 4 portions, my rent would be 60, or the difference between 70 and 100 at 30, 70 and 90 at 20, or 70 and 80 at 10. And while I employed these portions, the rent would never remain the same, although the produce of each should have an equal augmentation. If it had an unequal augmentation, it would be possible for the rent to rise despite the increased fertility. If instead of 100, 90, 80, and 70, the produce should be increased to 125, 115, 105, and 95, the rent would still be 60, or the difference between 95 and 125 at 30, 95 and 115 at 20, 95 and 105 at 10. But with such an increase of produce, without an increase of demand, there could be no motive for employing so much capital in the land. One portion would be withdrawn, and consequently the last portion of capital would yield 105 instead of 95, and rent would fall to 30, or the difference between 105 and 125 at 20, and 105 and 115 at 10, whilst the produce would still be adequate to the wants of the population. Apart from demand being able to rise without a growth in population when the price falls, Ricardo himself assumes that it has risen by 5/4, there is a constant going over to soils of decreasing fertility because the population grows every year, i.e. the part of the population that consumes corn eats bread, and this part grows more rapidly than the population as a whole because bread is the chief means of subsistence of the majority. It is thus not necessary to assume that the demand does not grow with the productivity of capital, and that consequently the rent falls. And the rent can rise if the difference in the degree of fertility has been unevenly affected by the improvement. Otherwise, it is certain that the increase in fertility, while demand remains constant, can not only throw the worst land out of the market, but can even force a part of the capital on better land to withdraw from the production of corn. In this case, the corn rent falls if the augmentation of the produce is equal on the different types of land. Now Ricardo passes on to the second aspect of agricultural improvements. But there are improvements which may lower the relative value of produce without lowering the corn rent, though they will lower the money rent of land. Such improvements do not increase the productive powers of the land, but they enable us to obtain its produce with less labor. They are rather directed to the formation of capital applied to the land, than to the cultivation of the land itself. Improvements in agricultural implements, such as the plow and the thrashing machine, economy in the use of horses employed in husbandry, and a better knowledge of the veterinary art, are of this nature. Less capital, which is the same thing as less labor, will be employed on the land, but to obtain the same produce, less land cannot be cultivated. Whether improvements of this kind, however, affect corn rent, must depend on the question whether the difference between the produce obtained by the employment of different portions of capital be increased, stationary, or diminished. Ricardo should also have adhered to this when dealing with the natural fertility of the soils. Whether the transition to these reduces the differential rent, leaves it stationary, or increases it, depends on whether the difference in the produce of the capital employed on these different, more fertile soils be increased, stationary, or diminished. If 4 portions of capital, 50, 60, 70, and 80, be employed on the land, giving each the same results, and any improvement in the formation of such capital should enable me to withdraw 5 from each, so that they should be 45, 55, 65, and 75, no alteration would take place in the corn rent. But if the improvements were such as to enable me to make the whole saving on that portion of capital which is least productively employed, corn rent would immediately fall, because the difference between the capital most productive and the capital least productive would be diminished, and it is this difference which constitutes rent. This is correct for differential rent, which alone exists for Ricardo. On the other hand, Ricardo does not touch upon the real question at all. For the solution of this question, it does not matter whether the value of the individual quarter falls, or whether the same quantity of land, the same types of land as previously, needs to be cultivated, but whether as a result of the reduction in the price of constant capital, which, according to the assumption, costs less labor, the quantity of immediate labor employed in agriculture is reduced, increased, or unaltered. In short, whether or not the capital undergoes an organic change. Let us take our example from Table A, and let us substitute quarters of corn for tons. It is assumed here that the composition of the non-agricultural capital is 80C and 20V, that of the agricultural capital 60C and 40V, the rate of surplus value in both cases being 50%. Hence, the rent on the agricultural capital, or the excess of its value over its cost price, is £10. Thus, we have the following table. The aforementioned graphic will not be read aloud for the recording. Please consult Section 4 of Chapter 13 of a physical or digital copy of the book for visual reference. In order to examine the problem in its pure form, one must assume that the magnitude of the capital employed in 1, 2, and 3 is in all three classes affected equally by the reduction in the price of constant capital. For the uneven effect only concerns differential rent and has nothing to do with the matter in hand. Supposing, therefore, that as a result of improvements, the same amount of capital, which previously cost £100, now only costs 90, it would thus be reduced by 1/10, or 10%. The question is then how the improvements affect the composition of agricultural capital. If the proportion of variable capital to constant capital remains the same, then if £100 consists of 60 constant and 40 variable, 90 consists of 54 constant and 36 variable, and in this case, the value of the 60 quarters on land 1 is £108. But if the reduction in price were such that the same constant capital which previously cost 60 now only cost 54, but that the variable capital, or that laid out in wages, now only cost 32 2/5 pounds instead of 36, i.e. it had also fallen by 1/10, then 86 2/5 pounds would be laid out instead of 100. The composition of this capital would be 54 constant and 32 2/5 variable, and reckoned on 100 pounds, the composition would be 62.5 constant and 37.5 variable. Under these circumstances, the value of the 60 quarters on number 1 would be equal to 102 3/5 pounds. Finally, let us assume that although the value of the constant capital decreases, the capital laid out in wages remains the same absolutely. It therefore grows in proportion to the constant capital, so that the capital of £90 which has been laid out consists of 50 constant and 40 variable. The composition of a capital of 100 would be 55 5/9 constant and 44 4/9 variable. Now let us see what happens to corn and money rent in these three cases. In case B, the proportion of constant to variable remains the same, although the value of both decreases. In case C, the value of the constant capital decreases, but proportionately, that of the variable capital decreases even more. In case D, only the value of the constant capital decreases, not that of the variable. First, let us reproduce the original table contained on the previous page, and then let us compare it with the new tables B, C, and D, representing the cases just described, illustrating the changes in value of the organic component parts of the agricultural capital. From the accompanying table, the following is evident. Originally, in A, the ratio is 60C to 40V. The capital invested in each class is 100. The rent in money amounts to £70, in corn to 35 quarters. In B, the constant capital becomes cheaper, so that only £90 are invested in each class. The variable capital, however, becomes cheaper in the same proportion, so that the ratio remains the same. Here, the money rent falls. The corn rent remains the same. The absolute rent is also the same. Money rent decreases because the capital invested decreases. Corn rent remains the same because less money produces relatively more corn, the ratio remaining the same. In C, cheaper constant capital, but the value of the variable capital decreases even more, so that the constant capital becomes relatively dearer. Absolute rent falls. Corn rent falls and money rent falls. Money rent, because capital in general has decreased significantly, and corn rent, because absolute rent has fallen, while the differences between the various categories have remained the same, therefore all of them fall equally. In D, however, the case is completely the reverse. Only the constant capital falls. The variable capital remains the same. This was Ricardo's assumption. In this case, because of the fall in capital, the money rent falls, though the fall is quite insignificant. In absolute figures, it is only 1/3 of a pound, but in proportion to the capital laid out, it rises considerably. The corn rent, on the other hand, grows absolutely. Why? Because the absolute rent has risen from 10 to 12 2/9%, because the variable capital has grown in proportion to the constant capital. Hence the following table. Ricardo continues, whatever diminishes the inequality in the produce obtained from successive portions of capital employed on the same or on new land tends to lower rent, and whatever increases that inequality necessarily produces an opposite effect and tends to raise it. The inequality can be increased while capital is withdrawn and while fertility increases, or even while less fertile land is thrown out of the market. In an editorial of the 15th of July 1862, the Morning Star examines whose duty it is, voluntarily or compulsorily, to support the distressed workmen in the cotton manufacture districts of Lancashire, etc. It says, quote, these people have a legal right to maintenance out of the property they have mostly created by their industry. It is said that the men who have made fortunes by the cotton industry are those upon whom it is especially incumbent to come forward with a generous relief. No doubt it is so. The mercantile and manufacturing sections have done so. But is this the only class which has made money by the cotton manufacture? Assuredly not. The landed proprietors of Lancashire and North Cheshire have enormously participated in the wealth thus produced, and it is the peculiar advantage of these proprietors to have participated in the wealth without lending a hand or a thought to the industry that created it. The mill owner has given his capital, his skill, and his unwinking vigilance to the creation of this great industry, now staggering under so heavy a blow. The mill hand has given his skill, his time, and his bodily labor. But what have the landed proprietors of Lancashire given? Nothing at all, literally nothing. And yet they have made from it more substantial gains than either of the other classes. It is certain that the increase of the yearly income of these great landlords, attributable to this single cause, is something enormous, probably not less than threefold. The capitalist is the direct exploiter of the workers, not only the direct appropriator, but the direct creator of surplus labor. But since, for the industrial capitalist, this can only take place through and in the process of production, he is himself a functionary of this production, its director. The landlord, on the other hand, has a claim, through landed property, to absolute rent, and because of the physical differences of the various types of land to differential rent, which enables him to pocket a part of this surplus labor or surplus value to whose direction and creation he contributes nothing. Where there is a conflict, therefore, the capitalist regards him as a mere superfetation, a sybarite excrescence, a parasite on capitalist production, the louse that sits upon him. On Chapter 3, on the rent of mines. The rent of mines, as well as the rent of land, is the effect and never the cause of high value of their produce. So far as absolute rent is concerned, it is neither effect nor cause of the high value, but the effect of the excess of value over cost price. That this excess is paid for the produce of the mine or the land, and thus absolute rent is formed, is the effect not of that excess, because it exists for a whole class of trades, where it does not enter into the price of the produce of those particular branches of production, but is the effect of landed property. In regard to differential rent, it may be said that it is the effect of high value, so far as by high value is understood the excess of the market value of the produce over its real or individual value, for the relatively more fertile classes of land or mined. That Ricardo understands by the exchangeable value, regulating the produce of the poorest land or mine, nothing but cost price, by cost price nothing but the advances plus the ordinary profit, and that he falsely identifies this cost price with real value, will also be seen from the following passage. The metal produced from the poorest mine that is worked must at least have an exchangeable value not only sufficient to procure all the clothes, food, and other necessaries consumed by those employed in working it, and bringing the produce to market, but also to afford the common and ordinary profits to him who advances the stock necessary to carry on the undertaking. The return for capital from the poorest mine paying no rent would regulate the rent of all the other more productive mines. This mine is supposed to yield the usual profits of stock. All that the other mines produce more than this will necessarily be paid to the owners for rent. Here, therefore, he says in plain language, rent equals excess of the price of the agricultural produce over its cost price, that is, over the value of the capital advanced plus the usual or average profits of stock. Hence, if the value of the agricultural produce is higher than its cost price, it can pay rent quite irrespectively of differences in land. The poorest land and the poorest mine can pay the same absolute rent as the richest. If its value were no higher than its cost price, rent could only arise from the excess of the market value over the real value of the produce derived from relatively more fertile soils, etc. If equal quantities of labor with equal quantities of fixed capital could at all times obtain, from that mine which paid no rent, equal quantities of gold, the quantity of gold indeed would enlarge with the demand, but its value would be invariable. What applies to gold and mines applies to corn and land. Hence, if the same types of land continued to be exploited and continued to yield the same product for the same outlay in labor, then the value of the pound of gold or the quarter of wheat would remain the same, although its quantity would increase with the demand. Thus, its rent, the amount, not the rate of rent, would also grow without any change in the price of the produce. More capital would be employed, although productivity would remain constant. This is one of the major causes of the rise in the absolute amount of rent, quite apart from any rise in the price of produce, and therefore without any proportional change in the rents paid by produce of different soils and mines. Section 5. Ricardo's criticism of Adam Smith's and Malthus's views on rent. On Chapter 24, Doctrine of Adam Smith concerning the rent of land. This chapter is of great importance for the difference between Ricardo and Adam Smith. We shall postpone a fuller discussion of this, insofar as it affects Adam Smith, to when we consider ex professo Adam Smith's doctrine after that of Ricardo. Ricardo begins by quoting a passage from Adam Smith, showing that he correctly determined when the price of the agricultural produce yields a rent and when it does not. But on the other hand, Smith thought that some parts of the produce of land, such as food, must always yield a rent. In this context, Ricardo says the following, which is significant for him. I believe that as yet, in every country, from the rudest to the most refined, there is land of such quality that it cannot yield a produce more than sufficiently valuable to replace the stock employed upon it, together with the profits ordinary and usual in that country. In America, we all know that is the case, and yet no one maintains that the principles which regulate rent are different in that country and in Europe. Indeed, these principles are substantially different. Where no landed property exists, actual or legal, no absolute rent can exist. It is absolute rent, not differential rent, which is the adequate expression of landed property. To say that the same principles regulate rent, where landed property exists and where it does not exist, means that the economic form of landed property is independent of whether landed property exists or not. Besides, what is the meaning of there is land of such a quality that it cannot yield a produce more than sufficiently valuable to replace the stock with the ordinary profits? If the same quantity of labor produces 4 quarters, the product is no more valuable than if it produces 2, although the value of the individual quarter is in one case twice as great as in the other. Whether or not it yields a rent is therefore in no way independent of the magnitude of this value of the produce as such. It can only yield a rent if its value is higher than its cost price, which depends on the cost price of all other products, or, in other words, on the quota of unpaid labor, which is on an average appropriated by a capital of £100 in each sphere of production. But whether its value is higher than its cost price is in no way dependent on its absolute size, but on the composition of the capital employed on it, compared with the average composition of the capital employed in non-agricultural industry. But if it were true that England had so far advanced in cultivation that at this time there were no lands remaining which did not afford a rent, it would be equally true that there formerly must have been such lands, and that whether there be or not is of no importance to this question. For it is the same thing if there be any capital employed in Great Britain on land which yields only the return of stock with its ordinary profits, whether it be employed on old or on new land. If a farmer agrees on land for a lease of 7 or 14 years, he may propose to employ on it a capital of £10,000. Knowing that at the existing price of grain and raw produce, he can replace that part of his stock which he is obliged to expend, pay his rent, and obtain the general rate of profit. He will not employ 11,000 unless the last 1,000 can be employed so productively as to afford him the usual profits of stock. In his calculation, whether he shall employ it or not, he considers only whether the price of the raw produce is sufficient to replace his expenses and profits, for he knows that he shall have no additional rent to pay. Even at the expiration of his lease, his rent will not be raised, for if his landlord should require rent, because this additional £1,000 was employed, he would withdraw it, since by employing it, he gets by the supposition only the ordinary and usual profits which he may obtain by any other employment of stock. and therefore he cannot afford to pay a rent for it, unless the price of raw produce should further rise, or, which is the same thing, unless the usual and general rate of profits should fall. Ricardo admits here that also the worst land can bear a rent. How does he explain this? To provide the additional supply which has become necessary in consequence of an additional demand, a second amount of capital is employed on the worst land. This will only yield the cost price if the price of grain is rising. Hence, the first amount would now yield a surplus, that is, rent, over and above this cost price. In fact, therefore, before the second amount is invested, the first amount of capital yields a rent on the worst land, because the market value is above the cost price. Thus, the only question is whether, for this to happen, the market value has to be above the value of the worst product, or whether, on the contrary, its value is above its cost price, and the rise in price merely enables it to be sold at its value. Furthermore, why must the price be so high that it equals the cost price, i.e. the capital advanced plus average profit? Because of the competition of capitals in the different branches of production, and the transfer of capital from one branch to another. That is, as a result of the action of capital upon capital. But by what action could capital compel landed property to allow the value of the product to fall to the cost price? Withdrawal of capital from agriculture cannot have this effect, unless it is accompanied by a fall of the demand for agricultural produce. It would achieve the reverse, and cause the market price of agricultural produce to rise above its value. Transfer of new capital to land cannot have this effect either, for it is precisely the competition of capitals amongst themselves which enables the landlord to demand from the individual capitalist that he should be satisfied with an average profit, and pay over to him the surplus of the value over the price affording this profit. But it may be asked, if landed property gives the power to sell the product above its cost price, at its value, why does it not equally well give the power to sell the product above its value, at an arbitrary monopoly price? On a small island, where there is no foreign trade in corn, the corn, food like any other product, could unquestionably be sold at a monopoly price, that is, at a price only limited by the state of demand, i.e. of demand backed by ability to pay, and according to the price level of the product supplied, the magnitude and extent of this effective demand can vary greatly. Leaving out of account exceptions of this kind, which cannot occur in European countries, even in England, a large part of the fertile land is artificially withdrawn from agriculture and from the market in general in order to raise the value for the other part. Landed property can only affect and paralyze the action of capitals, their competition, insofar as the competition of capitals modifies the determination of the values of the commodities. The conversion of values into cost prices is only the consequence and result of the development of capitalist production. Originally, commodities are on the average sold at their values. Deviation from this is, in agriculture, prevented by landed property. Ricardo says that when a farmer takes land on a lease of 7 or 14 years, he calculates that with a capital investment of, say, £10,000, the value of the corn, that is, average market value, permits him to replace his outlay plus average profit, plus the contracted rent. Insofar as he takes a lease of a piece of land, therefore, his first consideration is the average market value, which is equivalent to the value of the product. Profit and rent are only parts into which this value is resolved, but they do not constitute it. The existing market price is for the capitalist what the presupposed value of the product is for the theory and the interrelationships of production. Now to the conclusion which Ricardo draws from this. If the farmer adds another £1,000, he only considers whether at the given market price it yields him the usual profit. Ricardo, therefore, seems to think that the cost price is the determining factor, and that profit enters into this cost price as a regulating element, but rent does not. Firstly, profit too does not enter into it as a constituent element, for according to the assumption, the farmer takes the market price as his starting point, and weighs up whether at this given market price the £1,000 will yield him the usual profit. This profit is therefore not the cause, but the effect of that price. But, Ricardo continues his train of thought, the investment of the £1,000 itself is determined by the calculation of whether or not the price yields the profit. Thus the profit is the decisive factor for the investment of the £1,000 and for the price of production. Furthermore, if the capitalist found that the £1,000 did not yield the usual profit, he would not invest it. The production of the additional food would not take place. If it were necessary for the additional demand, then the demand would have to raise the price, i.e. the market price, until it yielded the profit. Thus profit in contradistinction to rent, enters as a constituent element not because it creates the value of the product, but because the product itself would not be created if its price did not rise high enough to pay the usual rate of profit as well as the capital expended. In this case, however, it is not necessary for it to rise so high as to pay rent. Hence, there exists an essential difference between rent and profit, and in a certain sense, it can be said that profit is a constituent element of price, whereas rent is not. This thought is evidently also at the back of Adam Smith's mind. In this case, it is correct. But why? Because in this case, landed property cannot confront capital as landed property. Thus, the very combination of circumstances under which rent, absolute rent, is formed is not present, according to the assumption. The additional corn produced with the second investment of the £1,000, provided the market value remains the same. In other words, when an additional demand arises only on the assumption that the price remains the same, must be sold below its value at the cost price. This additional produce of the £1,000 thus occurs under the same circumstances as when new, worse land is cultivated, which does not determine the market value, but can provide the additional supply only on the condition that it supplies it at the previously existing market value, i.e. at a price determined independently of this new production. Under these circumstances, it depends entirely on the relative fertility of the additional soil whether it yields a rent, precisely because it does not determine the market value. It is just the same with the additional £1,000 on the old land, and for this very reason, Ricardo concludes conversely that the additional land or the additional amount of capital determines the market value, because with a given, quite independently determined market value, the price of its product yields not rent but only profit, and only covers the cost price but not the value of the product. This is a contradiction in terms. Nevertheless, the product is produced in this case, although it yields no rent. Certainly, landed property as an independent opposing element does not exist for the farmer, i.e. the capitalist, during the period in which the lease in fact makes him the landowner of the land which he has rented. Capital moves unimpeded in this element, and capital is satisfied with the cost price of the product. Even when the lease expires, the farmer will naturally make the amount of rent dependent on how far capital investment in the land will supply a product which can be sold at its value, thus yielding a rent. Capital investment, which, with a given market value, yields no excess over the cost price, no more enters into the calculation than would the payment of rent, or contractual undertaking to pay rent on land whose relative fertility is so low that the market price is merely equal to the cost price of its product. In practice, matters do not always work out in the Ricardian manner. If the farmer possesses some spare capital, or acquires some during the first years of a lease of 14 years, he does not demand the usual profit unless he has borrowed additional capital. For what is he to do with the spare capital? Conclude a new lease for the additional land? Agricultural production favors to a much higher degree more intensive capital investment, rather than a more extensive cultivation of land with a larger capital. Moreover, if no land could be leased in the immediate vicinity of the old land, 2 farms would split up the farmer's work of superintending them to a much greater extent than 6 factories would split up the work of one capitalist in manufacture. Or should he invest the money with the bank for interest in government bonds, railway shares, etc., then from the outset he foregoes at least half or a third of the usual profit. Hence, if he can invest it as additional capital on the old farm, even below the average rate of profit, say at 10% if his profit was 12, then he will still be gaining 100% if the rate of interest is 5%. To invest the additional £1,000 in the old farm is therefore still a profitable speculation for him. Hence, it is quite wrong for Ricardo to identify this investment of additional capital with the application of additional capital to new soils. In the first case, the product does not have to yield the usual profit, even in capitalist production. It must only yield as much above the usual rate of interest as will make worthwhile the trouble and risk of the farmer to prefer the industrial employment of his spare capital rather than its employment as money capital. But the following conclusion which Ricardo draws from this observation is, as has been shown, quite absurd. If the comprehensive mind of Adam Smith had been directed to this fact, he would not have maintained that rent forms one of the component parts of the price of raw produce, for prices everywhere regulated by the return obtained by this last portion of capital, for which no rent whatever is paid. His illustration proves just the reverse, that the application to land of this last portion of capital has been regulated by a market price which, independent of that application, existed before it took place, and therefore comprises no rent but only profit. That profit is the only regulator for capitalist production is quite true, and it is therefore true that no absolute rent would exist if production were regulated solely by capital. It arises precisely at the point where the conditions of production enable the landowner to set up barriers against the exclusive regulation of production by capital. Secondly, Ricardo reproaches Adam Smith for developing the correct principles of rent only with regard to coal mines. He even says, quote, "The whole principle of rent is here admirably and perspicuously explained, but every word is as applicable to land as it is to mines. Yet he affirms that it is otherwise in estates above ground." Adam Smith senses that under certain circumstances, the landlord has the power to offer effective resistance to capital, to bring landed property into play, and thus to demand absolute rent, although, under different circumstances, he does not possess this power. That in particular, however, the production of food establishes the law of rent, whereas in other applications of capital to land, the rent is determined by the agricultural rent. Adam Smith says, quote, "The proportion, both of their produce and of their rent, is in proportion to their absolute and not to their relative fertility." In his reply, Ricardo comes closest to the real principle of rent. He says, quote, "But suppose that there were no land which did not afford a rent. Then the amount of rent on the worst land would be in proportion to the excess of the value of the produce above the expenditure of capital in the ordinary profits of stock. The same principle would govern the rent of land of a somewhat better quality, or more favorably situated, and therefore the rent of this land would exceed the rent of that inferior to it, by the superior advantages which it possessed. The same might be said of that of the third quality, and so on to the very best. Is it not, then, as certain that it is the relative fertility of the land which determines the portion of the produce which shall be paid for the rent of land, as it is that the relative fertility of mines determines the portion of their produce which shall be paid for the rent of mines?" Here, Ricardo formulates the correct principle of rent. If the worst land pays a rent, if therefore rent is paid independently of the different natural fertility of the land, i.e. absolute rent, then this rent must equal, quote, "the excess of the value of the produce above the expenditure of capital and the ordinary profits of stock," end quote. That is to say, it must equal the excess of the value of the produce above its cost price. Ricardo presupposes that such an excess cannot exist, because, in contradiction to his own principles, he wrongly accepts the Smithian doctrine that value equals cost price of the produce. As for the rest, he again falls into error. Differential rent would of course be determined by the relative fertility. Absolute rent would have nothing to do with natural fertility. Smith, however, would indeed be right when he asserts that the actual rent paid by the worst land may depend on the absolute fertility of the other soils and the relative fertility of the worst soil, or on the absolute fertility of the worst soil and the relative fertility of the others. For the actual amount of rent paid by the worst land depends not, as Ricardo thinks, on the excess value of its own produce over its cost price, but on the excess of the market value over its cost price. But these are very different things. If the market price were determined by the product of the worst land, then the market value would be equal to its real value. Hence, the excess of its market value over its cost price would be equal to the excess of its own individual value, its real value, over its cost price. But this is not the case if, quite irrespective of this product, the market price is determined by the other types of land. Ricardo assumes a descending line. He assumes that the worst land is cultivated last, and is only cultivated, in the case postulated, when the additional demand has necessitated an additional supply at the value of the produce derived from the worst and last cultivated soil. In this case, the value of the worst land regulates the market value. In the ascending line, even according to him, this will only occur when the additional supply of the better sorts of land only equals the additional demand at the old market value. If the additional supply is greater, Ricardo assumes that the old land must be thrown out of cultivation, but it only follows from this that it will yield a lower rent than before, or no rent at all. The same happens in the descending line. Whether and to what extent the worst land yields rent, if the additional supply can only be provided at the old market value, depends on how much this market value stands above the cost price of the product of the new, worse land. In both cases, its rent is determined by the absolute fertility, not the relative fertility. It depends on the absolute fertility of the new land, how far the market value of the produce of better lands stands above its own real individual value. Adam Smith makes a correct distinction here between land and mines, because with the latter, he presupposes that there is never a transition to worse sorts, always to better ones, and that they always provide more than the necessary additional supply. The rent of the worst land is then dependent on its absolute fertility. After Adam Smith has declared that there are some mines which can only be worked by the owners, as they will afford only sufficient to defray the expense of working, together with the ordinary profits of the capital employed, we should expect that he would admit that it was these particular mines which regulated the price of the produce from all mines. If the old mines are insufficient to supply the quantity of coal required, the price of coal will rise, and will continue rising till the owner of a new and inferior mine finds that he can obtain the usual profits of stock by working his mine. It appears, then, that it is always the least fertile mine which regulates the price of coal. Adam Smith, however, is of a different opinion. He observes that the most fertile coal mine, too, regulates the price of coals at all the other mines in its neighborhood. Both the proprietor and the undertaker of the work find, the one that he can get a greater rent, the other that he can get a greater profit by somewhat underselling all their neighbors. Their neighbors are soon obliged to sell at the same price, though they cannot so well afford it, and though it always diminishes and sometimes takes away altogether both their rent and their profit. Some works are abandoned altogether, others can afford no rent, and can be wrought only by the proprietor. If the demand for coal should be diminished, or if by new processes the quantity should be increased, the price would fall, and some mines would be abandoned. But in every case, the price must be sufficient to pay the expenses and profit of that mine which is worked without being charged rent. It is therefore the least fertile mine which regulates price. Indeed, it is so stated in another place by Adam Smith himself, for he says, "The lowest price at which coals can be sold for any considerable time is like that of all other commodities, the price which is barely sufficient to replace, together with its ordinary profits, the stock which must be employed in bringing them to market." At a coal mine for which the landlord can get no rent, but which he must either work himself or let it alone altogether, the price of coals must generally be nearly about this price. Adam Smith is mistaken when he declares the particular set of circumstances on the market, under which the most fertile mine or land dominates the market, to be the rule. But provided such a case is assumed, his reasoning is correct on the whole, and Ricardo is wrong. Adam Smith presupposes that as a result of the state of demand, and because of its relative superior fertility, the best mine can only force the whole of its product onto the market if it undersells its competitors, if its product is sold below the old market value. This causes the price to fall for the worst mines too. The market price falls. This, in any case, lowers the rent on worse mines, and can even make it disappear completely. For the rent is equal to the excess of market value over cost price of the produce, whether that market value be like the individual value of the produce of a certain class of land or mines or not. What Smith fails to notice is that the profit can only be diminished by this if it becomes necessary to withdraw capital and reduce the scale of production. If the market price, regulated as it is under the given circumstances by the produce of the best mines, falls so low as to afford no excess above the cost price for the product of the worst mine, then it can be worked only by its owner. At this market price, no capitalist will pay him a rent. His ownership of the land does not, in this case, give him power over capital. But as far as he is concerned, it annuls the resistance which other capitalists meet who wish to apply capital to land. Landed property does not exist for him because he himself is the landed proprietor. Hence, he can use his land as a mine or in any other sphere of production, i.e. he can employ it if the market price, which he finds predetermined and does not determine himself, if this market price of the product yields him the average profit, that is, his cost price. And from this, Ricardo concludes that Smith contradicts himself, because the old market price determines how far new mines can be opened up by their owners. In other words, they can be worked in circumstances where landed property disappears, since at the old market price they yield their cultivators the cost price. He concludes that this cost price determines the market price. But again, he takes refuge in the descending line, and allows the less fertile mine to be cultivated only when the market price of the product rises above the value of the product of the better mines, whereas it is only necessary that it rises above the cost price, or even that it equals the cost price in the case of the worst mines exploited by the proprietors themselves. Incidentally, his assumption that if by new processes the quantity of coal should be increased, the price would fall and some mines would be abandoned, depends only on the degree of the fall in price and the state of demand. If with this fall of prices, the market can absorb the whole product, then the bad mines will still yield a rent, provided the fall of market price still leaves an excess of market value over the cost price of the poorer mines. And the mines will be worked by their owners if the market value only covers, or is equal to, the cost price. In either case, however, it is absurd to say that the cost price of the worst mine regulates the market price. Although the cost price of the worst mine determines the relation of the price of its produce to the ruling market price, and therefore decides the question whether or not the mine can be worked. But the fact that a piece of land or a mine of a particular degree of fertility can be exploited at a given market price is obviously not related to or identical with the determination of the market price by the cost price of the produce of these mines. If an increased market value would make an additional supply necessary or possible, then the worst land would regulate the market value, but then it would also yield absolute rent. This is the exact opposite of the case assumed by Adam Smith. Thirdly, Ricardo reproaches Smith for believing that cheapness of raw produce, for instance substitution of potatoes for corn, which would lower the wage and diminish the cost of production, would cause a larger share, as well as a larger quantity, to fall to the landlord. Ricardo, on the other hand, maintains that, quote, no part of that additional proportion would go to rent, but the whole invariably to profits. While lands of the same quality were cultivated and there was no alteration in their relative fertility or advantages, rent would always bear the same proportion to the gross produce. This is positively wrong. The share of rent would fall, and therefore its quantity would decrease relatively. The introduction of potatoes as the principal means of subsistence would reduce the value of labor power, shorten the necessary labor time, increase the surplus labor time, and therefore the rate of surplus value. Hence, other circumstances remaining the same, the composition of the capital would be altered. The value of the variable part would diminish in comparison with that of the constant part, although the quantity of living labor employed remained the same. The rate of profit would therefore rise. In this case, there would be a fall in absolute rent, and proportionately in differential rent. This factor would affect equally agricultural and non-agricultural capital. The general rate of profit would rise, and the rent would consequently fall. On Chapter 28, on the comparative value of gold, corn, and labor in rich and poor countries. Quote, Dr. Smith's error throughout his whole work lies in supposing that the value of corn is constant, that though the value of all other things may, the value of corn never can be raised. Corn, according to him, is always of the same value because it will always feed the same number of people. In the same manner, it might be said that cloth is always of the same value because it will always make the same number of coats. What can value have to do with the power of feeding and clothing? Dr. Smith has so ably supported the doctrine of the natural price of commodities ultimately regulating their market price. Estimated in corn, gold may be of very different value in two countries. I have endeavored to show that it will be low in rich countries and high in poor countries. Adam Smith is of a different opinion. He thinks that the value of gold estimated in corn is highest in rich countries. On Chapter 32, Mr. Malthus's opinions on rent. Quote, Rent is a creation of value, but not a creation of wealth. In speaking of the high price of corn, Mr. Malthus evidently does not mean the price per quarter or per bushel, but rather the excess of price for which the whole produce will sell above the cost of its production, including always in the term cost of its production profits as well as wages. 150 quarters of corn at £3 10 shillings per quarter would yield a larger rent to the landlord than 100 quarters at £4, provided the cost of production were in both cases the same. Whatever the nature of the land may be, high rent must always depend on the high price of the produce, but given the high price, rent must be high in proportion to abundance and not to scarcity. As rent is the effect of the high price of corn, the loss of rent is the effect of a low price. Foreign corn never enters into competition with such home corn as affords a rent. The fall of price invariably affects the landlord till the whole of his rent is absorbed. If it falls still more, the price will not afford even the common profits of stock. Capital will then quit the land for some other employment, and the corn, which was before grown upon it, will then, and not until then, be imported. From the loss of rent, there will be a loss of value, of estimated money value, but there will be a gain of wealth. the amount of the raw produce and other productions together will be increased from the greater facility with which they are produced. They will, though augmented in quantity, be diminished in value. Chapter 14. Adam Smith's Theory of Rent. Section 1. Contradictions in Smith's formulation of the problem of rent. At this stage, we will not examine Smith's interesting account of how the rent of the principal vegetable food dominates all other strictly agricultural rents, stock raising, timber, industrial crops, because each of these branches of production can easily be transformed into one of the others. Adam Smith excludes rice from this, wherever it is the principal vegetable food, since rice fields or bogs are not convertible into grassland, wheatlands, etc., and vice versa. In Chapter 11 of Book 1, Adam Smith correctly defines rent as the price paid for the use of land. The term land is intended to mean every power of nature as such, therefore also water, etc. In contrast to Rodbertus's peculiar notion, Smith, from the outset, enumerates the items of agricultural capital. Quote, "The stock from which he furnishes the seed, that is, the raw material, pays the labor and purchases and maintains the cattle and other instruments of husbandry." Now, what is this price paid for the use of land? Whatever part of the produce or of its price is over and above this share, which pays for the capital advanced together with the ordinary profits, the landlord naturally endeavors to reserve to himself as the rent of his land. This excess may, quote, "be considered as the natural rent of land," end quote. Smith refuses to confuse rent with the interest on capital invested in the land. The landlord demands a rent even for unimproved land. And he adds, even in this second form of rent, i.e. the rent on the improved land, is peculiar in that the interest from the capital used on improvement is interest on a capital which has not been laid out by the landlord, but by the farmer. The landlord sometimes demands rent for what is altogether incapable of human improvements. Smith stresses very strongly that it is landed property, the landlord, who as landlord demands the rent. Regarded as a mere effluence of landed property, rent is monopoly price. This is perfectly correct, since it is only the intervention of landed property which enables the product to be sold for more than the cost price, to be sold at its value. The rent of land, considered as the price paid for the use of land, is naturally a monopoly price. It is in fact a price which is only enforced through the monopoly of landed property, and as a monopoly price, it differs from the price of the industrial product. From the standpoint of capital, and capital dominates production, the cost price only requires that the product should pay the average profit in addition to the capital advanced. In this case, the product, be it product of the land or any other product, can be brought to market. If the ordinary price is more than this, the surplus part of it will naturally go to the rent of the land. If it is not more, though the commodity may be brought to market, it can afford no rent to the landlord. Whether the price is or is not more depends upon the demand. Why does rent enter into price differently from wages and profit? That is the question. Originally, Smith had resolved value correctly into wages, profits, and rents, apart from constant capital. But almost at once, he takes the opposite course and identifies value with natural price, that is, the average price determined by competition, or the cost price of the commodities, and builds up the latter from wages, profit, and rent. These three parts seem either immediately or ultimately to make up the whole price. In the most improved societies, however, there are always a few commodities of which the price resolves itself into two parts only, the wages of labor and the profits of stock, and a still smaller number in which it consists altogether in the wages of labor. In the price of sea fish, for example, one part pays the labor of the fisherman, and the other the profits of the capital employed in the fishery. Rent very seldom makes any part of it. In some parts of Scotland, a few poor people make a trade of gathering, along the seashore, those little variegated stones commonly known by the name of Scotch pebbles. The price which is paid to them by the stonecutter is altogether the wages of their labor. Neither rent nor profit makes any part of it. But the whole price of any commodity must still finally resolve itself into some one or other of all those three parts. In these passages, the resolving of value into wages, etc., and the compounding of price from wages, etc., are jumbled together. This applies to Chapter 6 in general, which deals with the component parts of the price of commodities. Natural price and market price are for the first time discussed in Chapter 7. Book 1, Chapters 1, 2, and 3 deal with the division of labor, Chapter 4 with money. In these, as in the following chapters, value is determined in passing. Chapter 5 deals with the real and nominal price of commodities, with the transformation of value into price. The component parts of the price of commodities are considered in Chapter 6, the natural and market price in Chapter 7. Then Chapter 8 deals with the wages of labor, Chapter 9 with the profits of stock, Chapter 10 with the wages and profit in the different employments of labor and stock, and finally, Chapter 11 with the rent of land. But in this connection, we want first to draw attention to the following. According to the passages cited above, there are commodities whose price consists only of wages, others whose price consists only of wages and profit, and finally a third group of commodities whose price consists of wages, profit, and rent. Hence, the whole price of any commodity must still resolve itself into some one or other of all of those three parts. According to this, there would be no grounds for saying that rent enters into price in a different manner from profit and wages, but one could say that rent and profit enter into price in a different way from wages, since the latter always enters into price, the former not always. Whence, then, the difference? Moreover, Smith should have investigated whether it is possible that the few commodities which only comprise wages are sold at their value, or whether the poor people who gather the Scotch pebbles are not in fact the wage laborers of the stonecutters, who pay them only the usual wages for the commodity, in other words, for a whole working day, which apparently belongs to them. These people receive only as much as a worker in other trades, where part of the working day forms profit and belongs not to him but to the capitalist. Smith should have either affirmed this or else asserted that in this case the profit only seems to be confounded with wages. He says himself, "When those three different sorts of revenue belong to different persons, they are readily distinguished, but when they belong to the same, they are sometimes confounded with one another, at least in common language." He nevertheless works out this problem in the following manner. If an independent laborer, like those poor people of Scotland, uses only labor without recourse to capital, if altogether he employs only his labor and the elements, then the price resolves itself solely into wages. If he employs a small capital as well, then the same individual receives wages and profit. If finally he employs his labor, his capital, and his landed property, then he unites in his person the characters of landowner, farmer, and worker. The whole absurdity of Smith's approach comes to light in one of the final passages of Chapter 6, Book 1. As in a civilized country, there are but few commodities of which the exchangeable value arises from labor only. Here, labor is identified with wages. Rent and profit contributing largely to that of the far greater part of them, so the annual produce of its labor. Here, after all, commodities are the produce of labor, although the whole value of this produce does not arise from labor only, will always be sufficient to purchase or command a much greater quantity of labor than what was employed in raising, preparing, and bringing that produce to market. The produce of labor is not equal to the value of this produce. On the contrary, one may gather, this value is increased by the addition of profit and rent. The produce of labor can therefore command and purchase more labor, i.e., pay a greater value in labor than the labor contained in it. This proposition would be correct if it ran like this. As in a civilized country, there are but few commodities of which the exchangeable value resolves itself into wages only, and since for a far greater part of them, this value largely resolves itself into rent and profit, so the annual produce of its labor will always be sufficient to purchase or command a much greater quantity of labor than what had to be paid, and therefore employed, in raising, preparing, and bringing that produce to market. Here Smith returns again to his second conception of value, a concept of which he writes the following in the same chapter. The real value of all the different component parts of price, it must be observed, is measured by the quantity of labor which they can, each of them, purchase or command. Labor, in this sense, measures the value not only of that part of the price which resolves itself into labor, this should read wages, but of that which resolves itself into rent, and of that which resolves itself into profit. In Chapter 6, the resolution of value into wages, profit, and rent is still dominant. It is only in Chapter 7, on the natural price and market price, that the compounding of the price from these constituent elements wins the upper hand. Hence, the exchangeable value of the annual product of labor consists not only of the wages of the labor employed in order to bring forth this product, but also of profit and rent. This labor, however, is only commanded or purchased with that part of the value which resolves itself into wages. It is thus possible to set in motion a much larger amount of labor if a part of the profit and rent is used to command or purchase labor, i.e. if it is converted into wages. So it amounts to this. The exchangeable value of the annual product of labor resolves itself into paid labor, that is wages, and unpaid labor, that is profit and rent. If, therefore, a part of that part of the value which resolves itself into unpaid labor is converted into wages, one can purchase a greater quantity of labor than if one merely assigns that part of the value which consists of wages to the purchase of new labor. Let us go back then. An independent manufacturer who has stock enough both to purchase materials and to maintain himself till he can carry his work to market should gain both the wages of a journeyman who works under a master and the profit which that master makes by the sale of that journeyman's work. His whole gains, however, are commonly called profit, and wages are, in this case too, confounded with profit. A gardener who cultivates his own garden with his own hands unites in his own person the three different characters of landlord, farmer, and laborer. His produce, therefore, should pay him the rent of the first, the profit of the second, and the wages of the third. The whole, however, is commonly considered as the earnings of his labor. Both rent and profit are in this case confounded with wages. This is indeed confounded. Is not the whole the earnings of his labor? And are not, on the contrary, the conditions of capitalist production transferred to this gardener, so that the product of his labor, or rather the value of the product, is regarded part of it as wages in payment for his labor, part of it as profit on account of the capital employed, and part of it as rent, as the portion due to the land, or rather the proprietor of the land. Within capitalist production, it is quite correct, when considering these conditions of labor in which these elements are not separated in actual fact, to assume them to be separated, and so to regard this gardener as his own journeyman, and as his own landowner in one person. The vulgar conception, however, that wages arise from labor, but profit and rent, independently of the labor of the worker, arise out of capital and land as separate sources, not for the appropriation of alien labor, but of wealth itself, evidently creeped into Adam Smith's writing already at this stage. In this fantastic fashion, the profoundest concepts intermingle with the craziest notions, such as the common mind forms in an abstract manner from the phenomena of competition. Having first resolved value into wages, profit, and rent, he then on the contrary compounds value out of wages, profit, and rent, whose magnitudes are determined independently of value. Since Adam Smith has thus forgotten the origin of profit and rent correctly explained by himself, he is able to say, quote, "Wages, profit, and rent are the three original sources of all revenue, as well as of all exchangeable value." In accordance with his own explanation, he should have said, "The value of a commodity arises exclusively out of the labor, that is the amount of labor, which is embodied in this commodity. This value resolves itself into wages, profit, and rent. Wages, profit, and rent are the original forms in which the worker, the capitalist, and the landlord participate in the value created by the labor of the worker. In this sense, they are the three original sources of all revenue, although none of these so-called sources enters into the formation of the value." From the passages quoted, it can be seen how in Chapter 6, on the component parts of the price of commodities, Adam Smith arrives at the resolution of price into wages, where only immediate labor enters into production, into wages and profit, where instead of an independent workman, a journeyman is employed by a capitalist, i.e. capital, and finally into wages, profit, and rent, where land enters into the production besides capital and labor. In this latter case, however, it is assumed that the land is appropriated, that consequently alongside the worker and the capitalist, there is also a landowner, although he notes that it is possible for all three or two of these characters to be united in one person. In Chapter 7, on natural price and market price, rent, where land enters into the production, is presented as a component part of the natural price in exactly the same way as wages and profit. The following passages will show this. When the price of any commodity is neither more nor less than what is sufficient to pay the rent of the land, the wages of the labor, and the profits of the stock employed in raising, preparing, and bringing it to market, according to their natural rates, the commodity is then sold for what may be called its natural price. The commodity is then sold precisely for what it is worth. At the same time, it is stated here that the natural price is identical with the value of the commodity. The market price of every particular commodity is regulated by the proportion between the quantity which is actually brought to market and the demand of those who are willing to pay the natural price of the commodity, or the whole value of the rent, labor, and profit which must be paid in order to bring it there. When the quantity of any commodity which is brought to market stops short of the effectual demand, all those who are willing to pay the whole value of the rent, wages, and profit, which must be paid in order to bring it there, cannot be supplied with the quantity which they want. The market price will rise more or less above the natural price, according as either the greatness of the deficiency or the wealth and want and luxury of the competitors happen to animate more or less the eagerness of the competition. When the quantity brought to market exceeds the effectual demand, it cannot be all sold to those who are willing to pay the whole value of the rent, wages, and profit, which must be paid in order to bring it there. The market price will sink more or less below the natural price, according as the greatness of the excess increases more or less the competition of the sellers, or according as it happens to be more or less important to them to get immediately rid of the commodity. When the quantity brought to market is just sufficient to supply the effectual demand and no more, the market price naturally comes to be exactly the same with the natural price. The competition of the different dealers obliges them all to accept of this price, but does not oblige them to accept of less. If, in consequence of the state of the market, his rent sinks below or rises above its natural rate, Adam Smith allows the landowner to withdraw his land, or transfer it from the production of one commodity, such as wheat, to that of another, such as pasture, for instance. If at any time the quantity brought to market exceeds the effectual demand, some of the component parts of its price must be paid below their natural rate. If it is rent, the interest of the landlords will immediately prompt them to withdraw a part of their land. If, on the contrary, the quantity brought to market should at any time fall short of the effectual demand, some of the component parts of its price must rise above their natural rate. If it is rent, the interest of all other landlords will naturally prompt them to prepare more land for the raising of this commodity. The occasional and temporary fluctuations in the market price of any commodity fall chiefly upon those parts of its price which resolve themselves into wages and profit. That part which resolves itself into rent is less affected by them. The price of monopoly is upon every occasion the highest which can be got. The natural price, or the price of free competition, on the contrary, is the lowest which can be taken, not upon every occasion indeed, but for any considerable time together. The market price of any particular commodity, though it may continue long above, can seldom continue long below its natural price. Whatever part of it was paid below the natural rate, the persons whose interest it affected would immediately feel the loss, and would immediately withdraw either so much land or so much labor or so much stock from being employed about it, that the quantity brought to market would soon be no more than sufficient to supply the effectual demand. Its market price, therefore, would soon rise to the natural price. This at least would be the case where there was perfect liberty. After this exposition of the subject in Chapter 7, it is difficult to see how Adam Smith can justify his proposition in Chapter 11 of the rent of land, that rent does not always enter into price where appropriated land enters into production. How he can differentiate between the manner in which rent enters into price from that in which profit and wages enter into it, since in Chapters 6 and 7 he has turned rent into a component part of the natural price in just the same way as profit and wages. Now let us return to this Chapter 11. We have seen that there, rent is defined as the surplus which remains from the price of the product after the expenses of the capitalist plus the average profit have been paid. In this Chapter 11, Smith makes a complete turnabout. Rent no longer enters into the natural price, or rather, Adam Smith takes refuge in an ordinary price, which is as a rule different from the natural price, although we were told in Chapter 7 that the ordinary price can never, for any length of time, be below the natural price, and that none of the component parts of the natural price can for any length of time be paid below its natural rate, and even less not paid at all, as he now asserts in relation to rent. Neither does Adam Smith tell us whether the produce is sold below its value when it pays no rent, or whether it is sold above its value when it pays rent. Previously, the natural price of the commodity was, quote, the whole value of the rent, labor, and profit which must be paid in order to bring it to market. Now we are told that, quote, such parts only of the produce of land can commonly be brought to market, of which the ordinary price is sufficient to replace the stock which must be employed in bringing them there, together with its ordinary profits. The ordinary price is therefore not the natural price, and the natural price need not be paid in order to bring these commodities to market. Previously, we were told that if the ordinary price, at that time the market price, were not sufficient to pay the whole rent, that is the whole value of the rent, etc., land will be withdrawn until the market price rises to the level of the natural price and pays the whole rent. Now, on the other hand, quote, if the ordinary price is more than this, sufficient to replace the stock together with its ordinary profits, the surplus part of it will naturally go to the rent of the land. If it is not more, though the commodity may be brought to market, it can afford no rent to the landlord. Whether the price is or is not more depends upon the demand. Thus, rent, from being a component part of the natural price, suddenly turns into a surplus over the sufficient price, a surplus whose existence or non-existence depends upon the state of demand. But the sufficient price is that price which is required for the commodity to appear on the market, and therefore to be produced. Thus, it is the price of production of the commodity. For the price which is required for the supply of the commodity, the price which is required for it to come into existence at all, to appear as a commodity on the market, is of course its price of production, or cost price. That is the condition sine qua non of the existence of the commodity. On the other hand, the demand for certain products of the land must always be such that their ordinary price pays a surplus over and above the price of production, that is, a rent. For others, it may or may not be so. There are some parts of the produce of land for which the demand must always be such as to afford a greater price than what is sufficient to bring them to market, and there are others for which it either may or may not be such as to afford this greater price. The former must always afford a rent to the landlord, sometimes may and sometimes may not, according to different circumstances. So instead of the natural price, we have the sufficient price here. The ordinary price, then, in turn, is different from this sufficient price. The ordinary price, if it includes the rent, is above the sufficient price. If it does not comprise rent, it is equal to the sufficient price. It is even characteristic of the sufficient price that rent is excluded. The ordinary price is below the sufficient price when it does not pay the average profit, in addition to replacing the capital. Thus, the sufficient price is in fact the price of production, or cost price, as abstracted by Ricardo from Adam Smith, and as it indeed presents itself from the standpoint of capitalist production. In other words, the price which, apart from the outlay of the capitalist, pays the ordinary profit. It is the average price brought about by the competition of capitalists in the different employments of capital. It is this abstraction, based upon competition, which induces Adam Smith to confront his natural price with the sufficient price, although in his presentation of the natural price, he on the contrary declares that in the long run, only the ordinary price which pays rent, profit, and wages, the component parts of the natural price, is sufficient. Since the capitalist controls the production of commodities, the sufficient price is that which is sufficient for capitalist production from the standpoint of capital, and the price which is sufficient for capital does not include rent, but on the contrary excludes it. On the other hand, this sufficient price is not sufficient for some products of the land. For them, the ordinary price must be high enough to yield a surplus over and above the sufficient price, a rent for the landowner. For others, it depends on the circumstances. The contradiction that the sufficient price is not sufficient, that the price which suffices to bring the product to market does not suffice to bring it to market, does not worry Adam Smith. Although he does not turn back, even for one moment, to glance at chapters 5, 6, and 7, he admits to himself, not as a contradiction but as a new discovery which he has suddenly hit upon, that with the sufficient price, he has overthrown his whole doctrine of natural price. Rent, it is to be observed, therefore. In this extraordinarily naive fashion, Adam Smith progresses from an assertion to its very opposite, enters into the composition of the price of commodities in a different way from wages and profit. High or low wages and profit are the causes of high or low price. High or low rent is the effect of it. It is because high or low wages and profit must be paid in order to bring a particular commodity to market that its price is high or low. But it is because its price is high or low, a great deal more, or a very little more, or no more than what is sufficient to pay those wages and profit, that it affords a high rent, a low rent, or no rent at all. Let us take the final proposition first. The sufficient price, the cost price, which only pays wages and profit, excludes rent. If the product pays a great deal more than the sufficient price, then it pays a high rent. If it pays only a little more, then it pays a low rent. If it pays only exactly the sufficient price, then it pays no rent. It pays no rent if the actual price of the product coincides with the sufficient price, which pays profit and wages. Rent is always a surplus over and above the sufficient price. By its very nature, the sufficient price excludes rent. This is Ricardo's theory. He accepts the concept of the sufficient price, the cost price, from Adam Smith, but avoids Adam Smith's inconsistency of differentiating it from the natural price, and sets it forth consistently. Having committed all these inconsistencies, Smith is sufficiently inconsistent to demand, for certain products of the land, a price which is higher than their sufficient price. But this inconsistency itself is in turn the result of a more correct observation. The beginning of the passage is truly amazing in its naivete. In Chapter 7, Smith explained that rent, profit, and wages enter equally into the composition of the natural price, having first turned the dissolution of value into rent, profit, and wages upside down, and transformed it into the composition of value from the natural price of rent, profit, and wages. Now he tells us that rent enters into the composition of the price of commodities differently from profit and wages. And in what way does it enter differently into that composition? By not entering into that composition at all. And here we are first given a true explanation of the sufficient price. The price of the commodities is dear or cheap, high or low, because wages and profit, their natural rates, are high or low. The commodity will not be brought to market, will not be produced, unless these high or low profits and wages are paid. They form the price of production of the commodity, its cost price, and are thus in fact the constituent elements of its value or price. Rent, on the other hand, does not enter into the cost price, the price of production. It is not a constituent element of the exchangeable value of the commodity. It is only paid when the ordinary price of the commodity is above its sufficient price. Profit and wages, as constituent elements of the price, are causes of the price. Rent, on the other hand, is only its effect, its result. It does not, therefore, enter into the composition of the price as an element, as do profit and wages. And this is what Smith calls entering into this composition in a different way from profit and wages. He does not appear to be in the slightest bit aware of the fact that he has thrown over his doctrine of natural price. For what was the natural price? The central point around which the market price gravitated. The sufficient price below which in the long run the product could not fall if it were to be produced and brought to market. Thus rent is now the surplus over the natural price. Previously, it was a component part of the natural price. Now it is the effect. Previously, it was the cause of price. There is, however, no contradiction in Adam Smith's assertion that for certain products of the land, the circumstances of the market are always such that their ordinary price must be above their sufficient price. In other words, that landed property has the power to force the price above that level which would be sufficient for the capitalist if he were not confronted by a counteracting influence. Having thus, in Chapter 11, thrown overboard Chapters 5, 6, and 7, he calmly proceeds by saying that he will now make it his business to consider firstly, the produce of the land which always affords rent, secondly, the produce of the land which sometimes affords rent and sometimes not, and finally, the variations which take place in the different periods of development of society in the relative value, partly of these two sorts of produce compared with one another, and partly in their relationship to manufactured commodities. Section 2. Adam Smith's hypothesis regarding the special character of the demand for agricultural produce. Physiocratic elements in Smith's theory of rent. On Part 1 of the produce of land which always affords rent. Adam Smith begins with the theory of population. The means of subsistence always create a demand for themselves. If the means of subsistence increase, then the people, the consumers of the means of subsistence, also increase. The supply of these commodities thus creates the demand for them. As men, like all other animals, naturally multiply in proportion to the means of their subsistence, food is always more or less in demand. It can always purchase or command a greater or smaller quantity of labor, and somebody can always be found who is willing to do something in order to obtain it. But land, in almost any situation, produces a greater quantity of food than what is sufficient to maintain all the labor necessary for bringing it to market, in the most liberal way in which that labor is ever maintained. The surplus, too, is always more than sufficient to replace the stock which employed that labor, together with its profits. Something, therefore, always remains for a rent to the landlord. This sounds quite physiocratic, and contains neither proof nor explanation of why the price of these particular commodities pays a rent, a surplus over and above the sufficient price. As an example, he immediately refers to pasture and uncultivated pasture. Then follows the proposition on differential rent. The rent of land not only varies with its fertility, whatever be its produce, but with its situation, whatever be its fertility. On this occasion, rent and profit appear as mere surplus of the product, after that part of it has been deducted in kind which feeds the worker. This is really the physiocratic view, which is based on the fact that in an agricultural country, man lives almost exclusively on the agricultural product, and industry manufacture itself appears as a rule sideline, which uses the local product of nature. A greater quantity of labor, therefore, must be maintained out of it, and the surplus, from which are drawn both the profit of the farmer and the rent of the landlord, must be diminished. The growing of corn must therefore yield a greater profit than pasture. A cornfield of moderate fertility produces a much greater quantity of food for man than the best pasture of equal extent. Thus, it is not a question of price here, but of the absolute quantity of food for man. Though its cultivation requires much more labor, yet the surplus which remains after replacing the seed and maintaining all that labor is likewise much greater. Although corn costs more labor, the cornfield yields a larger surplus of food, after labor has been paid, than would a meadow used for stock raising. And it is worth more, not because corn costs more labor, but because the surplus in corn contains more nourishment. If a pound of butcher's meat, therefore, was never supposed to be worth more than a pound of bread, this greater surplus, because the same area of land yields more pounds of corn than meat, would everywhere be of greater value, because it is assumed that a pound of bread equals a pound of meat in value, and that after the workers have been fed, more pounds of bread than pounds of meat are left over from the same area of land, and constitute a greater fund both for the profit of the farmer and the rent of the landlord. Having replaced the natural price by the sufficient price, and declared rent to be the surplus over and above this sufficient price, Smith forgets altogether that it is a question of price, and derives rent from the ratio between the amount of food yielded by agriculture and the amount of food consumed by the agricultural worker. In point of fact, apart from this physiocratic interpretation, he postulates that the price of the agricultural product, which supplies the principal food, pays rent in addition to profit. This is the starting point for his further arguments. With the extension of cultivation, the natural pastures become insufficient for stock raising, and cannot satisfy the demand for butcher's meat. Cultivated land has to be employed for this purpose. The price of meat, therefore, has to rise to the point where it pays not only the labor which is employed in stock raising, but also the rent which the landlord and the profit which the farmer could have drawn from such land employed in tillage. The cattle bred upon the most uncultivated moors, when brought to the same market, are, in proportion to their weight or goodness, sold at the same price as those which are reared upon the most improved land. The proprietors of those moors profit by it, and raise the rent of their land in proportion to the price of their cattle. In this passage, Adam Smith correctly derives the differential rent from the surplus of the market value over the individual value. In this case, however, the market value rises not because there is a transition from better to worse, but from less fertile to more fertile land. It is thus that in the progress of improvement, the rent and profit of unimproved pasture come to be regulated in some measure by the rent and profit of what is improved, and these again by the rent and profit of corn. But where there is no local advantage of this kind, the rent and profit of corn, or whatever else is the common vegetable food of the people, must naturally regulate, upon the land which is fit for producing it, the rent and profit of pasture. The use of artificial grasses, of turnips, carrots, cabbages, and the other expedients which have been fallen upon to make an equal quantity of land feed a greater number of cattle than when in natural grass, should somewhat reduce, it might be expected, the superiority which, in an improved country, the price of butcher's meat naturally has over that of bread. It seems accordingly to have done so. Having thus set forth the relationship between rent yielded by pasture and by tilled land, Smith continues. In all great countries, the greater part of the cultivated lands are employed in producing either food for men or food for cattle. The rent and profit of these regulate the rent and profit of all other cultivated land. If any particular produce afforded less, the land would soon be turned into corn or pasture, and if it afforded any more, some part of the lands in corn or pasture would soon be turned to that produce. Then he speaks of vineyards, fruit and vegetable gardens, etc. The rent and profit of those productions, therefore, which require either a greater original expense of improvement in order to fit the land for them, or a greater annual expense of cultivation, though often much superior to those of corn and pasture, yet, when they do no more than compensate such extraordinary expense, are in reality regulated by the rent and profit of those common crops. Then he passes on to sugar cultivation in the colonies, and tobacco. It is in this manner that the rent of the cultivated land, of which the produce is human food, regulates the rent of the greater part of the other cultivated land. In Europe, Corn is the principal produce of land, which serves immediately for human food. Except in particular situations, therefore, the rent of corn land regulates in Europe that of all other cultivated land. Adam Smith then returns to the physiocratic theory, as interpreted by him, namely that food creates consumers for itself. He asserts that if corn were replaced by some other crop, which with the same amount of labor yielded a much greater quantity of food on the most common land, then the rent of the landlord, or the surplus quantity of food which would remain to him after paying the labor and replacing the stock of the farmer together with its ordinary profits, would necessarily be much greater. Whatever was the rate at which labor was commonly maintained in that country, this greater surplus could always maintain a greater quantity of it, and consequently enable the landlord to purchase or command a greater quantity of it. Adam Smith cites rice as an example. In Carolina, the planters, as in other British colonies, are generally both farmers and landlords, and rent consequently is confounded with profit. The rice field, however, is unfit either for corn or pasture or vineyard, or indeed for any other vegetable produce that is very useful to men, and the lands which are fit for those purposes are not fit for rice. Even in the rice countries, therefore, the rent of rice lands cannot regulate the rent of the other cultivated land, which can never be turned into that produce. His second example, potatoes. Ricardo's criticism of this has been mentioned earlier. If potatoes became the principal food in place of corn, the same quantity of cultivated land would maintain a much greater number of people, and the laborers being generally fed with potatoes, a greater surplus would remain after replacing all the stock and maintaining all the labor employed in cultivation. A greater share of this surplus too would belong to the landlord. Population would increase, and rents would rise much beyond what they are at present. A few more comments on wheat and bread made of oatmeal, and on potatoes conclude the first section of chapter 11. One can therefore sum up this section, which deals with the product of land which always pays a rent, as follows. After postulating the rent of the principal vegetable food, it sets forth how this rent regulates the rent of cattle breeding, wine growing, market gardening, etc. There is nothing about the nature of rent itself, except the general thesis that provided rent exists, its amount is determined by fertility and situation. But this only relates to differences in rents, differences in the magnitude of rents. But why does this product always pay a rent? Why is its ordinary price always higher than its sufficient price? Smith leaves price out of account here and reverts to the physiocratic theory. What runs through it, however, is that the demand is always so great because the product itself creates the demand, since it creates its own consumers. Even provided that this were so, it is incomprehensible why the demand should rise above the supply, and thus force the price above the sufficient price. But there is here a secret recollection of the image of the natural price, which includes rent as well as profit and wages, and which is paid when supply corresponds with demand. When the quantity brought to market is just sufficient to supply the effectual demand and no more, the market price naturally comes to be exactly the same with the natural price. It is, however, characteristic that Adam Smith nowhere in this section states this clearly. In opening chapter 11, he had just said that rent does not enter into price as a component part. The contradiction was too conspicuous. Section 3. Adam Smith's explanation of how the relation between supply and demand affects the various types of products from the land. Smith's conclusions regarding the theory of rent. On Part 2. Of the produce of land which sometimes does and sometimes does not afford rent. It is actually only in this section that the general nature of rent is first discussed. Human food seems to be the only produce of the land which always and necessarily affords some rent to the landlord. Why always and necessarily has not been shown. Other sorts of produce sometimes may and sometimes may not, according to different circumstances. After food, clothing and lodging are the two great wants of mankind. Land, in its original rude state, can afford the materials of clothing and lodging to a much greater number of people than it can feed. As a result of this superabundance of those materials, in proportion to the number of people the land can feed, i.e. in proportion to the population, these materials cost little or nothing. A large part of these materials lies around unused and useless, and the price of what is used is considered as equal only to the labor and expense of fitting it for use. This price, however, affords no rent to the landlord. On the other hand, where the land is in an improved state, the number of people whom it can feed, i.e. the population, is greater than the quantity of those materials which it supplies, at least in the way in which they require them and are willing to pay for them. There is a relative scarcity of these materials, which necessarily augments their value. There is frequently a demand for more than can be had. More is paid for them than the expense of bringing them to market. Their price, therefore, can always afford some rent to the landlord. Here, therefore, an explanation of rent is derived from the excess of demand over the supply which can be provided at the sufficient price. The original materials of clothing were the furs and skins of the larger animals. Among nations of hunters and shepherds, whose food consists chiefly of the flesh of animals, quote, "Every man, by providing himself with food, provides himself with the materials of more clothing than he can wear," end quote. Without foreign trade, the greater part of them would be thrown away as useless. Through the additional demand provided by foreign trade, the price of this surplus of materials is raised above what it costs to send them, to be sold. This price affords, therefore, some rent to the landlord. Through its market in Flanders, English wool thus added something to the rent of the land which produced it. Foreign trade here raises the price of an agricultural byproduct to such an extent that the land which produces it can yield some rent. The materials of lodging cannot always be transported to so great a distance as those of clothing, and do not so readily become an object of foreign commerce. When they are superabundant in the country which produces them, it frequently happens, even in the present commercial state of the world, that they are of no value to the landlord. Thus a stone quarry in the neighbourhood of London may yield a rent, whereas in many parts of Scotland and Wales it may not. Similarly with timber. In a populous and well-cultivated country, it will provide a rent, but in many parts of North America, it will rot on the ground. The landowner would be glad to get rid of it. When the materials of lodging are so superabundant, the part made use of is worth only the labor and expense of fitting it for that use. It affords no rent to the landlord, who generally grants the use of it to whoever takes the trouble of asking it. The demand of wealthier nations, however, sometimes enables him to get a rent for it. Countries are populated not in proportion to the number of people whom their produce can clothe and lodge, but in proportion to that of those whom it can feed. When food is provided, it is easy to find the necessary clothing and lodging, but though these are at hand, it may often be difficult to find food. In some parts of the British dominions, what is called a house may be built by one day's labor of one man. Among savage and barbarous nations, 1/100th of the labor of a whole year will be sufficient to provide them with what they require in clothing and lodging. The other 99/100ths are often necessary to provide them with the food they need. But when, by the improvement and cultivation of land, the labor of one family can provide food for two, the labor of half the society becomes sufficient to provide food for the whole. The other half can then satisfy the other wants and fancies of mankind. The principal objects of those wants and fancies are clothing, lodging, household furniture, and what is called luxury. The desire for food is limited. Those other desires are unlimited. Those who possess a surplus of food are always willing to exchange the surplus. The poor, in order to obtain food, exert themselves to satisfy those fancies of the rich, and moreover, compete with one another in their endeavors. The number of workmen increases with the quantity of food, i.e. in proportion to the progress of agriculture. The nature of their business admits the utmost subdivisions of labor. The quantity of materials which they work up, therefore, increases even more rapidly than their numbers. Hence arises a demand for every sort of material which human invention can employ, either usefully or ornamentally, in building, dress, equipage, or household furniture, for the fossils and minerals contained in the bowels of the earth, the precious metals, and the precious stones. Food is, in this manner, not only the original source of rent, but every other part of the produce of land which afterwards affords rent derives that part of its value from the improvement of the powers of labor in producing food, by means of the improvement and cultivation of land. What Smith says here is the true physical basis of physiocracy, namely that the creation of surplus value, including rent, always has its basis in the relative productivity of agriculture. The first real form of surplus value is surplus of agricultural produce, that is food, and the first real form of surplus labor arises when one person is able to produce the food for two. Otherwise, this has nothing to do with the development of rent, this specific form of surplus value, which presupposes capitalist production. Adam Smith continues, "The other parts of the produce of the land, apart from food, which later afford rent, do not afford it always. The demand for them, even in the most cultivated countries, is not always great enough to afford a greater price than what is sufficient to pay the labor and replace, together with its ordinary profits, the stock which must be employed in bringing them to market. Whether it is or is not such depends upon different circumstances. Here, therefore, again, rent arises from the demand being greater than the supply at the sufficient price, which only includes wages and profits, but no rent. What else does this mean but that the supply at the sufficient price is so great that landed property cannot offer any resistance to the equalization of capitals and labor? That therefore, even though landed property exists legally, it does not exist in practice, or cannot be effective as such in practice. Adam Smith's mistake is that he fails to recognize that if landed property sells products above the sufficient price, it sells them at their value. His positive point, compared with Ricardo, is that he realizes it depends on the circumstances whether or not landed property can assert itself economically. It is therefore essential to follow this part of his argument step by step. He begins with a coal mine, then goes over to timber, and then returns to the coal mine, etc. Accordingly, we shall let him start with timber. The price of wood varies with the state of agriculture, for the same reasons as does the price of cattle. When agriculture was in its infancy, forests were dominant, and a sheer nuisance to the landowner, who would gladly give it to anyone for the cutting. As agriculture advances, there is the clearance of forests, partly through the expansion of tillage, partly through the increase in herds of cattle, which eat up and gnaw at roots and young trees. These cattle, though they do not increase in the same proportion as corn, which is altogether the acquisition of human industry, yet multiply under the care and protection of men. The scarcity of wood thus created raises its price. Hence, it can afford so high a rent that tilled land, or land that could be used for tillage, is converted into woodland. This is the case in Great Britain. The rent of wood can never, for any length of time, rise above that of corn or pasture, but it may reach that level. Thus, in fact, the rent of woodland is by nature identical with that of pasture. It belongs, therefore, in this category, although wood does not serve for food. The economic category does not depend on the use value of the product, but on whether or not it is convertible into arable land and vice versa. On coal mines. Smith observes correctly that the fertility or infertility of mines in general depends on whether the same quantity of labor can extract a larger or smaller amount of mineral from the mine. Infertility can offset the favorable situation, so that such mines cannot be exploited at all. On the other hand, an unfavorable situation can offset the fertility, so that despite its natural fertility, such a mine cannot be exploited. This is in particular the case where there are neither good roads nor shipping. There are mines whose produce just reaches the sufficient price, hence they pay profit for the entrepreneur but no rent. They can therefore be worked only by the landowner himself. In this way, he gets the ordinary profit of the capital which he employs. There are many mines of this type in Scotland. These could not be exploited in any other way. The landlord will allow nobody else to work them without paying some rent, and nobody can afford to pay any. Here, Adam Smith has correctly defined under what circumstances land which has been appropriated pays no rent, namely where landowner and entrepreneur are one person. He has already told us earlier that this is so in the colonies. A farmer cannot cultivate the land there because he cannot pay any rent, but the owner can cultivate it with profit, although it does not pay him a rent. This is the case, for example, in the colonies in Western America, because new land can always be appropriated. The land as such is not an element that offers resistance, and the competition of landowners who cultivate the land themselves is here in fact competition between workers or capitalists. The position of coal mines, or mines in general, is different in the supposed circumstances. The market value, as determined by the mines which supply their product at this value, yields a smaller rent, or no rent at all, but just covers the cost price in the case of mines that are less fertile or less favorably situated. These mines can only be worked by persons for whom the resistance of landed property and the consequent exclusion of others from the land does not exist, because they are landowners and capitalists in one person. This only happens where in fact landed property disappears as an independent element opposed to capital. The position differs from that of the colonies in that in the latter, the landowner cannot prohibit the exploitation of new land by anyone. In the former, he can do so. He only gives himself the permission to exploit the mine. This does not enable him to draw rent, but it does enable him to exclude others and to invest his capital in the mine with profit. What Adam Smith writes about the regulation of rent by the most fertile mine, I have already commented on when discussing Ricardo in his polemic. Here, only one proposition needs to be stressed. The lowest price previously sufficient price, at which coals can be sold for any considerable time, is like that of all other commodities, the price which is barely sufficient to replace, together with its ordinary profits, the stock which must be employed in bringing them to market. It is evident that the sufficient price has taken the place of the natural price. Ricardo regards them as identical, and rightly so. Smith maintains that the rent of coal mines is much smaller than that of agricultural products, while with the latter, the rent commonly amounts to 1/3 of the gross produce. In coal mines, 1/5 is a very great rent, and 1/10 the common rent. Metal mines are not so dependent on their situation, since their products are more easily transported, and the world market is therefore open to them. Their value, therefore, is more dependent on their fertility than their situation, while with coal mines the opposite is the case. The products of the most distant metal mines compete with one another. The price, therefore, of the coarse and still more that of the precious metals at the most fertile mines in the world must necessarily more or less affect their price at every other in it. The price of every metal at every mine, therefore, being regulated in some measure by its price at the most fertile mine in the world that is actually wrought, it can, at the greater part of mines, do very little more than pay the expense of working, and can seldom afford a very high rent to the landlord. Rent, accordingly, seems at the greater part of mines to have but a small share in the price of the coarse, and a still smaller in that of the precious metals. Labor and profit make up the greater part of both. Adam Smith correctly sets forth here the case presented in Table C. When speaking of rent in connection with precious metals, Adam Smith again gives his interpretation of the sufficient price, which he puts in the place of the natural price. Where he speaks of non-agricultural industry, he has no need for this, since the sufficient and the natural price coincide here, according to his original explanation, namely that it is the price which repays the capital outlay plus the average profit. The lowest price at which the precious metals can be sold during any considerable time is regulated by the same principles which fix the lowest ordinary price of all other goods. The stock which must commonly be employed, the food, clothes, and lodging which must commonly be consumed in bringing them from the mine to the market determine it. It must at least be sufficient to replace that stock with the ordinary profits. With regard to precious stones, he observes, the demand for the precious stones arises altogether from their beauty. They are of no use but as ornaments, and the merit of their beauty is greatly enhanced by their scarcity, or by the difficulty and expense of getting them from the mine. Wages and profit accordingly make up, upon most occasions, almost the whole of the high price. Rent comes in but for a very small share, frequently no share, and the most fertile mines only afford any considerable rent. There can only be differential rent here. As the price, both of the precious metals and of the precious stones, is regulated all over the world by their price at the most fertile mine, the rent which a mine of either can afford to its proprietor is in proportion not to its absolute, but to what may be called its relative fertility, or to its superiority over other mines of the same kind. If new mines were discovered, as much superior to those of Potosi as they were superior to those of Europe, the value of silver might be so much degraded as to render even the mines of Potosi not worth the working. The products of the less fertile precious metal and precious stone mines carry no rent, because it is always the most fertile mine which determines market value, and ever more fertile new mines are being opened up. The line is always in the ascending direction, hence they are sold below their value, merely at their cost price. A produce, of which the value is principally derived from its scarcity, is necessarily degraded by its abundance. Then Adam Smith's argument again goes somewhat wrong. It is otherwise in estates above ground. The value, both of their produce and of their rent, is in proportion to their absolute and not to their relative fertility. The land which produces a certain quantity of food, clothes, and lodging can always feed, clothe, and lodge a certain number of people, and whatever may be the proportion of the landlord. The very question is whether he takes any share of the produce and in what proportion. It will always give him a proportionable command of the labor of those people, and of the commodities with which that labor can supply him. The value of the most barren lands is not diminished by the neighborhood of the most fertile. On the contrary, it is generally increased by it. The great number of people maintained by the fertile lands afford a market to many parts of the produce of the barren, which they could never have found among those whom their own produce could maintain. But only if it does not produce the same product as the fertile lands in its neighborhood, only if this product of the barren lands does not compete with that of the more fertile. In this case, Adam Smith is right, and indeed this is of importance to the way in which the total amount of rent from different kinds of natural products may increase in consequence of the fertility of the land which yields food. Whatever increases the fertility of land in producing food increases not only the value of the lands upon which the improvement is bestowed, it may reduce this value and even destroy it, but contributes likewise to increase that of many other lands by creating a new demand for their produce, or rather by creating a demand for new products. But in all this, Adam Smith does not offer any explanation for absolute rent, which he presupposes to exist for land that produces food. He is correct when he observes that it does not necessarily exist for other lands, mines for instance, because they are always available in such relatively unlimited quantities, in comparison with demand, that landed property cannot offer any resistance to capital, so that even if it exists in a legal sense, it does not exist in the economic sense. On house rent, Adam Smith says, "Whatever part of the whole rent of a house is over and above what is sufficient for affording this reasonable profit, that is, to the builder, naturally goes to the ground rent, and where the owner of the ground and the owner of the building are two different persons, it is in most cases completely paid to the farmer. In country houses, at a distance from any great town, where there is a plentiful choice of ground, the ground rent is scarcely anything, or no more than what the space upon which the house stands would pay employed in agriculture. In the case of the ground rent of houses, situation constitutes just as decisive a factor for the differential rent as fertility in situation in the case of agricultural rent. Adam Smith shares with the physiocrats not only the partiality for agriculture in the landlord, but also the view that they are particularly suitable objects of taxation. He says, "Both ground rents and the ordinary rents of land are a species of revenue which the owner in many cases enjoys without any care or attention of his own. Though a part of this revenue should be taken from him in order to defray the expenses of the state, no discouragement will thereby be given to any sort of industry. The annual produce of the land and labor of the society, the real wealth and revenue of the great body of the people, might be the same after such a tax as before. Ground rents and the ordinary rent of land are therefore perhaps the species of revenue which can best bear to have a peculiar tax imposed on them." The considerations which Ricardo advances against Adam Smith's views on the subject are very Philistine. Section 4. Adam Smith's analysis of the variations in the prices of products of the land. On Part 3, of the variations in the proportion between the respective values of that sort of produce which always affords rent, and of that which sometimes does and sometimes does not afford rent. Quote, "In a country naturally fertile, but of which the far greater part is altogether uncultivated, cattle, poultry, game of all kinds, etc., as they can be acquired with a very small quantity of labor, so they will purchase or command but a very small quantity." The peculiar manner in which Adam Smith mixes up the measuring of value by the quantity of labor with the price of labor, or the quantity of labor which a commodity can command, is evident from the above quotation, and especially from the following passage, which also shows how it comes about that at times he elevates corn to the measure of value. In every state of society, in every stage of improvement, corn is the production of human industry. But the average produce of every sort of industry is always suited more or less exactly to the average consumption, the average supply to the average demand. In every different stage of improvement besides, the raising of equal quantities of corn in the same soil and climate will, at an average, require nearly equal quantities of labor, or what comes to the same thing, the price of nearly equal quantities. The continual increase of the productive powers of labor in an improved state of cultivation being more or less counterbalanced by the continual increasing price of cattle, the principal instruments of agriculture. Upon all these accounts, therefore, we may rest assured that equal quantities of corn will in every state of society, in every state of improvement, more nearly represent, or be equivalent to, equal quantities of labor than equal quantities of any other part of the rude produce of the land. Corn, accordingly, is, in all the different stages of wealth and improvement, a more accurate measure of value than any other commodity or set of commodities. Corn besides, or whatever else is the common and favorite vegetable food of the people, constitutes, in every civilized country, the principal part of the subsistence of the laborer. The money price of labor, therefore, depends much more upon the average money price of corn, the subsistence of the labor, than upon that of butcher's meat, or of any other part of the rude produce of the land. The real value of gold and silver, therefore, the real quantity of labor which they can purchase or command, depends much more upon the quantity of corn which they can purchase or command than upon that of butcher's meat, or any other part of the rude produce of land. When comparing the value of gold and silver, Adam Smith once more sets forth his views on the sufficient price, and notes expressly that it excludes rent. A commodity may be said to be dear or cheap, not only according to the absolute greatness or smallness of its usual price, but according as that price is more or less above the lowest for which it is possible to bring it to market for any considerable time together. This lowest price is that which barely replaces, with a moderate profit, the stock which must be employed in bringing the commodity there. It is the price which affords nothing to the landlord, of which rent makes not any component part, but which resolves itself altogether into wages and profit. The price of diamonds and other precious stones may perhaps be still nearer to the lowest price at which it is possible to bring them to market than even the price of gold. There are three sorts of raw products. The first, whose increase is almost or entirely independent of human industry; the second, which can be increased in proportion to the demand; and the third, upon whose increase human industry only exercises a limited or uncertain influence. The first sort: fishes, rare birds, different sorts of game, almost all wildfowl, in particular the birds of passage, etc. The demand for these increases greatly with wealth and luxury. The quantity of such commodities, therefore, remaining the same, or nearly the same, while the competition to purchase them is continually increasing, their price may rise to any degree of extravagance. The second sort: it consists in those useful plants and animals, which, in uncultivated countries, nature produces with such profuse abundance that they are of little or no value, and which, as cultivation advances, are therefore forced to give place to some more profitable produce. During a long period in the progress of improvement, the quantity of these is continually diminishing, while at the same time, the demand for them is continually increasing. Their real value, therefore, the real quantity of labor which they will purchase or command, gradually rises, till at last it gets so high to render them as profitable a produce as anything else which human industry can raise upon the most fertile and best cultivated land. When it has got so high, it cannot well go higher. If it did, more land and more industry would soon be employed to increase their quantity. So, for instance, with cattle. Of all the different substances, however, which compose this second sort of rude produce, cattle is, perhaps, that of which the price, in the progress of improvement, rises first to this height. As cattle are among the first, so perhaps venison is among the last parts of this sort of rude produce which bring this price, i.e., that price which makes it worthwhile cultivating the soil in order to feed them. The price of venison in Great Britain, how extravagant soever it may appear, is not near sufficient to compensate the expense of a deer park, as is well known to all those who have had any experience in the feeding of deer. Thus, in every farm, the offals of the barn and stable will maintain a certain number of poultry. These, as they are fed with what would otherwise be lost, are a mere save-all, and as they cost the farmer scarce anything, so we can afford to sell them for very little. While this supply is sufficient, poultry is as cheap as butcher's meat. With the growth of wealth, the demand grows, and consequently the price of poultry rises above that of butcher's meat, until it becomes profitable to cultivate land for the sake of feeding them. Thus in France, etc. The hog, like poultry, is originally kept as a save-all. It lives on refuse. In the end, the price rises until land must be cultivated specifically for its food. On milk, dairy farming. According to Adam Smith, the gradual rise in the price of these raw products only proves that little by little they are becoming products of human industry, while previously they were practically only products of nature. Their transformation from products of nature into products of industry is itself the result of the advance of cultivation, which is increasingly limiting the scope of the spontaneous productions of nature. On the other hand, under less developed conditions of production, a large part of these products was sold below its value. The commodities are sold at their value, hence the rise in prices, as soon as they cease to be a byproduct and become an independent product of some branch of agriculture. The lands of no country, it is evident, can ever be completely cultivated and improved till once the price of every produce which human industry is obliged to raise upon them has got so high as to pay for the expense of complete improvement and cultivation. In order to do this, the price of each particular produce must be sufficient first to pay the rent of good corn land, as it is that which regulates the rent of the greater part of the other cultivated land, and secondly, to pay the labor and expense of the farmer, as well as they are commonly paid upon good corn land, or in other words, to replace with the ordinary profits the stock which he employs about it. This rise in the price of each particular produce must evidently be previous to the improvement and cultivation of the land which is destined for raising it. Those different sorts of rude produce have become worth not only a greater quantity of silver, but a greater quantity of labor and subsistence than before. As it costs a greater quantity of labor and subsistence to bring them to market, so when they are brought there, they represent or are equivalent to a greater quantity. Here it is once more evident how Smith is only able to use value as determined by the quantity of labor it can buy, insofar as he confuses it with value as determined by the quantity of labor required for the production of the commodities. The third sort. This is the raw product, quote, in which the efficacy of human industry in augmenting the quantity is either limited or uncertain, end quote. Wool and raw hides are limited by the number of large and small cattle that are kept. But the first byproducts already have a large market, while the animal itself does not yet have this. The market for butcher's meat is almost always confined to the inland market. Wool and raw hides, even in the rude beginnings of cultivation, are in most cases already sold in foreign markets. They are easily transported and furnish the raw material of many manufactured goods. They may thus find a market in countries which are more developed industrially, when the industry in the country where they are produced does not yet require them. In countries ill-cultivated, and therefore but thinly inhabited, the price of the wool and the hide bears always a much greater proportion to that of the whole beast than in countries where, improvement in population being further advanced, there is more demand for butcher's meat. The same applies to tallow. In the progress of industry and population, the rise in price of cattle affects the carcass more than the wool or hide. For with the increase in industry and population of a country, the market for meat expands, whereas that for the byproducts already previously extended beyond the boundaries of the country. But with the development of industry in the country itself, the price for wool, etc., will nevertheless also rise somewhat. On fish. If the demand for fish rises, then its supply requires more labor. The fish must generally be sought for at a greater distance, larger vessels must be employed, and more expensive machinery of every kind made use of. It will generally be impossible to supply the extended market without employing a quantity of labor greater than in proportion to what had been requisite for supplying the narrow and confined one. The real price of this commodity, therefore, naturally rises in the progress of improvement. Here, Adam Smith therefore determines the real price by the quantity of labor necessary for the production of the commodity. According to Adam Smith, the real price of vegetable food, corn, etc., must fall in the course of civilization. The extension of improvement in cultivation, as it necessarily raises more or less, in proportion to the price of corn, that of every sort of animal food, so it as necessarily lowers that of, I believe, every sort of vegetable food. It raises the price of animal food because a great part of the land which produces it, being rendered fit for producing corn, must afford to the landlord and farmer the rent and profit of corn land. It lowers the price of vegetable food because by increasing the fertility of the land, it increases its abundance. The improvements of agriculture, too, introduce many sorts of vegetable food, which, requiring less land and not more labor than corn, come much cheaper to market. Such are potatoes and maize. Many sorts of vegetable food besides, which, in the rude state of agriculture, are confined to the kitchen garden and raised only by the spade, come in its improved state to be introduced into common fields and to be raised by the plow, such as turnips, carrots, cabbages, etc. Adam Smith sees that the price of manufactured commodities in general has fallen wherever the real price of the rude materials either does not rise at all or does not rise very much. On the other hand, he asserts that the real price of labor, i.e. wages, has risen with the progress in production. Hence also, according to him, the prices of commodities do not necessarily rise because of a rise in wages, or the price of labor, although wages form a component part of the natural price, and even of the sufficient price, or the lowest price at which commodities can be brought to market. So how does Adam Smith explain this? Like a fall in profits? No, although he assumes that the general rate of profit falls in the course of civilization. Or of rent? No again. He says, quote, in consequence of better machinery, of greater dexterity, and of a more proper division and distribution of work, all of which are the natural effects of improvement, a much smaller quantity of labor becomes requisite for executing any particular piece of work, And though, in consequence of the flourishing circumstances of society, the real price of labor should rise very considerably, yet the great diminution of the quantity requisite for each particular article will generally much more than compensate the greatest rise which can happen in the price. Thus, the value of the commodities falls, because a smaller quantity of labor is required to produce them. The value, moreover, falls although the real price of labor rises. If here, the real price of labor means the value of labor, then the profit must fall, if the price of the commodity falls as a result of the fall in its value. If, on the other hand, it means the quantity of the means of subsistence received by the worker, then the Smithian thesis is correct even where profit is rising. The extent to which Adam Smith uses the correct definition of value, wherever he actually analyzes facts, can be seen at the end of the chapter where he examines why woolen cloths were dearer in the 16th century. It cost a greater quantity of labor to bring the goods to market. When they were brought there, therefore, they must have purchased or exchanged for the price of a greater quantity. The mistake here consists only in the use of the word price. Section 5. Adam Smith's views on the movements of rent and his estimation of the interests of the various social classes. Adam Smith concludes his chapter on rent with the observation that, quote, every improvement in the circumstances of society tends, either directly or indirectly, to raise the real rent of land. The extension of improvement and cultivation tends to raise it directly. The landlord's share of the produce necessarily increases with the increase of the produce. The rise in the real price of those parts of the rude produce of land, which is first the effect of the extended improvement and cultivation, and afterwards the cause of their being still further extended. For instance, the rise in the price of cattle raises firstly the real value of the landlord's share, but also the proportion of that share, because that produce, after the rise in its real price, requires no more labor to collect it than before. A smaller proportion of it will, therefore, be sufficient to replace, with the ordinary profit, the stock which employs that labor. A greater proportion of it must consequently belong to the landlord. In exactly the same way, Ricardo explains the increase in the proportion of rent as the price of corn rises on the more fertile land. Only this rise in price is not the result of improvement, and therefore leads Ricardo to the opposite conclusion from Adam Smith. Adam Smith says that the landlord, moreover, benefits from every development of the productive power of labor and manufacture. Whatever reduces the real price of the latter, i.e. manufactured goods, raises that of the former, i.e. agricultural produce. Furthermore, with every increase of the real wealth of society, the population increases. With the population increases the demand for agricultural produce, and consequently the capital employed in agriculture. And the rent increases with the produce. On the other hand, all circumstances which hinder the growth of general wealth will have the opposite effect, and lead to a fall in rent, and hence a decrease in the real wealth of the landowners. From this, Adam Smith concludes that the interests of the landlord are always in harmony with the general interest of society. This also applies to the laborers. But Adam Smith is honest enough to make the following distinction. The order of the proprietors may perhaps gain more by the prosperity of the society than that of the laborers, but there is no order that suffers so cruelly from society's decline as do the laborers. The interests of the capitalists, manufacturers and merchants, on the other hand, are not identical with the general interest of the society. The interest of the dealers, however, in any particular branch of trade or manufactures, is always in some respects different from, and even opposite to, that of the public. The dealers are an order of men whose interest is never exactly the same with that of the public, who have generally an interest to deceive and even to oppress the public, and who accordingly have, upon many occasions, both deceived and oppressed it. Chapter 15. Ricardo's Theory of Surplus Value. Part A. The connection between Ricardo's conception of surplus value and his views on profit and rent. Section 1. Ricardo's confusion of the laws of surplus value with the laws of profit. Nowhere does Ricardo consider surplus value separately and independently from its particular forms, profit, interest, and rent. His observations on the organic composition of capital, which is of such decisive importance, are therefore confined to those differences in the organic composition which he took over from Adam Smith, actually from the physiocrats, namely those arising from the process of circulation, fixed and circulating capital. Nowhere does he touch on or perceive the differences in the organic composition within the actual process of production. Hence his confusion of value with cost price, his wrong theory of rent, his erroneous laws relating to the causes of the rise and fall in the rate of profit, etc. Profit and surplus value are only identical when the capital advanced is identical with the capital laid out directly in wages. Rent is not taken into account here, since the surplus value is, in the first place, entirely appropriated by the capitalist, irrespective of what portion he has subsequently to hand over to his co-partners. Furthermore, Ricardo himself presents rent as an item which is separated, detached from profit. In his observations on profit and wages, Ricardo also abstracts from the constant part of capital, which is not laid out in wages. He treats the matter as though the entire capital were laid out directly in wages. To this extent, therefore, he considers surplus value and not profit. Hence it is possible to speak of his theory of surplus value. On the other hand, however, he thinks that he is dealing with profit as such, and in fact, views which are based on the assumption of profit and not of surplus value constantly creep in. Where he correctly sets forth the laws of surplus value, he distorts them by immediately expressing them as laws of profit. On the other hand, he seeks to present the laws of profit directly, without the intermediate links, as laws of surplus value. When we speak of his theory of surplus value, we are therefore speaking of his theory of profit, insofar as he confuses the latter with surplus value, i.e. insofar as he only considers profit in relation to variable capital, the part of capital laid out in wages. We shall later deal with what he says of profit as distinct from surplus value. It is so much in the nature of the subject matter that surplus value can only be considered in relation to the variable capital, i.e. the capital laid out directly in wages, that Ricardo treats the entire capital as variable capital and abstracts from constant capital, although he occasionally mentions it in the form of advances. In chapter 26, on gross and net revenue, Ricardo speaks of, quote, trades where profits are in proportion to the capital and not in proportion to the quantity of labor employed, end quote. What does his whole doctrine of average profit, on which his theory of rent depends, mean but that profits are in proportion to the capital and not in proportion to the quantity of labor employed? If they were in proportion to the quantity of labor employed, then equal capitals would yield very unequal profits, since their profit would be equal to the surplus value created in their own sphere of production. The surplus value, however, depends not on the size of the capital as a whole, but on the size of the variable capital, which is equivalent to the quantity of labor employed. What then is the meaning of attributing to a specific use of capital to specific trades by way of exception, that in them profits are proportionate to the amount of capital and not to the quantity of labor employed? With a given rate of surplus value, the amount of surplus value for a particular capital must always depend not on the absolute size of the capital, but on the quantity of labor employed. On the other hand, if the average rate of profit is given, the amount of profit must always depend on the size of the capital employed, and not on the quantity of labor. Ricardo expressly mentions the carrying trade, the distant foreign trade, and trades where expensive machinery is required. That is to say, he speaks of trades which employ relatively large amounts of constant and little variable capital. At the same time, they are trades in which, compared with others, the total amount of the capital advanced is large, or which can only be carried on with large capitals. If the rate of profit is given, the amount of profit depends entirely on the size of the capitals advanced. This, however, by no means distinguishes the trades in which large capitals and much constant capital are employed, the two always go together, from those in which small capitals are employed, but is merely an application of the theory that equal capitals yield equal profits. A larger capital, therefore, yields more profit than a smaller capital. This has nothing to do with the quantity of labor employed, but whether the rate of profit in general is great or small depends indeed on the total quantity of labor employed by the capital of the whole class of capitalists, and on the proportion of unpaid labor, and lastly, on the ratio of the capital spent on labor and the capital that is merely reproduced as a condition of production. Ricardo himself argues against Adam Smith's view that the great profits which are sometimes made by particular merchants in foreign trade will elevate the general rate of profits in the country. Ricardo says, quote, "They contend that the equality of profits will be brought about by the general rise of profits, and I am of opinion that the profits of the favored trade will speedily subside to the general level." We shall see later how far his view is correct that exceptional profits, when they are not caused by the rise in market price above the value, do not raise the general rate of profit in spite of the equalization of profits, and also how far his view is correct that foreign trade and the expansion of the market cannot raise the rate of profit. But granted that he is right, and on the whole granted the equality of profits, how can he distinguish between trades where profits are in proportion to the capital and others where they are in proportion to the quantity of labor employed? In chapter 26 on gross and net revenue quoted above, Ricardo says, "I admit that from the nature of rent, a given capital employed in agriculture, on any but the land last cultivated, puts in motion a greater quantity of labor than an equal capital employed in manufactures and trade." The whole statement is nonsense. In the first place, according to Ricardo, a greater quantity of labor is employed on the land last cultivated than on all the other land. That is why, according to him, rent arises on the other land. How, therefore, is a given capital to set in motion a greater quantity of labor than in manufactures and trade on all other land except the land last cultivated? That the product of the better land has a market value that is higher than the individual value, which is determined by the quantity of labor employed by the capital that cultivates it, is surely not the same thing as that this capital puts in motion a greater quantity of labor than an equal capital employed in manufactures and trade. But it would have been correct had Ricardo said that apart from the differences in the fertility of the land, altogether, rent arises because agricultural capital sets in motion a greater quantity of labor in proportion to the constant part of the capital than does the average non-agricultural capital. Ricardo overlooks the fact that with a given surplus value, various factors may raise or lower and in general influence the rate of profit. Because he identifies surplus value with profit, he quite consistently seeks to demonstrate that the rise and fall in the rate of profit is caused only by circumstances that make the rate of surplus value rise or fall. Apart from the circumstances, which, when the amount of surplus value is given, influence the rate of profit, although not the amount of profit, he furthermore overlooks the fact that the rate of profit depends on the amount of surplus value, and by no means on the rate of surplus value. When the rate of surplus value, i.e. of surplus labor, is given, the amount of surplus value depends on the organic composition of the capital. That is to say, on the number of workers which a capital of a given value, for instance £100, employs. It depends on the rate of surplus value if the organic composition of the capital is given. It is thus determined by two factors, the number of workers simultaneously employed and the rate of surplus labor. If the capital increases, then the amount of surplus value also increases, whatever its organic composition, provided it remains unchanged. But this in no way alters the fact that for a capital of a given value, for example 100, the amount of surplus value remains the same. If in this case it is 10, then it is 100 for 1,000, but this does not alter the proportion. There cannot be two rates of profit in the same employment. And therefore, when the value of produce is in different proportions to capital, it is the rent which will differ, and not the profit. This only applies to the normal rate of profit in the same employment. Otherwise, it is in direct contradiction to the statements quoted earlier on. The exchangeable value of all commodities, whether they be manufactured, or produce of the mines, or the produce of the land, is always regulated, not by the less quantity of labor that will suffice for their production under circumstances highly favorable and exclusively enjoyed by those who have peculiar facilities of production, but by the greater quantity of labor necessarily bestowed on their production by those who have no such facilities, by those who continue to produce them under the most unfavorable circumstances, meaning by the most unfavorable circumstances, the most unfavorable under which the quantity of produce required renders it necessary to carry on the production. In Chapter 12, Land Tax, Ricardo incidentally makes the following remark directed against Say. It shows that the Englishman is always very conscious of the economic distinctions, whereas the Continental constantly forgets them. Mr. Say supposes a landlord, by his economy and skill, to increase his annual revenue by 5,000 francs. But a landlord has no means of employing his economy and skill on his land, unless he farms it himself. And then it is in quality of capitalist and farmer that he makes the improvement, and not in quality of landlord. It is not conceivable that he could so augment the produce of his farm by any peculiar skill, the skill therefore is more or less empty talk, on his part without first increasing the quantity of capital employed upon it. In Chapter 13, Taxes on Gold, important for Ricardo's theory of money, Ricardo makes some additional reflections or further definitions relating to market price and natural price. They amount to this: how long the equalization of the two prices takes depends on whether the particular sphere of production permits a rapid or slow increase or reduction of supply, which in turn is equivalent to a rapid or slow transfer or withdrawal of capital to or from the sphere in question. Ricardo has been criticized by many writers, Sismondi, etc., because, in his observations on rent, he disregards the difficulties that the withdrawal of capital presents for the farmer who employs a great deal of fixed capital. The history of England from 1815 to 1830 provides strong proof for this. Although this objection is quite correct, it does not in any way affect the theory. It leaves it quite untouched, because in this case, it is invariably only a question of the more or less rapid or slow operation of the economic law. But as regards the reverse objection, which refers to the application of new capital to new land, the situation is quite different. Ricardo assumes that this can take place without the intervention of the landlord, that in this case, capital is operating in a field of action in which it does not meet with any resistance. But this is fundamentally wrong. In order to prove this assumption, that this is indeed so, where capitalist production and landed property are developed, Ricardo always presupposes cases in which landed property does not exist, either in fact or in law, and where capitalist production too is not yet developed, at least not on the land. The statements just referred to are the following. The rise in the price of commodities, in consequence of taxation or of difficulty of production, will in all cases ultimately ensue, but the duration of the interval before the market price will conform to the natural price must depend on the nature of the commodity and on the facility with which it can be reduced in quantity. If the quantity of the commodity taxed could not be diminished, if the capital of the farmer, or of the hatter, for instance, could not be withdrawn to other employments, it would be of no consequence that their profits were reduced below the general level by means of a tax. Unless the demand for their commodity should increase, they would never be able to elevate the market price of corn and of hats up to their increased natural price. Their threats to leave their employments and remove their capitals to more favored trades would be treated as an idle menace which could not be carried into effect, and consequently, the price would not be raised by diminished production. Commodities, however, of all descriptions can be reduced in quantity, and capital can be removed from trades which are less profitable to those which are more so, but with different degrees of rapidity. In proportion as the supply of a particular commodity can be more easily reduced, without inconvenience to the producer, the price of it will more quickly rise after the difficulty of its production has been increased by taxation or by any other means. The agreement of the market and natural price of all commodities depends at all times on the facility with which the supply can be increased or diminished. In the case of gold, houses, and labor, as well as many other things, this effect cannot, under some circumstances, be speedily produced. But it is different with those commodities which are consumed and reproduced from year to year, such as hats, shoes, corn, and cloth. They may be reduced if necessary, and the interval cannot be long before the supply is contracted in proportion to the increased charge of producing them. Section 2. Changes in the rate of profit caused by various factors. In the same Chapter 13, Taxes on Gold, Ricardo speaks of rent being not a creation, but merely a transfer of wealth. Is profit a creation of wealth, or is it not rather a transfer of the surplus labor from the workman to the capitalist? In fact, wages, too, are not a creation of wealth, but they are not a transfer. They are the appropriation of part of the produce of labor by those who produced it. In the same chapter, Ricardo says, a tax on raw produce from the surface of the earth will fall on the consumer and will in no way affect rent, unless by diminishing the funds for the maintenance of labor, it lowers wages, reduces the population, and diminishes the demand for corn. Whether Ricardo is right when he says that a tax on raw produce from the surface of the earth falls neither on the landlord nor on the farmer, but on the consumer, does not concern us here. I maintain, however, that if he is right, such a tax may raise the rent, whereas he thinks that it does not affect it, unless by increasing the price of the means of subsistence it diminishes capital, population, and the demand for corn, etc. For Ricardo imagines that an increase in the price of raw produce only affects the rate of profit insofar as it raises the price of the means of subsistence for the worker. And it is true that an increase in the price of raw produce can only in this way affect the rate of surplus value, and consequently surplus value itself, thereby affecting the rate of profit. But assuming a given surplus value, an increase in the price of the raw produce from the surface of the earth would raise the value of constant capital in proportion to the variable, would increase the ratio of constant capital to variable, and therefore reduce the rate of profit, thus raising the rent. Ricardo starts out from the viewpoint that insofar as the rise or fall in the price of the raw produce does not affect wages, it does not affect profit. For he argues, except in one passage to which we shall return at a later stage, that the rate of profit remains the same whether the value of the capital advanced falls or rises. If the value of the capital advanced grows, then the value of the product grows, and also the part of the product which forms the surplus product, i.e. profit. The reverse happens when the value of the capital advanced falls. Ricardo's assertion is only correct if the values of variable and constant capital change in the same proportion, whether the change is caused by a rise in the price of raw materials or by taxes, etc. In this case, the rate remains unaffected, because no change has occurred in the organic composition of the capital. And even then, it must be assumed, as is the case with temporary changes, that wages remain the same, whether the price of raw produce rises or falls. In other words, their value remains unchanged irrespective of any rise or fall in the use value of the wages. The following possibilities exist. First, the two major differences. A change in the method of production brings about a change in the proportion between the amounts of constant and variable capital employed. In this case, the rate of surplus value remains the same provided wages remain constant in terms of value, i.e. in terms of the labor time that they represent. But the surplus value itself is affected if a different number of workers is employed by the same capital, i.e. if there is an alteration in the variable capital. If the change in the method of production results in a relative fall in constant capital, the surplus value grows, and thus the rate of profit. The reverse case produces the opposite result. It is here assumed that the value to that extent, per 100 pounds for example, of constant and variable capital remains the same. In this case, the change in the method of production cannot affect constant and variable capital equally. That is, for instance, constant and variable capital, without a change in value, cannot increase or diminish to the same extent, for the fall or rise is here always the result of a change in the productivity of labor. A change in the method of production has not the same, but a different effect on constant and variable capital, and this has nothing to do with whether a large or small amount of capital has to be employed with a given organic composition. B. The method of production remains the same. There is a change in the ratio of constant to variable capital, while their relative volume in physical units remains the same, so that each of them forms the same proportion of the total capital as before. This change in their ratio is caused by a change in the value of the commodities which enter into constant or variable capital. The following possibilities exist here. 1. The value of the constant capital remains the same, while that of the variable capital rises or falls. This would always affect the surplus value, and thereby the rate of profit. 2. The value of the variable capital remains the same, while that of the constant rises or falls. Then the rate of profit would fall in the first case and rise in the second. 3. If both fall simultaneously but in different proportions, then the one has always risen or fallen as compared with the other. Or 4. The value of the constant and of the variable capital is equally affected, whether both rise or both fall. If both rise, then the rate of profit falls, not because the constant capital rises, but because the variable capital rises, and accordingly the surplus value falls, for only the value of the variable capital rises, although it sets in motion the same number of workers as before, or perhaps even a smaller number. If both fall, then the rate of profit rises, not because the constant capital falls, but because the variable capital falls, in terms of value, and therefore the surplus value increases. C. Change in the method of production and change in the value of the elements that form constant or variable capital. Here, one change may neutralize the other. For example, when the amount of constant capital grows while its value falls or remains the same, or when its amount falls but its value rises in the same proportion or remains the same. In this case, there would be no change at all in the organic composition. the rate of profit would remain unchanged. But it can never happen, except in the case of agricultural capital, that the amount of the constant capital falls as compared with the variable capital while its value rises. This type of nullification cannot possibly apply to variable capital while the real wage remains unchanged. Except for this one case, it is therefore only possible for the value and the amount of constant capital to fall or rise simultaneously in relation to the variable capital. Its value, therefore, rises or falls absolutely as compared with the variable capital. This case has already been considered, or they may fall or rise simultaneously but in unequal proportion. On the assumption made, this possibility always reduces itself to the case in which the value of the constant capital rises or falls relatively to the variable. This also includes the other case, for if the amount of constant capital rises, then the amount of variable capital falls relatively, and vice versa. Similarly with the value. Section 3. The value of constant capital decreases while that of variable capital increases, and vice versa, and the effect of these changes on the rate of profit. In regard to case C, it should also be noted it would be possible for the wages to rise, but for constant capital to fall in terms of value, not in physical terms. If the rise and fall were proportional on both sides, the rate of profit could remain unchanged. For instance, if the constant capital were £60, wages £40, and the rate of surplus value 50%, then the product would be £120. The rate of profit would be 20%. If the constant capital fell to 40, although its volume in physical terms remained unchanged, and wages rose to 60 while the surplus value fell from 50% to 33 1/3%, then the product would be 120 and the rate of profit 20%. This is wrong. According to the assumption, the total value of the quantity of labor employed is £60. Hence, if the wage rose to £60, surplus value, and therefore the rate of profit, would be nil. But if it did not rise to such an extent, then any rise in the wage would bring about a fall in the surplus value. If wages rose to £50, then the surplus value would be 10. If they rose to 45, the surplus would be 15, etc. Under all circumstances, therefore, the surplus value and the rate of profit would fall to the same degree. For we are measuring the unchanged total capital here. While the magnitude of the capital, the total capital, remains the same, the rate of profit must always rise and fall, not with the rate of surplus value, but with the absolute amount of surplus value. But if, in the above example, the flax fell so low that the amount which the same number of workers were spinning could be bought for £40, then we would have the following. Constant capital, 40, variable capital, 50, surplus value, 10, value of the product, 100, the capital advanced, 90, the rate of profit at 11 1/9%. The rate of profit would have fallen below 20%. But supposing the following, constant capital at 30, variable capital at 50, surplus value at 10, value of the product, 90, capital advanced at 80, rate of profit, 12.5%. And supposing constant capital at 20, variable capital at 50, surplus value at 10, the value of the product is 80, capital advanced is 70, and the rate of profit is 14 2/7%. According to the assumption, the fall in the value of the constant capital never completely counterbalances the rise in the value of the variable capital. On the assumption made, it can never entirely cancel it out, since for the rate of profit to be 20, £10 would have to be a fifth of the total capital advanced. But in the case in which the variable capital amounts to £50, this would only be possible when the constant capital is nil. Assume, on the other hand, that variable capital rose only to 45. In this case, the surplus value would be 15. And say the constant capital fell to 30. The value of the product is 90, the capital advanced is 75, and the rate of profit is 20%. In this case, the two movements cancel each other out entirely. Assume further, constant capital at 20, variable capital at 45, surplus value at 15, value of the product being 80, the capital advance being 65, and the rate of profit is 23 1/13%. Even with the fall in the surplus value, therefore, the rate of profit could rise in this case because of the proportionately greater fall in the value of the constant capital. More workers could be employed with the same capital of 100, despite the rise in wages and the fall in the rate of surplus value. Despite the fall in the rate of surplus value, the amount of surplus value, and hence the profit, would increase, because the number of workers had increased. For the above ratio of 20 constant and 45 variable gives us the following proportions with a capital outlay of 100. Constant capital at 30 10/13, variable capital at 69 3/13, surplus value at 23 1/13. The value of the product is 123 and 1/13, the capital advanced is 100, and the rate of profit is 23 and 1/13%. The relation between the rate of surplus value and the number of workers becomes very important here. Ricardo never considers it. It is clear that what has been regarded here as a variation within the organic composition of one capital can apply equally to the difference in the organic composition between different capitals in different spheres of production. Firstly, instead of a variation in the organic composition of one capital, a difference in the organic composition of different capitals. Secondly, alteration in the organic composition through a change in value in the two parts of one capital. Similarly, a difference in the value of the raw materials and machinery employed by different capitals. This does not apply to variable capital, since equal wages in the different branches of production are assumed. The difference in the value of different days of labor in different spheres has nothing to do with it. If the labor of a goldsmith is dearer than that of another worker, then the surplus time of the goldsmith is proportionately dearer than that of the other worker. Section 4. Confusion of cost prices with value in the Ricardian theory of profit. In Chapter 15, Taxes on Profits, Ricardo says, "Taxes on those commodities which are generally denominated luxuries fall on those only who make use of them. But taxes on necessaries do not affect the consumers of necessaries in proportion to the quantity that may be consumed by them, but often in a much higher proportion. For example, a tax on corn alters the rate of profits of stock. Whatever raises the wages of labor lowers the profits of stock, and therefore every tax on any commodity consumed by the worker has a tendency to lower the rate of profits. Taxes on consumers are at the same time taxes on producers, insofar as the object taxed enters not only into individual consumption, but also into industrial consumption, or only into the latter. This does not, however, apply only to the necessaries consumed by workmen. It applies to all materials industrially consumed by the capitalist. Every tax of this kind reduces the rate of profit because it raises the value of the constant capital in relation to the variable. For example, a tax imposed on flax or wool. The flax rises in price. The flax spinner can therefore no longer purchase the same quantity of flax with a capital of 100 pounds. Since the method of production has remained the same, he needs the same number of workers to spin the same quantity of flax. But the flax has a greater value than before in relation to the capital laid out in wages. The rate of profit therefore falls. It does not help him at all that the price of linen yarn rises. The absolute level of this price is in fact immaterial to him. What matters is only the excess of this price over the price of the capital advanced. If he wanted to raise the price of the total product, not only by the amount necessary to cover the increase in the price of flax, but to such an extent that the same quantity of yarn would yield him the same profit as before, then the demand, which is already falling as a result of the rising price of the raw material of the yarn, would fall still further because of the artificial rise due to the higher profit. Although the average rate of profit is given, it is not possible in such cases to raise the price in this way. In the same chapter, Ricardo says, "In a former part of this work, we discussed the effects of the division of capital into fixed and circulating, or rather into durable and perishable capital, on the prices of commodities. We showed that two manufacturers might employ precisely the same amount of capital and might derive from it precisely the same amount of profits, but that they would sell their commodities for very different sums of money, according as the capitals they employed were rapidly or slowly consumed and reproduced. The one might sell his goods for 4,000 pounds, the other for 10,000, and they might both employ 10,000 pounds of capital and obtain 20% profit, or 2,000 pounds. The capital of one might consist, for example, of 2,000 circulating capital to be reproduced and 8,000 fixed in buildings and machinery. The capital of the other, on the contrary, might consist of 8,000 circulating and only 2,000 fixed capital in machinery and buildings. Now, if each of these persons were to be taxed 10% on his income, or 200 pounds, the one, to make his business yield him the general rate of profit, must raise his goods from 10,000 to 10,200. The other would also be obliged to raise the price of his goods from 4,000 to 4,200. Before the tax, the goods sold by one of these manufacturers were 2.5 times more valuable than the goods of the other. After the tax, they will be 2.42 times more valuable. The one kind will have risen 2%, the other 5%. Consequently, a tax upon income, whilst money continued unaltered in value, would alter the relative prices and value of commodities." The error lies in this final "and," prices and value. This change of prices would only show, just as in the case of capital containing different proportions of fixed and circulating capital, that the establishment of the general rate of profit requires that the prices, or cost prices, which are determined and regulated by that general rate of profit, are very different from the values of the commodities. And this most important aspect of the question does not exist for Ricardo at all. In the same chapter, he says, "If a country were not taxed, and money should fall in value, its abundance in every market," here he expresses the absurd notion that a fall in the value of money ought to be accompanied by its abundance in every market, "would produce similar effects in each. If meat rose 20%, bread, beer, shoes, labor, and every commodity would also rise 20%. It is necessary that they should do so, to secure to each trade the same rate of profits. But this is no longer true when any of these commodities is taxed. If in that case they should all rise in proportion to the fall in the value of money, profits would be rendered unequal. In the case of the commodities taxed, profits would be raised above the general level, and capital would be removed from one employment to another, till an equilibrium of profits was restored, which could only be after the relative prices were altered." And so this equilibrium of profits is, after all, brought about by the relative values, the real values of the commodities being altered, and so adjusted that they correspond not to their real value, but to the average profit which they must yield. Section 5. The general rate of profit and the rate of absolute rent in their relation to each other. The influence on cost prices of a reduction in wages. In Chapter 17, Taxes on Other Commodities Than Raw Produce, Ricardo says, "Mr. Buchanan considers corn and raw produce as at a monopoly price because they yield a rent. All commodities which yield a rent, he supposes, must be at a monopoly price, and thence he infers that all taxes on raw produce would fall on the landlord and not on the consumer. The price of corn, he says, which always affords a rent, being in no respect influences by the expenses of its production, those expenses must be paid out of the rent. And when they rise or fall, therefore, the consequence is not a higher or lower price, but a higher or lower rent. In this view, all taxes on farm servants, horses, or the implements of agriculture are in reality land taxes, the burden falling on the farmer during the currency of his lease, and on the landlord when the lease comes to be renewed. In like manner, all those improved implements of husbandry which save expense to the farmer, such as machines for threshing and reaping, whatever gives him easier access to the market, such as good roads, canals, and bridges, though they lessen the original cost of corn, do not lessen its market price. Whatever is saved by those improvements, therefore, belongs to the landlord as part of his rent. It is evident, says Ricardo, that if we yield to Mr. Buchanan the basis on which his argument is built, namely that the price of corn always yields a rent, all the consequences which he contends for would follow, of course. This is by no means evident. What Buchanan bases his argument on is not that all corn yields a rent, but that all corn which yields a rent is sold at a monopoly price, and that monopoly price, in the sense in which Adam Smith explains it, and it has the same meaning with Ricardo, is, quote, the very highest price at which the consumers are willing to purchase it, end quote. But this is wrong. Corn which yields a rent, apart from differential rent, is not sold at a monopoly price in Buchanan's sense. It is sold at a monopoly price only insofar as it is sold above its cost price and at its value. Its price is determined by the quantity of labor embodied in it, not by the cost of producing it, and the rent is the excess of the value over the cost price. It is therefore determined by the latter. The smaller is the cost price relatively to the value, the greater will be the rent, and the greater the cost price in relation to the value, the smaller the rent. All improvements lower the value of corn because they reduce the quantity of labor required for its production. Whether they reduce the rent depends on various circumstances. If the corn becomes cheaper, and if wages are thereby reduced, then the rate of surplus value rises. Furthermore, the farmer's expenses in seeds, fodder, etc. would fall, and therewith the rate of profit in all other non-agricultural branches of production would rise, hence also in agriculture. The relative amounts of immediate and accumulated labor would remain unchanged in the non-agricultural spheres of production. The number of workers in relation to constant capital would remain the same, but the value of the variable capital would fall. The surplus value would therefore rise, and also the rate of profit. Consequently, they would also rise in agriculture. Rent falls here because the rate of profit rises. Corn becomes cheaper, but its cost price rises. Hence, the difference between its value and its cost price falls. According to our assumption, The ratio for the average non-agricultural capital was 80 constant and 20 variable. The rate of surplus value 50%, hence surplus value at £10 and the rate of profit 10%. The value of the product of the average capital of £100 was therefore 110. If one assumes that as a result of the lowering of the price of grain, wages fell by 1/4, then the same number of workers employed on a constant capital of £80, that is, on the same amount of raw material and machinery, would now cost only £15, and the same amount of commodities would be worth 80 constant, 15 variable, and 15 surplus, since, according to the assumption, the quantity of labor which they perform equals 30. Thus, the value of the same amount of commodities is 110, as before. But the capital advanced would now amount only to 95, and the rate of profit, 15 on 95, would be 15 and 15 over 19%. If, however, the same amount of capital were laid out, that is £100, then the ratio would be 84 and 4/19 constant to 15 and 15/19 variable. The profit, however, would be 15 and 15/19, and the value of the product would amount to 115 and 15/19. According to the assumption, however, the agricultural capital was 60 constant and 40 variable, and the value of its product was 120. Rent was 10, while the cost price was 110. Now the rent would only be 4 and 4/19. For 115 and 15/19 plus 4 and 4/19 equals 120. We see here that the average capital of £100 produces commodities at a cost price of 115 and 15/19 instead of the previous 110. Has this caused the average price of the commodity to rise? Its value has remained the same, since the same amount of labor is required to transform the same amount of raw material and machinery into product. But the same capital of £100 sets in motion more labor, and while previously it transformed £80, now it transforms 84 and 4/19 constant capital into product. A greater proportion of this labor is, however, now unpaid. Hence, there is an increase in profit, and in the total value of the commodities produced by a capital of £100. The value of the individual commodity has remained the same, but more commodities at the same value are being produced with the capital of 100. What is, however, the position of the cost price in the individual branches of production? Let us assume that the aggregate non-agricultural capital consisted of the capitals in the following table. Thus, the average capital is 80 constant and 20 variable. For number 2, the difference is minus 10. For number 3 and number 4 taken together, it's plus 10. For the whole capital of £400, it is 0. If the product of the capital of £400 is sold at 440, then the commodities produced by it are sold at their value. This yields a profit of 10%. But in case number 2, the commodities are sold at £10 below their value. In case number 3, at £2.50 above their value, and in case number 4, at £7.50 above their value. Only in case number 1 are they sold at their value if they are sold at their cost price, i.e. £100 capital plus £10 profit. But what would be the situation as a result of the fall in wages by 1/4? For capital number 1, instead of 80 constant and 20 variable, the outlay is now 84 and 4/19 constant and 15 and 15/19 variable. The profit is 15 and 15/19 pounds, and the value of the product is 115 and 15/19 pounds. For capital number 2, now only £30 are laid out in wages, since 1/4 of 40 is 10, and 40 minus 10 is 30. The product is £60 constant and 30 variable, and the surplus value is £30. For the value of the labor applied is 60. 30 surplus value on a capital of 90 equals 33 1/3%. For a capital of 100, the ratio is 66 2/3 pounds constant to 33 1/3 pound variable, and the value of the product is 133 1/3 pounds. The rate of profit is 33 1/3. For capital number 3, now only 11 1/4 are laid out in wages. For 1/4 of 15 is 3 3/4, and 15 minus 3 3/4 is 11 1/4. The value of the labor applied is 22.5 pounds. 11 1/4 on a capital of 96 1/4. This amounts to 11 and 53 over 77%. For £100, the ratio is 88 and 24 over 77 constant to 11 and 53 over 77 variable. The rate of profit is 11 and 53 over 77, and the value of the product is 111 and 53 over 77 pounds. For capital number 4, now only 3 3/4 laid out in wages. For 1/4 of 5 is 1 1/4, and 5 minus 1 1/4 is 3 3/4. The product is £95 constant and 3 3/4 pounds variable, and the surplus value is 3 3/4 pounds, for the value of the total labor is 7.5 pounds. 3 3/4 on a capital of 98 3/4. This amounts to 3 63 over 79%. For 100, the ratio is 96 and 16 over 79 constant, plus 3 and 63 over 79 variable. The rate of profit is 3 and 63 79ths. The value of the product is 103 and 63 79ths. We would therefore have the following table. This makes 16%. More exactly, a little more than 16 and a 7%. The calculation is not quite correct because we have disregarded, not taken into account, a fraction of the average profit. This makes the negative difference in number 2 appear a little too large, and the positive in number 4 a little too small. But it can be seen that otherwise, the positive and negative differences would cancel out. Further, it can be seen that on the one hand, the sale of number 2 below its value, and of number 3, and particularly of number 4, above their value, would increase considerably. True, the addition to or reduction of the price would not be so great for the individual product as might appear here, since in all 4 categories, more labor is employed and hence more constant capital, that is raw materials and machinery, is transformed into product. The increase or reduction in price would thus be spread over a larger volume of commodities. Nevertheless, it would still be considerable. It is thus evident that a fall in wages would cause a rise in the cost prices of 1, 3, and 4. In fact, a very considerable rise in the cost price of number 4. It is the same law as that developed by Ricardo in relation to the difference between circulating and fixed capital. But he did not by any means prove, nor could he have proved, that this is reconcilable with the law of value, and that the value of the products remains the same for the total capital. The calculation and the adjustment becomes much more complicated if we take into account those differences in the organic composition of the capital which arise from the circulation process. For in our calculation above, we assumed that the whole of the constant capital which has been advanced enters into the product, i.e. that it contains only the wear and tear of the fixed capital for 1 year, for example, since we have to calculate the profit for a year. The values of the total product would otherwise be very different, whereas here they only change with the variable capital. Secondly, with a constant rate of surplus value, but varying periods of circulation, there would be greater differences in the amount of surplus value created, relatively to the capital advanced. Leaving out of account any differences in variable capital, the amounts of the surplus values would be proportionate to the amounts of the values created by the same capitals. The rate of profit would be even lower where a relatively large part of the constant capital consisted of fixed capital, and considerably higher where a relatively large part consisted of circulating capital. It would be highest where the variable capital was relatively large as compared with the constant capital, and where the fixed portion of the latter was at the same time relatively small. If the ratio of circulating to fixed capital and the constant capital were the same in the different capitals, then the only determining factor would be the difference between variable and constant capital. If the ratio of variable to constant capital were the same, then it would be the difference between fixed and circulating capital, that is, only the difference within the constant capital itself. As we have seen above, the farmer's rate of profit would rise in any case if, as a result of the lower price of corn, the general rate of profit of the non-agricultural capital increased. The question is whether his rate of profit would rise directly, and this appears to depend on the nature of the improvements. If the improvements were of such a kind that the capital laid out in wages decreased considerably compared with that laid out in machinery, etc., then his rate of profit need not necessarily rise directly. If, for example, it was such that he required 1/4 less workers, then instead of his original outlay of £40 in wages, he would now pay only 30. Thus his capital would be 60 constant and 30 variable, or on £100 it would be 66 2/3 constant and 33 1/3 variable. And since the labor costing £40 provides a surplus value of 20, the labor costing 30 provides 15, and 16 2/3 surplus value is derived from labor costing 33 1/3. Thus, the organic composition would approach that of the non-agricultural capital, and in the above case, with a simultaneous decrease in wages by 1/4, it would fall even below that of the non-agricultural capital. In this case, rent, that is absolute rent, would disappear. Following upon the above-quoted passage on Buchanan, Ricardo says, "I hope I have made it sufficiently clear that until a country is cultivated in every part and up to the highest degree, there is always a portion of capital employed on the land which yields no rent, and that it is this portion of capital, the result of which, as in manufactures, is divided between profits and wages, that regulates the price of corn. The price of corn, then, which does not afford a rent, being influenced by the expenses of its production, those expenses cannot be paid out of rent. The consequence, therefore, of those expenses increasing is a higher price and not a lower rent. Since absolute rent is equal to the excess of the value of the agricultural product over its price of production, it is clear that all factors which reduce the total quantity of labor required in the production of corn, etc., reduce the rent, because they reduce the value, hence the excess of the value over the price of production. Insofar as the price of production consists of expenses, its fall is identical and goes hand in hand with the fall in value. But insofar as the price of production, or the expenses, is equal to the capital advanced plus the average profit, the very reverse is the case. The market value of the product falls, but that part of it which is equal to the price of production rises if the general rate of profit rises as a result of the fall in the market value of corn. The rent, therefore, falls, because the expenses, in this sense, rise. And this is how Ricardo takes expenses elsewhere when he speaks of cost of production. Improvements in agriculture, which bring about an increase in constant capital as compared with variable, would reduce rent considerably, even if the total quantity of labor employed fell only slightly, or so slightly that it did not influence wages, that is, surplus value directly at all. Suppose, as a result of such improvements, the composition of the capital altered from 60 constant and 40 variable to 66 2/3 constant and 33 1/3 variable. This might occur, for example, as a result of rising wages caused by emigration, war, discovery of new markets, prosperity in the non-agricultural industry, or it could occur as a result of the competition of foreign corn. The farmer might feel compelled to find means of employing more constant capital and less variable. The same circumstances could continue to operate after the introduction of the improvement, and wages therefore might not fall despite the improvement. Then the value of the agricultural product would be reduced from 120 pounds to 116 2/3, that is, by 3 1/3. The rate of profit would continue to be 10%. The rent would fall from 10 to 6 2/3, and moreover, this reduction would have taken place without any reduction whatsoever in wages. The absolute rent may rise because the general rate of profit falls, owing to new advances in industry. The rate of profit may fall due to a rise in rent, because of an increase in the value of agricultural produce, which is accompanied by an increase in the difference between its value and its cost price. At the same time, the rate of profit falls because wages rise. The absolute rent can fall because the value of agricultural produce falls and the general rate of profit rises. It can fall because the value of produce falls as a result of a fundamental change in the organic composition of capital, without the rate of profit rising. It can disappear completely as soon as the value of the agricultural produce becomes equal to the cost price. In other words, when the agricultural capital has the same composition as the non-agricultural average capital. Ricardo's proposition would only be correct if expressed like this. When the value of agricultural produce equals its cost price, then there is no absolute rent. But he is wrong because he says there is no absolute rent because value and cost price are altogether identical, both in industry and in agriculture. On the contrary, agriculture would belong to an exceptional class of industry if its value and cost price were identical. Even when admitting that there may be no portion of land which does not pay a rent, Ricardo believes that by referring to the fact that at least some portion of the capital employed on this land pays no rent, he substantially improves his case. The one fact is as irrelevant to the theory as the other. The real question is this: do the products of these lands, or of this capital, regulate the market value? Or must they not rather sell their products below their value, because their additional supply is only saleable at, not above, this market value, which is regulated without them? So far as the portion of capital is concerned, the matter is simple, because for the farmer who invests an additional amount of capital, landed property does not exist, and as a capitalist, he is only concerned with the cost price. If he possesses the additional capital, it is more advantageous to him to invest it on his farm even below the average profit than to lend it out and receive only interest and no profit. So far as the land is concerned, those portions of land which do not pay a rent form component parts of estates that pay rent and are not separable from the estates with which they are let. They cannot, however, be let in isolation from the rest to a capitalist farmer, but perhaps to a cottager or to a small capitalist. In relation to these bits of land, the farmer is again not confronted by landed property. Alternatively, the owner of the land must cultivate it himself. The farmer cannot pay a rent for it, and the landlord does not let it for nothing, unless he wants to have his land made arable in this fashion without incurring any expense. The situation would be different in a country in which the composition of the agricultural capital was equal to the average composition of the non-agricultural capital, which presupposes a high level of development in agriculture, or a low level of development in industry. In this case, the value of the agricultural produce would be equal to its cost price. Only differential rent could be paid then. The land which yields no differential rent, but only an absolute rent, could then pay no rent. For if the farmer sells the agricultural produce at its value, it only covers its cost price. He therefore pays no rent. The landowner must then cultivate the land himself, or the so-called rent collected by him is a part of his tenant's profit, or even of his wages. That this might be the case in one country does not mean that the opposite might not happen in another country. Where, however, industry, and therefore capitalist production, is at a low level of development, there are no capitalist farmers, whose existence would presuppose capitalist production on the land. Thus, quite different circumstances have to be considered here from those involved in the economic organization in which landed property as an economic category exists only in the form of rent. In the same chapter 17, Ricardo says, "Raw produce is not at a monopoly price because the market price of barley and wheat is as much regulated by their cost of production as the market price of cloth and linen. The only difference is this, that one portion of the capital employed in agriculture regulates the price of corn, namely that portion which pays no rent, whereas in the production of manufactured commodities, every portion of capital is employed with the same results, and as no portion pays rent, every portion is equally a regulator of price." This assertion that every portion of capital is employed with the same results, and that none pays rent, which is however called excess profit here, is not only wrong but has been refuted by Ricardo himself, as we have seen previously. We now come to the presentation of Ricardo's theory of surplus value. Part B. Ricardo on the problem of surplus value. Section 1. Quantity of labor and value of labor. As presented by Ricardo, the problem of the exchange of labor for capital cannot be solved. Ricardo opens Chapter 1 on value with the following heading of Section 1. The value of a commodity, or the quantity of any other commodity for which it will exchange, depends on the relative quantity of labor which is necessary for its production, and not on the greater or less compensation which is paid for that labor. In the style which runs through the whole of his inquiry, Ricardo begins his book here by stating that the determination of the value of commodities by labor time is not incompatible with wages. In other words, with the varying compensation paid for that labor time, or that quantity of labor. From the very outset, he turns against Adam Smith's confusion between the determination of the value of commodities by the relative quantity of labor required for their production and the value of labor, or the compensation paid for labor. It is clear that the proportional quantity of labor contained in two commodities A and B is absolutely unaffected by whether the workers who produce A and B receive much or little of the product of their labor. The value of A and B is determined by the quantity of labor which their production costs, and not by the costs of labor to the owners of A and B. Quantity of labor and value of labor are two different things. The quantity of labor which is contained in A and B respectively has nothing to do with how much of the labor contained in A and B the owners of A and B have paid or even performed themselves. A and B are exchanged not in proportion to the paid labor contained in them, but in proportion to the total quantity of labor they contain, paid and unpaid. Adam Smith, who so accurately defined the original source of exchangeable value, and who is bound in consistency to maintain that all things became more or less valuable in proportion as more or less labor was bestowed on their production, has himself erected another standard measure of value, and speaks of things being more or less valuable in proportion as they will exchange for more or less of this standard measure, as if these were two equivalent expressions, and as if because a man's labor had become doubly efficient, and he could therefore produce twice the quantity of a commodity, he would necessarily receive twice the former quantity in exchange for it. That is, for his labor. If this were indeed true, if the reward of the laborer were always in proportion to what he produced, the quantity of labor bestowed on a commodity and the quantity of labor which that commodity would purchase would be equal, and either might accurately measure the variations of other things, but they are not equal. Adam Smith nowhere asserts that these were two equivalent expressions. On the contrary, he says, because in capitalist production, the wage of the worker is no longer equal to his product, therefore, the quantity of labor which a commodity costs and the quantity of commodities that the worker can purchase with this labor are two different things. For this very reason, the relative quantity of labor contained in commodities ceases to determine their value, which is now determined rather by the value of labor, by the quantity of labor that I can purchase or command with a given amount of commodities. Thus, the value of labor, instead of the relative quantity of labor, becomes the measure of value. Ricardo's reply to Adam Smith is correct, that the relative quantity of labor, which is contained in two commodities, is in no way affected by how much of this quantity of labor falls to the workers themselves, and by the way this labor is remunerated. If the relative quantity of labor was the measure of value of commodities before the supervention of wages that differ from the value of the products themselves, there is therefore no reason at all why it should not continue to be so after wages have come into being. He argues correctly that Adam Smith could use both expressions so long as they were equivalent, but that this is no reason for using the wrong expression instead of the right one when they have ceased to be equivalent. But Ricardo has by no means thereby solved the problem, which is the real cause of Adam Smith's contradiction. Value of labor and quantity of labor remain equivalent expressions so long as it is a question of materialized labor. They cease to be equivalents as soon as materialized labor is exchanged for living labor. Two commodities exchange in proportion to the labor materialized in them. Equal quantities of materialized labor are exchanged for one another. Labor time is their standard measure, but precisely for this reason, they are more or less valuable in proportion as they will exchange for more or less of this standard measure. If the commodity A contains 1 working day, then it will exchange against any quantity of commodities which likewise contains 1 working day, and it is more or less valuable in proportion as it exchanges for more or less materialized labor in other commodities, since this exchange relationship is identical with the relative quantity of labor which it itself contains. Now, wage labor, however, is a commodity. It is even the basis on which the production of products as commodities takes place. The law of values is not applicable to it. Capitalist production, therefore, is not governed at all by this law. Therein lies a contradiction. This is the first of Adam Smith's problems. The second, which we shall find further amplified by Malthus, lies in the fact that the utilization of a commodity as capital is proportional not to the amount of labor it contains, but to the extent to which it commands the labor of others, gives power over more labor of others than it itself contains. This is in fact a second, latent reason for asserting that since the beginning of capitalist production, the value of commodities is determined not by the labor they contain, but by the living labor which they command, in other words, by the value of labor. Ricardo simply answers that this is how matters are in capitalist production. Not only does he fail to solve the problem, he does not even realize its existence in Adam Smith's work. In conformity with the whole arrangement of his investigation, Ricardo is satisfied with demonstrating that the changing value of labor, in short wages, does not invalidate the determination of the value of the commodities, which are distinct from labor itself, by the relative quantity of labor contained in them. They are not equal, that is, quote, the quantity of labor bestowed on a commodity and the quantity of labor which that commodity would purchase, end quote. He contents himself with stating this fact. But how does the commodity labor differ from other commodities? One is living labor and the other materialized labor. They are, therefore, only two different forms of labor. Since the difference is only a matter of form, why should a law apply to one and not the other? Ricardo does not answer. He does not even raise the question. Nor does it help when he says, is not the value of labor variable, being not only affected, as all other things are, by the proportion between the supply and demand, which uniformly varies with every change in the condition of the community, but also by the varying price of food and other necessaries, on which the wages of labor are expended? That the price of labor, like that of other commodities, changes with supply and demand proves nothing in regard to the value of labor, according to Ricardo, just as this change of price with supply and demand proves nothing in regard to the value of other commodities. But that the wages of labor, which is only another expression for the value of labor, are affected by, quote, the varying price of food and other necessaries on which the wages of labor are expended, end quote, shows just as little why the value of labor is, or appears to be, determined differently from the value of other commodities. For these too are affected by the varying price of other commodities which enter into their production, and against which they are exchanged. That the wages of labor are spent upon food and necessaries means, after all, only that the value of labor is exchanged against food and necessaries. The question is just why labor and the commodities against which it is exchanged do not exchange according to the law of value, i.e. according to the relative quantities of labor. Posed in this way, presupposing the law of value, the question is intrinsically insoluble, because labor as such is counterposed to commodity. A definite quantity of immediate labor as such is counterposed to a definite quantity of materialized labor. This weakness in Ricardo's discourse, as we shall see later, has contributed to the disintegration of his school and led to the proposition of absurd hypotheses. Wakefield is right when he says, quote, "Treating labor as a commodity and capital, the produce of labor, as another, then if the value of these two commodities were regulated by equal quantities of labor, a given amount of labor would, under all circumstances, exchange for that quantity of capital which had been produced by the same amount of labor, antecedent labor would always exchange for the same amount of present labor. It follows that the value of labor in relation to other commodities, insofar at least as wages depend upon share, is determined not by equal quantities of labor, but by the proportion between supply and demand. Thus, the value of a commodity is equally determined by the quantity of materialized, past labor, and by the quantity of living, immediate labor required for its production. In other words, the quantities of labor are in no way affected by the formal difference of whether that labor is materialized or living, past or present. If this difference is of no significance in the determination of the value of commodities, why does it assume such decisive importance when past labor is exchanged against living labor? Why should it, in this case, invalidate the law of value, since the difference in itself, as shown in the case of commodities, has no effect on the determination of value? Ricardo does not answer this question. He does not even raise it. Section 2. Value of labor power, value of labor. Ricardo's confusion of labor with labor power. Concept of the natural price of labor. In order to determine surplus value, Ricardo, like the physiocrats, Adam Smith, etc., must first determine the value of labor power, or as he puts it, following Adam Smith and his predecessors, the value of labor. How then is the value or natural price of labor determined? According to Ricardo, the natural price is in fact nothing but the monetary expression of value. Labor, like all other things which are purchased and sold, and which may be increased or diminished in quantity, that is, like all other commodities, has its natural and its market price. The natural price of labor is that price which is necessary to enable the laborers, one with another, to subsist and to perpetuate their race, without either increase or diminution. Should read, with that rate of increase required by the average progress of production. The power of the laborer to support himself and the family which may be necessary to keep up the number of laborers depends on the price of the food, necessaries, and conveniences required for the support of the laborer and his family. With the rise in the price of food and necessaries, the natural price of labor will rise. With a fall in their price, the natural price of labor will fall. It is not to be understood that the natural price of labor, estimated even in food and necessaries, is absolutely fixed and constant. It varies at different times in the same country, and very materially differs in different countries. It essentially depends on the habits and customs of the people. The value of labor is therefore determined by the means of subsistence, which, in a given society, are traditionally necessary for the maintenance and reproduction of the laborers. But why? By what law is the value of labor determined in this way? Ricardo has in fact no answer, other than that the law of supply and demand reduces the average price of labor to the means of subsistence that are necessary, physically or socially necessary in a given society, for the maintenance of the laborer. He determines value here, in one of the basic propositions of the whole system, by demand and supply, as Say notes with malicious pleasure. Instead of labor, Ricardo should have discussed labor power, but had he done so, Capital would also have been revealed as the material conditions of labor, confronting the laborer as power that had acquired an independent existence, and capital would at once have been revealed as a definite social relationship. Ricardo thus only distinguishes capital as accumulated labor from immediate labor, and it is something purely physical, only an element in the labor process, from which the relation between labor and capital, wages and profits, could never be developed. Capital is that part of the wealth of a country which is employed in production and consists of food, clothing, tools, raw materials, machinery, etc., necessary to give effect to labor. The jump which Ricardo makes here is correctly sensed by Bailey. Quote, Mr. Ricardo, ingeniously enough, avoids a difficulty which, on a first view, threatens to encumber his doctrine, that value depends on the quantity of labor employed in production. If this principle is rigidly adhered to, it follows that the value of labor depends on the quantity of labor employed in producing it, which is evidently absurd. By a dexterous turn, therefore, Mr. Ricardo makes the value of labor depend on the quantity of labor required to produce wages, or to give him the benefit of his own language, he maintains that the value of labor is to be estimated by the quantity of labor required to produce wages, by which he means the quantity of labor required to produce the money or commodities given to the laborer. This is similar to saying that the value of cloth is to be estimated not by the quantity of labor bestowed on its production, but by the quantity of labor bestowed on the production of the silver for which the cloth is exchanged. Literally, the objection raised here is correct. Ricardo distinguishes between nominal and real wages. Nominal wages are wages expressed in money, money wages. Nominal wages are, quote, the number of pounds that may be annually paid to the worker, end quote. But real wages are, quote, the number of days' work necessary to obtain those pounds, end quote. As wages are equal to the necessary means of subsistence of the worker, and the value of these wages, that is the real wages, is equal to the value of these means of subsistence, it is obvious that the value of these necessary means of subsistence is also equal to the real wages, that is, to the labor which they can command. If the value of the means of subsistence changes, then the value of the real wages changes. Assume that the means of subsistence of the worker consist only of corn, and that the quantity of means of subsistence which he requires is 1/4 of corn per month. Then the value of his wages for 1 month equals the value of 1/4 of corn. If the value of the quarter of corn rises or falls, then the value of the month's labor rises or falls. But however much the value of the quarter of corn rises or falls, however much or little labor the quarter of corn contains, it is always equal to the value of 1 month's labor. And here we have the hidden reason for Adam Smith's assertion that as soon as capital, and consequently wage labor, intervenes, the value of the product is not regulated by the quantity of labor bestowed upon it, but by the quantity of labor it can command. The value of corn and other means of subsistence determined by labor time changes, but so long as the natural price of labor is paid, the quantity of labor that the quarter of corn can command remains the same. Labor has, therefore, a permanent relative value as compared with corn. That is why for Smith, too, the value of labor and the value of corn, representing food in general, are standard measures of value, because so long as the natural price of labor is paid, a given quantity of corn always commands the same quantity of labor, whatever the quantity of labor bestowed upon 1/4 of corn may be. The same quantity of labor always commands the same use value, or rather the same use value always commands the same quantity of labor. Even Ricardo determines the value of labor in this way. Ricardo says the quarter of corn may have very different values, although it always commands, or is commanded by, the same quantity of labor. Yes, says Adam Smith, however much the value of the quarter of corn determined by labor time may change, the worker must always pay the same quantity of labor in order to buy it. The value of corn therefore alters, but the value of labor does not, since 1 month's labor equals 1/4 of corn. The value of the corn, too, changes only insofar as we are considering the labor required for its production. If, on the other hand, we examine the quantity of labor against which it exchanges, which sets it into motion, its value does not change. And that is precisely why the quantity of labor against which a quarter of corn is exchanged is the standard measure of value. But the values of the other commodities have the same relation to labor as they have to corn. A given quantity of corn commands a given quantity of labor. A given quantity of every other commodity commands a certain quantity of corn. Hence, every other commodity, or rather the value of every other commodity, is expressed by the quantity of labor it commands, since it is expressed by the quantity of corn it commands, and the latter is expressed by the quantity of labor it commands. But how is the value of other commodities in relation to means of subsistence determined? By the quantity of labor they command. And how is the quantity of labor they command determined? By the quantity of corn that labor commands. Here, Adam Smith is inevitably caught up in a vicious circle. Incidentally, he never uses this measure of value when making an actual analysis. Moreover, here he confuses, as Ricardo also often does, labor, the intrinsic measure of value, with money, the external measure, which presupposes that value is already determined. Although he and Ricardo have declared that labor is, quote, the foundation of the value of commodities, while the comparative quantity of labor which is necessary to their production is the rule which determines the respective quantities of goods which shall be given in exchange for each other. Adam Smith errs when he concludes from the fact that a definite quantity of labor is exchangeable for a definite quantity of use value that this definite quantity of labor is the measure of value, and that it always has the same value, whereas the same quantity of use value can represent very different exchange values. But Ricardo errs twice over. Firstly, because he does not understand the problem which causes Adam Smith's errors. Secondly, because disregarding the law of value of commodities and taking refuge in the law of supply and demand, he himself determines the value of labor not by the quantity of labor expended in the production of labor power, but by the quantity of labor expended in the production of the wages which the worker receives. Thus, in fact, he says, the value of labor is determined by the value of the money which is paid for it. And what determines this? What determines the amount of money that is paid for it? The quantity of use value that a given amount of labor commands, or the quantity of labor that a definite quantity of use value commands. And thereby he falls literally into the very inconsistency which he himself condemned in Smith. This, as we have seen, also prevents him from grasping the specific distinction between commodity and capital, between the exchange of commodity for commodity and the exchange of capital for commodity, in accordance with the law of exchange of commodities. The above example was this. 1 quarter of corn equals 1 month's labor, say 30 working days, a working day of 12 hours. In this case, the value of 1 quarter corn is less than 30 working days. If 1 quarter corn were the product of 30 working days, the value of the labor would be equal to its product. There would be no surplus value, and therefore no profit, no capital. In actual fact, therefore, if 1 quarter corn represents the wages for 30 working days, the value of 1 quarter corn is always less than 30 working days. The surplus value depends on how much less it is. For example, 1 quarter corn may be equal to 25 working days. Then the surplus value equals 5 working days, which is 1/6 of the total labor time. If 1 quarter, being 8 bushels, equals 25 working days, then 30 working days are equal to 1 quarter and 1 3/5 bushels. The value of the 30 working days, i.e. the wage, is therefore always smaller than the value of the product which contains the labor of 30 days. The value of the corn is thus determined not by the labor which it commands, for which it exchanges, but by the labor which is contained in it. On the other hand, the value of the 30 days' labor is always determined by 1 quarter corn, whatever this may be. Section 3. Surplus value. An analysis of the source of surplus value is lacking in Ricardo's work. His concept of working day as a fixed magnitude. Apart from the confusion between labor and labor power, Ricardo defines the average wages, or the value of labor, correctly, for he says that the value of labor is determined neither by the money nor by the means of subsistence which the laborer receives, but by the labor time which it costs to produce it. That is, by the quantity of labor materialized in the means of subsistence of the worker. This he calls the real wages. This definition of the value of labor, moreover, necessarily follows from his theory. Since the value of labor is determined by the value of the necessary means of subsistence on which this value is to be expended, and the value of the means of subsistence, like that of all other commodities, is determined by the quantity of labor they contain, it naturally follows that the value of labor equals the value of the means of subsistence, which equals the quantity of labor expended upon them. However correct this formula is, apart from the direct opposition of labor and capital, it is nevertheless inadequate. Although, in replacement of his wages, the individual laborer does not directly produce or reproduce, taking into account the continuity of this process, products on which he lives, He may produce products which do not enter into his consumption at all, and even if he produces necessary means of subsistence, he may, due to the division of labor, only produce a single part of the necessary means of subsistence, for instance corn, and even that only in one form, for example in that of corn, not bread. But he produces commodities to the value of his means of subsistence. That is, he produces the value of his means of subsistence. This means, therefore, if we consider his daily average consumption, that the labor time which is contained in his daily means of subsistence forms one part of his working day. He works one part of the day in order to reproduce the value of his means of subsistence. The commodities which he produces in this part of the working day have the same value, or represent a quantity of labor time equal to that contained in his daily means of subsistence. It depends on the value of these means of subsistence, in other words, on the social productivity of labor, and not on the productivity of the individual branch of production in which he works, how great a part of his working day is devoted to the reproduction or production of the value, i.e. the equivalent of his means of subsistence. Ricardo, of course, assumes that the labor time contained in the daily means of subsistence is equal to the labor time which the worker must work daily in order to reproduce the value of these. But by not directly showing that one part of the laborer's working day is assigned to the reproduction of the value of his own labor power, he introduces a difficulty and obscures the clear understanding of the relationship. A twofold confusion arises from this. The origin of surplus value does not become clear, and consequently, Ricardo is reproached by his successors for having failed to grasp and expound the nature of surplus value. That is part of the reason for their scholastic attempts at explaining it. But because thus the origin and nature of surplus value is not clearly comprehended, the surplus labor plus the necessary labor, in short, the total working day, is regarded as a fixed magnitude. The differences in the amount of surplus value are overlooked, and the productivity of capital, the compulsion to perform surplus labor, on the one hand to perform absolute surplus labor, and on the other its innate urge to shorten the necessary labor time, are not recognized, and therefore the historical justification for capital is not set forth. Adam Smith, however, had already stated the correct formula. Important as it was to resolve value into labor, it was equally important to resolve surplus value into surplus labor, and to do so in explicit terms. Ricardo starts out from the actual fact of capitalist production. The value of labor is smaller than the value of the product which it creates. The value of the product is therefore greater than the value of the labor which produces it, or the value of the wages. The excess of the value of the product over the value of the wages is the surplus value. Ricardo wrongly uses the word profit, but, as we noted earlier, he identifies profit with surplus value here, and is really speaking of the latter. For him, it is a fact that the value of the product is greater than the value of the wages. How this fact arises remains unclear. The total working day is greater than that part of the working day which is required for the production of the wages. Why? That does not emerge. The magnitude of the total working day is therefore wrongly assumed to be fixed, and directly entails wrong conclusions. The increase or decrease in surplus value can therefore be explained only from the growing or diminishing productivity of social labor which produces the means of subsistence. That is to say, only relative surplus value is understood. It is obvious that if the worker needed his whole day to produce his own means of subsistence, i.e. commodities equal to the value of his own means of subsistence, there could be no surplus value, and therefore no capitalist production and no wage labor. This can only exist when the productivity of social labor is sufficiently developed to make possible some sort of excess of the total working day over the labor time required for the production of the wage, i.e. surplus labor, whatever its magnitude. But it is equally obvious that with a given labor time, a given length of the working day, the productivity of labor may be very different. On the other hand, with a given productivity of labor, the labor time, or the length of the working day, may be very different. Furthermore, it is clear that though the existence of surplus labor presupposes that the productivity of labor has reached a certain level, the mere possibility of this surplus labor, i.e. the existence of that necessary minimum productivity of labor, does not in itself make it a reality. For this to occur, the worker must first be compelled to work in excess of the necessary time, and this compulsion is exerted by capital. This is missing in Ricardo's work, and therefore also the whole struggle over the regulation of the normal working day. At a low stage of development of the social productivity of labor, that is to say, where surplus labor is relatively small, the class of those who live on the labor of others will generally be small in relation to the number of workers. It can considerably grow proportionately in the measure in which productivity, and therefore relative surplus value, develops. It is moreover understood that the value of labor varies greatly in the same country at different periods, and in different countries during the same period. The temperate zones are, however, the home of capitalist production. The social productive power of labor may be very undeveloped, yet this may be compensated precisely in the production of the means of subsistence, on the one hand by the fertility of the natural agents, such as the land, on the other hand by the limited requirements of the population due to climate, etc. This is, for instance, the case in India. Where conditions are primitive, the minimum wage may be very small, quantitatively in use values, because the social needs are not yet developed, though it may cost much labor. But even if an average amount of labor were required to produce this minimum wage, the surplus value created, although it would be high in proportion to the wage, that is, to the necessary labor time, would, even with a high rate of surplus value, be just as meager, proportionately, when expressed in terms of use values as the wage itself. Let the necessary labor time be 10 hours, the surplus labor 2 hours, and the total working day 12 hours. If the necessary labor time were 12 hours, the surplus labor 2 2/5 hours, and the total working day 14 2/5 hours, then the values produced would be very different. In the first case, they would amount to 12, in the second to 14 2/5. Similarly, the absolute magnitude of the surplus value. In the former case, it would be 2 hours, in the latter 2 2/5. And yet, the rate of surplus value, or surplus labor, would be the same, because 2 is to 10 as 2 2/5 is to 12. If, in the second case, the variable capital which is laid out were greater, then so also would be the surplus value or surplus labor appropriated by it. If, in the latter case, the surplus labor would arise by 1 hour instead of by 2/5 hours, so that it would amount to 3 hours and the total working day to 15, then although the necessary labor time, or the minimum wage, had increased, the rate of surplus value would have risen, for 2/10 goes as 1/5, but 3/12 goes as 1/4. Both could occur if, as a result of the corn, etc., becoming dearer, the minimum wage had increased from 10 to 12 hours. Even in this case, therefore, not only might the rate of surplus value remain the same, but the amount and rate of surplus value might grow. But let us suppose that the necessary wage amounted to 10 hours, as previously, the surplus labor to 2 hours, and all other conditions remain the same. That is, leaving out of account here any lowering in the production costs of constant capital. Now let the worker work 2 2/5 hours longer and appropriate 2 hours, while 2/5 forms surplus labor. In this case, wages and surplus value would increase in equal proportion, the former, however, representing more than the necessary wage or the necessary labor time. If one takes a given magnitude and divides it into two parts, it is clear that one part can only increase insofar as the other decreases, and vice versa. But this is by no means the case with expanding, that is, elastic magnitudes, and the working day represents such an elastic magnitude, as long as no normal working day has been won. With such magnitudes, both parts can grow, either to an equal or to unequal extent. An increase in one is not brought about by a decrease in the other, and vice versa. This is moreover the only case in which wages and surplus value, in terms of exchange value, can both increase and possibly even in unequal proportions. That they can increase in terms of use value is self-evident. This can increase even if, for example, the value of labor decreases. From 1797 to 1815, when the price of corn and also the nominal wage rose considerably in England, the daily hours of labor increased greatly in the principal industries, which were then in the phase of ruthless expansion, and I believe that this arrested the fall in the rate of profit, because it arrested the fall in the rate of surplus value. In this case, however, whatever the circumstances, the normal working day is lengthened, and the normal span of life of the worker, hence the normal duration of his labor power, is correspondingly shortened. This applies where a permanent lengthening of the working day occurs. If it is only temporary, in order to compensate for a temporary rise in wages, it may, except in the case of children and women, have no other result than to prevent a fall in the rate of profit in those enterprises where the nature of the work makes a prolongation of labor time possible. This is at least possible in agriculture. Ricardo did not consider this at all, since he investigated neither the origin of surplus value nor absolute surplus value, and therefore regarded the working day as a given magnitude. For this case, therefore, his law, that surplus value in wages, he erroneously says profit in wages, in terms of exchange value can rise or fall only in inverse proportion, is incorrect. Firstly, let us assume that the necessary labor time and the surplus labor remain constant. That is, 10 hours plus 2 hours. The working day equals 12 hours, surplus value equals 2 hours, and the rate of surplus value is 1/5. In the second example, the necessary labor time remains the same. Surplus labor increases from 2 to 4 hours. Hence, a working day of 14 hours. Surplus value at 4 hours, and the rate of surplus value is 4/10, or 2/5. In both cases, the necessary labor time is the same, but the surplus value in the one case is twice as great as in the other, and the working day in the second case is 1/6 longer than in the first. Furthermore, although the wage is the same, the values produced, corresponding to the quantities of labor, would be very different. In the first case, it would be equal to 12 hours, in the second to 12 plus 12/6 being 14 hours. It is therefore wrong to say that provided the wage is the same in terms of value of necessary labor time, the surplus value contained in two commodities is proportionate to the quantities of labor contained in them. This is only correct where the normal working day is the same. Let us further assume that as a result of the rise in the productive power of labor, the necessary wage, although it remains constant in terms of use values, falls from 10 hours to 9, and similarly that the surplus labor time falls from 2 to 1 4/5. In this case, 10 is to 9 as 2 is to 1 4/5. Thus, the surplus labor time would fall in the same proportion as the necessary labor time. The rate of surplus value would be the same in both cases. The quantity of use values that could be bought with the surplus value would, according to the assumption, also remain the same. But this would apply only to those use values which are necessary means of subsistence. The working day would decrease from 12 to 10 4/5 hours. The amount of value produced in the second case would be smaller than that produced in the first, and despite these unequal quantities of labor, the rate of surplus value would be the same in both cases. In discussing surplus value, we have distinguished between surplus value and the rate of surplus value. Considered in relation to one working day, the surplus value is equal to the absolute number of hours which it represents, 2, 3, etc. The rate is equal to the proportion of this number of hours to the number of hours which make up the necessary labor time. This distinction is very important because it indicates the varying length of the working day. If the surplus value equals 2 hours, then the rate is 1/5 if the necessary labor time is 10 hours, and 1/6 if the necessary labor time is 12 hours. In the first case, the working day consists of 12 hours, and in the second of 14. In the first case, the rate of surplus value is greater, while at the same time, the laborer works a smaller number of hours per day. In the second case, the rate of surplus value is smaller, the value of the labor power is greater, while at the same time, the worker works a greater number of hours per day. This shows that with a constant surplus value, but a working day of unequal length, the rate of surplus value may be different. The earlier case shows how with a constant rate of surplus value, but a working day of unequal length, the surplus value itself may be different. In one case, 2 hours, and in the other, 1 4/5 hours. I have shown previously in Chapter 2 that if the length of the working day and the necessary labor time, and therefore the rate of surplus value, are given, the amount of surplus value depends on the number of workers simultaneously employed by the same capital. This was a tautological statement, for if one working day gives me 2 surplus hours, then 12 working days give me 24 surplus hours, or 2 surplus days. The statement, however, becomes very important in connection with the determination of profit, which is equal to the proportion of surplus value to the capital advanced, thus depending on the absolute amount of surplus value. It becomes important because capitals of equal size but different organic composition employ unequal numbers of workers. They must thus produce unequal amounts of surplus value, and therefore unequal profits. With a falling rate of surplus value, the profit may rise, and with a rising rate of surplus value, the profit may fall, or the profit may remain unchanged if a rise or fall in the rate of surplus value is compensated by a counter movement affecting the number of workers employed. Here we see immediately how extremely wrong it is to identify the laws relating to the rise and fall of surplus value with the laws relating to the rise and fall of profit. If one merely considers the simple law of surplus value, then it seems a tautology to say that with a given rate of surplus value and a given length of the working day, the absolute amount of surplus value depends on the amount of capital employed. For an increase in this amount of capital and an increase in the number of workers simultaneously employed are, on the assumption made, identical or merely different expressions of the same fact. But when one turns to an examination of profit, where the amount of the total capital employed and the number of workers employed vary greatly for capitals of equal size, then the importance of the law becomes clear. Ricardo starts by considering commodities of a given value, that is to say, commodities which represent a given quantity of labor. And from this starting point, absolute and relative surplus value appear to be always identical. This, at any rate, explains the one-sidedness of his mode of procedure and corresponds with this whole method of investigation, to start with the value of the commodities as determined by the definite labor time they contain, and then to examine to what extent this is affected by wages, profits, etc. This appearance is nevertheless false, since it is not a question of commodities here, but of capitalist production, of commodities as products of capital. Assume that a capital employs a certain number of workers, for example 20, and that wages amount to 20 pounds. To simplify matters, let us assume that the fixed capital is nil, i.e. we leave it out of account. Further, assume that these 20 workers spin 80 pounds of cotton into yarn, if they work 12 hours per day. If 1 pound of cotton costs 1 shilling, then 20 pounds costs 1 pound sterling, and 80 pounds sterling represents 1,600 pounds. If 20 workers spin 1,600 pounds in 12 hours, then they spin 133 1/3 pounds in 1 hour. Thus, if the necessary labor time is 10 hours, then the surplus labor time is 2 hours, and this equals 266 2/3 pounds of yarn. The value of the 1,600 pounds would be 104 pounds sterling. For if 10 hours of work equal 20 pounds sterling, then 1 hour of work equals 2, and 2 hours of work 4, hence 12 are equal to 24. 80 pounds raw material and 24 pounds newly created value are equal to 104. But if each of the workers worked 4 hours of surplus labor, then their product would equal 8 pounds sterling. I mean the surplus value which he creates. His product is in fact equal to 28. The total product would be 121 1/3 pounds sterling, and this 121 1/3 pounds would be the equivalent of 1,866 2/3 pounds of yarn. As before, since the conditions of production remain the same, 1 pound of yarn would have the same value. It would contain the same amount of labor time. Moreover, according to the assumption, the necessary wages, their value, the labor time they contained, would have remained unchanged. Whether these 1,800 pounds of yarn were being produced under the first set of conditions or under the second, i.e. with 2 or with 4 hours of surplus labor, they would have the same value in both cases. The value, therefore, of the additional 266 2/3 pounds of cotton that are spun is 13 1/3 pounds sterling. This, added to the 80 pounds sterling for the 1,600 pounds cotton, amounts to 93 1/3 pounds sterling, and in both cases, 4 working hours more for 20 men amount to 8 pounds. Altogether, 28 pounds for the labor, that is 121 1/5 pounds. The wages are, in both cases, the same. The pound of yarn costs, in both cases, 1 3/10 of a shilling. Since the value of the pound of cotton is 1 shilling, what remained for the newly added labor in 1 pound of yarn would in both cases amount to 3/10 of a shilling, equal to 3 3/5 pence, or 18/5 pence. Nevertheless, under the conditions assumed, the relation between value and surplus value in each pound of yarn would be very different. In the first case, since the necessary labor was equal to 20 pounds sterling and the surplus labor to 4 pounds, or since the former amounted to 10 hours and the latter to 2 hours, the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor would be 2 to 10, or 1/5. The 3 3/5 pence newly added labor in a pound of yarn would in this case contain 1/5 unpaid labor, that is 18/25 pence, or 72/25 farthings equal to 2 22/25 farthings. In the second case, on the other hand, the necessary labor would be 20 pounds, that is 10 working hours. The surplus labor 8 pounds, 4 working hours. The ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor would be 8 to 20, or 2/5. Thus, the 3 3/5 pence of newly added labor in a pound of yarn would contain 2/5 unpaid labor, i.e. 5 19/25 farthings. Although the yarn has the same value in both cases, and although the same wages are paid in both cases, the surplus value in a pound of yarn is in one case twice as large as in the other. The ratio of value of labor to surplus value is of course the same in the individual commodity, that is, in a portion of the product as in the whole product. In the one case, the capital advanced is 93 1/3 pounds for cotton, and how much for wages? The wages for 1,600 pounds amount to 20 pounds sterling here. Hence, for the additional 266 2/3 pounds, a further 3 1/3 pounds sterling. This makes 23 1/3 pounds, and the total capital outlay is 116 2/3 pounds. The product comes to 121 1/3 pounds. In the other case, however, the capital outlay would amount to only 113 1/3 pounds, and 4 pounds would have to be added to the 4 pound surplus value. The same number of pounds of yarn are produced in both cases, and both have the same value, that is to say, they represent equal total quantities of labor. But these equal total quantities of labor are set in motion by capitals of unequal size, although the wages are the same, but the working days are of unequal length, and therefore unequal quantities of unpaid labor are produced. Taking the individual pound of yarn, The wages paid for it, or the amounts of paid labor a pound contains, are different. The same wages are spread over a larger volume of commodities here, not because labor is more productive in the one case than in the other, but because the total amount of unpaid labor which is set into motion in one case is greater than in the other. With the same quantity of paid labor, therefore, more pounds of yarn are produced in the one case than in the other, although in both cases the same quantities of yarn are produced, representing the same quantity of total labor, paid and unpaid. If, on the other hand, the productivity of labor had increased in the second case, then the value of the pound of yarn would at all events have fallen, whatever the ratio of surplus value to variable capital. In such a case, therefore, it would be wrong to say that the surplus value must be the same, and the two capitals, under otherwise equal conditions, would have produced the yarn with equal profits. This would be correct if we were concerned with 1 pound of yarn, but we are in fact concerned here with the capital which has produced 1,866 2/3 pounds of yarn. And in order to know the amount of profit, actually surplus value on 1 pound, we must know the length of the working day, or the quantity of unpaid labor when the productivity is given, that the capital sets in motion. But this information cannot be gathered by looking at the individual commodity. Thus, Ricardo deals only with what I have called the relative surplus value. From the outset, he assumes, as Adam Smith and his predecessors seem to have done as well, that the length of the working day is given. At most, Adam Smith mentions differences in the length of the working day in different branches of labor, which are leveled out or compensated by the relatively greater intensity of labor, difficulty, unpleasantness, etc. On the basis of this postulate, Ricardo, on the whole, explains relative surplus value correctly. Before we give the principal points of his theory, we shall cite a few more passages to illustrate Ricardo's point of view. The labor of 1,000,000 men in manufactures will always produce the same value, but will not always produce the same riches. This means that the product of their daily labor will always be the product of 1,000,000 working days containing the same labor time. This is wrong, or is only true where the same normal working day, taking into account the various difficulties, etc. in different branches of labor, has been generally established. Even then, however, the statement is wrong in the general form in which it is expressed here. If the normal working day is 12 hours, and the annual product of one man is in terms of money 50 pounds, and the value of money remains unchanged, then in this case, the product of 1,000,000 men would always amount to 50 million pounds per year. If the necessary labor is 6 hours, then the capital laid out for these 1,000,000 men would be 25 million pounds per annum. The surplus value would also be 25 million. The product would always be 50 million, whether the workers received 25 or 30 or 40 million. But in the first case, the surplus value would be 25 million. In the second case, it would be 20 million, and in the third, 10 million. If the capital advanced consisted only of variable capital, i.e. only of the capital which is laid out in the wages of these 1,000,000 men, then Ricardo would be right. He is therefore only right in the one case, where the total capital equals the variable capital, a presupposition which pervades all his and Adam Smith's observations regarding the capital of society as a whole. But in capitalist production, this precondition does not exist in a single branch of industry, much less in the production of society as a whole. That part of the constant capital which enters into the labor process without entering into the process of the creation of value does not enter into the product, into the value of the product, and therefore, important as it is in the determination of the general rate of profit, it does not concern us here, where we are considering the value of the annual product. But matters are quite different with that part of constant capital which enters into the annual product. We have seen that a portion of this part of constant capital, or what appears as constant capital in one sphere of production, appears as a direct product of labor within another sphere of production, during the same production period of 1 year. A large part of the capital laid out annually, which appears to be constant capital from the standpoint of the individual capitalist of that particular sphere of production, therefore resolves itself into variable capital from the standpoint of society, or of the capitalist class. This part is thus included in the 50 million, in that part of the 50 million which forms variable capital, or is laid out in wages. But the position is different with that part of constant capital which is used up in order to replace the constant capital consumed in industry and agriculture, with the consumed part of the constant capital employed in those branches of production which produce constant capital, raw material in its primary form, fixed capital and auxiliary materials. The value of this part reappears. It is reproduced in the product. In what proportion it enters into the value of the whole product depends entirely on its actual magnitude, provided the productivity of labor does not change. But however the productivity may change, this part of the constant capital will always have a definite magnitude. On the average, apart from certain exceptions in agriculture, the amount of the product, i.e. the riches, which Ricardo distinguishes from the value produced by 1 million men, will indeed also depend on the magnitude of this constant capital which is antecedent to production. This part of the value of the product would not exist without the new labor of the million men during the year. On the other hand, the labor of the million men would not yield the same amount of product without this constant capital which exists independently of their year's labor. It enters into the labor process as a condition of production, but not a single additional hour is worked in order to reproduce the value of this part. As value, it is therefore not the result of the year's labor, although its value would not have been reproduced without this year's labor. If the part of the constant capital which enters into the product were 25 million, then the value of the product of the 1 million men would be 75 million. If this part of the constant capital were 10 million, then the value of the product would only be 60 million, etc. And since the ratio of constant capital to variable capital increases in the course of capitalist development, the value of the annual product of a million men will tend to rise continuously in proportion to the growth of the past labor which plays a part in their annual production. This alone shows that Ricardo was unable to understand either the essence of accumulation or the nature of profit. With the growth in the proportion of constant to variable capital grows also the productivity of labor, the productive forces brought into being, with which social labor operates. As a result of this increasing productivity of labor, however, a part of the existing constant capital is continuously depreciated in value, for its value depends not on the labor time that it cost originally, but on the labor time with which it can be reproduced, and this is continuously diminishing as the productivity of labor grows. Although, therefore, the value of the constant capital does not increase in proportion to its amount, it increases nevertheless, because its amount increases even more rapidly than its value falls. But we shall return later to Ricardo's views on accumulation. It is evident, however, that if the length of the working day is given, the value of the annual product of the labor of 1 million men will differ greatly according to the different amount of constant capital that enters into the product, and that despite the growing productivity of labor, the value of this product will be greater where the constant capital forms a large part of the total capital, than under social conditions where it forms a relatively small part of the total capital. With the advance in the productivity of social labor, accompanied as it is by the growth of constant capital, a relatively ever-increasing part of the annual product of labor will, therefore, fall to the share of capital as such, and thus property in the form of capital, apart from revenue, will be constantly increasing, and proportionately that part of value which the individual worker, and even the working class, creates will be steadily decreasing compared with the product of their past labor that confronts them as capital. The alienation and the antagonism between labor power and the objective conditions of labor which have become independent in the form of capital thereby grow continuously, not taking into account the variable capital, i.e. that part of the product of the annual labor which is required for the reproduction of the working class. Even these means of subsistence, however, confront them as capital. Ricardo's view that the working day is given, limited, a fixed magnitude is also expressed by him in other forms. For instance, where he says that the wages of labor and the profit of stock, quote, are together always of the same value, end quote. In other words, this only means that the daily labor time, whose product is divided between the wages of labor and the profits of stock, is always the same, is constant. Quote, wages and profits together will be the same value, end quote. I hardly need to repeat here that in these passages one should always read surplus value instead of profit. Quote, wages are to be estimated by their real value, that is, by the quantity of labor and capital employed in producing them, and not by their nominal value, either in coats, hats, money, or corn. The value of the means of subsistence which the worker obtains, that is, buys with his wages, corn, clothes, etc., is determined by the total labor time required for their production, the quantity of immediate labor as well as the quantity of materialized labor necessary for their production. But Ricardo confuses the issue because he does not state it plainly. He does not say their real value, that is, that quantity of the working day required to reproduce the value of the worker's own necessaries, the equivalent of the necessaries paid to them or exchanged for their labor. Real wages have to be determined by the average time which the worker must work each day in order to produce or reproduce his own wages. The laborer is only paid a really high price for his labor when his wages will purchase the produce of a great deal of labor. Section 4. Relative surplus value. The analysis of relative wages is one of Ricardo's scientific achievements. This is, in fact, the only form of surplus value which Ricardo analyzes, under the name of profit. According to him, the quantity of labor required for the production of a commodity and contained in it determines its value, which is thus a given factor, a definite amount. This amount is divided between wage labor and capitalist. Ricardo, like Adam Smith, does not take constant capital into account here. It is obvious that the share of one can only rise or fall in proportion to the fall or rise of the share of the other. Since the value of the commodities is due to the labor of the workers, labor is under all circumstances the precondition of value. But there can be no labor unless the worker lives and maintains himself, i.e. receives the necessary wages, the minimum wages. Wages is synonymous with the value of his labor power. Wages and surplus value. These two categories into which the value of the commodity, or the product itself, is divided, are therefore not only in inverse proportion to each other, but the primary determinant factor is the movement of wages. Their rise or fall causes the opposite movement on the part of the profit, that is, surplus value. Wages do not rise or fall because profit falls or rises, but on the contrary, profit falls or rises because wages fall. The surplus product, which remains after the working class has received its share of its own annual production, forms the substance on which the capitalist class lives. Since the value of the commodities is determined by the quantity of labor contained in them, and since wages and surplus value are only shares, proportions in which the two classes of producers divide the value of the commodity between themselves, it is clear that a rise or fall in wages, although it determines the rate of surplus value, does not affect the value of the commodity, or the price, as the monetary expression of the value of a commodity. The proportion in which a whole is divided between two shareholders makes the whole neither larger nor smaller. It is therefore an erroneous preconception to assume that a rise in wages raises the price of commodities. It only makes profit fall. Even the exception cited by Ricardo, where a rise in wages is supposed to make the exchange values of some commodities fall and those of others rise, are wrong so far as value is concerned, and only correct for cost prices. Since the rate of surplus value is determined by the relative height of wages, how is the latter determined? Apart from competition, by the price of the necessary means of subsistence. This, in turn, depends on the productivity of labor, which increases with the fertility of the land. Ricardo assumes capitalist production here. Every improvement reduces the prices of commodities, of the means of subsistence. Wages, or the value of labor, thus rise and fall in inverse proportion to the development of the productive power of labor, insofar as the latter produces necessary means of subsistence which enter into the average consumption of the working class. The rate of surplus value falls or rises, therefore, in direct proportion to the development of the productive power of labor, because this development reduces or raises wages. The rate of profit cannot fall unless wages rise, and cannot rise unless wages fall. The value of wages has to be reckoned not according to the quantity of the means of subsistence received by the worker, but according to the quantity of labor which these means of subsistence cost. In fact, the proportion of the working day which he appropriates for himself. That is, according to the relative share of the total product, or rather of the total value of this product which the worker receives. It is possible that reckoned in terms of use values, quantity of commodities or money, his wages rise as productivity increases, and yet the value of the wages may fall, and vice versa. It is one of Ricardo's great merits that he examined relative or proportionate wages, and established them as a definite category. Up to this time, wages had always been regarded as something simple, and consequently the worker was considered an animal. But here he is considered in his social relationships. The position of the classes to one another depends more on relative wages than on the absolute amount of wages. Now these propositions have to be substantiated by quotations from Ricardo. The value of the deer, the produce of the hunter's day's labor, would be exactly equal to the value of the fish, the produce of the fisherman's day's labor. The comparative value of the fish and the game would be entirely regulated by the quantity of labor realized in each, whatever might be the quantity of production, or however high or low general wages and profits might be. If the fisherman employed 10 men, whose annual labor cost £100, and who in one day obtained by their labor 20 salmon, if the hunter also employed 10 men, whose annual labor cost £100, and who in one day procured him 10 deer, then the natural price of a deer would be 2 salmon, whether the proportion of the whole produce bestowed on the men who obtained it were large or small. The proportion which might be paid for wages is of the utmost importance in the question of profits, for it must at once be seen that profits would be high or low exactly in proportion as wages were low or high. But it could not in the least affect the relative value of fish and game, as wages would be high or low at the same time in both occupations. It can be seen that Ricardo derives the whole value of the commodity from the labor of the men employed. It is their own labor, or the product of that labor, or the value of this product, which is divided between them and capital. No alteration in the wages of labor could produce any alteration in the relative value of these commodities. For suppose them to rise, no greater quantity of labor would be required in any of these occupations, but it would be paid for at a higher price. Wages might rise 20%, and profits consequently fall in a greater or less proportion, without occasioning the least alteration in the relative value of these commodities. There can be no rise in the value of labor without a fall of profits. If the corn is to be divided between the farmer and the laborer, the larger the proportion that is given to the latter, the less will remain for the former. So if cloth or cotton goods be divided between the workman and his employer, the larger the proportion given to the former, the less remains for the latter. Adam Smith and all the writers who have followed him have, without one exception that I know of, maintained that a rise in the price of labor would be uniformly followed by a rise in the price of all commodities. I hope I have succeeded in showing that there are no grounds for such an opinion. A rise of wages from the circumstances of the worker being more liberally rewarded, or from a difficulty of procuring the necessaries on which wages are expended, does not, except in some instances, produce the effect of raising price, but has a great effect in lowering profits. The position is different, however, when the rise of wages is due to an alteration in the value of money. In the one case, no greater proportion of the annual labor of the country is devoted to the support of the laborers. In the other case, a larger portion is so devoted. With a rise in the price of food and necessaries, the natural price of labor will rise. With a fall in their price, the natural price of labor will fall. The surplus produce remaining, after satisfying the wants of the existing population, must necessarily be in proportion to the facility of production, that is, to the smaller number of persons employed in production. Neither the farmer who cultivates that quantity of land which regulates price, nor the manufacturer who manufactures goods sacrifice any portion of the produce for rent. The whole of their commodities is divided into two portions only. One constitutes the profits of stock, the other the wages of labor. Suppose the price of silks, velvets, furniture, and any other commodities not required by the worker to rise in consequence of more labor being expended on them. Would not that affect profits? Certainly not, for nothing can affect profits but a rise in wages. Silks and velvets are not consumed by the laborer, and therefore cannot raise wages. If the labor of 10 men will, on land of certain quality, obtain 180 quarters of wheat, and its value be 4 pounds per quarter, or 720 pounds, in all cases, the same sum of 720 pounds must be divided between wages and profits. Whether wages or profits rise or fall, it is this sum of 720 pounds from which they must both be provided. On the one hand, profits can never rise so high as to absorb so much of this 720 that enough will not be left to furnish the laborers with absolute necessaries. On the other hand, wages can never rise so high as to leave no portion of this sum for profits. Profits depend on high or low wages, wages on the price of necessaries, and the price of necessaries chiefly on the price of food, because all other requisites may be increased almost without limit. Although a greater value is produced, with the deterioration of the land, a greater proportion of what remains of that value after paying rent is consumed by the producers. He identifies laborers with producers here. And it is this and this alone which regulates profits. It is the essential quality of an improvement to diminish the quantity of labor before required to produce a commodity, and this diminution cannot take place without a fall of its price or relative value. Diminish the cost of production of hats, and their price will ultimately fall to their new natural price, although the demand should be doubled, tripled, or quadrupled. Diminish the cost of subsistence of men, and by diminishing the natural price of the food and clothing by which life is sustained, and wages will ultimately fall, notwithstanding that the demand for laborers may very greatly increase. In proportion as less is appropriated for wages, more will be appropriated for profits, and vice versa. It has been one of the objects of this work to show that with every fall in the real value of necessaries, the wages of labor would fall, and that the profits of stock would rise. In other words, that of any given annual value, a less portion would be paid to the laboring class, and a larger portion to those whose funds employed this class. It is only in this statement, which has now become a commonplace, that Ricardo expresses the nature of capital, though he may not be aware of it. It is not accumulated labor which is employed by the laboring class, by the laborers themselves, but the funds, accumulated labor which employ this class, employ present immediate labor. Suppose the value of the commodities produced in a particular manufacture to be £1,000, and to be divided between the master and his laborers. Here again he expresses the nature of capital. The capitalist is the master, the workers are his laborers, in the proportion of £800 to laborers and £200 to the master. If the value of these commodities should fall to £900, and £100 be saved from the wages of labor in consequence of the fall of necessaries, the net income of the masters would be in no degree impaired. If the shoes and clothing of the laborer could, by the improvements in machinery, be produced by 1/4 of the labor now necessary to their production, they would probably fall 75%. But so far is it from being true that the laborer would thereby be enabled to permanently consume 4 coats or 4 pairs of shoes instead of 1, that it is probable his wages would in no long time be adjusted by the effects of competition, and the stimulus to population, to the new value of the necessaries on which they were expended. If these improvements extended to all the objects of the laborer's consumption, we should find him probably, at the end of a very few years, in possession of only a small, if any, addition to his enjoyments, although the exchangeable value of those commodities, compared with any other commodity, had sustained a very considerable reduction, and though they were the produce of a very considerably diminished quantity of labor. When wages rise, it is always at the expense of profits, and when they fall, profits always rise. It has been my endeavor to show throughout this work that the rate of profits can never be increased but by a fall in wages, and that there can be no permanent fall of wages but in consequence of a fall of the necessaries on which wages are expended. If, therefore, by the extension of foreign trade, or by improvements in machinery, the food and necessaries of the worker can be brought to market at a reduced price, profits will rise. If, instead of growing our own corn or manufacturing the clothing and other necessaries of the worker, we discover a new market from which we can supply ourselves with these commodities at a cheaper price, wages will fall and profits rise. But if the commodities obtained at a cheaper rate by the extension of foreign commerce or by the improvement of machinery be exclusively the commodities consumed by the rich, no alteration will take place in the rate of profits. The rate of wages would not be affected, although wine, velvets, silks, and other expensive commodities should fall 50%, and consequently profits would continue unaltered. Foreign trade, then, though highly beneficial to a country, as it increases the amount and variety of the objects on which revenue may be expended, and affords, by the abundance and cheapness of commodities, incentives to saving, and why not incentives to spending, and to the accumulation of capital, has no tendency to raise the profits of stock, unless the commodities imported be of that description on which the wages of labor are expended. The remarks which have been made respecting foreign trade apply equally to home trade. The rate of profits is never increased. He has just said the very opposite. Evidently he means never unless the value of labor is diminished by the improvements mentioned. By a better distribution of labor, by the invention of machinery, by the establishment of roads and canals, or by any means of abridging labor in the manufacture or in the conveyance of goods. These are causes which operate on price, and never fail to be highly beneficial to consumers, since they enable them, with the same labor, to obtain in exchange a greater quantity of the commodity to which the improvement is applied. But they have no effect whatever on profit. On the other hand, every diminution in the wages of labor raises profits, but produces no effect on the price of commodities. One is advantageous to all classes, for all classes are consumers. But how is it advantageous to the laboring class? For Ricardo presupposes that if these commodities enter into the consumption of the wage earner, they reduce wages, and if these commodities become cheaper without reducing wages, they are not commodities on which wages are expended. The other is beneficial only to producers. They gain more, but everything remains at its former price. Again, how is this possible, since Ricardo presupposes that the reduction of wages which raises profits takes place precisely because the price of the necessaries has fallen, and therefore by no means does everything remain at its former price? In the first case, they get the same as before, but everything, wrong again, should read everything with the exception of the necessaries, on which their gains are expended, is diminished in exchangeable value. It is evident that this passage is rather loosely worded. But apart from this formal aspect, the statements are only true if one reads rate of surplus value for rate of profit, and this applies to the whole of this investigation into relative surplus value. Even in the case of luxury articles, such improvements can raise the general rate of profit, since the rate of profit in these spheres of production, as in all others, bears a share in the leveling out of all particular rates of profit into the average rate of profit. If, in such cases, as a result of the above-mentioned influences, the value of the constant capital falls proportionately to the variable, or the period of turnover is reduced, i.e. a change takes place in the circulation process, then the rate of profit rises. Furthermore, the influence of foreign trade is expounded in an entirely one-sided way. The development of the product into a commodity is fundamental to capitalist production, and this is intrinsically bound up with the expansion of the market, the creation of the world market, and therefore foreign trade. Apart from this, Ricardo is right when he states that all improvements, be they brought about through the division of labor, improvements in machinery, the perfection of means of communication, foreign trade, in short, all measures that reduce the necessary labor time involved in the manufacture or transport of commodities, increase the surplus value, hence profit, and thus enrich the capitalist class, because and insofar as these improvements reduce the value of labor. Finally, in this section, we must quote a few passages in which Ricardo analyzes the nature of relative wages. If I have to hire a laborer for a week, and instead of 10 shillings I pay him 8, no variation having taken place in the value of money, the laborer can probably obtain more food and necessaries with his 8 shillings than he before obtained for 10. But this is owing not to a rise in the real value of his wages, as stated by Adam Smith, and more recently by Mr. Malthus, but to a fall in the value of the things on which his wages are expended, things perfectly distinct. And yet, for calling this a fall in the real value of wages, I am told that I adopt new and unusual language, not reconcilable with the true principles of the science. It is not by the absolute quantity of produce obtained by either class that we can correctly judge of the rate of profit, rent, and wages, but by the quantity of labor required to obtain that produce. By improvements in machinery and agriculture, the whole produce may be doubled, but if wages, rent, and profit be also doubled, these three will bear the same proportions to one another as before, and neither could be said to have relatively varied. But if wages partook not of the whole of this increase, if they, instead of being doubled, were only increased 1/2, it would, I apprehend, be correct for me to say that wages had fallen while profits had risen. For if we had an invariable standard by which to measure the value of this produce, we should find that a less value had fallen to the class of laborers, and a greater to the class of capitalists than had been given before. It will not the less be a real fall, because the wages might furnish him with a greater quantity of cheap commodities than his former wages. De Quincey points out the contrast between some of the propositions developed by Ricardo and those of the other economists. Quote, when it was asked, by the economists before Ricardo, what determined the value of all commodities, it was answered that this value was chiefly determined by wages. When again it was asked what determined wages, it was recollected that wages must be adjusted to the value of the commodities upon which they were spent, and the answer was in effect that wages were determined by the value of commodities. The same dialogues contains the following passage about the law governing the measurement of value by the quantity of labor and by the value of labor. So far are the two formulas from presenting merely two different expressions of the same law that the very best way of expressing negatively Mr. Ricardo's law, that is, A is to be in value as the quantities of producing labor, would be to say A is not to be in value as the values of producing labor. If the organic composition of the capital in A and B were the same, then it could in fact be said that their relation to one another is proportionate to the values of the producing labor. For the accumulated labor in each would be the same in proportion as the immediate labor in each. The quantities of paid labor in each, however, would be proportionate to the total quantities of immediate labor in each. Assume the composition to be 80 constant and 20 variable, and the rate of surplus value equal to 50%. If one capital were equal to 500 pounds and the other to 300, then the product in the first case would be 550 and in the second 330. The products would then be as 100, wages, to 60, that is, as 5 to 3. But even then, one would only know their relation to one another and not their true values, since many different values correspond to the ratio 5 to 3. If the price is 10 shillings, then wages and profits, taken as a whole, cannot exceed 10 shillings. But do not the wages and profits as a whole themselves, on the contrary, predetermine the price? No, that is the old superannuated doctrine. The new economy has shown that all price is governed by proportional quantity of the producing labor, and by that only. Being itself once settled then, ipso facto, price settles the fund out of which both wages and profits must draw their separate dividends. Any change that can disturb the existing relations between wages and profits must originate in wages. Ricardo's doctrine is new insofar as he poses the question whether in fact it sets aside the law of actual value. Chapter 16. Ricardo's Theory of Profit. Section 1. Individual instances in which Ricardo distinguishes between surplus value and profit. It has already been shown in some detail that the laws of surplus value, or rather of the rate of surplus value, assuming the working day is given, do not so directly and simply coincide with, nor are they applicable to, the laws of profit, as Ricardo supposes. It has been shown that he wrongly identifies surplus value with profit, and that these are only identical insofar as the total capital consists of variable capital, or is laid out directly in wages, and that therefore what Ricardo deals with under the name of profit is in fact surplus value. Only in this case can the total product simply be resolved into wages and surplus value. Ricardo evidently shares Smith's view that the total value of the annual product resolves itself into revenues, hence also his confusion of value with cost price. It is not necessary to repeat here that the rate of profit is not directly governed by the same laws as the rate of surplus value. Firstly, we have seen that the rate of profit can rise or fall as a result of a fall or rise in rent, independently of any change in the value of labor. Secondly, the amount of profit is equal to the absolute amount of surplus value. The latter, however, is determined not only by the rate of surplus value, but just as much by the number of workers employed. The same amount of profit is therefore possible with a falling rate of surplus value and a rising number of workers, and vice versa. Thirdly, with a given rate of surplus value, the rate of profit depends on the organic composition of capital. Fourthly, with a given surplus value, the organic composition is also assumed to be given, the rate of profit depends on the relative value of the different parts of the capital, which may be differently affected, partly by economy of power, etc., in the use of the means of production, partly by variations in value, which may affect one part of capital while they leave the rest untouched. Finally, one has to take into account the differences in the composition of capital arising from the process of circulation. Some of the observations that occur in Ricardo's writing should have led him to the distinction between surplus value and profit. Because he fails to make this distinction, he appears in some passages to descend to the vulgar view, as has already been indicated in the analysis of Chapter 1 on value, the view that profit is a mere addition over and above the value of the commodity. For instance, when he speaks of the determination of profit on capital, in which the fixed capital predominates, etc. This was the source of much nonsense among his successors. This vulgar view is bound to arise if the proposition, which in practice is correct, that on the average, capitals of equal size yield equal profits, or that profit depends on the size of the capital employed, is not connected by a series of intermediary links with the general laws of value. In short, if profit and surplus value are treated as identical, which is only correct for the aggregate capital. Accordingly, Ricardo has no means for determining a general rate of profit. Ricardo realizes that the rate of profit is not modified by those variations of the value of commodities which affect all parts of capital equally, as for example variations in the value of money. He should therefore have concluded that it is affected by such variations in the value of commodities which do not affect all parts of capital equally, that therefore variations in the rate of profit may occur while the value of labor remains unchanged, and that even the rate of profit may move in the opposite direction to variations in the value of labor. Above all, however, he should have kept in mind that here the surplus product, or what is for him the same thing, surplus value, or again the same thing, surplus labor, when he is considering it as a subspecie profit, is not calculated in proportion to the variable capital alone, but in proportion to the total capital advanced. With reference to a change in the value of money, he says, "The variation in the value of money, however great, makes no difference in the rate of profits. For suppose the goods of the manufacturer to rise from £1,000 to 2,000, or 100%. If his capital, on which the variations of money have as much effect as on the value of produce, if his machinery, buildings, and stock in trade also rise 100%, his rate of profits will be the same. If with a capital of a given value, he can, by economy in labor, double the quantity of produce, and it fall to half its former price, it will bear the same proportion to the capital that produced it, which it did before, and consequently, profits will still be at the same rate. If at the same time that he doubles the quantity of produce by the employment of the same capital, the value of money is by any accident lowered 1/2, the produce will sell for twice the money value that it did before, but the capital employed to produce it will also be of twice its former money value, and therefore in this case too, the value of the produce will bear the same proportion to the value of the capital as it did before." If Ricardo means surplus produce when he writes produce in the last passage, then this is correct. For the rate of profit is equal to the surplus produce, that is value, divided by the capital employed. Thus, if the surplus produce is 10 and capital is 100, the rate of profit is 10 over 100, or 10%. If, however, he means the total product, then the way he puts it is not accurate. In that case, by proportion of the value of the produce to the value of capital, he evidently means nothing but the excess of the value of the commodity over the value of the capital advanced. In any case, it is obvious that here he does not identify profit with surplus value, or the rate of profit with the rate of surplus value. The latter is equal to the surplus value divided by the value of labor, or the variable capital. Ricardo says in chapter 32, "The raw produce of which commodities are made is supposed to have fallen in price, and therefore commodities will fall on that account. True, they will fall, but their fall will not be attended with any diminution in the money income of the producer. If he sells his commodity for less money, it is only because one of the materials from which it is made has fallen in value. If the clothier will sell his cloth for £900 instead of 1,000, his income will not be less if the wool from which it is made has declined £100 in value." The particular point with which Ricardo is actually dealing, the effect in a practical case, does not concern us here. But a sudden fall in the value of wool would of course affect adversely the money income of those clothiers who had on their hands a large stock of finished cloth, manufactured at a time when wool was dearer, and which has to be sold after the price of wool has dropped. If, as Ricardo assumes here, the clothiers set in motion the same amount of labor as before, it is clear that their money income, taken in absolute terms, will not be less, but their rate of profit will be greater than previously. For, say it was 10%, i.e. £100, the same amount as before would now have to be reckoned on 900 instead of 1,000. In the first case, the rate of profit was 10%. In the second, it is 1 over 9, or 11 1/9%. Since Ricardo, moreover, presupposes that the raw produce of which commodities are made has fallen generally, the general rate of profit would rise, and not only the rate of profit in one branch of production. It is all the more strange that Ricardo does not realize this, because he understands it when the opposite takes place. For in chapter 6, on profits, Ricardo deals with the case where, as a result of an increase in the price of necessaries, owing to the cultivation of worse land and the consequent rise in differential rent, firstly, wages rise, and secondly, all raw produce from the surface of the earth. This assumption is by no means necessary. Cotton may very well fall in price, so can silk and even wool and linen, although the price of corn may be rising. In the first place, he says that the surplus value, he calls it profit, of the farmer will fall because the value of the product of the 10 men whom he employs continues to be £720, and from this fund of 720 he has to hand over more in wages. And he continues, "But the rate of profits will fall still more, because the capital of the farmer consists in a great measure of raw produce, such as his corn, his unthreshed wheat and barley, his horses and cows, which would all rise in price in consequence of the rise of produce. His absolute profits would fall from £480 to £445 and 15 shillings. But if from the cause which I have just stated, his capital should rise from 3,000 to 3,200, the rate of his profits would, when corn was at £5 and 2 shillings 10 pence, be under 14%. If a manufacturer had also employed £3,000 in his business, he would be obliged, in consequence of the rise of wages, to increase his capital in order to be enabled to carry on the same business. If his commodities sold before for £720, they would continue to sell at the same price, but the wages of labor, which were before £240, would rise to £274 and 5 shillings. In the first case, he would have a balance of £480 as profit on 3,000. In the second, he would have a profit of only 445 and 15 shillings on an increased capital, and therefore his profits would conform to the altered rate of those of the farmer. In this passage, therefore, Ricardo distinguishes between absolute profit, that is equal to the surplus value, and rate of profit, and also shows that the rate of profit falls more as a result of the change in the value of the capital advanced than the absolute profit falls as a result of the rise in the value of labor. The rate of profit would have also fallen if the value of labor had remained the same, because the same absolute profit would have to be calculated on a greater capital. The reverse result, i.e. a rise in the rate of profit, as distinct from a rise in surplus value or absolute profit, would take place in the first instance cited from him, where the value of the raw produce falls. It is evident, therefore, that rises and falls in the rate of profit may also be brought about by circumstances other than the rise and fall in the absolute profit, or the rise and fall in the rate of surplus value. In connection with the last quoted passage, Ricardo writes, "Articles of jewelry, of iron, of plate, and of copper would not rise because none of the raw produce from the surface of the earth enters into their composition. The prices of these commodities would not rise, but the rate of profit in these branches of production would rise above that in the others. For in the latter, a smaller surplus value, because of the rise in wages, would correspond to a capital outlay that had grown in value for two reasons. Firstly, because the outlay in wages had increased. Secondly, because the outlay in raw materials had increased. In the second case, i.e. jewelry, etc., there is a smaller surplus value on a capital outlay in which only the variable part is grown because of the rise in wages." In these passages, Ricardo himself throws overboard his whole theory of profit, which is based on the false identification of the rate of surplus value with the rate of profit. In every case, agricultural as well as manufacturing profits are lowered by a rise in the price of raw produce if it be accompanied by a rise of wages. It follows from what Ricardo himself has said that even if the rise in the price of raw produce is not accompanied by a rise of wages, the rate of profit would be lowered by an increase of that part of the advanced capital which consists of raw produce. Suppose the price of silks, velvets, furniture, and any other commodities not required by the laborer to rise in consequence of more labor being expended on them. Would not that affect profits? Certainly not, for nothing can affect profits but a rise in wages. Silks and velvets are not consumed by the laborer, and therefore cannot raise wages. The rate of profit in these particular spheres of production would certainly fall, although the value of labor, wages, remain the same. The raw material used by the silk manufacturers, piano manufacturers, furniture manufacturers, etc. would have become dearer, and therefore the proportion borne by the same surplus value to the capital laid out would have fallen, and hence the rate of profit. And the general rate of profit consists of the average of the particular rates of profit in all branches of business. Or, in order to make the same average profit as before, these manufacturers would raise the price of their commodities. Such a nominal rise in prices does not directly affect the rate of profit, but the distribution of profit. Ricardo returns once more to the case considered above, where the surplus value, that is absolute profit, falls, because the price of the necessaries, and along with these also rent, rises. I must again observe that the rate of profits would fall much more rapidly than I have estimated in my calculation, for the value of the produce being what I have stated it, under the circumstances supposed, the value of the farmer's stock would be greatly increased, from its necessarily consisting of many of the commodities which had risen in value. Before corn could rise from £4 to 12, his capital would probably be doubled in exchangeable value, and be worth £6,000 instead of £3,000. If then his profit were £180, or 6% on his original capital, profits would not at that time be really at a higher rate than 3%, for 6,000 at 3% gives 180, and on those terms, only could a new farmer with £6,000 money in his pocket enter into the farming business. Many trades would derive some advantage, more or less, from the same source. The brewer, the distiller, the clothier, or the linen manufacturer would be partly compensated for the diminution of their profits by the rise in the value of their stock of raw and finished materials. But a manufacturer of hardware, of jewelry, of many other commodities, as well as those whose capitals uniformly consisted of money, would be subject to the whole fall in the rate of profits, without any compensation whatever. What is important here is only something of which Ricardo is not aware, namely, that he throws overboard his identification of profit with surplus value, and admits that the rate of profit can be affected by a variation in the value of the constant capital independently of the value of labor. Moreover, his illustration is only partially correct. The advantage which the farmer, clothier, etc. would derive from the rise in price of the stock of commodities they have on hand and on the market would of course cease as soon as they had sold these commodities. The increased value of their capital would similarly no longer represent a gain for them when this capital was used up and had to be replaced. They would then all find themselves in the position of the new farmer, cited by Ricardo himself, who would have to advance a capital of 6,000 in order to make a profit of 3%. On the other hand, the jeweler, manufacturer of hardware, money dealer, etc., although at first they would not receive any compensation for their losses, would realize a rate of profit of more than 3%, for only the capital laid out in wages would have risen in value, whereas their constant capital remained unchanged. One further point of importance in connection with this compensation of the falling profit by the rise in the value of the capital, mentioned by Ricardo, is that for the capitalist, and generally as far as the division of product of annual labor is concerned, it is a question not only of the distribution of the product among the various shareholders in the revenue, but also of the division of this product into capital and revenue. Section 2. Formation of the general rate of profit, average profit, or usual profit. Subsection A. The starting point of the Ricardian theory of profit is the antecedent, predetermined average rate of profit. Ricardo is by no means theoretically clear here. I have already remarked that the market price of a commodity may exceed its natural or necessary price, as it may be produced in less abundance than the new demand for it requires. This, however, is but a temporary effect. The high profits on capital employed in producing that commodity will naturally attract capital to that trade, and as soon as the requisite funds are supplied and the quantity of the commodity is duly increased, its price will fall, and the profits of the trade will conform to the general level. A fall in the general rate of profits is by no means incompatible with a partial rise of profits in particular employments. It is through the inequality of profits that capital is moved from one employment to another. Whilst then general profits are falling and gradually settling at a lower level in consequence of the rise of wages and the increasing difficulty of supplying the increased population with necessaries, the profits of the farmer may, for an interval of some little duration, be above the former level. An extraordinary stimulus may be also given for a certain time to a particular branch of foreign and colonial trade. It should be recollected that the prices always vary in the market, and in the first instance, through the comparative state of demand and supply. Although cloth could be furnished at 40 shillings per yard and give the usual profits of stock, it may rise to 60 or 80 shillings from a general change of fashion. The makers of cloth will for a time have unusual profits, but capital will naturally flow to that manufacture until the supply and demand are again at their fair level, when the price of cloth will again sink to 40 shillings, its natural or necessary price. In the same manner, with every increased demand for corn, it may rise so high as to afford more than the general profits to the farmer. If there be plenty of fertile land, the price of corn will again fall to its former standard, after the requisite quantity of capital has been employed in producing it, and profits will be as before. But if there be not plenty of fertile land, if to produce this additional quantity, more than the usual quantity of capital and labor be required, corn will not fall to its former level. Its natural price will be raised, and the farmer, instead of obtaining permanently larger profits, will find himself obliged to be satisfied with the diminished rate which is the inevitable consequence of the rise of wages, produced by the rise of necessaries. If the working day is given, or if only such differences occur in the working day in different trades as are compensated by the particular characteristics of the different kinds of labor, then the general rate of surplus value, i.e. of surplus labor, is given, since wages are on the average the same. Ricardo is preoccupied with this idea, and he confuses the general rate of surplus value with the general rate of profit. I have shown that with the same general rate of surplus value, the rates of profit in different branches of production must be very different, if the commodities are to be sold at their respective values. The general rate of profit is formed through the total surplus value produced being calculated on the total capital of society, of the class of capitalists. Each capital, therefore, in each particular branch represents a portion of a total capital of the same organic composition, both as regards constant and variable capital and circulating and fixed capital. As such a portion, it draws its dividends from the surplus value created by the aggregate capital in accordance with its size. The surplus value thus distributed, the amount of surplus value which falls to the share of a block of capital of given size, for example £100, during a given period of time, for example 1 year, constitutes the average profit, or the general rate of profit, and as such, it enters into the costs of production of every sphere of production. If this share per 100 is 15, then the usual profit equals 15%, and the cost price is £115. It can be less if, for instance, only a part of the capital advanced enters as wear and tear into the process of the creation of value, but it is always equal to the capital consumed plus 15%, the average profit on the capital advanced. If in one case, £100 entered into the product, and in another only 50, then in the first case, the cost price would be 115, and in the second case, it would be 65. Thus, both capitals would have sold their commodities at the same cost price, i.e. at a price which yielded the same rate of profit to both. It is evident that the emergence, realization, creation of the general rate of profit necessitates the transformation of values into cost prices that are different from these values. Ricardo, on the contrary, assumes the identity of values and cost prices because he confuses the rate of profit with the rate of surplus value. Hence, he has not the faintest notion of the general change which takes place in the prices of commodities in the course of the establishment of a general rate of profit, before there can be any talk of a general rate of profit. He accepts this rate of profit as something pre-existent, which therefore even plays a part in his determination of value. See Chapter 1 on value. Having postulated the general rate of profit, he only concerns himself with the exceptional modifications in prices which are necessary for the maintenance, for the continued existence of this general rate of profit. He does not realize at all that in order to create the general rate of profit, values must first be transformed into cost prices, and that therefore, when he presupposes a general rate of profit, he is no longer dealing directly with the values of commodities. Moreover, the passage under consideration only expresses the Smithian concept, and even this in a one-sided way, because Ricardo is preoccupied with his notion of the general rate of surplus value. According to him, the rate of profit rises above the average level only in particular branches of production, because there, the market price rises above the natural price owing to the relation between supply and demand, underproduction and overproduction. Competition, influx of new capital into one branch of production, or withdrawal of old capital from another will then equalize market price and natural price, and reduce the profit of the particular branch to the general level. Here, the real level of profit is assumed as constant and predetermined, and it is only a question of reducing the profit to this level in particular spheres of production in which it has risen above or fallen below it, as a result of the action of supply and demand. Ricardo, moreover, always assumes that the commodities whose prices yield more than the average profit stand above their value, and that those which yield less than the average profit stand below their value. If competition makes their market value conform to their value, then the level is established. According to Ricardo, the level itself can only rise or fall if wages fall or rise for a relatively long period. That is to say, if the rate of relative surplus value falls or rises, and this occurs without any change in prices. Yet Ricardo himself admits here that there can be very significant variations in prices in different spheres of production, according to the ratio of circulating and fixed capital. But even when a general rate of profit is established, and therefore cost prices, the rate of profit in particular branches may rise because the hours of work in them are longer, and consequently the rate of absolute surplus value rises. That competition between the workers cannot level this out is proved by the intervention of the state. The rate of profit will rise in these particular spheres without the market price rising above the natural price. Competition between capitals, however, can, and in the long run will, prevent that this excess profit accrues entirely to the capitalists in these particular fields. They will have to reduce the prices of their commodities below their natural prices, or the other spheres will raise their prices a little, or if they do not actually raise them, because a fall in value of these commodities may supervene, then at any rate, they will not lower them as much as the development of the productive power of labor in their own branches of production required. The general level will rise and the cost prices will change. Furthermore, if a new branch of production comes into being in which a disproportionate amount of living labor is employed in relation to accumulated labor, in which, therefore, the composition of capital is far below the average composition, which determines the average profit, the relations of supply and demand in this new trade may make it possible to sell its output above its cost price, at a price approximating more closely to its actual value. Competition can level this out only through the raising of the general level of profit, because capital, on the whole, sets in motion a greater quantity of unpaid surplus labor. The relations of supply and demand do not, in the first instance, as Ricardo maintains, cause the commodity to be sold above its value, but merely cause it to be sold above its cost price, at a price approximating to its value. The equalization can therefore bring about not its reduction to the old level, but the establishment of a new level. Subsection B. Ricardo's mistakes regarding the influence of colonial trade and foreign trade in general on the rate of profit. The same applies, for example, to colonial trade, where as a result of slavery and the bounty of nature, the value of labor is lower than in the old country, or perhaps because, in fact or in law, landed property has not developed there. If capitals from the mother country can be freely transferred to this new trade, then they will reduce the specific excess profit in this trade, but will raise the general level of profit, as Adam Smith observes quite correctly. On this point, Ricardo always helps himself out with the phrase, "But in the old trades, the quantity of labor employed has nevertheless remained the same, and so have wages. The general rate of profit is, however, determined by the ratio of unpaid labor to paid labor, and to the capital advance not in this or that sphere of the economy, but in all spheres to which the capital may be freely transferred. The ratio may stay the same in 9/10, but if it alters in 1/10, then the general rate of profit in all 10 must change. Whenever there is an increase in the quantity of unpaid labor set in motion by a capital of a given size, the effect of competition can only be that capitals of equal size draw equal dividends, equal shares in this increased surplus labor, but not that the dividend of each individual capital remains the same or is reduced to its former share in surplus labor, despite the increase of surplus labor in proportion to the total capital advanced. If Ricardo makes this assumption, he has no grounds whatsoever for contesting Adam Smith's view that the rate of profit is reduced merely by the growing competition between capitals due to their accumulation. For he himself assumes here that the rate of profit is reduced simply by competition, although the rate of surplus value is increasing. This is indeed connected with his second false assumption, that leaving out of account the lowering or raising of wages, the rate of profit can never rise or fall except as a result of temporary deviations of the market price from the natural price. And what is natural price? That price which is equal to the capital outlay plus the average profit. Thus one arrives again at the assumption that average profit can only fall or rise in the same way as the relative surplus value. Ricardo is therefore wrong when, contradicting Adam Smith, he says, quote, "Any change from one foreign trade to another, or from home to foreign trade, cannot, in my opinion, affect the rate of profits." He is equally wrong in supposing that the rate of profit does not affect cost prices because it does not affect values. Ricardo is wrong in thinking that if, in consequence of particularly favorable circumstances, profits in a branch of foreign trade rise above the general level of profits must always be re-established by reducing these profits to the former level, and not by raising the general level of profits. They contend that the equality of profits will be brought about by the general rise of profits, and I am of opinion that the profits of the favored trade will speedily subside to the general level. Because of his completely wrong conception of the rate of profit, Ricardo misunderstands entirely the influence of foreign trade, when it does not directly lower the price of the laborer's food. He does not see how enormously important it is for England, for example, to secure cheaper raw materials for industry, and that in this case, as I have shown previously, the rate of profit rises although prices fall, whereas in the reverse case, with rising prices, the rate of profit can fall, even if wages remain the same in both cases. It is not, therefore, in consequence of the extension of the market that the rate of profit is raised. The rate of profit does not depend on the price of the individual commodity, but on the amount of surplus labor which can be realized with a given capital. Elsewhere, Ricardo also fails to recognize the importance of the market because he does not understand the nature of money. In connection with the above, it must be noted that Ricardo commits all these blunders because he attempts to carry through his identification of the rate of surplus value with the rate of profit by means of forced abstractions. The vulgar mob has therefore concluded that theoretical truths are abstractions which are at variance with reality, instead of seeing on the contrary that Ricardo does not carry true abstract thinking far enough, and is therefore driven into false abstraction. Section 3. Law of the diminishing rate of profit. Subsection A. Wrong presuppositions in the Ricardian conception of the diminishing rate of profit. This is one of the most important points in the Ricardian system. The rate of profit has a tendency to fall. Why? Adam Smith says, as a result of the growing accumulation and the growing competition between capitals which accompanies it. Ricardo retorts, competition can level out profits in the different spheres of production. We have seen above that he is not consistent in this, but it cannot lower the general rate of profit. This would only be possible if, as a result of the accumulation of capital, the capital grew so much more rapidly than the population, that the demand for labor was constantly greater than its supply, and therefore wages, both nominal and real wages in terms of use value, were constantly rising in value and in use value. This is not the case. Ricardo is not an optimist who believes in such fairy tales. But because for Ricardo, the rate of profit and the rate of surplus value, that is, the relative surplus value, since he assumes the length of the working day to be constant, are identical terms, a permanent fall in profit, or the tendency of profit to fall, can only be explained as the result of the same causes that bring about a permanent fall or tendency to fall in the rate of surplus value, i.e. in that part of the day during which the worker does not work for himself, but for the capitalist. What are these causes? If the length of the working day is assumed to remain constant, then the part of it during which the worker works for nothing for the capitalist can only fall or diminish if the part during which he works for himself grows. And since this is only possible, assuming that labor is paid at its value, if the value of the necessaries, the means of subsistence on which the worker spends his wages, increases. But as a result of the development of the productivity of labor, the value of industrial commodities is constantly decreasing. The diminishing rate of profit can therefore only be explained by the fact that the value of food, the principal component of the means of subsistence, is constantly rising. This happens because agriculture is becoming less productive. This is the same presupposition which, according to Ricardo's interpretation, explains the existence and growth of rent. The continuous fall in profits is thus bound up with the continuous rise in the rate of rent. I have already shown that Ricardo's view of rent is wrong. This then cuts out one of the grounds for his explanation of the fall in the rate of profits. But secondly, it rests on the false assumption that the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit are identical, that therefore a fall in the rate of profit is identical with a fall in the rate of surplus value, which in fact could only be explained in Ricardo's way. And this puts an end to his theory. The rate of profit falls, although the rate of surplus value remains the same or even rises, because the proportion of variable capital to constant capital decreases with the development of the productive power of labor. The rate of profit thus falls not because labor becomes less productive, but because it becomes more productive. Not because the worker is less exploited, but because he is more exploited. Whether the absolute surplus time grows, or when the state prevents this, the relative surplus time grows, for capitalist production is inseparable from falling relative value of labor. Thus, Ricardo's theory rests on two false presuppositions. One, the false supposition that the existence and growth of rent is determined by the diminishing productivity of agriculture, and two, the false assumption that the rate of profit is equal to the rate of relative surplus value, and can only rise or fall in inverse proportion to a fall or rise of wages. I shall now place together the statements in which Ricardo expounds the view that has just been described. Subsection B. Analysis of Ricardo's thesis that the increasing rent gradually absorbs the profit. First, however, some comments on the way in which, given his concept of rent, Ricardo thinks that rent gradually swallows up the rate of profit. we shall use the tables on page 574, but with the necessary modifications. In these tables, it is assumed that the capital employed consists of 60 constant and 40 variable, that surplus value is 50%, the value of the product is therefore 120, whatever the productivity of labor. Of this, 10 pounds was profit and 10 absolute rent. Say the 40 pounds represents wages for 20 men, for a week's labor for example, or rather, because of the rate of profit, say a year's labor, but this does not matter here at all. According to Table A, where land number 1 determines the market value, the number of tons is 60. Therefore, 60 tons equals 120 pounds. 1 ton is 120 over 60, being 2 pounds. The wages, 40 pounds, are thus equal to 20 tons, or quarters of grain. This, then, is the necessary wage for the number of workers employed by the capital of 100 pounds. Now, if it were necessary to descend to an inferior type of soil, where a capital of 110 pounds was required, being 60 constant and 50 variable, in order to produce 48 tons. In this case, the surplus value would be 10 pounds, and the price per ton would be 2.5 pounds. If we descended to an even worse type of land, where 120 pounds would be equal to 40 tons, the price per ton would be 120 over 40, being 3 pounds. In this case, there would be no surplus value on the worst type of land. What the 20 men produce is always equal to the value of 60 pounds. 3 pounds equals a working day of a given length. Thus, if wages grow from 40 pounds to 60, the surplus value disappears altogether. It is assumed throughout that 1/4 is the necessary wage for 1 man. Assume that in both these cases, a capital of only 100 pounds is to be laid out. Or, which is the same thing, whatever capital may be laid out, what is the proportion for 100? For instead of calculating that if the same number of workers and the same constant capital is employed as before, the capital outlay will amount to 110 or 120, we shall calculate on the basis of the same organic composition how much constant capital and wages a capital of 100 pounds contains, in order to keep to the comparison of 100 with the other classes. The proportion 110 to 60 equals 100 to 54 and 6/11ths, and 110 to 50 equals 100 to 45 and 5/11ths. 20 men set in motion 60 pounds constant capital. So how many men set in motion 54 and 6/11ths? The situation is as follows. The value obtained from employing a number of workers, say 20, is 60 pounds. In this case, 20 quarters or tons equal to 40 pounds will fall to the share of the workers employed, if the value of the ton or quarter is 2 pounds. If the value of a ton rises to 3 pounds, the surplus value disappears. If it rises to 2.5, then that half of the surplus value disappears, which constituted the absolute rent. In the first case, where capital of 120 pounds, being 60 constant and 60 variable, is laid out, the product amounts to 120 pounds, that is, 40 tons, as 40 times 3. In the second case, where capital of 110 pounds, being 60 constant and 50 variable, is laid out, the product also amounts to 120 pounds, which is 48 tons, being 48 times 2.5. In the first case, if the capital laid out were 100 pounds, being 50 constant and 50 variable, the product would come to 100, i.e. 33 1/3 tons, where 3 times 33 1/3 equal 100. Moreover, since only the land has deteriorated, while the capital has undergone no change, the proportionate number of workers who set in motion the constant capital of 50 pounds will be the same as that previously setting in motion the capital of 60. Thus, if the latter was set in motion by 20 men, who received 40 pounds while the value of 1 ton was 2 pounds, it will now be set in motion by 16 2/3 men, who receive 50 pounds since the value of a ton has risen to 3. As before, 1 man receives 1 ton or 1/4, equal to 3 pounds, for 16 2/3 times 3 equals 50. If the value created by 16 2/3 men is 50 pounds, then that created by 20 men is 60 pounds. Thus, the assumption that a day's labor of 20 men is equal to 60 pounds remains unchanged. Now let us take the second case. With the capital outlay of 100 pounds, the product is 109 1/11 pounds, equal to 43 7/11 tons, where 2.5 times 43 7/11 equals 109 1/11. The constant capital is 54 6/11 pounds, and the variable is 45 5/11. How many men does the 45 5/11 pounds represent? 18 2/11 men. For if the value of a day's labor of 20 men equals 60 pounds, then that of 18 2/11 men equals 54 6/11 pounds. Hence the value of the product is 109 1/11. It can be seen that in both cases, the same capital sets in motion fewer men, who, however, cost more. They work for the same length of time, but the surplus labor time decreases or disappears altogether, because they produce a smaller amount of product in the same time, and this product consists of their necessaries. Therefore, they use more labor time for the production of 1 ton, or 1/4, although they work the same length of time as before. In his calculations, Ricardo always presupposes that the capital must set in motion more labor, and that therefore a greater capital, i.e. of 120 pounds or 110, must be laid out instead of the previous 100. This is only correct if the same quantity is to be produced, i.e. 60 tons in the cases cited above, instead of 40 tons being produced in case number 1 with an outlay of 120, and 48 in case number 2 with an outlay of 110. With an outlay of 100, therefore, 33 1/3 tons are produced in case number 1, and 43 7/11 tons in the case number 2. Ricardo thus departs from the correct viewpoint, which is not that more workers must be employed in order to create the same product, but that a given number of workers create a smaller product, a greater share of which is in turn taken up by wages. We shall now compile 2 tables, firstly Table A from page 574, and the new table, which follows from the data given above. The aforementioned graphics will not be read aloud for the recording. Please consult subsection B of section 3 of chapter 16 in a physical or digital copy of the book for visual reference. If this table were constructed in the reverse direction, according to Ricardo's descending line, that is beginning from number 3, and if at the same time one assumed that the more fertile land which is cultivated first pays no rent, then we would, in the first place, have a capital of 100 pounds in number 3, which produces a value of 120, consisting of 60 pounds constant capital and 60 pounds newly added labor. According to Ricardo, one would further have to assume that the rate of profit stood at a higher level than entered in Table A, since, when the ton of coal or quarter of wheat was 2 pounds, the 20 men received 20 tons, equal to 40 pounds. Now that, as a result of the fall in the value, the ton is equal to 1 9/15 pounds, or 1 pound and 12 shillings, the 20 men receive only 32 pounds, equal to 20 tons. The capital advanced to employ the same number of workers would amount to 60 pounds constant and 32 pounds variable, totaling 92, and the produced value would be 120, since the value of the work carried out by the 20 men equals 60 pounds as before. Accordingly, a capital of 100 pounds would produce a value of 130 and 10/23 pounds, for 92 is to 120 as 100 is to 130 and 10/23, or 23 is to 30 as 100 is to 130 and 10/23. Moreover, this capital of 100 pounds would be composed as follows: 65 and 5/23 constant, and 34 and 18/23 variable. Thus the capital would be the sum of these two. The value of the product would amount to 130 and 10/23 pounds. The number of workers would be 21 and 17/23, and the rate of surplus value 87 1/2%. So we would have the following table. Expressed in tons, wages would be equal to 21 and 17/23 tons, and profit to 19 and 1/46 tons. Continuing on the Ricardian assumption, let us now suppose that as a result of the increasing population, the market price rises so high that class number 2 must be cultivated, where the value per ton is 1 and 11/13 pounds. In this case, it is impossible to assume, as Ricardo wants, that the 21 and 17/23 workers produce always the same value, i.e. 65 and 5/23 pounds, wages added to surplus value. For the number of workers whom number 3 can employ, and therefore exploit, decreases, according to his own assumption, hence also the total amount of surplus value. At the same time, the composition of the agricultural capital always remains the same. Whatever their wages may be, 20 workers are always required, with a given length of the working day, in order to set in motion 60 pounds constant capital. Since these 20 workers receive 20 tons, and the ton is equal to 1 and 11/13 pounds, 20 workers cost 36 and 12/13 pounds. The value which these 20 workers produce, whatever the productivity of their labor, equals 60 pounds. Thus, the capital advanced amounts to 96 and 12/13. The value of the product is 120, and the profit 23 and 1/13 pounds. The profit on a capital of 100 pounds will therefore be 23 and 17/21, and the composition, 61 and 19/21 constant, plus 38 and 2/21 variable. 20 and 40/63 workers are employed. Since the total value is 123 and 17/21 pounds, and the individual value per ton in class number 3 is 1 3/5 pounds, of how many tons does the product consist? 77 and 8/21 tons. The rate of surplus value is 62.5%. But number 3 sells the ton at 1 11/13 pounds. This results in a differential value of 4 and 12/13 shillings, or 16/65 of a pound per ton, and on 77 and 8/21 tons, it amounts to 19 and 1/21 pounds. Instead of selling its product at 123 and 17/21 pounds, number 3 sells it at 123 and 17/21, plus 19 and 1/21 being 142 and 6/7 pounds. The 19 and 1/21 pounds constitutes the rent. Thus, we would have the following table for number 3. The wages measured in tons are 20 and 40/63 tons, and the profit is 12 and 113/126 tons. We now pass on to class number 2. There is no rent here. Market value and individual value are equal. The number of tons produced by number 2 is 67 and 4/63. Thus, we have the following table for number 2. Wages measured in tons are 20 and 40/63, and profit is 12 and 113/126 tons. For the second case, in which class number 2 and rent come into existence, we have the following table. Let us now pass on to the third case, and like Ricardo, let us assume that mine number 1, a poorer mine, must and can be worked, because the market value has risen to 2 pounds. Since 20 workers are required for a constant capital of 60 pounds, and their wages are now 40 pounds, we have the same composition of capital as in Table A on page 574, i.e. 60 constant and 40 variable, and as the value produced by the 20 workers is always equal to 60 pounds, the total value of the product produced by a capital of 100 is 120, whatever its productivity. The rate of profit in this case is 20%, and the surplus value 50%. Measured in tons, the profit is 10 tons. We must now see what changes occur in number 3 and number 2 as a result of this change in the market value and the introduction of number 1, which determines the rate of profit. Although number 3 works the most fertile land, he can, with 100 pounds, only employ 20 workers, costing him 40 pounds. For a constant capital of 60 pounds requires 20 workers. The number of workers employed with a capital of 100 therefore falls to 20, and the actual total value of the product is now 120. The number of tons produced by number 3 decreases because he can employ less labor with the same capital, not more, as Ricardo wrongly declares, because he always considers merely how much labor is required in order to create the same output, not how much living labor can be employed with the new composition of capital, though this is the only important point. But he sells these 75 tons at 150 pounds instead of at 120, which is their value, and so the rent rises to 30 pounds in number 3. So far as number 2 is concerned, the value of the product here is also 120 pounds. But as the individual value per ton is 1 and 11/13 pounds, 65 tons are produced. In short, we arrive here at Table A. But since for our purpose, we need new headings here, now that number 1 is introduced and the market value has risen to 2 pounds, we set out the table again. Let us now go on to the newly assumed cases. First of all, the class which still yields a profit. Let it be called 1B. With a capital of 100 pounds, it only yields 43 and 7/11 tons. The value of a ton has risen to 2.5 pounds. The composition of the capital is 54 and 6/11 constant plus 45 and 5/11 variable. The value of the product is 109 and 1/11 pounds. 45 and 5/11 is enough to pay 18 and 2/11 men. And since the value of a day's labor of 20 men is 60 pounds, that of 18 and 2/11 men is 54 and 6/11. The value of the product is therefore 109 and 1/11 pounds. The rate of profit is 9 and 1/11 pounds, that is 3 and 7/11 tons. The rate of surplus value is 20%. Since the organic composition of the capitals in 3, 2, and 1 is the same as in 1B, and they must pay the same wages, they too can employ only 18 and 2/11 men with 100 pounds. These men produce a total value of 54 and 6/11, and therefore a surplus value of 20% and a rate of profit of 9 and 1/11% as in 1B. The total value of the product here, as in 1B, is 109 and 1/11 pounds. But since the individual value of a ton in number 3 is 1 and 3/5 pounds, number 3 produces, or its product is equal to, 109 and 1/11 divided by 1 and 3/5, or 68 and 2/11 tons. Moreover, the difference between the market value of a ton and the individual value amounts to 18 shillings. And on 68 and 2/11 tons, this amounts to 617 pounds and 3/11 of a shilling. Instead of selling it at 109 and 1/11 pounds, number 3 sells it at 170 pounds and 9 and 5/11 of a shilling. And this excess equals the rent of number 3. This rent, expressed in tons, is 24 and 6/11 tons. Since the individual value of a ton in number 2 is 1 and 11/13 pounds, number 2 produces 109 and 1/11 divided by 1 and 11 over 13, and this is 59 and 1/11 tons. The difference between the market value of 1 ton in number 2 and its individual value is 17/26 of a pound. And on 59 and 1/11 tons, this amounts to 38 and 7/11 pounds, and this is the rent. The total market value of the product amounts to 147 and 8/11 pounds. The rent, expressed in tons, is 15 and 5/11 tons. Finally, since the individual value of a ton in number 1 is 2 pounds, 109 and 1/11 pounds is equal to 54 and 6/11 tons. The difference between the market value and the individual value is 10 shillings. And on 54 and 6/11 tons, this amounts to 27 pounds and 5 and 5/11 shillings. The total market value of the product is therefore 136 pounds and 7 and 3/11 shillings. And the value of the rent, expressed in tons, is 10 and 10 over 11 tons. Bringing together all the data for case number 4, one gets the following table. Finally, let us look at the last case, in which, according to Ricardo, the entire profit disappears, and there is no surplus value. In this case, the value of the product rises to 3 pounds, so that if 20 men are employed, their wage is 60 pounds, which is equal to the value produced by them. The composition of the capital is 50 constant and 50 variable. Now 16 and 2/3 men are employed. If the value produced by 20 men is 60 pounds, then that produced by 16 and 2/3 men is 50 pounds. The wages, therefore, swallow up the whole value. Now, as before, a man receives 1 ton. The value of the product is 100 pounds, and therefore the number of tons produced is 33 and a third, of which 1/2 merely replace the value of the constant capital, and the other half the value of the variable capital. Since in number 3, the individual value of the ton is 1 3/5 pounds, how many tons does number 3 produce? 100 divided by 1 3/5, i.e. 62.5 tons, whose value is 100 pounds. The difference, however, between market value and individual value is 1 6/15 pounds. On 62.5 tons, this amounts to 87 1/2 pounds. Hence, the total market value of the product is 187.5 pounds, and the rent in tons is 29 1/6 tons. In number 2, the individual value of a ton is 1 11/13 pounds. Hence, the differential value is 1 2/13 pounds. Since the individual value of a ton is here 1 11/13 pounds, the capital of 100 pounds produces 54 1/6 tons. On this number of tons, that difference amounts to 62 pounds and 10 shillings, and the total market value of the product is 162 pounds and 10 shillings. Expressed in tons, the rent is 20 and 5/6 tons. In number 1, the individual value of a ton is 2 pounds. The differential value therefore equals 1 pound. Since the individual value of a ton is 2 pounds here, a capital of 100 pounds produces 50 tons. This makes a difference of 50 pounds. The total market value of the product is 150, and the rent in tons is 16 2/3 tons. We now come to 1b, which until now has not carried a rent. Here, the individual value is 2.5 pounds. Hence, differential value equals 1/2 pound or 10 shillings. And since the individual value of a ton is here equal to 2.5 pounds, 100 pounds produces 40 tons. The differential value on these is 20 pounds, so that the total market value of the product amounts to 120, and the rent expressed in tons is 6 2/3 tons. Let us now construct case number 5, in which, according to Ricardo, profit disappears. On the following page, I shall now put all 5 cases in tabular form. Subsection C. Transformation of a part of profit and a part of capital into rent. The magnitude of rent varies in accordance with the amount of labor employed in agriculture. If in the first place we examine Table E on the previous page, we see that the position in the last class, 1a, is very clear. In this case, wages swallow up the whole product and the whole value of the newly added labor. Surplus value is non-existent, hence there is neither profit nor rent. The value of the product is equal to the value of the capital advanced, so that the workers, who are here in possession of their own capital, can invariably reproduce their wages in the conditions of their labor, but no more. In this last class, it cannot be said that the rent swallows up the profit. There is no rent and no profit because there is no surplus value. Wages swallow up the surplus value, and therefore the profit. In the four other classes, the position is at first glance by no means clear. If there is no surplus value, how can rent exist? Moreover, the productivity of labor on the types of land 1B, 1, 2, and 3 has not altered at all. The non-existence of surplus value must therefore be sheer illusion. Furthermore, another phenomenon becomes apparent, and this, at first glance, is equally inexplicable. The rent in tons for number 3 amounts to 29 1/6 tons, or quarters, whereas in Table A, where only land 3 was cultivated, where there was no rent, and where, moreover, 21 and 17/23 men were employed, whereas now only 16 2/3 men are employed, the profit, which absorbed the entire surplus value, only amounted to 19 1/46 tons. The same contradiction is apparent in number 2, where the rent in Table E amounts to 20 5/6 tons, or quarters, while in Table B the profit, which absorbed the entire surplus value, 20 and 40/63 men being employed, instead of 16 2/3 men now, amounted to only 12 and 113/126 tons, or quarters. Similarly in number 1, where the rent in Table E is 16 2/3 tons or quarters, while in Table C, the profit of number 1, which absorbs the entire surplus value, is only 10 tons, 20 men being employed instead of the present 16 2/3. Finally, in 1B, where the rent in Table E is 6 2/3 tons or quarters, while the profit of 1B in Table D, where the profit absorbed the entire surplus value, was only 3 7/11 tons or quarters, while 18 2/11 men were employed instead of the 16 2/3 now being employed. It is, however, clear that whereas the rise in market value above the individual value of the products of 3, 2, 1, and 1B can alter the distribution of the product, shifting it from one class of shareholders to the other, it can by no means increase the product, which represents the surplus value, over and above the wages. Since the productivity of the various types of land has remained the same, as has the productivity of capital, how can number 3 to number 1B become more productive in tons or quarters through the entry into the market of the less productive type of land or mine 1A? The riddle is solved in the following manner. If a day's labor of 20 men produces 60 pounds, then that of 16 2/3 men produces 50. And since in land of class number 3, the labor time contained in 1 3/5 pounds is represented in 1 ton or 1 quarter, 50 pounds will be represented in 5 3/4 tons, or quarters. 16 2/3 tons or quarters have to be deducted from this for wages, thus leaving 14 7/12 as surplus value. Furthermore, because the market value of a ton has risen from 1 3/5 pounds to 3 pounds, 16 2/3 tons out of the product of 62.5 tons will suffice to replace the value of the constant capital. On the other hand, so long as the ton or quarter produced on number 3 itself determined the market value, and the latter was therefore equal to its individual value, 31 1/4 tons were required in order to replace a constant capital of 50. Instead of the 31 1/4 tons, the part of the product which was necessary to replace the capital when the value of a ton was 1 3/5 pounds, only 16 2/3 are now required. Thus 31 1/4 minus 16 2/3, i.e. 14 7/12 tons, become available and fall to the share of rent. If one now adds the surplus value produced by 16 2/3 workers with a constant capital of 50 pounds on number 3, which amounts to 14 7/12 tons, to the part of the product which instead of replacing the constant capital now takes on the form of surplus produce, then the total surplus produce amounts to 29 1/6 tons. And this is exactly the rent of number 3 in Table E. The apparent contradiction in the amount of rent in classes 3, 1, and 1B in Table E is solved in exactly the same way. Thus, it becomes evident that the differential rent, which arises on the better types of land owing to the difference between market value and individual value of the products raised on them, in its material form as rent in kind, surplus product, rent in tons or corn in the above example, is made up of two elements and due to two transformations. Firstly, the surplus product, which represents the surplus labor of the workers, or surplus value, is changed from the form of profit to the form of rent, and therefore falls to the landlord instead of the capitalist. Secondly, a part of the product which previously, when the product of the better type of land or mine was being sold at its own value, was needed to replace the value of the constant capital, is now, when each portion of the product possesses a higher market value, free, and appears in the form of surplus product, thus falling to the landlord instead of the capitalist. The rent in kind, insofar as it is differential rent, comes into being as the result of two processes: the transformation of the surplus produce into rent and not into profit, and the transformation of a portion of the product, which was previously allotted for replacement of the value of the constant capital, into surplus product, and thus into rent. The latter circumstance, that a part of the product is converted into rent instead of capital, has been overlooked by Ricardo and all his followers. They only see the transformation of surplus product into rent, but not the transformation of a part of the product which previously fell to the share of capital, not of profit, into surplus product. The nominal value of the surplus product, or differential rent thus constituted, is determined, according to the presupposition made, by the value of the product produced on the worst land, or in the worst mine. But this market value only instigates the different distribution of this product. It does not bring it about. These same two elements are present in all excess profit. For instance, if as a result of new machinery, etc., a cheaply produced product is sold at a higher market value than its own value, a part of the surplus labor of the workers appears as surplus product, that is, excess profit, instead of as profit. And a part of the product which, if the product were sold at its own lower value, would have to replace the value of the capitalist's constant capital, now becomes free, has not got to replace anything, becomes surplus product, and therefore swells the profit. Incidentally, when speaking of the law of the falling rate of profit in the course of development of capitalist production, we mean by profit the total sum of surplus value which is seized in the first place by the industrial capitalist, irrespective of how he may have to share this later with the money-lending capitalist in the form of interest and the landlord in the form of rent. Thus here, the rate of profit is equal to surplus value divided by the capital outlay. The rate of profit in this sense may fall, although, for instance, the industrial profit rises proportionately to interest, or vice versa, or although rent rises proportionately to industrial profit, or vice versa. If P is the profit, P prime the industrial profit, I interest, and R rent, then P is equal to P prime plus I plus R. And it is clear that whatever the absolute magnitude of P, P prime, I, and R can increase or decrease as compared with one another, independently of the magnitude of P, or the rise and fall of P. The reciprocal rise of P prime, I, and R only represents an altered distribution of P among different persons. A further examination of the circumstances on which this distribution of P depends, but which does not coincide with the rise or fall of P itself, does not belong here, but into a consideration of the competition between capitals. That, however, R can rise to a level higher even than that of P, if it were only divided into P prime and I, is therefore, as has already been explained, due to an illusion which arises from the fact that a part of the product whose value is rising becomes free, and is converted into rent instead of being reconverted into constant capital. It was assumed throughout this discussion that the product whose price, according to market value, had risen did not enter in kind into the composition of the constant capital, but only into wages, only into the variable capital. If the former were the case, Ricardo says that this would cause the rate of profit to fall even more and the rent to rise. This has to be examined. We have assumed until now that the value of the product has to replace the value of the constant capital, i.e. the £50 in the case cited above. Thus, if 1 ton or quarter costs £3, it is obvious that not so many tons or quarters are required for the replacement of this value than would be needed if the ton or quarter cost only 1 9/15 pounds. But supposing that the coal, or the corn, or whatever other product of the earth, the product produced by agricultural capital, itself enters in kind into the formation of the constant capital. Let us assume, for instance, that it makes up half of the constant capital. In this case, it is clear that whatever the price of the coal or the corn, a constant capital of a definite size, in other words, one which is set in motion by a definite number of workers, always requires a definite portion of the total product in kind for its replacement, since the composition of agricultural capital has, according to the assumption, remained unchanged in its proportionate amounts of accumulated and living labor. If, for example, half the constant capital consists of coal or corn and half of other commodities, then the constant capital of £50 will consist of 25 pounds of other commodities and 25 pounds coal or corn. That would be 15 5/8 quarters if the value of a ton was 1 3/5 pounds. And however the market value of a ton or quarter may change, 16 and 2/3 men require a constant capital of 25 pounds plus 15 and 5/8 quarters or tons, for the nature of the constant capital remains the same, and so does the proportionate number of workers required to set it in motion. Now if, as in Table E, the value of a ton or quarter rises to 3 pounds, then the constant capital required for the 16 and 2/3 men would be 71 and 7/8 pounds. And since the 16 and 2/3 men cost 50 pounds, they would require a total capital outlay of 121 and 7/8 pounds. The correlation of values within the agricultural capital would have changed, while organic composition remained the same. It would be 71 and 7/8 pounds constant, plus 50 pounds variable. For 100 pounds, the composition would be 58 and 38/39 constant, plus 41 and 1/39 variable. Slightly more than 13 and 2/3 workers. Since 16 and 2/3 workers set in motion 15 and 5/8 tons or quarters constant capital, 13 and 79/117 workers set in motion 12 and 32/39 tons or quarters, equal to 38 and 6/13 pounds. The remainder of the constant capital, equal to 20 and 20/39 pounds, would consist of other commodities. Whatever the circumstances, 12 and 32/39 tons would always have to be deducted from the product in order to replace that part of constant capital into which they enter in kind. Since the value produced by 20 workers equals 60 pounds, that produced by 13 and 79/117 equals 41 and 1/39 pounds. Wages in Table E, however, also amount to 41 and 1/39 pounds, therefore no surplus value. The total number of tons would be 15 and 11/13, of which 12 and 32/39 tons are needed to replace part of the constant capital in kind. A further 13 and 79/117 are for the workers. 6 and 98/117 tons, at 3 pounds a ton, are used to replace the remainder of the constant capital. That is altogether 33 1/3 tons. This would leave 17 and 37/39 tons for rent. To shorten the matter, let us take the most extreme case, the one most favorable to Ricardo, i.e. that the constant capital, just as the variable, consists purely of agricultural produce, whose value rises to 3 pounds per quarter or ton, when Class 1A governs the market. The technological composition of the capital remains the same, that is, the ratio between living labor, or number of workers represented by the variable capital, and the quantity of the instruments of labor required, which now, according to our assumption, consists of tons of coal or quarters of corn. Since with the original composition of the capital, of 60 constant and 40 variable, and the price per ton of 2 pounds, 40 variable represented 20 workers, or 20 quarters, or tons, 60 pounds constant capital represented 30 tons, and since these 20 workers produced 75 tons on number 3, 13 1/3 workers, and 40 pounds variable is equal to 13 1/3 tons or workers if the ton costs 3 pounds, produce 50 tons, and set in motion a constant capital equal to 20 tons or quarters. Moreover, since 20 workers produce a value of 60 pounds, 13 1/3 workers produce 40. Since the capitalist must pay 60 pounds for the 20 tons and 40 pounds for the 13 1/3 workers, but the latter only produce a value of 40 pounds, the value of the product is 100. The outlay is 100. Surplus value and profit are nil. But because the productivity of number 3 has remained the same, as has already been said, 13 1/3 men produce 50 tons or quarters. The outlay in kind, however, only amounts to 20 tons for constant capital and 13 1/3 tons for wages, i.e. 33 1/3 tons. The 50 tons thus leave a surplus product of 16 2/3, and this forms the rent. But what do the 16 2/3 represent? Since the value of the product is 100 pounds, and the product itself equals 50 tons, the value of the ton produced here would be in fact 2 pounds, which is 100/50. And so long as the product in kind is greater than what is required for the replacement of the capital in kind, the individual value of a ton must remain smaller than its market value, according to this criterion. The farmer must pay 60 pounds in order to replace the 20 tons constant capital, and he reckons the 20 tons at 3 pounds, since this is the market value per ton, and a ton is sold at this price. Similarly, he must pay 40 pounds for the 13 1/3 workers, or for the tons or quarters which he pays to the workers. Thus the workers only receive 13 1/3 tons in the transaction. In actual fact, however, so far as class number 3 is concerned, the 20 tons cost 40 pounds, and the 13 1/3 cost only 26 2/3 pounds. But the 13 1/3 workers produce a value of 40, and therefore a surplus value of 131/3. At 2 pounds per ton, this amounts to 64/6, or 32/3 tons. And since the 20 tons constant capital cost only 40 pounds on number 3, this leaves an excess of 20 pounds, equal to 10 tons. The 16 2/3 tons rent are thus equal to 6 2/3 tons surplus value, which is converted into rent, and 10 tons capital, which is converted into rent. But because the market value per ton has risen to 3 pounds, the 20 tons cost the farmer 60 pounds, and the 13 1/3 cost him 40, while the 16 2/3, that is the excess of the market value over the individual value of his product, appear as rent and cost 50 pounds. How many tons are produced by 13 1/3 men in Class 2? 20 men produced 65 here. 13 1/3 men therefore produced 43 1/3 tons. The value of the product is 100 pounds, as above. Of the 43 1/3 tons, however, 33 1/3 are required for the replacement of the capital. This leaves 10 tons as surplus product, or rent. But this rent of 10 tons can be explained as follows. The value of the product of number 2 is 100 pounds. The product amounts to 43 1/3 tons. Thus, the value of a ton is 2 4/13 pounds. The 13 1/3 workers therefore cost 30 10/13 pounds, and this leaves a surplus value of 9 3/13 pounds. Only in Class 1A, where in fact 33 1/3 tons or quarters, that is the total product, is required in kind to replace constant capital and wages, there is neither surplus value, nor surplus product, nor profit, nor rent. So long as this is not the case, so long as the product is greater than is necessary to replace the capital in kind, there will be conversion of profit and capital into rent. Conversion of capital into rent takes place when a part of the product is freed, which, with a lower value, would have had to replace the capital, or when a part of the product which would have been converted into capital and surplus value falls to rent. At the same time, it is evident that if constant capital becomes dearer as a result of dearer agricultural produce, then rent is very much reduced. For example, the rent of number 3 and number 2 is reduced from 50 tons, equal to 150 pounds with a market value of 3 pounds, to 26 2/3 tons, i.e. almost by half. Such a reduction is inevitable, since the number of workers employed with the same capital of 100 pounds is reduced for 2 reasons. Firstly, because wages rise, i.e. the value of the variable capital rises. Secondly, because the value of the means of production, the constant capital, rises. In itself, the rise in wages necessitates that out of the 100 pounds, less can be laid out in labor. Hence, relatively less can be laid out in constant capital. Thus, 100 pounds represents less accumulated and less living labor. In addition, however, the rise in the value of the commodities which enter into the constant capital reduces the amount of accumulated labor, and for this reason of living labor, which can be employed for the same sum of money, as the technological ratio between accumulated and living labor remains the same. But since, with the same productivity of the land and a given technological composition of the capital, the total product depends on the quantity of labor employed, as the latter decreases, so the rent must also decrease. This only becomes evident when profit disappears. So long as there is a profit, the rent can increase despite the absolute decrease in the product in all classes, as shown in the table on page 681. It is after all obvious that as soon as rent alone exists, the decrease in the product, hence in the surplus product, must hit rent itself. This would occur more rapidly at the outset if the value of the constant capital increased with that of the variable capital. But this apart, the table on page 681 shows that with declining fertility in agriculture, the growth of differential rent is always accompanied, even on the better classes of land, by a diminishing volume of total product in proportion to a capital outlay of a definite size, say 100 pounds. Ricardo has no inkling of this. The rate of profit decreases because the same capital, say 100 pounds, sets in motion less labor and pays more for this labor, thus yielding an ever smaller surplus. The actual product, however, like the surplus value, depends on the number of workers employed by the capital when the productivity is given. This is overlooked by Ricardo. He also ignores the manner in which the rent is formed, not only by transforming surplus value into rent, but also capital into surplus value. Of course, this is only an apparent transformation of capital into surplus value. Each particle of surplus produce would represent surplus value or surplus labor if the market value were determined by the value of the product of number 3, etc. Ricardo, moreover, only considers that in order to produce the same volume of product, more labor has to be employed, but disregards the fact that with the same capital, an ever-diminishing quantity of living labor is employed, of which an ever greater part is necessary labor, and an ever smaller part surplus labor, and this is the decisive factor for the determination of both the rate of profit and the quantity of product produced. All this considered, it must be said that even if rent is taken to be purely differential rent, Ricardo has not made the slightest advance over his predecessors. His important achievement in this field is, as De Quincey pointed out, the scientific formulation of the question. In solving it, Ricardo accepts the traditional views. Namely, quote, "The innovation that Ricardo introduced into the theory of rent is that he resolves it into the question whether it really invalidates the law of value. Rent is that portion of the produce from the soil or from any agency of production which is paid to the landlord for the use of its differential powers, as measured by comparison with those of similar agents operating on the same market. The objections against Ricardo are that the owners of number one will not give it away for nothing. But in the period, this mythical period, when only number one is being cultivated, no separate class of occupants and tenants distinct from the class of owners can have been formed." End quote from De Quincey. So according to De Quincey, this law of land ownership is valid so long as there is no land ownership in the modern sense of the word. Now to the relevant quotations from Ricardo. Subsection D. Historical illustration of the rise in the rate of profit with a simultaneous rise in the prices of agricultural products. The possibility of an increasing productivity of labor in agriculture. First, the following note on differential rent. In reality, the ascending and descending lines alternate, run across one another, and intertwine. But it cannot by any means be said that if for individual short periods, such as 1797 to 1813, the descending line clearly predominates, that because of this, the rate of profit must fall, insofar that is, as the latter is determined by the rate of surplus value. Rather, I believe that during that period, the rate of profit in England rose by way of exception, despite the greatly increased prices of wheat and agricultural produce generally. I do not know of any English statistician who does not share this view on the rise in the rate of profit during that period. Individual economists, such as Chalmers, Blake, etc., have advanced special theories based on this fact. Moreover, I must add that it is foolish to attempt to explain the rise in the price of wheat during that period by the depreciation of money. No one who has studied the history of the prices of commodities during that period can agree with this. Besides, the rise in prices begins much earlier and reaches a high level before any kind of depreciation of money occurs. As soon as it appears, it must simply be allowed for. If one asks why the rate of profit rose despite the rising corn prices, this is to be explained from the following circumstances. Prolongation of the working day, the direct consequence of the newly introduced machinery, depreciation of the manufactured goods and colonial commodities which enter into the consumption of the workers, reduction of wages, although the nominal wages rose, below their traditional average level. This fact is acknowledged for that period. J.P. Sterling, in The Philosophy of Trade, etc., published in Edinburgh in 1846, who, on the whole, accepts Ricardo's theory of rent, seeks, however, to prove that the immediate consequence of a permanent rise in the price of corn is always the reduction in the average wage. Finally, the rise in the rate of profit was due to rising nominal prices of commodities, because loans and government expenditure increased the demand for capital even more rapidly than its supply, and this enabled the manufacturers to retrieve part of the product paid to the landowning rentiers and other persons who have a fixed income in the form of rent, etc. This transaction is of no concern to us here, where we are considering the basic relationships, and therefore are concerned only with three classes: landlords, capitalists, and workmen. On the other hand, it plays a significant part in practice, under appropriate circumstances, as Blake has shown. Mr. Hallett from Brighton exhibited pedigree nursery wheat at the 1862 exhibition. Mr. Hallett insists that ears of corn, like racehorses, must be carefully reared, instead of, as is done ordinarily, grown in higgledy-piggledy fashion, with no regard to the theory of natural selection. In illustration of what good education may do, even with wheat, some remarkable examples are given. In 1857, Mr. Hallett planted the grains of an ear of the first quality of the red wheat, exactly 4 3/8 inches long, and containing 47 grains. From the product of the small crops ensuing, he again selected, in 1858, the finest ear, 6 1/2 inches long, and with 79 grains, And this was repeated. In 1859, again with the best offspring, this time 7 3/4 inches long and containing 91 grains. The next year, 1860, was a bad season for agricultural education, and the wheat refused to grow any bigger and better. But the year after, 1861, the best ear came to be 8 3/4 inches long, with no less than 123 grains on the single stalk. Thus the wheat had increased in 5 years to very nearly double its size, and to a threefold amount of productiveness in number of grains. These results were obtained by what Mr. Hallett calls the natural system of cultivating wheat, that is, the planting of single grains at such a distance, about 9 inches from each other each way, as to afford each sufficient space for full development. He asserts that the corn produce of England may be doubled by adopting pedigree wheat and the natural system of cultivation. He states that from single grains, planted at the proper time, one only on each square foot of ground, he obtained plants consisting of 23 ears on the average, with about 36 grains in each ear. The produce of an acre at this rate was, accurately counted, 1,001,880 ears of wheat, while when sown in the ordinary fashion, with an expenditure of more than 20 times the amount of seed, the crop amounted to only 934,120 ears of corn, or 67,760 ears less. Subsection E. Ricardo's explanation for the fall in the rate of profit, and its connection with his theory of rent. Ricardo establishes the fall in the rate of profit as follows. With the progress of society, the natural price of labor has always a tendency to rise, because one of the principal commodities by which its natural price is regulated has a tendency to become dearer, from the greater difficulty of producing it. As, however, the improvements in agriculture, the discovery of new markets whence provisions may be imported, may for a time counteract the tendency to a rise in the price of necessaries, and may even occasion their natural price to fall, so will the same causes produce the correspondent effects on the natural price of labor. The natural price of all commodities, excepting raw produce and labor, has a tendency to fall in the progress of wealth and population. For though, on the one hand, they are enhanced in real value from the rise in natural price of the raw material of which they are made, this is more than counterbalanced by the improvements in machinery, by the better division and distribution of labor, and by the increasing skill, both in science and art, of the producers. As population increases, these necessaries will be constantly rising in price, because more labor will be necessary to produce them. Instead, therefore, of the money wages of labor falling, they would rise, but they would not rise sufficiently to enable the laborer to purchase as many comforts and necessaries as he did before the rise in price of those commodities. Notwithstanding, then, that the laborer would be really worse paid, yet this increase in his wages would necessarily diminish the profits of the manufacturer, for his goods would sell at no higher price, and yet the expense of producing them would be increased. It appears, then, that the same cause which raises rent, the increasing difficulty of providing an additional quantity of food with the same proportional quantity of labor, will also raise wages, and therefore, if money be of an unvarying value, both rent and wages will have a tendency to rise with the progress of wealth and population. But there is this essential difference between the rise of rent and the rise of wages. The rise in the money value of rent is accompanied by an increased share of the produce. Not only is the landlord's money rent greater, but his corn rent also. The fate of the laborer will be less happy. He will receive more money wages, it is true, but his corn wages will be reduced. And not only his command of corn, but his general condition will be deteriorated, by his finding it more difficult to maintain the market rate of wages above their natural rate. Supposing corn and manufactured goods always to sell at the same price, profits would be high or low in proportion as wages were low or high. But suppose corn to rise in price because more labor is necessary to produce it. That cause will not raise the price of manufactured goods, in the production of which no additional quantity of labor is required. If, as is absolutely certain, wages should rise with the price of corn, then their profits would necessarily fall. But it may be asked whether the farmer at least would not have the same rate of profits, although he should pay an additional sum for wages. Certainly not, for he will not only have to pay, in common with the manufacturer, an increase of wages to each laborer he employs, but he will be obliged either to pay rent or to employ an additional number of laborers to obtain the same produce, and the rise in the price of raw produce will be proportioned only to that rent or that additional number, and will not compensate him for the rise in wages. we have shown that in early stages of society, both the landlord's and the laborer's share of the value of the produce of the earth would be but small, and that it would increase in proportion to the progress of wealth and the difficulty of procuring food. These early stages of society are a peculiar bourgeois fantasy. In these early stages, the laborer is either slave or self-supporting peasant, etc. In the first case, he belongs to the landlord, together with the land. In the second case, he is his own landlord. In neither case does any capitalist stand between the landlord and the laborer. The subjugation of agriculture to capitalist production, and hence the transformation of slaves or peasants into wage laborers, and the intervention of the capitalist between landlord and worker, which is only the final result of capitalist production, is regarded by Ricardo as a phenomenon belonging to the early stages of society. The natural tendency of profits, then, is to fall, for in the progress of society and wealth, the additional quantity of food required is obtained by the sacrifice of more and more labor. This tendency, this gravitation, as it were, of profits, is happily checked at repeated intervals by the improvements in machinery connected with the production of necessaries, as well as by discoveries in the science of agriculture, which enable us to relinquish a portion of labor before required, and therefore to lower the price of any prime necessary of the laborer. In the following sentence, Ricardo says, in plain terms, that by rate of profit he understands the rate of surplus value. Although a greater value is produced, a greater proportion of what remains of that value after paying rent is consumed by the producers, and it is this and this alone which regulates profits. In other words, apart from rent, the rate of profit is equal to the excess of the value of the commodity over the value of the labor which is paid during its production, or that part of its value which is consumed by the producers. In this context, Ricardo calls only the workers producers. He assumes that the produced value is produced by them. He thus defines surplus value here as that part of the value created by the workers which the capitalist retains. But if Ricardo identifies rate of surplus value with rate of profit, and at the same time assumes, as he does, that the working day is of given length, then the tendency of the rate of profit to fall can only be explained by the same factors which make the rate of surplus value fall. But with a given working day, the rate of surplus value can only fall if the rate of wages is rising permanently. This is only possible if the value of necessaries is rising permanently. And this only if agriculture is constantly deteriorating. In other words, if Ricardo's theory of rent is accepted. Since Ricardo identifies the rate of surplus value with the rate of profit, and since the rate of surplus value can only be reckoned in relation to variable capital, capital laid out in wages, Ricardo, like Adam Smith, assumes that the value of the whole product, after deduction of rent, is divided between workmen and capitalists, into wages and profit. This means that he makes the false presupposition that the whole of the capital advanced consists only of variable capital. Thus, for example, after the passage quoted above, he goes on, when poor lands are taken into cultivation, or when more capital and labor are expended on the old land with a less return of produce, the effect must be permanent. A greater proportion of that part of the produce which remains to be divided, after paying rent, between the owners of stock and the laborers will be apportioned to the latter. The passage continues. Each man may, and probably will, have a less absolute quantity, but as more laborers are employed in proportion to the whole produce retained by the farmer, the value of a greater portion of the whole produce will be absorbed by wages, and consequently, the value of a smaller portion will be devoted to profits. And shortly before, the remaining quantity of the produce of the land, after the landlord and the laborer are paid, necessarily belongs to the farmer and constitutes the profits of his stock. At the end of this section, Chapter 6 on Profits, Ricardo says that his thesis on the fall of profits remains true even if, which is wrong, it were assumed that the prices of commodities rose with the rise of the money wages of the workers. In the chapter on wages, we have endeavored to show that the money price of commodities would not be raised by a rise of wages. But if it were otherwise, if the prices of commodities were permanently raised by high wages, the proposition would not be less true which asserts that high wages invariably affect the employers of labor by depriving them of a portion of their real profits. Supposing the hatter, the hosier, and the shoemaker each paid £10 more wages in the manufacture of a particular quantity of their commodities, and that the price of hats, stockings, and shoes rose by a sum sufficient to repay the manufacturer the £10, their situation would be no better than if no such rise took place. If the hosier sold his stockings for £110 instead of £100, his profits would be precisely the same money amount as before, But as he would obtain in exchange for this equal sum 1/10 less of hats, shoes, and every other commodity, and as he could with his former amount of savings, that is, with the same capital, employ fewer laborers at the increased wages, and purchase fewer raw materials at the increased prices, he would be in no better situation than if his money profits had been really diminished in amount, and everything had remained at its former price. Whereas elsewhere in his argument, Ricardo always only stressed that in order to produce the same quantity of product on worse land, more laborers have to be paid, here at last he stresses what is decisive for the rate of profit, namely that with the same amount of capital, fewer laborers are employed at increased wages. Apart from this, he is not quite right in what he says. It makes no difference to the capitalist if the price of hats, etc., rises by 10%, but the landlord would have to give up more of his rent. His rent may have risen, for example, from £10 to 20, but he gets proportionately fewer hats, etc. for his £20 than for the 10. Ricardo says, quite rightly, in an improving state of society, the net produce of land is always diminishing in proportion to its gross produce. By this, he means that the rent diminishes in an improving state of society. The real reason is that in an improving state of society, the variable capital decreases in proportion to the constant capital. That with the progress of production, the constant capital grows in proportion to the variable, Ricardo himself admits, but only in the form that the fixed capital grows in proportion to the circulating. In rich and powerful countries, where large capitals are invested in machinery, more distress will be experienced from a revulsion in trade than in poorer countries, where there is proportionally a much smaller amount of fixed and a much larger amount of circulating capital, and where consequently more work is done by the labor of men. It is not so difficult to withdraw circulating as a fixed capital from any employment in which it may be engaged. It is often impossible to divert the machinery, which may have been erected for one manufacture, to the purpose of another. But the clothing, the food, and the lodging of the laborer in one employment may be devoted to the support of the laborer in another. Here, therefore, circulating capital comprises only variable capital, capital laid out in wages. Or the same laborer may receive the same food, clothing, and lodging, whilst his employment is changed. This, however, is an evil to which a rich nation must submit, and it would not be more reasonable to complain of it than it would be in a rich merchant to lament that his ship was exposed to the dangers of the sea, whilst his poor neighbor's cottage was safe from all such hazard. Ricardo himself mentions one reason for the rise in rent, which is quite independent of the rise in the price of agricultural produce. Whatever capital becomes fixed on the land must necessarily be the landlord's and not the tenant's at the expiration of the lease. Whatever compensation the landlord may receive for this capital on re-letting his land will appear in the form of rent, but no rent will be paid if, with a given capital, more corn can be obtained from abroad than can be grown on this land at home. On the same subject, Ricardo says, in a former part of this work, I have noticed the difference between rent, properly so called, and the remuneration paid to the landlord under that name for the advantages which the expenditure of his capital has procured to his tenant. But I did not perhaps sufficiently distinguish the difference which would arise from the different modes in which this capital might be applied. As a part of this capital, when once expended in the improvement of a farm, is inseparably amalgamated with the land and tends to increase its productive powers, the remuneration paid to the landlord for its use is strictly of the nature of rent, and is subject to all the laws of rent. Whether the improvement be made at the expense of the landlord or the tenant, it will not be undertaken in the first instance unless there is strong probability that the return would at least be equal to the profit that can be made by the disposition of any other equal capital. But when once made, the return obtained will ever after be wholly of the nature of rent, and will be subject to all the variations of rent. Some of these expenses, however, only give advantages to the land for a limited period, and do not add permanently to its productive powers. Being bestowed on buildings and other perishable improvements, they require to be constantly renewed, and therefore do not obtain for the landlord any permanent addition to his real rent. Ricardo says, in all countries and all times, profits depend on the quantity of labor requisite to provide necessaries for the laborers, on that land or with that capital which yields no rent. According to this, the profit of the farmer on that land, the worst land, which according to Ricardo pays no rent, regulates the general rate of profit. The reasoning is this: the product of the worst land is sold at its value and pays no rent. We see here exactly, therefore, how much surplus value remains for the capitalist after deduction of the value of that part of the product which is merely an equivalent for the worker. And this surplus value is the profit. This is based on the assumption that cost price and value are identical, that this product, because it is sold at its cost price, is sold at its value. This is incorrect, historically and theoretically. I have shown that where there is capitalist production and where landed property exists, the land or mine of the worst type cannot pay a rent because the corn is sold below its individual value if it is sold at the market value, which is not regulated by it. For the market value only covers its cost price. But what regulates this cost price? The rate of profit of the non-agricultural capital, into whose determination the price of corn naturally enters as well, however far removed the latter may be from being its sole determinant. Ricardo's assertion would only be correct if values and cost prices were identical. Historically, too, as the capitalist mode of production appears later in agriculture than in industry, agricultural profit is determined by industrial profit, and not the other way around. The only correct point is that on the land which pays a profit but no rent, which sells its product at the cost price, the average rate of profits becomes apparent, is tangibly presented. But this does not mean at all that the average profit is thereby regulated. That would be a very different matter. The rate of profit can fall without any rise in the rate of interest and rate of rent. From the account which has been given of the profits of stock, it will appear that no accumulation of capital will permanently lower profits, unless there be some permanent cause for the rise of wages. If the necessaries of the workman could be constantly increased with the same facility, there could be no permanent alteration in the rate of profit or wages. This should read in the rate of surplus value and the value of labor, to whatever amount capital might be accumulated. Adam Smith, however, uniformly ascribes the fall of profits to the accumulation of capital and to the competition which will result from it, without ever adverting to the increasing difficulty of providing food for the additional number of laborers which the additional capital will employ. The whole thing would only be right if profit were equal to surplus value. Thus, Adam Smith says that the rate of profit falls with the accumulation of capital because of the growing competition between the capitalists. Ricardo says that it does so because of the growing deterioration of agriculture, the increased price of necessaries. We have refuted his view, which would only be correct if rate of surplus value and rate of profit were identical, and therefore the rate of profit could not fall unless the rate of wages rose, provided the working day remained unchanged. Adam Smith's view rests on his compounding value out of wages, profits, and rents, in accordance with his false view, which he himself refuted. According to him, the accumulation of capitals forces the reduction in arbitrary profits, for which there is no inherent measure, through the reduction in the prices of commodities. Profits, according to this conception, being merely a nominal addition to the prices of commodities. Ricardo is, of course, theoretically right when he maintains, in opposition to Adam Smith, that the accumulation of capitals does not alter the determination of the value of commodities. But Ricardo is quite wrong when he seeks to refute Adam Smith by asserting that overproduction in one country is impossible. Ricardo denies the plethora of capital, which later became an established axiom in English political economy. First, he overlooks that in reality, where not only the capitalist confronts the workman, but capitalist, workman, landlord, moneyed interest, people receiving fixed incomes from the state, etc., confront one another. The fall in the prices of commodities, which hits both the industrial capitalist and the workman, benefits the other classes. Secondly, he overlooks that the output level is by no means arbitrarily chosen, but the more capitalist production develops, the more it is forced to produce on a scale which has nothing to do with the immediate demand, but depends on a constant expansion of the world market. He has recourse to Say's trite assumption that the capitalist produces not for the sake of profit, surplus value, but produces use value directly for consumption, for his own consumption. He overlooks the fact that the commodity has to be converted into money. The demand of the workers does not suffice, since profit arises precisely from the fact that the demand of the workers is smaller than the value of their product, and that the profit is all the greater, the smaller relatively is this demand. The demand of the capitalists among themselves is equally insufficient. Overproduction does not call forth a constant fall in profit, but periodic overproduction recurs constantly. It is followed by periods of underproduction, etc. Overproduction arises precisely from the fact that the mass of the people can never consume more than the average quantity of necessaries, that their consumption, therefore, does not grow correspondingly with the productivity of labor. But the whole of this section belongs to the competition of capitals. All that Ricardo says on this isn't worth a rap. This is contained in Chapter 21, Effects of Accumulation on Profits and Interest. There is only one case, and that will be temporary, in which the accumulation of capital with the low price of food may be attended with a fall of profits, and that is when the funds for the maintenance of labor increase much more rapidly than population. Wages will then be high and profits low. In the same chapter, Ricardo directs against Say the following ironic remarks on the relation between profits and interest. Mr. Say allows that the rate of interest depends on the rate of profits, but it does not therefore follow that the rate of profits depends on the rate of interest. One is the cause, the other the effect, and it is impossible for any circumstances to make them change places. However, the same causes which bring down profits can make interest rise, and vice versa. In the chapter on colonial trade, Ricardo writes, Mr. Say acknowledges that the cost of production is the foundation of price, and yet, in various parts of his book, he maintains that price is regulated by the proportion which demand bears to supply. Ricardo should have seen from this that the cost of production is something very different from the quantity of labor employed for the production of a commodity. Instead, he continues, the real and ultimate regulator of the relative value of any two commodities is the cost of their production. And does not Adam Smith agree in this opinion, that prices are regulated neither by wages nor profits, when he says that the prices of commodities, or the value of gold and silver as compared with commodities, depends upon the proportion between the quantity of labor which is necessary in order to bring a certain quantity of gold and silver to market, and that which is necessary to bring there a certain quantity of any other sort of goods? That quantity will not be affected, whether profits be high or low, or wages low or high. How then can prices be raised by high profits? In the passage quoted, Adam Smith means by prices nothing other than the monetary expression of the values of commodities, that these and the gold and silver against which they exchange are determined by the relative quantities of labor required for producing those two sorts of commodities on the one side and gold and silver on the other, in no way contradicts the fact that the actual prices of commodities, i.e. their cost prices, can be raised by high profits. Although not all prices simultaneously, as Smith thinks. But as a result of high profits, some commodities will rise higher above their value than if the average profits were low, while another group of commodities will sink to a smaller extent below their value. Chapter 17. Ricardo's theory of accumulation and a critique of it. The very nature of capital leads to crises. Section 1. Adam Smith's and Ricardo's error in failing to take into consideration constant capital. Reproduction of the different parts of constant capital. First, we will compare Ricardo's propositions, which are widely scattered over the whole of his work. Quote, all the productions of a country are consumed, but it makes the greatest difference imaginable whether they are consumed by those who reproduce or by those who do not reproduce another value. When we say that revenue is saved and added to capital, what we mean is that the portion of revenue so said to be added to capital is consumed by productive instead of unproductive laborers. This is the same distinction as Adam Smith makes. There can be no greater error than in supposing that capital is increased by non-consumption. If the price of labor should rise so high that notwithstanding the increase of capital, no more could be employed, I should say that such increase of capital would still be unproductively consumed. Here, therefore, as with Adam Smith and others, it is only a question of whether the products are consumed by workers or not. But it is at the same time also a question of the industrial consumption of the commodities which form constant capital, and are consumed as instruments of labor or materials of labor, or are consumed in such a way that through this consumption they are transformed into instruments or materials of labor. The conception that accumulation of capital is identical with conversion of revenue into wages, in other words, that it is synonymous with accumulation of variable capital, is one-sided, that is, incorrect. This leads to a wrong approach to the whole question of accumulation. Above all, it is necessary to have a clear understanding of the reproduction of constant capital. We are considering the annual reproduction here, taking the year as the time measure of the process of reproduction. A large part of the constant capital, the fixed capital, enters into the annual process of labor without entering into the annual process of the creation of value. It is not consumed, and therefore does not need to be reproduced. Because it enters into the production process and remains in contact with living labor, it is kept in existence, and along with its use value, also its exchange value. The greater this part of capital is in a particular country in 1 year, the greater relatively will be its purely formal reproduction, that is, preservation, in the following year, providing that the production process is renewed, continued, and kept flowing, even if only on the same scale. Repairs and so on, which are necessary to maintain the fixed capital, are reckoned as part of its original labor costs. This has nothing in common with preservation in the sense used above. A second part of the constant capital is consumed annually in the production of commodities, and must therefore also be reproduced. This includes the whole of that part of fixed capital which enters annually into the process of creating value, as well as the whole of that part of constant capital which consists of circulating capital, raw materials, and auxiliary materials. As regards this second part of constant capital, the following distinctions must be made. A large part of what appears as constant capital, instruments and materials of labor in one sphere of production, is simultaneously the product of another parallel sphere of production. For example, yarn, which forms part of the constant capital of the weaver, is the product of the spinner, and may still have been in the process of becoming yarn on the previous day. When we use the term simultaneous here, we mean produced during the same year. The same commodities in different phases pass through various spheres of production in the course of the same year. They emerge as products from one sphere and enter another as commodities constituting constant capital. And as constant capital, they are all consumed during the year, whether only their value enters into the commodity, as in the case of fixed capital, or their use value too, as with circulating capital. While the commodity produced in one sphere of production enters into another, to be consumed there as constant capital, in addition to the same commodity entering a succession of spheres of production, the various elements, or the various phases of this commodity, are being produced simultaneously, side by side. In the course of the same year, it is continuously consumed as constant capital in one sphere, and in another parallel sphere, it is produced as a commodity. The same commodities which are thus consumed as constant capital in the course of the year are also, in the same way, continuously being produced during the same year. A machine is wearing out in sphere A. It is simultaneously being produced in sphere B. The constant capital that is consumed during a year in those spheres of production which produce means of subsistence is simultaneously being produced in other spheres of production, so that during the course of the year, or by the end of the year, it is renewed in kind. Both of them, the means of subsistence as well as this part of the constant capital, are the products of new labor employed during the year. In the spheres producing the means of subsistence, as I have shown earlier, that portion of the value of the product which replaces the constant capital in these spheres forms the revenue of the producers of this constant capital. But there is also a further portion of the constant capital which is consumed annually without entering as a component part into the spheres of production which produce the means of subsistence, that is, consumption goods. Therefore, it cannot be replaced by products from these spheres. We mean instruments of labor, raw materials, and auxiliary materials, i.e. that portion of constant capital which is itself consumed industrially in the creation or production of constant capital, that is to say, machinery, raw materials, and auxiliary materials. This part, as we have seen, is replaced in kind either directly out of the product of these spheres of production themselves, as in the case of seeds, livestock, and to a certain extent coal, or through the exchange of a portion of the products of various spheres of production manufacturing constant capital. In this case, capital is exchanged for capital. The existence and consumption of this portion of constant capital increases not only the mass of products, but also the value of the annual product. The portion of the value of the annual product, which equals the value of this section of the consumed constant capital, buys back in kind, or withdraws from the annual product, that part of it, which must replace in kind the constant capital that is consumed. For example, the value of the seed sown determines the portion of the value of the harvest, and thus the quantity of corn, which must be returned to the land, to production, as constant capital. This portion would not be reproduced without the labor newly added during the course of the year, but it is in fact produced by the labor of the year before, or past labor, and insofar as the productivity of labor remains unchanged, the value which it adds to the annual product is not the result of this year's labor, but of that of the previous year. The greater, proportionally, is the constant capital employed in the country, the greater will also be that part of the constant capital which is consumed in the production of the constant capital, and which not only expresses itself in a greater quantity of products, but also raises the value of this quantity of products. This value, therefore, is the result not only of the current year's labor, but equally the result of the labor of the previous year, of past labor, although without the immediate labor of the current year, it would not reappear, any more than would the product of which it forms a part. If this portion of constant capital grows, not only does the annual mass of products grow, but also their value, even if the annual labor remains the same. This growth is one form of the accumulation of capital, which it is essential to understand. And nothing could be further removed from such an understanding than Ricardo's proposition. The labor of 1,000,000 men in manufactures will always produce the same value, but will not always produce the same riches. These 1,000,000 men, with a given working day, will not only produce very different quantities of commodities, depending on the productivity of labor, but the value of these quantities of commodities will be very different, according to whether they are produced with much or little constant capital, that is, whether much or little value originating in the past labor of previous years is added to them. Section 2. Value of the constant capital and value of the product. For the sake of simplicity, when we speak of the reproduction of constant capital, we shall in the first place assume that the productivity of labor, and consequently the method of production, remain the same. At a given level of production, the constant capital which has to be replaced is a definite quantity in kind. If productivity remains the same, then the value of this quantity also remains constant. If there are changes in the productivity of labor, which make it possible to reproduce the same quantity at greater or less cost, with more or less labor, then similarly, changes will occur in the value of the constant capital, which will affect the surplus product after deduction of the constant capital. For example, supposing 20 quarters of wheat at 3 pounds, totaling 60 pounds, were required for sowing. If a third less labor is used to reproduce a quarter, it would now cost only 2 pounds. 20 quarters have to be deducted from the product for the sowing as before, but their share in the value of the whole product only amounts to 40 pounds. The replacement of the same constant capital thus requires a smaller portion of value, a smaller share in kind out of the total product, although, as previously, 20 quarters have to be returned to the land as seed. If the constant capital consumed annually by one nation were 10 million pounds, and that consumed by another were only 1 million, and the annual labor of 1,000,000 men amounted to 100 million pounds, then the value of the product of the first nation would be 110, and of the second only 101 million. It would be, moreover, not only possible, but certain, that the individual commodity of Nation 1 would be cheaper than that of Nation 2, because the latter would produce a much smaller quantity of commodities with the same amount of labor, much smaller than the difference between 10 and 1. It is true that a greater portion of the value of the product goes to the replacement of capital in Nation 1 as compared with Nation 2, and therefore also a greater portion of the total product, but the total product is also much greater. In the case of factory-made commodities, it is known that 1,000,000 workers in England produce not only a much greater product, but also a product of much greater value than in Russia, for example, although the individual commodity is much cheaper. In the case of agriculture, however, the same relation between capitalistically developed and relatively undeveloped nations does not appear to exist. The product of the more backward nation is cheaper than that of the capitalistically developed nation in terms of its money price, and yet the product of the developed nation appears to be produced by much less annual labor than that of the backward one. In England, for example, less than 1/3 of the workers are employed in agriculture, while in Russia it is 4/5. In the former, that's 5/15, in the latter 12/15. These figures are not to be taken literally. In England, for instance, a large number of people in non-agricultural occupations, in engineering, trade, transport, etc., are engaged in the production and distribution of elements of agricultural production, but this is not the case in Russia. The proportion of persons engaged in agriculture cannot therefore be directly determined by the number of individuals immediately employed in agriculture. In countries with the capitalist mode of production, many people participate indirectly in agricultural production, who in less developed countries are directly included in it. The difference, therefore, appears to be greater than it is. For the civilization of the country as a whole, however, this difference is very important, even insofar as it only means that a large section of the workers involved in agriculture do not participate in it directly. They are thus saved from the narrow parochialism of country life and belong to the industrial population. But let us leave aside this point for the moment, and also the fact that most agricultural peoples are forced to sell their product below its value, whereas in countries with advanced capitalist production, the agricultural product rises to its value. At any rate, a portion of the value of the constant capital enters into the value of the product of the English farmer, which does not enter into the product of the Russian farmer. Let us assume that this portion of value is equal to a day's labor of 10 men, and that one English worker sets this constant capital in motion. I'm speaking of that part of the constant capital of the agricultural product which is not replaced by new labor, such as is the case, for example, with agricultural implements. If 5 Russian workers were required in order to produce the same product which 1 Englishman produces with the help of the constant capital, and if the constant capital used by the Russian were equal to 1 day's labor, then the English product would be equal to 10 plus 1 being 11 working days, and that of the Russian would be 5 plus 1 being 6. If the Russian soil were so much more fertile than the English that without the application of any constant capital, or with a constant capital that was 1/10 the size, it could produce as much corn as the Englishman with a constant capital 10 times as great, then the values of the same quantities of English and Russian corn would compare as 11 to 6. If the quarter of the Russian corn were sold at 2 pounds, then the English would be sold at 3 2/3 pounds, for 2 is to 3 2/3 as 6 is to 11. The money price and the value of the English corn would thus be much higher than that of the Russian, but nevertheless, the English corn would be produced with less labor, since the past labor, which reappears in the quantity as well as in the value of the product, costs no additional new labor. This would always be the case if the Englishman uses less immediate labor than the Russian, but the greater constant capital which he uses, and which costs him nothing, although it has cost something and must be paid for, does not raise the productivity of labor to such an extent that it compensates for the natural fertility of the Russian soil. The money prices of agricultural products can therefore be higher in countries of capitalist production than in less developed countries, although in fact they cost less labor. They contain more immediate and past labor, but this past labor costs nothing. The product would be cheaper if the difference in natural fertility did not intervene. This would also explain the higher money price of the laborer's wage. Up to now, we have only spoken of the reproduction of the capital involved. The laborer replaces his wage with a surplus product or surplus value, which forms the profit, including rent, of the capitalist. He replaces that part of the annual product which serves him anew as wages. The capitalist has consumed his profit during the course of the year, but the laborer has created a portion of the product which can again be consumed as profit. That part of the constant capital which is consumed in the production of the means of subsistence is replaced by constant capital which has been produced by new labor during the course of the year. The producers of this new portion of constant capital realize their revenue, that is profit and wages, in that part of the means of subsistence which is equal to the value of the constant capital consumed in their production. Finally, the constant capital which is consumed in the production of constant capital, in the production of machinery, raw materials, and auxiliary materials, is replaced in kind, or through the exchange of capital, out of the total product of the various spheres of production which produce constant capital. Section 3. Necessary conditions for the accumulation of capital. Amortization of fixed capital and its role in the process of accumulation. What then is the position with regard to the increase of capital, its accumulation as distinct from reproduction, the transformation of revenue into capital? In order to simplify the question, it is assumed that the productivity of labor remains the same, that no changes occur in the method of production, that therefore the same quantity of labor is required to produce the same quantity of commodities, and consequently that the increase in capital costs the same amount of labor as the production of capital of the same size cost the previous year. A portion of the surplus value must be transformed into capital instead of being consumed as revenue. It must be converted partly into constant and partly into variable capital, and the proportion in which it is divided into these two different parts of capital depends on the given organic composition of the capital, since the method of production remains unaltered, and also the proportional value of both parts. The higher the development of production, the greater will be that part of surplus value which is transformed into constant capital, compared with that part of the surplus value transformed into variable capital. To begin with, a portion of the surplus value and the corresponding surplus product in the form of means of subsistence has to be transformed into variable capital. That is to say, new labor has to be bought with it. This is only possible if the number of laborers grows, or if the labor time during which they work is prolonged. The latter takes place, for instance, when a part of the laboring population was only employed for half or 2/3 of the normal time, or also when for longer or shorter periods the working day is absolutely prolonged. This, however, must be paid for. But that cannot be regarded as a method of accumulation which can be continuously used. The laboring population can increase when previously unproductive laborers are turned into productive ones, or sections of the population who did not work previously, such as women and children or paupers, are drawn into the production process. We leave this latter point out of account here. Finally, together with the growth of the population in general, the laboring population can grow absolutely. If accumulation is to be a steady, continuous process, then this absolute growth in population, although it may be decreasing in relation to the capital employed, is a necessary condition. An increasing population appears to be the basis of accumulation as a continuous process, but this presupposes an average wage which permits not only reproduction of the laboring population, but also its constant growth. Capitalist production provides for unexpected contingencies by overworking one section of the laboring population and keeping the other as a ready reserve army consisting of partially or entirely pauperized people. What then is the position with regard to the other portion of the surplus value which has to be converted into constant capital? In order to simplify this question, we shall leave out of account foreign trade and consider a self-sufficing nation. Let us take an example. Let us assume that the surplus value produced by a linen weaver amounts to £10,000, and that he wants to convert into capital 1/2 of it, i.e. 5,000. Let 1/5 of this be laid out in wages, in accordance with the organic composition of capital in mechanized weaving. In this case, we are disregarding the turnover of capital, which may perhaps enable him to carry on with an amount sufficient for 5 weeks, after which he would sell his product and so receive back from circulation the capital for the payment of wages. We are assuming that in the course of the year, he will gradually lay out in wages for 20 men £1,000, which he must hold in reserve with his banker. Then £4,000 are to be converted into constant capital. Firstly, he must purchase as much yarn as 20 men can weave during the year. The turnover of the circulating part of capital is disregarded throughout. Further, he must increase the number of looms in his factory, and perhaps install an additional steam engine or enlarge the existing one, etc. But in order to purchase all these things, he must find yarn, looms, etc. available on the market. He must convert his £4,000 into yarn, looms, coal, etc., i.e. he must buy them. In order to buy them, they must be available. Since we have assumed that the reproduction of the old capital has taken place under the old conditions, the spinner of yarn has spent the whole of his capital in order to supply the amount of yarn required by the weavers during the previous year. How then is he to satisfy the additional demand by an additional supply of yarn? The position of the manufacturer of machines, who supplies looms, etc., is just the same. He has produced only sufficient new looms in order to cover the average consumption in weaving. But the weaver, who is keen on accumulation, orders yarn for £3,000, and for £1,000, looms, coal, etc. Or in fact, he gives £3,000 to the spinner, and £1,000 to the machinery manufacturer and the coal merchant, etc., so that they will transform this money into yarn, looms, and coal for him. He would thus have to wait until this process is completed before he could begin with his accumulation, his production of new linen. This would be interruption number 1. But now the owner of the spinning mill finds himself in the same position with the £3,000 as the weaver with the £4,000, only he deducts his profit right away. He can find an additional number of spinners, but he needs flax, spindles, coal, etc. Similarly, the coal producer needs new machinery or implements apart from the additional workers. And the owner of the engineering works, who is supposed to supply the new looms, spindles, etc., needs iron and so forth, apart from additional laborers. But the position of the flax grower is the worst of all, since he can supply the additional quantity of flax only in the following year. So that accumulation can be a continuous process, and the weaver able to transform a portion of his profit into constant capital every year without long-winded complications and interruptions, he must find an additional quantity of yarn, looms, etc. available on the market. The weaver, the spinner, the producer of coal, etc. require additional workers, only if they are able to obtain flax, spindles, and machines on the market. A part of the constant capital which is calculated to be used up annually and enters as wear and tear into the value of the product is in fact not used up. Take, for example, a machine which lasts 12 years and costs £12,000. Its average wear and tear, which has to be charged each year, amounts to £1,000. Thus, since £1,000 is incorporated into the product each year, the value of £12,000 will have been reproduced at the end of the 12 years, and a new machine of the same kind can be bought for this price. The repairs and patching up which are required during the 12 years are reckoned as part of the production cost of the machine, and have nothing to do with the question under discussion. In fact, however, reality differs from this calculation of averages. The machine may perhaps run more smoothly in the second year than in the first, and yet after 12 years it is no longer usable. It is the same as with an animal, whose average life is 10 years, but this does not mean that it dies by 1/10 each year, although at the end of 10 years it must be replaced by a new individual. Naturally, during the course of a particular year, a certain quantity of machinery, etc., always reaches the stage when it must actually be replaced by new machines. Each year, therefore, a certain quantity of old machinery, etc., has in fact to be replaced in kind by new machines, etc., and the average annual production of machinery corresponds with this. The value with which they are to be paid for lies ready. It is derived from the proceeds of the commodities, according to the reproduction period of the machines. But the fact remains that although a large part of the value of the annual product, of the value which is paid for it each year, is needed to replace, for example, the old machines after 12 years, it is by no means actually required to replace 1/12 in kind each year, and in fact this would not be feasible. This fund may be used partly for wages, or for the purchase of raw material, before the commodity, which is constantly thrown into circulation but does not immediately return from circulation, is sold and paid for. This cannot, however, be the case throughout the whole year, since the commodities which complete their turnover during the year realize their whole value, and must therefore replace the wages, raw material, and used-up machinery contained in them, as well as pay surplus value. Hence, where much constant capital, and therefore also much fixed capital, is employed, that part of the value of the product which replaces the wear and tear of the fixed capital provides an accumulation fund, which can be invested by the person controlling it as new fixed capital, or also circulating capital, without any deduction whatsoever having to be made from the surplus value for this part of the accumulation. See McCulloch. This accumulation fund does not exist at levels of production and in nations where there is not much fixed capital. This is an important point. It is a fund for the continuous introduction of improvements, expansions, etc. Section 4. The connection between different branches of production in the process of accumulation. The direct transformation of a part of surplus value into constant capital. A characteristic peculiar to accumulation in agriculture and the machine building industry. But the point we want to make here is the following. Even if the total capital employed in machine building were only large enough to replace the annual wear and tear of machinery, it would produce much more machinery each year than required, since in part the wear and tear merely exists nominally, and in reality it only has to be replaced in kind after a certain number of years. The capital thus employed therefore yields annually a mass of machinery which is available for new capital investments, and anticipates these new capital investments. For example, the factory of the machine builder begins production, say, this year. He supplies 12,000 pounds worth of machinery during the year. If he were merely to replace the machinery produced by him, he would only have to produce machinery worth 1,000 pounds in each of the 11 following years, and even this annual production would not be annually consumed. An even smaller part of his production would be used if he invested the whole of his capital. A continuous expansion of production in the branches of industry which use these machines is required in order to keep his capital employed and merely to reproduce it annually. An even greater expansion is required if he himself accumulates. Thus, even the mere reproduction of the capital invested in this sphere requires continuous accumulation in the remaining spheres of production. But because of this, one of the elements of continuous accumulation is always available on the market. Here, in one sphere of production, even if only the existing capital is reproduced in this sphere, exists a continuous supply of commodities for accumulation, for new, additional industrial consumption in other spheres. As regards the 5,000 pounds profit, or surplus value, which is to be transformed into capital, for instance by the weaver, there are two possibilities, always assuming that he finds available on the market the labor which he must buy with part of the 5,000, i.e. 1,000, in order to transform the 5,000 into capital according to the conditions prevailing in his sphere of production. This part of the capitalized surplus value is transformed into variable capital and laid out in wages. But in order to employ this labor, he requires yarn, additional auxiliary materials, and additional machinery, unless the working day is prolonged. In that case, the machinery is merely used up faster, its reproduction period is curtailed, but at the same time more surplus value is produced, and though the value of the machine has to be distributed over the commodities produced during a shorter period, far more commodities are being produced, so that despite this more rapid depreciation of the machine, a smaller portion of machine value enters into the value or price of the individual commodity. In this case, no new capital has to be laid out directly in machinery. It is only necessary to replace the value of the machinery a little more rapidly, but additional capital must be laid out for auxiliary materials. Either the weaver finds these, his conditions of production, on the market, then the purchase of these commodities only differs from that of other commodities by the fact that he buys them for industrial consumption instead of individual consumption. Or he does not find these conditions of production on the market. Then he must order them, as for instance machines of a new design, just as he has to order articles for his private consumption which are not readily available on the market. If the raw material, say flax, were only produced to order, as for instance indigo, jute, etc., are produced by the Indian ryots to orders and with advances from English merchants, then the linen weaver could not accumulate in his own business during that year. On the other hand, assuming that the spinner converts 5,000 pounds into capital and that the weaver does not accumulate, then the spun yarn, although all the conditions for its production were in supply on the market, will be unsaleable, and the 5,000 pounds have in fact been transformed into yarn, but not into capital. Credit, which does not concern us further here, is the means whereby accumulated capital is not just used in that sphere in which it is created, but wherever it has the best chance of being turned to good account. Every capitalist will, however, prefer to invest his accumulation as far as possible in his own sphere of production. If he invests it in another, then he becomes a moneyed capitalist, and instead of profit, he draws only interest, unless he goes in for speculative transactions. We are, however, concerned with the average accumulation here, and only assume for the sake of illustration that it is invested in a particular sphere. If, on the other hand, the flax grower had expanded his production, that is to say, had accumulated, and the spinner and weaver and machine builder, etc., had not done so, then he would have superfluous flax in store, and would probably produce less in the following year. At present, we are leaving individual consumption completely out of account, and are only considering the mutual relations between producers. If these relations exist, then in the first place the producers constitute a market for the capitals which they must replace for one another. The newly employed, or more fully employed workers, constitute a market for some of the means of subsistence, and since the surplus value increases in the following year, the capitalists can consume an increasing part of their revenue. To a certain extent, therefore, they also constitute a market for one another. Even so, a large part of the annual product may still remain unsaleable. The question has now to be formulated thus. Assuming general accumulation, in other words, assuming that capital is accumulated to some extent in all branches of production, this is in fact a condition of capitalist production, and is just as much the urge of the capitalist as a capitalist as the urge of the hoarder is the piling up of money. It is also a necessity if capitalist production is to go ahead. What are the conditions of this general accumulation? What does it amount to? Or, since the linen weaver may be taken to represent the capitalist in general, what are the conditions in which he can uninterruptedly reconvert the 5,000 pound surplus value into capital and steadily continue the process of accumulation year in, year out? The accumulation of the 5,000 pounds means nothing but the transformation of this money, this amount of value, into capital. The conditions for the accumulation of capital are thus the very same as those for its original production or for reproduction in general. These conditions, however, were that labor was bought with one part of the money, and with the other, commodities, raw material, machinery, etc., which could be consumed industrially by this labor. Some commodities can only be consumed industrially, such as machinery, raw material, semi-finished goods. Others, such as houses, horses, wheat, from which brandy or starch, etc. is made, can be consumed industrially or individually. These commodities can only be purchased if they are available on the market as commodities, in the intermediate stage when production is completed and consumption has not as yet begun, in the hands of the seller in the stage of circulation. Or if they can be made to order, produced to order as is the case with construction of new factories, etc. Commodities were available, this was presupposed in the production and reproduction of capital, as a result of the division of labor carried out in capitalist production on a social scale, distribution of labor and capital between the different spheres of production, as a result of parallel production and reproduction which takes place simultaneously over the whole field. This was the condition of the market, of the production and reproduction of capital. The greater the capital, the more developed the productivity of labor and the scale of capitalist production in general, the greater is also the volume of commodities found on the market in circulation, in transition between production and consumption, individual and industrial, and the greater the certainty that each particular capital will find its conditions for reproduction readily available on the market. This is all the more the case, since it is in the nature of capitalist production that firstly, each particular capital operates on a scale which is not determined by individual demand, orders, etc., and private needs, but by the endeavor to realize as much labor, and therefore as much surplus labor, as possible, and to produce the largest possible quantity of commodities with the given capital. Secondly, that each individual capital strives to capture the largest possible share of the market, and to supplant its competitors and exclude them from the market competition of capitals. The greater the development of the means of communication, the more can the stocks on the market be reduced. Quote, "There will indeed, where production and consumption are comparatively great, naturally be, at any given moment, a comparatively great surplus in the intermediate state, in the market, on its way from having been produced to the hands of the consumer, unless indeed the quickness with which things are sold off should have increased so as to counteract what would else have been the consequence of the increased production." End quote from An Inquiry into Those Principles Respecting the Nature of Demand and the Necessity of Consumption, lately advocated by Mr. Malthus, published in London in 1821. The accumulation of new capital can therefore proceed only under the same conditions as the reproduction of already existing capital. We disregard here the case in which more capital is accumulated than can be invested in production, and for example lies fallow in the form of money at the bank. This results in loans abroad, etc., in short speculative investments. Nor do we consider the case in which it is impossible to sell the massive commodities produced, crises, etc. This belongs into the section on competition. Here, we examine only the forms of capital in the various phases of its process, assuming throughout that the commodities are sold at their value. The weaver can reconvert the £5,000 surplus value into capital if, besides labor for £1,000, he finds yarn, etc. ready on the market, or is able to obtain it to order. This presupposes the production of a surplus product, consisting of commodities which enter into his constant capital, particularly of those which require a longer period of production, and whose volume cannot be increased rapidly, or cannot be increased at all during the course of the year, such as raw material, for example flax. What comes into play here is the merchant's capital, which keeps warehouses stocked with goods to meet growing individual and industrial consumption. But this is only a form of intermediary agency, hence does not belong here, but into the consideration of the competition of capitals. Just as the production and reproduction of existing capital in one sphere presupposes parallel production and reproduction in other spheres, so accumulation, or the formation of additional capital in one branch of production, presupposes simultaneous or parallel creation of additional products in other branches of production. Thus, the scale of production in all spheres which supply constant capital must grow simultaneously, in accordance with the average participation, determined by demand, of each particular sphere in the general growth of production, and all spheres which do not produce finished products for individual consumption supply constant capital. Of the greatest importance is the increase in machinery, tools, raw material, and auxiliary material, for if these preconditions are present, all other industries into which they enter, whether they produce semi-finished or finished goods, only need to set in motion more labor. It seems, therefore, that for accumulation to take place, continuous surplus production in all spheres is necessary. This will have to be more closely defined. Then there is the second essential question. The part of the surplus value, or in this case the part of profit, which is reconverted into capital, consists only of labor newly added during the past year. The question is whether this new capital is entirely expended on wages, i.e. exchanged only against new labor. The following speaks for this. All value is originally derived from labor. All constant capital is originally just as much the product of labor as is variable capital. And here we seem to encounter again the direct genesis of capital from labor. An argument against it is, can one suppose that the formation of additional capital takes place under worse conditions of production than the reproduction of the old capital? Does a reversion to a lower level of production occur? This would have to be the case if the new value were spent only on immediate labor, which, without fixed capital, etc., would thus also first have to produce this fixed capital, just as originally labor had first to create its constant capital. This is sheer nonsense. But this is the assumption made by Ricardo. This needs to be examined more closely. The first question is this. Can the capitalist transform a part of the surplus value into capital by employing it directly as capital instead of selling the surplus value, or rather the surplus product in which it is expressed. An affirmative answer to this question would already imply that the whole of the surplus value to be transformed into capital is not transformed into variable capital, or is not laid out in wages. With that part of the agricultural produce which consists of corn or livestock, this is clear from the outset. Some of the corn which belongs to that part of the harvest representing the surplus product, or the surplus value of the farmer, similarly some of the livestock, instead of being sold, can at once serve again as means of production, as seed or draft animals. The same applies to that part of the manure produced on the land itself, which at the same time exists as a commodity on the market, that is to say, can be sold. This part of the surplus product, which falls to the share of the farmer as surplus value, as profit, can be at once transformed by him into means of production within his own branch of production. It is thus directly converted into capital. This part is not expended on wages. It is not transformed into variable capital. It is withdrawn from individual consumption without being consumed productively in the sense used by Smith and Ricardo. It is consumed industrially, but as raw material, not as means of subsistence either of productive or of unproductive workers. Corn, however, serves not only as a means of subsistence for productive workers, etc., but also as auxiliary material for livestock, as raw material for spirits, starch, etc. Livestock, for fattening or draft animals, in turn serves not only as a means of subsistence, but its fur, hide, fat, bones, horns, etc. supply raw materials for a large number of industries, and that also provides motive power, partly for agriculture itself and partly for the transport industry. In all industries, in which the period of reproduction extends over more than a year, as is the case with a major part of livestock, timber, etc., but whose products at the same time have to be continuously reproduced, thus requiring the application of a certain amount of labor, accumulation and reproduction coincide, insofar as the newly added labor, which includes not only paid but also unpaid labor, must be accumulated in kind until the product is ready for sale. We are not speaking here of the accumulation of the profit, which according to the general rate of profit is added to the capital each year. This is not real accumulation, but only a method of accounting. We are concerned here with the accumulation of the total labor which is repeated in the course of several years, during which not only paid but also unpaid labor is accumulated in kind, and at once reconverted into capital. The accumulation of profit is in such cases, however, independent of the quantity of newly added labor. The position is the same with commercial crops, whether they provide raw materials or auxiliary materials. Their seeds and that part of them which can be used again as manure, etc., represent a portion of the total product. Even if this were unsaleable, it would not alter the fact that as soon as it becomes a means of production again, it forms a part of the total value, and as such constitutes constant capital for new production. This settles one major point, the question of raw materials and means of subsistence, insofar as they are actually agricultural products. Here, therefore, accumulation coincides directly with reproduction on a larger scale, so that a part of the surplus product serves again as a means of production in its own sphere, without being exchanged for wages or other commodities. The second important question relates to machinery, not the machines which produce commodities, but the machines which produce machines, the constant capital of the machine-producing industry. Given this machinery, the extractive industries require nothing but labor in order to provide the raw material, iron, etc., for the production of containers and machines. And with the latter are produced the machines for working up the raw materials themselves. The difficulty here is not to get entangled in a vicious circle of presuppositions, for in order to produce more machinery, more material is required, iron, coal, etc., and in order to produce this, more machinery is required. Whether we assume that industrialists who build machine-building machines and industrialists who manufacture machines with the machine-building machines are in one and the same category does not alter the situation. This much is clear. One part of the surplus product is embodied in machine-building machines. At least, it is up to the manufacturers of machines to see that this happens. These need not be sold, but can re-enter the new production in kind, as constant capital. This is therefore a second category of surplus product which enters directly, or through exchange within the same sphere of production, as constant capital into the new production, without having gone through the process of first being transformed into variable capital. The question whether a part of the surplus value can be directly transformed into constant capital resolves in the first place into the question whether a part of the surplus product in which the surplus value is expressed can directly re-enter its own sphere of production as a means of production without first having been alienated. The general law is as follows. Where a part of the product, and therefore also of the surplus product, i.e. the use value in which the surplus value is expressed, can re-enter as a means of production, as instrument of labor or material of labor, into the sphere of production from which it came, directly, without an intermediary phase. Accumulation within the sphere of production can and must take place in such a way that a part of the surplus product, instead of being sold, is, as a means of production, reincorporated into the reproduction process directly, or through exchange with other specialists in the same sphere of production, who are similarly accumulating, so that accumulation and reproduction on a larger scale coincide here directly. They must coincide everywhere, but not in this direct manner. This also applies to a part of the auxiliary materials, for example to the coal produced in a year. A part of the surplus product can itself be used to produce more coal, and can therefore be used up again directly by its producer, without any intermediary phase, as constant capital for production on a larger scale. In industrial areas, there are machine builders who build whole factories for the manufacturers. Let us assume 1/10 is surplus product, or unpaid labor. Whether this 1/10, the surplus product, consists of factory buildings which are built for a third party and are sold to them, or factory buildings which the producer builds for himself, sells to himself, clearly makes no difference. The only thing that matters here is whether the kind of use value in which the surplus labor is expressed can enter as a means of production into the sphere of production of the capitalist to whom the surplus product belongs. This is yet another example of how important is the analysis of use value for the determination of economic phenomena. Here, therefore, we already have a considerable portion of the surplus product, and therefore of the surplus value, which can and must be transformed directly into constant capital, in order to be accumulated as capital, and without which no accumulation of capital can take place at all. Secondly, we have seen that where capitalist production is developed, that is, where the productivity of labor, the constant capital, and particularly that part of the constant capital which consists of fixed capital, are developed, the mere reproduction of fixed capital in all spheres, and the parallel reproduction of the existing capital which produces fixed capital, forms an accumulation fund. That is to say, provides machinery, i.e. constant capital, for production on an extended scale. Thirdly, there remains the question, can a part of the surplus product be retransformed into capital, that is constant capital, through an intermediary exchange between the producer, for example, of machinery or implements of labor, and the producer of raw material, iron, coal, metals, timber, etc. That is, through the exchange of various components of constant capital. If, for example, the manufacturer of iron, coal, and timber buys machinery or tools from the machine builder, and the machine builder buys metal, timber, coal, etc. from the primary producer, then they replace or form new constant capital through this exchange of the reciprocal component parts of their constant capital. The question here is, to what extent is the surplus product converted in this way? Section 5. The transformation of capitalized surplus value into constant and variable capital. We saw earlier that in the simple reproduction of the advanced capital, the portion of the constant capital which is used up in the reproduction of constant capital is replaced either directly in kind or through exchange between the producers of constant capital, an exchange of capital against capital, and not of revenue against revenue or revenue against capital. Moreover, the constant capital which is used up or consumed industrially in the production of consumable goods, commodities which enter into individual consumption, is replaced by new products of the same kind, which are the result of newly added labor, and therefore resolve into revenue, wages, and profit. Accordingly, therefore, in the spheres which produce consumable goods, the portion of the total product, which is equal to the portion of their value which replaces their constant capital, represents the revenue of the producers of constant capital, while on the other hand, in the spheres which produce constant capital, the part of the total product which represents newly added labor, and therefore forms the revenue of these producers of this constant capital, represents the constant capital, replacement capital, of the producers of the means of subsistence. This presupposes, therefore, that the producers of constant capital exchange their surplus product, which means here the excess of their product over that part of it which is equal to their constant capital, against means of subsistence, and consume its value individually. This surplus product, however, consists firstly of wages, or the reproduced fund for wages, and this portion must continue to be allocated by the capitalist for the paying out of wages, that is, for individual consumption, and assuming a minimum wage, the worker too can only convert the wages he receives into means of subsistence, and secondly, the profit of the capitalist, including rent. If this portion is large enough, it can be consumed partly individually and partly industrially, And in this latter case, an exchange of products takes place between the producers of constant capital. This is, however, no longer an exchange of the portion of their products representing their constant capital which has to be mutually replaced by them, but is an exchange of a part of their surplus product, revenue, newly added labor, which is directly transformed into constant capital, thus increasing the amount of constant capital and expanding the scale of reproduction. In this case too, therefore, a part of the existing surplus product, that is, of the labor which has been newly added during the year, is transformed directly into constant capital, without first having been converted into variable capital. This demonstrates again that the industrial consumption of the surplus product, or accumulation, is by no means identical with the conversion of the entire surplus product into wages paid to productive workers. It is quite possible that the manufacturer of machines sells part of his commodity to the producer, say, of cloth. The latter pays him in money. With this money he purchases iron, coal, etc., instead of means of subsistence. But when one considers the process as a whole, it is evident that the producers of means of subsistence cannot purchase any replacement machinery or replacement raw materials unless the producers of the replacements of constant capital buy their means of subsistence from them. In other words, unless this circulation is fundamentally an exchange between means of subsistence and constant capital. The separation of the acts of buying and selling can of course cause considerable disturbances and complications in this compensatory process. If a country cannot itself produce the amount of machinery required for the accumulation of capital, then it buys it from abroad. The same happens if it cannot produce a sufficient quantity of means of subsistence for wages and the raw material. As soon as international trade intervenes, it becomes quite obvious that a part of the surplus product of a country, insofar as it is intended for accumulation, is not transformed into wages, but directly into constant capital. But then there may remain the notion that over there, in the foreign country, the money thus laid out is spent entirely on wages. We have seen that even leaving foreign trade out of account, this is not so and cannot be so. The proportion in which the surplus product is divided between variable and constant capital depends on the average composition of capital, and the more developed capitalist production is, the smaller relatively will be the part which is laid out directly in wages. The idea that because the surplus product is solely the product of labor newly added during the year, it can therefore only be converted into variable capital, i.e. only be laid out in wages, corresponds altogether to the false conception that because the product is only the result or the materialization of labor, its value is resolved only into revenue, wages, profit, and rent. The false conception of Smith and Ricardo. A large part of constant capital, namely the fixed capital, may enter directly into the process of the production of means of subsistence, raw materials, etc., or it may serve either to shorten the circulation process, like railways, roads, navigation, telegraphs, etc., or to store and accumulate stocks of commodities, like docks and warehouses, etc. Alternatively, it may increase the yield only after a long period of reproduction, as for instance leveling operations, drainage, etc. The direct consequences for the reproduction of the means of subsistence will be very different according to whether a greater or smaller part of the surplus product is converted into one of these types of fixed capital. Section 6. Crises. Introductory remarks. If expanded production of constant capital is assumed, that is, greater production than is required for the replacement of the former capital, and therefore also for the production of the former quantity of means of subsistence, expanded production or accumulation in the spheres using machinery, raw materials, etc., encounters no further difficulties. If sufficient additional labor is available, the manufacturers will find on the market all the means for the formation of new capital, for the transformation of their additional money into new capital. But the whole process of accumulation in the first place resolves itself into production on an expanding scale, which on the one hand corresponds to the natural growth of the population, and on the other hand forms an inherent basis for the phenomena which appear during crises. The criterion of this expansion of production is capital itself. The existing level of the conditions of production, and the unlimited desire of the capitalists to enrich themselves and to enlarge their capital, but by no means consumption, which from the outset is inhibited, since the majority of the population, the working people, can only expand their consumption within very narrow limits, whereas the demand for labor, although it grows absolutely, decreases relatively, to the same extent as capitalism develops. Moreover, all equalizations are accidental, and although the proportion of capital employed in individual spheres is equalized by a continuous process, the continuity of this process itself equally presupposes the constant disproportion, which it has continuously, often violently, to even out. Here, we need only consider the forms which capital passes through in the various stages of its development. The real conditions within which the actual process of production takes place are therefore not analyzed. It is assumed throughout that the commodity is sold at its value. We do not examine the competition of capitals, nor the credit system, nor the actual composition of society, which by no means consists only of two classes, workers and industrial capitalists, and where therefore consumers and producers are not identical categories. The first category, that of the consumers, whose revenues are in part not primary but secondary, derived from profit and wages, is much broader than the second category, that is the producers, and therefore the way in which they spend their revenue and the very size of the revenue give rise to very considerable modifications in the economy, and particularly in the circulation and reproduction process of capital. Nevertheless, just as the examination of money has shown that it contained the possibility of crises, the examination of the general nature of capital, even without going further into the actual relations which all constitute prerequisites for the real process of production, reveals this still more clearly. The conception, which really belongs to James Mill, adopted by Ricardo from the tedious say, and to which we shall return when we discuss that miserable individual, that overproduction is not possible, or at least that no general glut of the market is possible, is based on the proposition that products are exchanged against products, or as Mill put it, on the metaphysical equilibrium of sellers and buyers. And this led to the conclusion that demand is determined only by production, or also that demand and supply are identical. The same proposition exists also in the form, which Ricardo liked particularly, that any amount of capital can be employed productively in any country. Mr. Say, writes Ricardo in Chapter 21, Effects of Accumulation on Profits and Interest, has most satisfactorily shown that there is no amount of capital which may not be employed in a country, because demand is only limited by production. No man produces but with a view to consume or sell, and he never sells but with an intention to purchase some other commodity, which may be immediately useful to him, or which may contribute to future production. By producing, then, he necessarily becomes either the consumer of his own goods or the purchaser and consumer of the goods of some other person. It is not to be supposed that he should, for any length of time, be ill-informed of the commodities which he can most advantageously produce to attain the object which he has in view, namely the possession of other goods, and therefore it is not probable that he will continually, the point in question here is not eternal life, produce a commodity for which there is no demand. Ricardo, who always strives to be consistent, discovers that his authority, say, is playing a trick on him here. He makes the following comment in a footnote to this passage. Is the following quite consistent with Mr. Say's principle? The more disposable capitals are abundant in proportion to the extent of employment for them, the more will the rate of interest on loans of capital fall. If capital to any extent can be employed by a country, how can it be said to be abundant compared with the extent of employment for it? Since Ricardo cites Say, we shall criticize Say's theories later when we deal with this humbug himself. Meanwhile, we just note here, in reproduction, just as in the accumulation of capital, it is not only a question of replacing the same quantity of use values of which capital consists on the former scale or on an enlarged scale, in the case of accumulation, but of replacing the value of the capital advanced along with the usual rate of profit. If, therefore, through any circumstance or combination of circumstances, the market prices of the commodities, of all or most of them it makes no difference, fall far below their cost prices, then reproduction of capital is curtailed as far as possible. Accumulation, however, stagnates even more. Surplus value amassed in the form of money could only be transformed into capital at a loss. It therefore lies idle as a hoard in the banks or in the form of credit money, which in essence makes no difference at all. The same holdup could occur for the opposite reasons if the real prerequisites of reproduction were missing, for instance if grain became more expensive, or because not enough constant capital had been accumulated in kind. There occurs a stoppage in reproduction, and thus in the flow of circulation. Purchase and sale get bogged down, and unemployed capital appears in the form of idle money. The same phenomenon, and this usually precedes crises, can appear when additional capital is produced at a very rapid rate, and its reconversion into productive capital increases the demand for all the elements of the latter to such an extent that actual production cannot keep pace with it. This brings about a rise in the prices of all commodities, which enter in the formation of capital. In this case, the rate of interest falls sharply, however much the profit may rise, and this fall in the rate of interest then leads to the most risky speculative ventures. The interruption of the reproduction process leads to the decrease in variable capital, to a fall in wages and in the quantity of labor employed. This in turn reacts again on the prices and leads to their further fall. It must never be forgotten that in capitalist production, what matters is not the immediate use value, but the exchange value, and in particular, the expansion of surplus value. This is the driving motive of capitalist production, and that is a pretty conception, in order to reason away the contradictions of capitalist production, that abstracts from its very basis and depicts it as a production aiming at the direct satisfaction of the consumption of the producers. Further, since the circulation process of capital is not completed in one day, but extends over a fairly long period until the capital returns to its original form, since this period coincides with the period within which market prices equalize with cost prices, and great upheavals and changes take place in the market in the course of this period, since great changes take place in the productivity of labor, and therefore also in the real value of commodities, it is quite clear that between the starting point, the prerequisite capital, and the time of its return at the end of one of these periods, great catastrophes must occur, and elements of crisis must have gathered and develop, and these cannot in any way be dismissed by the pitiful proposition that products exchange for products. The comparison of value in one period with the value of the same commodities in a later period is no scholastic illusion, as Mr. Bailey maintains, but rather forms the fundamental principle of the circulation process of capital. When speaking of the destruction of capital through crises, one must distinguish between two factors. Insofar as the reproduction process is checked and the labor process is restricted, or in some instances completely stopped, real capital is destroyed. Machinery which is not used is not capital. Labor which is not exploited is equivalent to lost production. Raw material which lies unused is no capital. Buildings, also newly built machinery which are either unused or remain unfinished, commodities which rot in warehouses, all this is destruction of capital. All this means that the process of reproduction is checked, and that the existing means of production are not really used as means of production, are not put into operation. Thus their use value and their exchange value go to the devil. Secondly, however, the destruction of capital through crises means the depreciation of values which prevents them from later renewing their reproduction process as capital on the same scale. This is the ruinous effect of the fall in the prices of commodities. It does not cause the destruction of any use values. What one loses, the other gains. Values used as capital are prevented from acting again as capital in the hands of the same person. The old capitalists go bankrupt. If the value of the commodities from whose sale a capitalist reproduces his capital was equal to £12,000, of which say 2,000 were profit, and their price falls to 6,000, then the capitalist can neither meet his contracted obligations, nor, even if he had none, could he, with the £6,000, restart his business on the former scale, for the commodity prices have risen once more to the level of their cost prices. In this way, £6,000 has been destroyed, although the buyer of these commodities, because he has acquired them at half their cost price, can go ahead very well once business livens up again, and may even have made a profit. A large part of the nominal capital of the society, i.e. of the exchange value of the existing capital, is once and for all destroyed, although this very destruction, since it does not affect the use value, may very much expedite the new reproduction. This is also the period during which moneyed interest enriches itself at the cost of industrial interest. As regards the fall in the purely nominal capital, state bonds, shares, etc., insofar as it does not lead to the bankruptcy of the state or of the share company, or to the complete stoppage of reproduction through undermining the credit of the industrial capitalists who hold such securities, it amounts only to the transfer of wealth from one hand to another, and will on the whole act favorably upon reproduction, since the parvenus into whose hands these stocks or shares fall cheaply are mostly more enterprising than their former owners. Section 7. Absurd denial of the overproduction of commodities, accompanied by a recognition of the overabundance of capital. To the best of his knowledge, Ricardo was always consistent. For him, therefore, the statement that no overproduction of commodities is possible is synonymous with the statement that no overabundance of capital is possible. Quote, "There cannot, then, be accumulated in a country any amount of capital which cannot be employed productively, until wages rise so high in consequence of the rise of necessaries, and so little consequently remains for the profits of stock, that the motive for accumulation ceases. It follows, then, that there is no limit to demand, no limit to the employment of capital while it yields any profit, and that however abundant capital may become, there is no other adequate reason for a fall of profit but a rise of wages, And further, it may be added that the only adequate and permanent cause for the rise of wages is the increasing difficulty of providing food and necessaries for the increasing number of workmen. What then would Ricardo have said to the stupidity of his successors, who deny overproduction in one form, as a general glut of commodities on the market, and who not only admit its existence in another form, as overproduction of capital, but actually turn it into an essential point in their doctrine? Not a single responsible economist of the post-Ricardian period denies the plethora of capital. On the contrary, all of them regard it as the cause of crises, insofar as they do not explain the latter by factors relating to credit. Therefore, they all admit overproduction in one form, but deny its existence in another. Thus, the only remaining question is, what is the relation between these two forms of overproduction, i.e. between the form in which it is denied and the form in which it is asserted? Ricardo himself did not actually know anything of crises, of general crises of the world market, arising out of the production process itself. He could explain that the crises which occurred between 1800 and 1815 were caused by a rise in the price of corn due to poor harvests, by the devaluation of paper currency, the depreciation of colonial products, etc., because in consequence of the continental blockade, the market was forcibly contracted for political and not economic reasons. He was also able to explain the crises after 1815, partly by a bad year and a shortage of corn, and partly by the fall in corn prices, because those causes, which, according to his own theory, had forced up the price of corn during the war when England was cut off from the continent, had ceased to operate, partly by the transition from war to peace, which brought about sudden changes in the channels of trade. See Chapter 19, on sudden changes in the channels of trade. Later historical phenomena, especially the almost regular periodicity of crises on the world market, no longer permitted Ricardo's successors to deny the facts or to interpret them as accidental. Instead, apart from those who explain everything by credit, but then have to admit that they themselves are forced to presuppose the overabundance of capital, they invented the nice distinction between overabundance of capital and overproduction. Against the latter, they armed themselves with the phrases and good reasons used by Ricardo and Adam Smith, while by means of the overabundance of capital, they attempt to explain phenomena that they are otherwise unable to explain. Wilson, for example, explains certain crises by the overabundance of fixed capital, while he explains others by the overabundance of circulating capital. The overabundance of capital itself is affirmed by the best economists such as Fullerton, and has already become a matter of course to such an extent that it can even be found in the learned Roscher's compendium as a self-evident fact. The question is, therefore, what is the overabundance of capital, and how does it differ from overproduction? In all fairness, however, it must be said that other economists, such as Urey, Courbet, etc., declare overproduction to be the usual condition in large-scale industry, so far as the home country is concerned, and that it thus only leads to crises under certain circumstances, in which the foreign market also contracts. According to the same economists, capital is equivalent to money or commodities. Overproduction of capital is thus overproduction of money or of commodities, and yet these two phenomena are supposed to have nothing in common with each other. Even the overproduction of money is of no avail, since money for them is a commodity, so that the entire phenomenon resolves itself into one of overproduction of commodities, which they admit under one name and deny under another. Moreover, the statement that there is overproduction of fixed capital, or of circulating capital, is based on the fact that commodities are here no longer considered in this simple form, but in their designation as capital. This, however, is an admission that in capitalist production and its phenomena, for example, overproduction, it is a question not only of the simple relationship in which the product appears, is designated as commodity, but of its designation within the social framework. It thereby becomes something more than, and also different from, a commodity. Altogether, the phrase overabundance of capital, instead of overproduction of commodities, insofar as it is not merely a prevaricating expression or unscrupulous thoughtlessness, which admits the existence and necessity of a particular phenomenon when it is called A, but denies it as soon as it is called B, in fact, therefore, showing scruples and doubts only about the name of the phenomenon and not the phenomenon itself, or insofar as it is not merely an attempt to avoid the difficulty of explaining the phenomenon by denying it in one form, under one name, in which it contradicts existing prejudices, and admitting it in a form only in which it becomes meaningless. Apart from these aspects, the transition of the phrase overproduction of commodities to the phrase overabundance of capital is indeed an advance. In what does this consist? In expressing the fact that the producers confront one another not purely as owners of commodities, but as capitalists. Section 8. Ricardo's denial of general overproduction. possibility of a crisis inherent in the inner contradictions of commodity and money. A few more passages from Ricardo. One would be led to think that Adam Smith concluded we were under some necessity, this is indeed the case, of producing a surplus of corn, woolen goods, and hardware, and that the capital which produced them could not be otherwise employed. It is, however, always a matter of choice in what way a capital shall be employed, and therefore there can never for any length of time be a surplus of any commodity, for if there were, it would fall below its natural price, and capital would be removed to some more profitable employment. Productions are always bought by productions, or by services. Money is the only medium by which the exchange is effected. That is to say, money is merely a means of circulation, and exchange value itself is merely a fleeting aspect of the exchange of product against product, which is wrong. Too much of a particular commodity may be produced, of which there may be such a glut in the market as not to repay the capital expended on it, but this cannot be the case with all commodities. Whether these increased productions and consequent demand which they occasion shall or shall not lower profits depends solely on the rise of wages, and the rise of wages depends, excepting for a limited period, on the facility of producing the food and necessaries of the laborer. When merchants engage their capitals in foreign trade or in the carrying trade, it is always from choice and never from necessity. It is because in that trade their profits will be somewhat greater than in the home trade. So far as crises are concerned, all those writers who describe the real movement of prices, or all experts who write in the actual situation of a crisis, have been right in ignoring the allegedly theoretical twaddle and in contenting themselves with the idea that what may be true in abstract theory, namely that no gluts of the market and so forth are possible, is nevertheless wrong in practice. The constant recurrence of crises has in fact reduced the rigmarole of Say and others to a phraseology which is now only used in times of prosperity, but is cast aside in times of crisis. In the crises of the world market, the contradictions and antagonisms of bourgeois production are strikingly revealed. Instead of investigating the nature of the conflicting elements which erupt in the catastrophe, the apologists content themselves with denying the catastrophe itself and insisting, in the face of their regular and periodic recurrence, that if production were carried on according to the textbooks, crises would never occur. Thus, the apologetics consist in the falsification of the simplest economic relations, and particularly in clinging to the concept of unity in the face of contradiction. If, for example, purchase and sale, or the metamorphosis of commodities, represent the unity of two processes, or rather the movement of one process through two opposite phases, and thus essentially the unity of the two phases, the movement is essentially just as much the separation of these two phases and their becoming independent of each other. Since, however, they belong together, the independence of the two correlated aspects can only show itself forcibly as a destructive process. It is only the crisis in which they assert their unity, the unity of the two different aspects. The independence which these two linked and complementary phases assume in relation to each other is forcibly destroyed. Thus the crisis manifests the unity of the two phases that have become independent of each other. There would be no crisis without this inner unity of factors that are apparently indifferent to each other. But no, says the apologetic economist, because there is this unity, there can be no crises, which in turn means nothing but that the unity of contradictory factors excludes contradiction. In order to prove that capitalist production cannot lead to general crises, all its conditions and distinct forms, all its principles and specific features, in short, capitalist production itself, are denied. In fact, it is demonstrated that if the capitalist mode of production had not developed in a specific way and become a unique form of social production, but were a mode of production dating back to the most rudimentary stages, then its peculiar contradictions and conflicts, and hence also their eruption in crises, would not exist. Following Say, Ricardo writes, "Productions are always bought by productions or by services. Money is only the medium by which the exchange is effected." Here, therefore, firstly commodity, in which the contradiction between exchange value and use value exists, becomes mere product, use value, and therefore the exchange of commodities is transformed into mere barter of products, of simple use values. This is a return not only to the time before capitalist production, but even to the time before there was simple commodity production, and the most complicated phenomenon of capitalist production, the world market crisis, is flatly denied by denying the first condition of capitalist production, namely, that the product must be a commodity and therefore express itself as money and undergo the process of metamorphosis. Instead of speaking of wage labor, the term services is used. This word again omits the specific characteristic of wage labor and of its use, namely, that it increases the value of the commodities against which it is exchanged, that it creates surplus value, and in doing so, it disregards the specific relationship through which money and commodities are transformed into capital. Service is labor seen only as use value, which is a side issue in capitalist production, just as the term productions fails to express the essence of commodity and its inherent contradiction. It is quite consistent that money is then regarded merely as an intermediary in the exchange of products and not as an essential and necessary form of existence of the commodity, which must manifest itself as exchange value, as general social labor. Since the transformation of the commodity into mere use value, that is, product, obliterates the essence of the exchange value, it is just as easy to deny, or rather it is necessary to deny, that money is an essential aspect of the commodity, and that in the process of metamorphosis, it is independent of the original form of the commodity. Crises are thus reasoned out of existence here by forgetting or denying the first elements of capitalist production, the existence of the product as a commodity, the duplication of the commodity in commodity and money, the consequent separation which takes place in the exchange of commodities, and finally, the relation of money or commodities to wage labor. Incidentally, those economists are no better who, like John Stuart Mill, want to explain the crises by these simple possibilities of crisis contained in the metamorphosis of commodities, such as the separation between purchase and sale. These factors, which explain the possibility of crises, by no means explain their actual occurrence. They do not explain why the phases of the process come into such conflict, that their inner unity can only assert itself through a crisis, through a violent process. This separation appears in the crisis. It is the elementary form of the crisis. To explain the crisis on the basis of this, its elementary form, is to explain the existence of the crisis by describing its most abstract form, that is to say, to explain the crisis by the crisis. Ricardo says, "No man produces but with a view to consume or sell, and he never sells but with an intention to purchase some other commodity, which may be immediately useful to him, or which may contribute to future production. By producing, then, he necessarily becomes either the consumer of his own goods, or the purchaser and consumer of the goods of some other person. It is not to be supposed that he should, for any length of time, be ill-informed of the commodities which he can most advantageously produce to obtain the object which he has in view, namely, the possession of other goods, and therefore it is not probable that he will continually produce a commodity for which there is no demand." This is the childish babble of say, but it is not worthy of Ricardo. In the first place, no capitalist produces in order to consume his product, and when speaking of capitalist production, it is right to say that no man produces with a view to consume his own product, even if he uses portions of his product for industrial consumption. But here, the point in question is private consumption. Previously, it was forgotten that the product is a commodity. Now even the social division of labor is forgotten. In a situation where men produce for themselves, there are indeed no crises, but neither is there capitalist production. Nor have we ever heard that the ancients, with their slave production, ever knew crises, although individual producers among the ancients too did go bankrupt. The first part of the alternative is nonsense, the second as well. A man who has produced does not have the choice of selling or not selling. He must sell. In the crisis, there arises the very situation in which he cannot sell, or can only sell below the cost price, or must even sell at a positive loss. What difference does it make, therefore, to him or to us that he is produced in order to sell? The very question we want to solve is what has thwarted this good intention of his. Further, he never sells but with an intention to purchase some other commodity, which may be immediately useful to him or which may contribute to future production. What a cozy description of bourgeois conditions. Ricardo even forgets that a person may sell in order to pay, and that these forced sales play a very significant role in the crises. The capitalist's immediate object in selling is to turn his commodity, or rather his commodity capital, back into money capital, and thereby to realize his profit. Consumption, that is revenue, is by no means the guiding motive in this process, although it is for the person who only sells commodities in order to transform them into means of subsistence. But this is not capitalist production, in which revenue appears as the result and not as the determining purpose. Everyone sells, first of all, in order to sell. That is to say, in order to transform commodities into money. During the crisis, a man may be very pleased if he has sold his commodities without immediately thinking of a purchase. On the other hand, if the value that has been realized is again to be used as capital, it must go through the process of reproduction. That is, it must be exchanged for labor and commodities. But the crisis is precisely the phase of disturbance and interruption of the process of reproduction. And this disturbance cannot be explained by the fact that it does not occur in those times when there is no crisis. There is no doubt that no one will continuously produce a commodity for which there is no demand, but no one is talking about such an absurd hypothesis, nor has it anything to do with the problem. The immediate purpose of capitalist production is not the possession of other goods, but the appropriation of value, of money, of abstract wealth. Ricardo's statements here are also based on James Mill's proposition on the metaphysical equilibrium of purchases and sales, which I examined previously, an equilibrium which sees only the unity, but not the separation in the processes of purchase and sale. Hence also Ricardo's assertion, following James Mill, too much of a particular commodity may be produced, of which there may be such a glut in the market as to not repay the capital expended on it, but this cannot be the case with respect to all commodities. Money is not only the medium by which the exchange is effected, but at the same time, the medium by which the exchange of product with product is divided into two acts, which are independent of each other and separate in time and space. With Ricardo, however, this false conception of money is due to the fact that he concentrates exclusively on the quantitative determination of exchange value, namely that it is equal to a definite quantity of labor time, forgetting, on the other hand, the qualitative characteristic that individual labor must present itself as abstract, general social labor only through its alienation. That only particular commodities, and not all kinds of commodities, can form a glut in the market, and that therefore overproduction can always only be partial, is a poor way out. In the first place, if we consider only the nature of the commodity, there is nothing to prevent all commodities from being superabundant on the market, and therefore all falling below their price. We are here only concerned with the factor of crisis. That is, all commodities, apart from money, may be superabundant. The proposition that the commodity must be converted into money only means that all commodities must do so, and just as the difficulty of undergoing this metamorphosis exists for an individual commodity, so it can exist for all commodities. The general nature of the metamorphosis of commodities, which includes the separation of purchase and sale, just as it does their unity, instead of excluding the possibility of a general glut, on the contrary, contains the possibility of a general glut. Ricardo's and similar types of reasoning are moreover based not only on the relation of purchase and sale, but also on that of demand and supply, which we have to examine only when considering the competition of capitals. As Mill says, purchase is sale, etc. Therefore, demand is supply and supply demand. But they also fall apart and can become independent of each other. At a given moment, the supply of all commodities can be greater than the demand for all commodities, since the demand for the general commodity, money, exchange value, is greater than the demand for all particular commodities. In other words, the motive to turn the commodity into money, to realize its exchange value, prevails over the motive to transform the commodity again into use value. If the relation of demand and supply is taken in a wider and more concrete sense, then it comprises the relation of production and consumption as well. Here again, the unity of these two phases, which does exist and which forcibly asserts itself during the crisis, must be seen as opposed to the separation and antagonism of these two phases, separation and antagonism which exist just as much and are moreover typical of bourgeois production. With regard to the contradiction between partial and universal overproduction, insofar as the existence of the former is affirmed in order to evade the latter, the following observations may be made. Firstly, crises are usually preceded by a general inflation in prices of all articles of capitalist production. All of them, therefore, participate in the subsequent crash, and at their former prices, they cause a glut in the market. The market can absorb a larger volume of commodities at falling prices, at prices which have fallen below their cost prices, than it could absorb at their former prices. The excess of commodities is always relative. In other words, it is an excess at particular prices. The prices at which the commodities are then absorbed are ruinous for the producer or merchant. Secondly, for a crisis, and therefore also for overproduction, to be general, it suffices for it to affect the principal commercial goods. Section 9. Ricardo's wrong conception of the relation between production and consumption under the conditions of capitalism. Let us take a closer look at how Ricardo seeks to deny the possibility of a general glut in the market. Too much of a particular commodity may be produced, of which there may be such a glut in the market as not to repay the capital expended on it. But this cannot be the case with respect to all commodities. The demand for corn is limited by the mouths which are to eat it, for shoes and coats by the persons who are to wear them. But though a community, or part of a community, may have as much corn and as many hats and shoes as it is able or may wish to consume, the same cannot be said of every commodity produced by nature or by art. Some would consume more wine if they had the ability to procure it. Others, having enough of wine, would wish to increase the quantity or improve the quality of their furniture. Others might wish to ornament their grounds or to enlarge their houses. To wish to do all or some of these is implanted in every man's breast. Nothing is required but the means, and nothing can afford the means but an increase of production. Could there be a more childish argument? It runs like this. More of a particular commodity may be produced than can be consumed of it, but this cannot apply to all commodities at the same time, because the needs which the commodities satisfy have no limits, and all these needs are not satisfied at the same time. On the contrary, the fulfillment of one need makes another, so to speak, latent. Thus, nothing is required but the means to satisfy these wants, and these means can only be provided through an increase in production. Hence, no general overproduction is possible. What is the purpose of all this? In periods of overproduction, a large part of the nation, especially the working class, is less well provided than ever with corn, shoes, etc., not to speak of wine and furniture. If overproduction could only occur when all the members of a nation had satisfied even their most urgent needs, there could never, in the history of bourgeois society up to now, have been a state of general overproduction, or even a partial overproduction. When, for instance, the market is glutted by shoes or calicos or wines or colonial products, does this perhaps mean that 4/6 of the nation have more than satisfied their needs in shoes, calicos, etc.? What, after all, has overproduction to do with absolute needs? It is only concerned with demand that is backed by ability to pay. It is not a question of absolute overproduction as such in relation to the absolute need or the desire to possess commodities. In this sense, there is neither partial nor general overproduction, and the one is not opposed to the other. But, Ricardo will say, when there are a lot of people who want shoes and calicos, why do they not obtain the means to acquire them by producing something which will enable them to buy shoes and calicos? Would it not be even simpler to say, why do they not produce shoes and calicos for themselves? An even stranger aspect of overproduction is that the workers, the actual producers of the very commodities which glut the market, are in need of these commodities. It cannot be said here that they should produce things in order to obtain them, for they have produced them, and yet they have not got them. Nor can it be said that a particular commodity gluts the market because no one is in want of it. If, therefore, it is even possible to explain that partial overproduction arises because the demand for the commodities that glut the market has been more than satisfied, it is quite impossible to explain away universal overproduction by declaring that needs, unsatisfied needs, exist for many of the commodities which are on the market. Let us keep to the example of the weaver of calico. So long as reproduction continued uninterruptedly, and therefore also the phase of this reproduction in which the product was reconverted into money at its value, so long, shall we say, the workers who produced the calico also consumed a part of it, and with the expansion of reproduction, that is to say with accumulation, they were consuming more of it, or also more workers were employed in the production of calico, who also consumed part of it. Section 10. Crisis, which was a contingency, becomes a certainty. The crisis as the manifestation of all the contradictions of bourgeois economy. Now, before we proceed further, the following must be said. The possibility of crisis, which became apparent in the simple metamorphosis of the commodity, is once more demonstrated and further developed by the disjunction between the direct process of production and the process of circulation. As soon as these processes do not merge smoothly into one another, but become independent of one another, the crisis is there. The possibility of crisis is indicated in the metamorphosis of the commodity like this. Firstly, the commodity which actually exists as use value and nominally in its price as exchange value must be transformed into money, C to M. If this difficulty, the sale, is solved, then the purchase, M to C, presents no difficulty, since money is directly exchangeable for everything else. The use value of the commodity, the usefulness of the labor contained in it, must be assumed from the start, otherwise it is no commodity at all. It is further assumed that the individual value of the commodity is equal to its social value, that is to say that the labor time materialized in it is equal to the socially necessary labor time for the production of this commodity. The possibility of a crisis, insofar as it shows itself in the simple form of metamorphosis, thus only arises from the fact that the differences in form, the phases, which it passes through in the course of its progress, are in the first place necessarily complementary, and secondly, despite this intrinsic and necessary correlation, they are distinct parts and forms of the process, independent of each other, diverging in time and space, separable and separated from each other. The possibility of crisis, therefore, lies solely in the separation of sale from purchase. It is thus only in the form of commodity that the commodity has to pass through this difficulty here. As soon as it assumes the form of money, it has got over this difficulty. Subsequently, however, this too resolves into the separation of sale and purchase. If the commodity could not be withdrawn from circulation in the form of money, or its retransformation into commodity could not be postponed, as with direct barter, if purchase and sale coincided, then the possibility of crisis would, under the assumptions made, disappear. For it is assumed that the commodity represents use value for other owners of commodities. In the form of direct barter, the commodity is not exchangeable only if it has no use value, or when there are no other use values on the other side which can be exchanged for it. Therefore, only under these two conditions, either if one side has produced useless things, or if the other side has nothing useful to exchange as an equivalent for the first use value. In both cases, however, no exchange whatsoever would take place. But insofar as exchange did take place, its phases would not be separated. The buyer would be seller, and the seller buyer. The critical stage, which arises from the form of the exchange, insofar as it is circulation, would therefore cease to exist. And if we say that the simple form of metamorphosis comprises the possibility of crisis, we only say that in this form itself lies the possibility of the rupture and the separation of essentially complementary phases. But this also applies to the content. In direct barter, the bulk of production is intended by the producer to satisfy his own needs, or where the division of labor is more developed, to satisfy the needs of his fellow producers, needs that are known to him. What is exchanged as a commodity is the surplus, and it is unimportant whether this surplus is exchanged or not. In commodity production, the conversion of the product into money, the sale, is an essential condition. Direct production for personal needs does not take place. Crisis results from the impossibility to sell. The difficulty of transforming the commodity, the particular product of individual labor, into its opposite, money, i.e. abstract, general social labor, lies in the fact that money is not the particular product of individual labor, and that the person who has effected a sale, who therefore has commodities in the form of money, is not compelled to buy again at once, to transform the money again into a particular product of individual labor. In barter, this contradiction does not exist. No one can be a seller without being a buyer, or a buyer without being a seller. The difficulty of the seller, on the assumption that his commodity has use value, only stems from the ease with which the buyer can defer the retransformation of money into commodity. The difficulty of converting the commodity into money, of selling it, only arises from the fact that the commodity must be turned into money, but the money need not be immediately turned into commodity, and therefore sale and purchase can be separated. We have said that this form contains the possibility of crisis. That is to say, the possibility that elements which are correlated, which are inseparable, are separated, and consequently are forcibly reunited. Their coherence is violently asserted against their mutual independence. Crisis is nothing but the forcible assertion of the unity of phases of the production process which have become independent of each other. The general abstract possibility of crisis denotes no more than the most abstract form of crisis, without content, without a compelling motivating factor. Sale and purchase may fall apart. They thus represent potential crisis, and their coincidence always remains a critical factor for the commodity. The transition from one to the other may, however, proceed smoothly. The most abstract form of crisis, and therefore the formal possibility of crisis, is thus the metamorphosis of the commodity itself. The contradiction of exchange value and use value, and furthermore of money and commodity, comprised within the unity of the commodity, exists in metamorphosis only as an involved movement. The factors which turn this possibility of crisis into an actual crisis are not contained in this form itself. It only implies that the framework for a crisis exists. And in a consideration of the bourgeois economy, that is the important thing. The world trade crises must be regarded as the real concentration and forcible adjustment of all the contradictions of bourgeois economy. The individual factors, which are condensed in these crises, must therefore emerge and must be described in each sphere of the bourgeois economy, and the further we advance in our examination of the latter, the more aspects of this conflict must be traced on the one hand, and on the other hand, it must be shown that its more abstract forms are recurring and are contained in the more concrete forms. It can therefore be said that the crisis in its first form is the metamorphosis of the commodity itself, the falling asunder of purchase and sale. The crisis in its second form is the function of money as means of payment, in which money has two different functions and figures in two different phases, divided from each other in time. Both these forms are as yet quite abstract, although the second is more concrete than the first. To begin with, therefore, in considering the reproduction process of capital, which coincides with its circulation, it is necessary to prove that the above forms are simply repeated, or rather, that only here they receive a content, a basis on which to manifest themselves. Let us look at the movement of capital from the moment in which it leaves the production process as a commodity in order once again to emerge from it as a commodity. If we abstract here from all the other factors determining its content, then the total commodity capital and each individual commodity of which it is made up must go through the process C to M to C, the metamorphosis of the commodity. The general possibility of crisis, which is contained in this form, the falling apart of purchase and sale, is thus contained in the movement of capital, insofar as the latter is also a commodity and nothing but a commodity. From the interconnection of the metamorphoses of commodities, it follows, moreover, that one commodity is transformed into money because another is retransformed from the form of money into commodity. Furthermore, the separation of purchase and sale appears here in such a way that the transformation of one capital from the form commodity into the form money must correspond to the retransformation of the other capital from the form money into the form commodity. The first metamorphosis of one capital must correspond to the second metamorphosis of the other. One capital leaves the production process as the other capital returns into the production process. This intertwining and coalescence of the processes of reproduction or circulation of different capitals is on the one hand necessitated by the division of labor, on the other hand it is accidental, and thus the definition of the content of crisis is already fuller. Secondly, however, with regard to the possibility of crisis arising from the form of money as means of payment, it appears that capital may provide a much more concrete basis for turning this possibility into reality. For example, the weaver must pay for the whole of the constant capital whose elements have been produced by the spinner, the flax grower, the machine builder, the iron and timber manufacturer, the producer of coal, etc. Insofar as these latter produce constant capital that only enters into the production of constant capital without entering into the cloth, the final commodity, they replace each other's means of production through the exchange of capital. Supposing the weaver now sells the cloth for £1,000 to the merchant, but in return for a bill of exchange, so that the money figures as means of payment. The weaver, for his part, hands over the bill of exchange to the banker, to whom he may thus be repaying a debt, or on the other hand, the banker may negotiate the bill for him. The flax grower has sold to the spinner in return for a bill of exchange, the spinner to the weaver, ditto the machine manufacturer to the weaver, ditto the iron and timber manufacturer to the machine manufacturer, ditto the coal producer to the spinner, weaver, machine manufacturer, iron and timber supplier. Besides, the iron, coal, timber, and flax producers have paid one another with bills of exchange. Now, if the merchant does not pay, then the weaver cannot pay his bill of exchange to the banker. The flax grower has drawn on the spinner, the machine manufacturer on the weaver and the spinner. The spinner cannot pay because the weaver cannot pay. Neither of them pay the machine manufacturer, and the latter does not pay the iron, timber, or coal supplier. And all of these in turn, as they cannot realize the value of their commodities, cannot replace that portion of value which is to replace their constant capital. Thus, the general crisis comes into being. This is nothing other than the possibility of crisis described when dealing with money as a means of payment. But here, in capitalist production, we can already see the connection between the mutual claims and obligations, the sales and purchases, through which the possibility can develop into actuality. In any case, if purchase and sale do not get bogged down, and therefore do not require forcible adjustment, and on the other hand, money as means of payment functions in such a way that claims are mutually settled, and thus the contradiction inherent in money as a means of payment is not realized, If, therefore, neither of these two abstract forms of crisis become real, no crisis exists. No crisis can exist unless sale and purchase are separated from one another and come into conflict, or the contradictions contained in money as means of payment actually come into play. Crisis, therefore, cannot exist without manifesting itself at the same time in its simple form, as the contradiction between sale and purchase, and the contradiction of money as means of payment. But these are merely forms, general possibilities of crisis, and hence also forms, abstract forms, of actual crisis. In them, the nature of crisis appears in its simplest forms, and insofar as this form is itself the simplest content of crisis in its simplest content. But the content is not yet substantiated. Simple circulation of money, and even the circulation of money as a means of payment, and both come into being long before capitalist production, while there are no crises, are possible and actually take place without crises. These forms alone, therefore, do not explain why their crucial aspect becomes prominent, and why the potential contradiction contained in them becomes a real contradiction. This shows how insipid the economists are, who, when they are no longer able to explain away the phenomenon of overproduction and crises, are content to say that these forms contain the possibility of crises, that it is therefore accidental whether or not crises occur, and consequently their occurrence is itself merely a matter of chance. The contradictions inherent in the circulation of commodities, which are further developed in the circulation of money, and thus also the possibilities of crisis, reproduce themselves automatically in capital, since developed circulation of commodities and of money, in fact, only takes place on the basis of capital. But now, the further development of the potential crisis has to be traced. The real crisis can only be deduced from the real movement of capitalist production, competition, and credit. Insofar as a crisis arises out of the special aspects of capital, which are peculiar to it as capital, and not merely comprised in its existence as commodity and money, the mere direct production process of capital in itself cannot add anything new in this context. In order to exist at all, its conditions are presupposed. The first section dealing with capital, the direct process of production, does not contribute any new element of crisis, although it does contain such an element, because the production process implies appropriation, and hence production of surplus value. But this cannot be shown when dealing with the production process itself, for the latter is not concerned with the realization either of the reproduced value or of the surplus value. This can only emerge in the circulation process, which is in itself also a process of reproduction. Furthermore, it is necessary to describe the circulation or reproduction process before dealing with the already existing capital and profit, since we have to explain not only how capital produces, but also how capital is produced. But the actual movement starts from the existing capital, i.e. the actual movement denotes developed capitalist production, which starts from and presupposes its own basis. The process of reproduction and the predisposition to crisis, which is further developed in it, are therefore only partially described under this heading, and require further elaboration in the chapter on capital and profit. The circulation process as a whole, or the reproduction process of capital as a whole, is the unity of its production phase and its circulation phase, so that it comprises both these processes, or phases. Therein lies a further developed possibility or abstract form of crisis. The economists who deny crises, consequently, assert only the unity of these two phases. If they were only separate, without being a unity, then their unity could not be established by force, and there could be no crisis. If they were only a unity, without being separate, then no violent separation would be possible, implying a crisis. Crisis is the forcible establishment of unity between elements that have become independent, and the enforced separation from one another of elements which are essentially one. Section 11. On the forms of crisis. Therefore, 1. The general possibility of crisis is given in the process of metamorphosis of capital itself, and in two ways. Insofar as money functions as means of circulation, the possibility of crisis lies in the separation of purchase and sale, and insofar as money functions as means of payment, it has two different aspects. It acts as measure of value and as realization of value. These two aspects may become separated. If in the interval between them, the value is changed, if the commodity at the moment of its sale is not worth what it was worth at the moment when money was acting as measure of value, and therefore as a measure of the reciprocal obligations, then the obligation cannot be met from the proceeds of the sale of the commodity, and therefore the whole series of transactions, which retrogressively depend on this one transaction, cannot be settled. If even for only a limited period of time, the commodity cannot be sold, then although its value has not altered, money cannot function as means of payment, since it must function as such in a definite given period of time. But as the same money acts for a whole series of reciprocal transactions and obligations here, inability to pay occurs not only at one but at many points, hence a crisis arises. These are the formal possibilities of crisis. The form mentioned first is possible without the latter. That is to say, crises are possible without credit, without money functioning as means of payment. But the second form is not possible without the first. That is to say, without the separation between purchase and sale. But in the latter case, the crisis occurs not only because the commodity is unsaleable, but because it is not saleable within a particular period of time, and the crisis arises and derives its character not only from the unsaleability of the commodity, but from the non-fulfillment of a whole series of payments which depend on the sale of this particular commodity within this particular period of time. This is the characteristic form of money crises. If the crisis appears, therefore, because purchase and sale have become separated, it becomes a money crisis as soon as money has developed as means of payment, and this second form of crisis follows as a matter of course when the first occurs. In investigating why the general possibility of crisis turns into a real crisis, in investigating the conditions of crisis, it is therefore quite superfluous to concern oneself with the forms of crisis which arise out of the development of money as means of payment. This is precisely why economists like to suggest that this obvious form is the cause of crises. Insofar as the development of money as means of payment is linked with the development of credit and of excess credit, the causes of the latter have to be examined, but this is not yet the place to do it. 2. Insofar as crises arise from changes in prices and revolutions in prices which do not coincide with changes in the values of commodities, they naturally cannot be investigated during the examination of capital in general, in which the prices of commodities are assumed to be identical with the values of commodities. 3. The general possibility of crisis is the formal metamorphosis of capital itself, the separation in time and space of purchase and sale. But this is never the cause of the crisis, for it is nothing but the most general form of crisis, i.e. the crisis itself in its most generalized expression. But it cannot be said that the abstract form of crisis is the cause of crisis. If one asks what its cause is, one wants to know why its abstract form, the form of its possibility, turns from possibility into actuality. 4. The general conditions of crises, insofar as they are independent of price fluctuations, whether these are linked with the credit system or not, as distinct from fluctuations in value, must be explicable from the general conditions of capitalist production. A crisis can arise firstly in the course of the reconversion of money into productive capital, and secondly through changes in the value of the elements of productive capital, particularly of raw material. For example, when there is a decrease in the quantity of cotton harvested, its value will thus rise. We are not as yet concerned with prices here, but with values. First phase, the reconversion of money into capital. A definite level of production or reproduction is assumed. Fixed capital can be regarded here as given, as remaining unchanged and not entering into the process of the creation of value. Since the reproduction of raw material is not dependent solely on the labor employed on it, but on the productivity of this labor, which is bound up with natural conditions, it is possible for the volume, the amount of the product of the same quantity of labor, to fall as a result of bad harvests. The value of the raw material therefore rises, its volume decreases. In other words, the proportions in which the money has to be reconverted into the various component parts of capital in order to continue production on the former scale are upset. More must be expended on raw material, less remains for labor, and it is not possible to absorb the same quantity of labor as before. Firstly, this is physically impossible because of the deficiency in raw material. Secondly, it is impossible because a greater portion of the value of the product has to be converted into raw material, thus leaving less for conversion into variable capital. Reproduction cannot be repeated on the same scale. A part of fixed capital stands idle, and a part of the workers is thrown out onto the streets. The rate of profit falls because the value of constant capital has risen, as against that of variable capital, and less variable capital is employed. The fixed charges, interest, rent, which were based on the anticipation of a constant rate of profit and exploitation of labor, remain the same, and in part cannot be paid. Hence, crisis of labor and crisis of capital. This is therefore a disturbance in the reproduction process due to the increase in the value of that part of the constant capital which has to be replaced out of the value of the product. Moreover, although the rate of profit is decreasing, there is a rise in the price of the product. If this product enters into other spheres of production as a means of production, the rise in its price will result in the same disturbance in reproduction in these spheres. If it enters into general consumption as a means of subsistence, it either enters also into the consumption of workers or not. If it does so, then its effects will be the same as those of a disturbance in variable capital, of which we shall speak later. But insofar as it enters into general consumption, it may result, if its consumption is not reduced, in a diminished demand for other products, and consequently prevent their reconversion into money at their value, thus disturbing the other aspect of their reproduction, not the reconversion of money into productive capital, but the reconversion of commodities into money. In any case, the volume of profits and the volume of wages is reduced in this branch of production, thereby reducing a part of the necessary returns from the sale of the commodities from other branches of production. Such a shortage of raw material may, however, occur not only because of the influence of harvests or of the natural productivity of the labor which supplies the raw material. For if an excessive portion of the surplus value of the additional capital is laid out in machinery, etc., in a particular branch of production, then although the raw material would have been sufficient for the old level of production, it will be insufficient for the new. This therefore arises from the disproportionate conversion of additional capital into its various elements. It is a case of overproduction of fixed capital, and gives rise to exactly the same phenomena as occur in the first case. Or the crises are due to an overproduction of fixed capital, and therefore a relative underproduction of circulating capital. Since fixed capital, like circulating, consists of commodities, it is quite ridiculous that the same economists who admit overproduction of fixed capital deny the overproduction of commodities. 5. Crises arising from disturbances in the first phase of reproduction, that is to say, interrupted conversion of commodities into money, or interruption of sale. In the case of crises of the first sort, which result from the rise in the price of raw materials, the crisis arises from interruptions in the flowing back of the elements of productive capital. Section 12. Contradictions between production and consumption under conditions of capitalism. Overproduction of the principal consumer goods becomes general overproduction. Before embarking on an investigation of the new forms of crisis, we shall resume our consideration of Ricardo in the above example. So long as the owner of the weaving mill reproduces and accumulates, his workers too purchase a part of his product. They spend a part of their wages on calico. Because he produces, they have the means to purchase a part of his product, and thus to some extent give him the means to sell it. The worker can only buy, he can represent a demand only for, commodities which enter into individual consumption, for he does not himself turn his labor to account, nor does he himself possess the means to do so, the instruments and materials of labor. This already, therefore, excludes the majority of producers, the workers themselves as consumers, buyers of many commodities, where capitalist production prevails. They buy no raw material and no instrument of labor. They buy only means of subsistence, commodities which enter directly into individual consumption. Hence, nothing is more ridiculous than to speak of the identity of producers and consumers, since for an extraordinarily large number of branches of production, all those that do not supply articles for direct consumption, the mass of those who participate in production are entirely excluded from the purchase of their own products. They are never direct consumers or buyers of this large part of their own products, although they pay a portion of the value of these products in the articles of consumption that they buy. This also shows the ambiguity of the word consumer and how wrong it is to identify it with the word buyer. As regards industrial consumption, it is precisely the workers who consume machinery and raw material, using them up in the labor process, but they do not use them up for themselves, and they are therefore not buyers of them. Machinery and raw material are for them neither use values nor commodities, but objective conditions of a process of which they themselves are the subjective conditions. It may, however, be said that their employer represents them in the purchase of means of production and raw materials, but he represents them under different conditions from those in which they would represent themselves on the market. He must sell a quantity of commodities which represents surplus value, unpaid labor. The workers would only have to sell the quantity of commodities which would reproduce the value advanced in production, the value of the means of production, the raw materials, and the wages. He, therefore, requires a wider market than they would require. It depends, moreover, on him and not on them whether he considers the conditions of the market sufficiently favorable to begin reproduction. They are therefore producers without being consumers, even when no interruption of the reproduction process takes place, in relation to all articles which have to be consumed not individually but industrially. Thus, nothing is more absurd as a means of denying crises than the assertion that the consumers and producers are identical in capitalist production. They are entirely distinct categories. Insofar as the reproduction process takes place, this identity can be asserted only for 1 out of 3,000 producers, namely the capitalist. On the other hand, it is equally wrong to say that the consumers are producers. The landlord does not produce, and yet he consumes. The same applies to all moneyed interests. The apologetic phrases used to deny crises are important insofar as they always prove the opposite of what they are meant to prove. In order to deny crises, they assert unity where there is conflict and contradiction. They are therefore important insofar as one can say they prove that there would be no crises if the contradictions which they have erased in their imagination did not exist in fact. But in reality, crises exist because these contradictions exist. Every reason which they put forward against crisis is an exercised contradiction, and therefore a real contradiction which can cause crises. The desire to convince oneself of the non-existence of contradictions is at the same time the expression of a pious wish that the contradictions, which are really present, should not exist. What the workers in fact produce is surplus value. So long as they produce it, they are able to consume. As soon as they cease to produce it, their consumption ceases because their production ceases. But that they are able to consume is by no means due to their having produced an equivalent for their consumption. On the contrary, as soon as they produce merely such an equivalent, their consumption ceases. They have no equivalent to consume. Their work is either stopped or curtailed, or at all events their wages are reduced. In the latter case, if the level of production remains the same, they do not consume an equivalent of what they produce. But they lack these means not because they do not produce enough, but because they receive too little of their product for themselves. By reducing these relations simply to those of consumer and producer, one leaves out of account that the wage laborer who produces and the capitalist who produces are two producers of a completely different kind, quite apart from the fact that some consumers do not produce at all. Once again, a contradiction is denied by abstracting from a contradiction which really exists in production. The mere relationship of wage laborer and capitalist implies firstly that the majority of the producers are non-consumers of a very large part of their product, namely of the means of production and the raw material. And secondly, that the majority of the producers, the workers, can consume an equivalent for their product only so long as they produce more than this equivalent. That is, so long as they produce surplus value or surplus product. They must always be overproducers, produce over and above their needs, in order to be able to be consumers or buyers within the limits of their needs. As regards this class of producers, the unity between production and consumption is at any rate prima facie false. When Ricardo says that the only limit to demand is production itself, and that this is limited by capital, then this means, in fact, when stripped of false assumptions, nothing more than that capitalist production finds its measure only in capital. In this context, however, the term capital also includes the labor power which is incorporated in, bought by, capital as one of its conditions of production. The question is whether capital as such is also the limit for consumption. At any rate, it is so in a negative sense, that is, more cannot be consumed than is produced. But the question is whether this applies in a positive sense too, whether, on the basis of capitalist production, as much can and must be consumed as is produced. Ricardo's proposition, when correctly analyzed, says the very opposite of what it is meant to say, namely, that production takes place without regard to the existing limits of consumption, but is limited only by capital itself. And this is indeed characteristic of this mode of production. Thus, according to the assumption, the market is glutted, for instance with cotton cloth, so that part of it remains unsold, or all of it, or it can only be sold well below its price. For the time being, we shall call it value, because while we are considering circulation, or the reproduction process, we are still concerned with value, and not yet with cost price, even less with market price. It goes without saying that in the whole of this observation, it is not denied that too much may be produced in individual spheres, and therefore too little in others. Partial crises can thus arise from disproportionate production. Proportionate production is, however, always only the result of disproportionate production on the basis of competition. And a general form of this disproportionate production may be overproduction of fixed capital, or on the other hand, overproduction of circulating capital. Just as it is a condition for the sale of commodities at their value that they contain only the socially necessary labor time, so it is for an entire sphere of production of capital that only the necessary part of the total labor time of society is used in the particular sphere, only the labor time which is required for the satisfaction of social need. If more is used, then even if each individual commodity only contains the necessary labor time, the total contains more than the socially necessary labor time. In the same way, although the individual commodity has use value, the total sum of commodities loses some of its use value under the conditions assumed. However, we are not speaking of crisis here insofar as it arises from disproportionate production, that is to say, the disproportion in the distribution of social labor between the individual spheres of production. This can only be dealt with in connection with the competition of capitals. In that context, it has already been stated that the rise or fall of market value, which is caused by this disproportion, results in the withdrawal of capital from one branch of production and its transfer to another, the migration of capital from one branch to another. This equalization itself, however, already implies as a precondition the opposite of equalization, and may therefore comprise crisis. The crisis itself may be a form of equalization. Ricardo, etc., admit this form of crisis. When considering the production process, we saw that the whole aim of capitalist production is appropriation of the greatest possible amount of surplus labor. In other words, the realization of the greatest possible amount of immediate labor time with the given capital, be it through the prolongation of the working day or the reduction of the necessary labor time through the development of the productive power of labor by means of cooperation, division of labor, machinery, etc. In short, large-scale production, i.e. mass production. It is thus in the nature of capitalist production to produce without regard to the limits of the market. During the examination of reproduction, it is in the first place assumed that the method of production remains the same, and it remains the same moreover for a period while production expands. The volume of commodities produced is increased in this case because more capital is employed, and not because capital is employed more productively. But the mere quantitative increase in capital at the same time implies that its productive power grows. If its quantitative increase is the result of the development of productive power, then the latter in turn develops on the assumption of a broader, extended capitalist basis. Reciprocal interaction takes place in this case. Reproduction on an extended basis, accumulation, even if originally it appears only as a quantitative expansion of production, the use of more capital under the same conditions of production at a certain point, therefore, always represents also a qualitative expansion in the form of greater productivity of the conditions under which reproduction is carried out. Consequently, the volume of products increases not only in simple proportion to the growth of capital. Now let us return to our example of calico. The stagnation in the market, which is glutted with cotton cloth, hampers the reproduction process of the weaver. This disturbance first affects his workers. Thus, they are now, to a smaller extent, or not at all, consumers of his commodity, cotton cloth, and of other commodities which entered into their consumption. It is true that they need cotton cloth, but they cannot buy it because they have not the means, and they have not the means because they cannot continue to produce, and they cannot continue to produce because too much has been produced. Too much cotton cloth is already on the market. Neither Ricardo's advice to increase their production, nor his alternative to produce something else can help them. They now form a part of the temporary surplus population, of the surplus production of workers, in this case of cotton producers, because there is a surplus production of cotton fabrics on the market. But apart from the workers who are directly employed by the capital invested in cotton weaving, a large number of other producers are hit by this interruption in the reproduction process of cotton. Spinners, cotton growers, engineers, producers of spindles, looms, etc., iron and coal producers, and so on. Reproduction in all these spheres would also be impeded because the reproduction of cotton cloth is a condition for their own reproduction. This would happen even if they had not overproduced in their own spheres, that is to say, had not produced beyond the limit set and justified by the cotton industry when it was working smoothly. All these industries have this in common, that their revenue, wages and profit, insofar as the latter is consumed as revenue and not accumulated, is not consumed by them in their own product, but in the product of the other spheres, which produce articles of consumption, calico among others. Thus the consumption of and the demand for calico fall just because there is too much of it on the market. But this also applies to all other commodities on which, as articles of consumption, the revenue of these indirect producers of cotton is spent. Their means for buying calico and other articles of consumption shrink, contract, because there is too much calico on the market. This also affects other commodities, that is, articles of consumption. They are now, all of a sudden, relatively overproduced, because the means with which to buy them, and therefore the demand for them, have contracted. Even if there has been no overproduction in these spheres, now they are overproducing. If overproduction has taken place not only in cotton, but also in linen, silk, and woolen fabrics, then it can be understood how overproduction in these few but leading articles calls forth a more or less general relative overproduction on the whole market. On the one hand, there is a superabundance of all the means of reproduction, and a superabundance of all kinds of unsold commodities on the market. On the other hand, bankrupt capitalists and destitute, starving workers. This, however, is a two-edged argument. If it is easily understood how overproduction of some leading articles of consumption must bring in its wake the phenomenon of a more or less general overproduction, it is by no means clear how overproduction of these articles can arise. For the phenomenon of general overproduction is derived from the interdependence not only of the workers directly employed in these industries, but of all branches of industries which produce the elements of their products, the various stages of their constant capital. In the latter branches of industry, overproduction is an effect, but whence does it come in the former? For the latter branches of industry continue to produce so long as the former go on producing, and along with this continued production, a general growth in revenue, and therefore in their own consumption, seems assured. Section 13. The expansion of the market does not keep in step with the expansion of production. The Ricardian conception that an unlimited expansion of consumption and of the internal market is possible. If one were to answer the question by pointing out that the constantly expanding production requires a constantly expanding market, and that production expands more rapidly than the market, then one would merely have used different terms to express the phenomenon which has to be explained, concrete terms instead of abstract terms. The market expands more slowly than production, or in the cycle through which capital passes during its reproduction, a cycle in which it is not simply reproduced but reproduced on an extended scale, in which it describes not a circle but a spiral, there comes a moment at which the market manifests itself as too narrow for production. This occurs at the end of the cycle, but it merely means the market is glutted. Overproduction is manifest. If the expansion of the market had kept pace with the expansion of production, there would be no glut of the market, no overproduction. However, the mere admission that the market must expand with production is, on the other hand, again an admission of the possibility of overproduction, for the market is limited externally in the geographical sense. The internal market is limited as compared with the market that is both internal and external. The latter in turn is limited as compared with the world market, which however is in turn limited at each moment of time, though in itself capable of expansion. The admission that the market must expand if there is to be no overproduction is therefore also an admission that there can be overproduction. For it is then possible, since market and production are two independent factors, that the expansion of one does not correspond with the expansion of the other, that the limits of the market are not extended rapidly enough for production, or that new markets, new extensions of the market, may be rapidly outpaced by production, so that the expanded market becomes just as much a barrier as the narrower market was formerly. Ricardo is therefore consistent in denying the necessity of an expansion of the market simultaneously with the expansion of production and growth of capital. All the available capital in a country can also be advantageously employed in that country. Hence he polemicizes against Adam Smith, who on the one hand put forward Ricardo's view, and with his usual rational instinct contradicted it as well. Adam Smith did not yet know the phenomenon of overproduction and crises resulting from overproduction. What he knew were only credit and money crises, which automatically appear along with the credit and banking system. In fact, he sees in the accumulation of capital an unqualified increase in the general wealth and well-being of the nation. On the other hand, he regards the mere fact that the internal market develops into an external, colonial, and world market as proof of a, so to speak, relative potential overproduction in the internal market. It is worth quoting Ricardo's polemic against him at this point. When merchants engage their capitals in foreign trade, or in the carrying trade, it is always from choice, and never from necessity. It is because, in that trade, their profits will be somewhat greater than in the home trade. Adam Smith has justly observed that the desire of food is limited in every man by the narrow capacity of the human stomach. Adam Smith is very much mistaken here, for he excludes the luxury products of agriculture. But the desire of the conveniences and ornaments of building, dress, equipage, and household furniture seems to have no limit or certain boundary. Nature, Ricardo continues, then has necessarily limited the amount of capital which can at any time be profitably engaged in agriculture. Is that why there are nations which export agricultural products? As if it were impossible, despite nature, to sink all possible capital into agriculture in order to produce, in England for example, melons, figs, grapes, etc., flowers, etc., and birds and game, see for example the capital that the Romans put into artificial fish culture alone, and as if the raw materials of industry were not produced by means of agricultural capital. But nature has placed no limits, as if nature had anything to do with the matter, to the amount of capital that may be employed in procuring the conveniences and ornaments of life. To procure these gratifications in the greatest abundance is the object in view, and it is only because foreign trade, or the carrying trade, will accomplish it better, that men engage in them in preference to manufacturing the commodities required, or a substitute for them, at home. If, however, from peculiar circumstances, we were precluded from engaging capital in foreign trade, or in the carrying trade, we should, though with less advantage, employ it at home. And while there is no limit to the desire of conveniences, ornaments of building, dress, equipage, and household furniture, there can be no limit to the capital that may be employed in procuring them, except that which bounds our power to maintain the workmen who are to produce them. Adam Smith, however, speaks of the carrying trade as one not of choice but of necessity, as if the capital engaged in it would be inert if not so employed, as if the capital in the home trade could overflow, if not confined to a limited amount. He says, when the capital stock of any country is increased to such a degree that it cannot be all employed in supplying the consumption and supporting the productive labor of that particular country, this passage is printed in italics by Ricardo himself, the surplus part of it naturally disgorges itself into the carrying trade and is employed in performing the same offices to other countries. But could not this portion of the productive labor of Great Britain be employed in preparing some other sort of goods, with which something more in demand at home might be purchased? And if it could not, might we not employ this productive labor, though with less advantage, in making those goods in demand at home, or at least some substitute for them? If we wanted velvets, might we not attempt to make velvets? And if we could not succeed, might we not make more cloth, or some other object desirable to us? We manufacture commodities, and with them buy goods abroad, because we can obtain a greater quantity, the qualitative difference does not exist, than we could make at home. Deprive us of this trade, and we immediately manufacture again for ourselves. But this opinion of Adam Smith is at variance with all his general doctrines on the subject. Ricardo now cites Smith. If a foreign country can supply us with a commodity cheaper than we ourselves can make it, better buy it of them with the same part of the produce of our own industry employed in the way in which we have some advantage. The general industry of the country being always in proportion to the capital which employs it. In very different proportion. This sentence too is emphasized by Ricardo. Will not thereby be diminished, but only left to find out the way in which it can be employed with the greatest advantage. Again, Adam Smith says, those therefore who have the command of more food than they themselves can consume are always willing to exchange the surplus, or what is the same thing, the price of it, for gratifications of another kind. What is over and above satisfying the limited desire is given for the amusement of those desires which cannot be satisfied, but seem to be altogether endless. The poor, in order to obtain food, exert themselves to gratify those fancies of the rich, and to obtain it more certainly. They vie with one another in the cheapness and perfection of their work. The number of workmen increases with the increasing quantity of food, or with the growing improvement and cultivation of the lands, and as the nature of their business admits the utmost subdivision of labors, the quantity of materials which they can work up increases in a much greater proportion than their numbers. Hence arises a demand for every sort of material which human invention can employ, either usefully or ornamentally, in building, dress, equipage, or household furniture, for the fossils and minerals contained in the bowels of the earth, the precious metals, and the precious stones. It follows then from these admissions that there is no limit to demand, no limit to the employment of capital while it yields any profit, and that however abundant capital may become, there is no other adequate reason for a fall of profit but a rise of wages, and further it may be added that the only adequate and permanent cause for the rise of wages is the increasing difficulty of providing food and necessaries for the increasing number of workmen. Section 14. The contradiction between the impetuous development of the productive powers and the limitations of consumption leads to overproduction. The theory of the impossibility of general overproduction is essentially apologetic in tendency. The word overproduction in itself leads to error. So long as the most urgent needs of a large part of society are not satisfied, or only the most immediate needs are satisfied, there can of course be absolutely no talk of an overproduction of products, in the sense that the amount of products is excessive in relation to the need for them. On the contrary, it must be said that on the basis of capitalist production, there is constant underproduction in this sense. The limits to production are set by the profit of the capitalist and in no way by the needs of the producers. But overproduction of products and overproduction of commodities are two entirely different things. If Ricardo thinks that the commodity form makes no difference to the product, and furthermore that commodity circulation differs only formally from barter, that in this context the exchange value is only a fleeting form of the exchange of things, and that money is therefore merely a formal means of circulation, then this in fact is in line with his presupposition that the bourgeois mode of production is the absolute mode of production. Hence, it is a mode of production without any definite specific characteristics. Its distinctive traits are merely formal. He cannot therefore admit that the bourgeois mode of production contains within itself a barrier to the free development of the productive forces, a barrier which comes to the surface in crises, and in particular in overproduction, the basic phenomenon in crises. Ricardo saw from the passages of Adam Smith, which he quotes, approves, and therefore also repeats, that the limitless desire for all kinds of use values is always satisfied on the basis of a state of affairs in which the mass of producers remains more or less restricted to necessities, food, and other necessaries, that consequently this great majority of producers remains more or less excluded from the consumption of wealth, insofar as wealth goes beyond the bounds of necessary means of subsistence. This was indeed also the case, and to an even higher degree, in the ancient mode of production, which depended on slavery. But the ancients never thought of transforming the surplus product into capital, or at least only to a very limited extent. The fact that the hoarding of treasure in the narrow sense was widespread among them shows how much surplus product lay completely idle. They used a large part of the surplus product for unproductive expenditure on art, religious works, and public works. Still less was their production directed to the release and development of the material productive forces, division of labor, machinery, the application of the powers of nature and science to private production. In fact, by and large, they never went beyond handicraft labor. The wealth which they produced for private consumption was therefore relatively small, and only appears great because it was amassed in the hands of a few persons, who incidentally did not know what to do with it. Although, therefore, there was no overproduction among the ancients, there was overconsumption by the rich, which, in the final periods of Roman Greece, turned into mad extravagance. The few trading peoples among them lived partly at the expense of all these essentially poor nations. It is the unconditional development of the productive forces, and therefore mass production on the basis of a mass of producers who are confined within the bounds of the necessary means of subsistence on the one hand, and on the other, the barrier set up by the capitalist profit, which forms the basis of modern overproduction. All the objections which Ricardo and others raise against overproduction rest on the fact that they regard bourgeois production either as a mode of production in which no distinction exists between purchase and sale, direct barter, or as social production, implying that society, as if according to a plan, distributes its means of production and productive forces in the degree and measure which is required for the fulfillment of various social needs, so that each sphere of production receives the quota of social capital required to satisfy the corresponding need. This fiction arises entirely from the inability to grasp the specific form of bourgeois production, and this inability in turn arises from the obsession that bourgeois production is production as such, just like a man who believes in a particular religion and sees it as the religion and everything outside of it only as false religions. On the contrary, the question that has to be answered is this: since on the basis of capitalist production, everyone works for himself, and a particular labor must at the same time appear as its opposite, as abstract general labor, and in this form as social labor, how is it possible to achieve the necessary balance and interdependence of the various spheres of production, their dimensions and the proportions between them, except through constant neutralization of a constant disharmony? This is admitted by those who speak of adjustments through competition, for these adjustments always presuppose that there is something to adjust, and therefore that harmony is always only a result of the movement which neutralizes the existing disharmony. That is why Ricardo admits that a glut of certain commodities is possible. What is supposed to be impossible is only a simultaneous general glut of the market. The possibility of overproduction in any particular sphere of production is therefore not denied. It is the simultaneity of this phenomenon for all spheres of production which is said to be impossible, and therefore makes impossible general overproduction, and thus a general glut of the market. This expression must always be taken with a grain of salt, since in times of general overproduction, the overproduction in some spheres is always only the result, the consequence of overproduction in the leading articles of commerce. It is always only relative, i.e. overproduction because overproduction exists in other spheres. Apologetics turns this into its very opposite. There is only overproduction in the leading articles of commerce, in which alone active overproduction shows itself. These are on the whole articles which can only be produced on a mass scale and by factory methods, also in agriculture, because overproduction exists in those articles in which relative or passive overproduction manifests itself. According to this, overproduction only exists because overproduction is not universal. The relativity of overproduction, that actual overproduction in a few spheres calls forth overproduction in others, is expressed in this way. There is no universal overproduction, because if overproduction were universal, all spheres of production would retain the same relation to one another. Therefore, universal overproduction is proportional production, which excludes overproduction. And this is supposed to be an argument against universal overproduction. For since universal overproduction, in the absolute sense, would not be overproduction, but only a greater than usual development of the productive forces in all spheres of production, it is alleged that actual overproduction, which is precisely not this non-existent, self-abrogating overproduction, does not exist, although it only exists because it is not this. If this miserable sophistry is more closely examined, it amounts to this. Suppose that there is overproduction in iron, cotton goods, linen, silk, woolen cloth, etc. Then it cannot be said, for example, that too little coal has been produced, and that this is the reason for the above overproduction. For that overproduction of iron, etc. involves an exactly similar overproduction of coal as, say, the overproduction of woven cloth does of yarn. Overproduction of yarn as compared with cloth, or iron as compared with machinery, etc. could occur. This would always be a relative overproduction of constant capital. There cannot, therefore, be any question of the underproduction of those articles whose overproduction is implied because they enter as an element, raw material, auxiliary material, or means of production into those articles, the particular commodity of which too much may be produced, whose positive overproduction is precisely the fact to be explained. Rather, it is a question of other articles which belong directly to other spheres of production, and can neither be subsumed under the leading articles of commerce, which according to the assumption have been overproduced, nor be attributed to spheres in which, because they supply the intermediate product for the leading articles of commerce, production must have reached at least the same level as in the final phases of the product, although there is nothing to prevent overproduction in those spheres from having gone even further ahead, thus causing an overproduction within the overproduction. For example, although sufficient coal must have been produced in order to keep going all those industries into which coal enters as a necessary condition of production, and therefore the overproduction of coal is implied in the overproduction of iron, yarn, etc., even if coal was only produced in proportion to the production of iron and yarn, etc., it is also possible that more coal was produced than was required even for the overproduction of iron, yarn, etc. This is not only possible, but very probable. For the production of coal and yarn, and of all other spheres of production which produce only the conditions or earlier phases of a product to be completed in another sphere, is governed not by the immediate demand, by the immediate production or reproduction, but by the degree, measure, proportion in which these are expanding. And it is self-evident that in this calculation, the target may well be overshot. Thus, not enough has been produced of other articles, such as, for example, pianos, precious stones, etc. They have been underproduced. There are, however, also cases where the overproduction of non-leading articles is not the result of overproduction, but where, on the contrary, underproduction is the cause of overproduction, as for instance when there has been a failure in the grain crop or the cotton crop. The absurdity of this statement becomes particularly marked if it is applied to the international scene, as it has been by Say and others after him. For instance, that England has not overproduced, but Italy has underproduced. There would have been no overproduction if, in the first place, Italy had enough capital to replace the English capital exported to Italy in the form of commodities, and secondly, if Italy had invested this capital in such a way that it produced those particular articles which are required by English capital, partly in order to replace itself, and partly in order to replace the revenue yielded by it. Thus, the fact of actually existing overproduction in England in relation to the actual production in Italy would not have existed, but only the fact of imaginary underproduction in Italy. Imaginary because it presupposes a capital in Italy and a development of the productive forces that do not exist there, and secondly, because it makes the equally utopian assumption that this capital, which does not exist in Italy, has been employed in exactly the way required to make English supply and Italian demand, English and Italian production complementary to each other. In other words, this means nothing, but there would be no overproduction if demand and supply corresponded to each other, if the capital were distributed in such proportions in all spheres of production that the production of one article involved the consumption of the other, and thus its own consumption. There would be no overproduction if there were no overproduction. Since, however, capitalist production can allow itself free rein only in certain spheres, under certain conditions, there could be no capitalist production at all if it had to develop simultaneously and evenly in all spheres. Because absolute overproduction takes place in certain spheres, relative overproduction occurs also in the spheres where there has been no overproduction. This explanation of overproduction in one field by underproduction in another field therefore means merely that if production were proportionate, there would be no overproduction. The same could be said if demand and supply corresponded to each other, or if all spheres provided equal opportunities for capitalist production and its expansion, division of labor, machinery, export to distant markets, etc., mass production, i.e. if all countries which traded with one another possessed the same capacity for production, and indeed for different and complementary production. Thus, overproduction takes place because all these pious wishes are not fulfilled. Or, in even more abstract form, there would be no overproduction in one place if overproduction took place to the same extent everywhere. But there is not enough capital to overproduce so universally, and therefore there is partial overproduction. Let us examine this fantasy more closely. It is admitted that there can be overproduction in each particular industry. The only circumstance which could prevent overproduction in all industries simultaneously is, according to the assertions made, the fact that commodity exchanges against commodity, i.e. recourse is taken to the supposed conditions of barter. But this loophole is blocked by the very fact that trade under capitalist conditions is not barter, and that therefore the seller of a commodity is not necessarily at the same time the buyer of another. This whole subterfuge then rests on abstracting from money and from the fact that we are not concerned with the exchange of products, but with the circulation of commodities, an essential part of which is the separation of purchase and sale. The circulation of capital contains within itself the possibilities of interruptions. In the reconversion of money into its conditions of production, for example, it is not only a question of transforming money into the same use values in kind, but for the repetition of the reproduction process, it is essential that these use values can again be obtained at their old value. At a lower value would of course be even better. A very significant part of these elements of reproduction, which consists of raw materials, can however rise in price for two reasons. Firstly, if the instruments of production increase more rapidly than the amount of raw materials that can be provided at the given time. Secondly, as a result of the variable character of the harvests. That's why weather conditions, as Tuch rightly observes, play such an important part in modern industry. The same applies to the means of subsistence in relation to wages. The reconversion of money into commodity can thus come up against difficulties and can create the possibilities of crisis, just as well as can the reconversion of commodity into money. When one examines simple circulation, not the circulation of capital, these difficulties do not arise. There are besides a large number of other factors, conditions, possibilities of crises, which can only be examined when considering the concrete conditions, particularly the competition of capitals and credit. The overproduction of commodities is denied, but the overproduction of capital is admitted. Capital itself, however, consists of commodities, or insofar as it consists of money, it must be reconverted into commodities of one kind or another, in order to be able to function as capital. What then does overproduction of capital mean? Overproduction of value destined to produce surplus value, or if one considers the material content, overproduction of commodities destined for reproduction. That is, reproduction on too large a scale, which is the same as overproduction pure and simple. Defined more closely, this means nothing more than that too much has been produced for the purpose of enrichment, or that too great a part of the product is intended not for consumption as revenue, but for making more money, for accumulation, not to satisfy the personal needs of its owner, but to give him money, abstract social riches and capital, more power over the labor of others, i.e. to increase this power. This is what one side says. Ricardo denies it. And the other side, how does it explain the overproduction of commodities? By saying that production is not sufficiently diversified, that certain articles of consumption have not been produced in sufficiently large quantities. That it is not a matter of industrial consumption is obvious, for the manufacturer who overproduces linen thereby necessarily increases his demand for yarn, machinery, labor, etc. It is therefore a question of personal consumption. Too much linen has been produced, but perhaps too few oranges. Previously, the existence of money was denied, in order to show that there was no separation between sale and purchase. Here, the existence of capital is denied, in order to transform the capitalists into people who carry out the simple operation C to M to C, and who produce for individual consumption, and not as capitalists, with the aim of enrichment, i.e. the reconversion of part of the surplus value into capital. But the statement that there is too much capital, after all, merely means that too little is consumed as revenue, and that more cannot be consumed in the given conditions. Seize-mon-dit. Why does the producer of linen demand from the producer of corn that he should consume more linen, or the latter demand that the linen manufacturer should consume more corn? Why does the man who produces linen not himself convert a larger part of his revenue into linen, and the farmer into corn? So far as each individual is concerned, it will be admitted that his desire for capitalization, apart from the limits of his needs, prevents him from doing this. But for all of them collectively, this is not admitted. We are entirely leaving out of account here that element of crises which arises from the fact that commodities are reproduced more cheaply than they were produced, hence the depreciation of the commodities on the market. In world market crises, all the contradictions of bourgeois production erupt collectively. In particular crises, particular in their content and extent, the eruptions are only sporadic, isolated, and one-sided. Overproduction is specifically conditioned by the general law of the production of capital, to produce to the limits set by productive forces, that is to say, to exploit the maximum amount of labor with the given amount of capital, without any consideration for the actual limits of the market, or the needs backed by the ability to pay. And this is carried out through continuous expansion of reproduction and accumulation, and therefore constant reconversion of revenue into capital, while on the other hand, the mass of the producers remain tied to the average level of needs, and must remain tied to it according to the nature of capitalist production. Section 15. Ricardo's views on the different types of accumulation of capital and on the economic consequences of accumulation. In Chapter 8, on taxes, Ricardo says, "When the annual productions of a country more than replace its annual consumption, it is said to increase its capital. When its annual consumption is not at least replaced by its annual production, it is said to diminish its capital. Capital may therefore be increased by an increased production, or by a diminished unproductive consumption." By unproductive consumption, Ricardo means here, as he says in the note on page 163, consumption by unproductive workers, by those who do not reproduce another value. By increase in the annual production, therefore, is meant increase in the annual industrial consumption. This can be increased by the direct expansion of it, while non-industrial consumption remains constant or even grows, or by reducing non-industrial consumption. When we say, writes Ricardo in the same note, that revenue is saved and added to capital, what we mean is that the portion of revenue so said to be added to capital is consumed by productive instead of unproductive laborers. I have shown that the conversion of revenue into capital is by no means synonymous with the conversion of revenue into variable capital or with its expenditure on wages. Ricardo, however, thinks so. In the same note he says, "If the price of labor should rise so high that notwithstanding the increase of capital, no more could be employed, I should say that such an increase of capital would be still unproductively consumed. It is therefore not the consumption of revenue by productive workers which makes this consumption productive, but its consumption by workers who produce surplus value. According to this, capital increases only when it commands more labor." On Chapter 7, on foreign trade. There are two ways in which capital may be accumulated. It may be saved either in consequence of increased revenue or of diminished consumption. If my profits are raised from £1,000 to 1,200, while my expenditure continues the same, I accumulate annually £200 more than I did before. If I save £200 out of my expenditure, while my profits continue the same effect will be produced. £200 per annum will be added to my capital. If by the introduction of machinery, the generality of the commodities on which revenue was expended fell 20% in value, I should be enabled to save as effectually as if my revenue had been raised 20%. But in one case, the rate of profits is stationary, in the other it is raised 20%. If by the introduction of cheap foreign goods, I can save 20% from my expenditure, the effect will be precisely the same as if machinery had lowered the expense of their production, but profits would not be raised. That is to say, they would not be raised if the cheaper goods entered neither into the variable nor the constant capital. Thus, with the same expenditure of revenue, accumulation is the result of the rise in the rate of profit, but accumulation depends not only on the rate of profit but also the amount of profit. With a constant rate of profit, accumulation is a result of decreasing expenditure, which is, however, assumed by Ricardo to occur because of the reduced price of commodities on which revenue was expended. On Chapter 20, Value and Riches, Their Distinctive Properties. The wealth, Ricardo takes this to mean use values, of a country may be increased in two ways. It may be increased by employing a greater portion of revenue in the maintenance of productive labor, which will not only add to the quantity, but to the value of the mass of commodities. Or it may be increased without employing any additional quantity of labor, by making the same quantity more productive, which will add to the abundance but not to the value of commodities. In the first case, a country would not only become rich, but the value of its riches would increase. It would become rich by parsimony, by diminishing its expenditure on objects of luxury and enjoyment, and employing those savings in reproduction. In the second case, there will not necessarily be either any diminished expenditure on luxuries and enjoyments, or any increased quantity of productive labor employed, but with the same labor, more would be produced. Wealth would increase, but not value. Of these two modes of increasing wealth, the last must be preferred, since it produces the same effect without the privation and diminution of enjoyments, which can never fail to accompany the first mode. Capital is that part of the wealth of a country which is employed with a view to future production, and may be increased in the same manner as wealth. An additional capital will be equally efficacious in the production of future wealth, whether it be obtained from improvements in skill and machinery, or from using more revenue reproductively. For wealth always depends on the quantity of commodities produced, without any regard to the facility with which the instruments employed in production may have been procured. A certain quantity of clothes and provisions will maintain and employ the same number of men, and will therefore procure the same quantity of work to be done, whether they be produced by the labor of 100 or 200 men, but they will be of twice the value if 200 have been employed on their production. Ricardo's first proposition was, accumulation grows if the rate of profit rises while expenditure remains the same, or when the rate of profit remains the same if expenditure, in terms of value, decreases, because the commodities on which the revenue is expended become cheaper. Now he puts forward another antithetical proposition. Accumulation grows, capital is accumulated in amount and value if a larger part of the revenue is withdrawn from individual consumption and directed to industrial consumption, if more productive labor is set in motion with the portion of revenue thus saved. In this case, accumulation is brought about by parsimony. Or expenditure remains the same and no additional productive labor is employed, but the same labor produces more, its productive power is raised. The elements which make up the productive capital, raw materials, machinery, etc., previously it was the commodities upon which revenue was expended, now it is the commodities employed as means of production, are produced with the same labor in greater quantities, better and therefore cheaper. In this case, accumulation depends neither on a rising rate of profit, nor on a greater portion of revenue being converted into capital as a result of parsimony, nor on a smaller portion of the revenue being spent unproductively as a result of a reduction in the price of those commodities on which revenue is expended. It depends here on labor becoming more productive in the spheres of production which produce the elements of capital itself, thus lowering the price of the commodities which enter into the production process as raw materials or instruments, etc. If the productive power of labor has been increased through greater production of fixed capital in proportion to variable capital, then not only the amount, but also the value of reproduction will rise, since a part of the value of the fixed capital enters into the annual reproduction. This can occur simultaneously with the growth of the population and with an increase in the number of workers employed, although the number of workers steadily declines relatively in proportion to the constant capital which they set in motion. There is therefore a growth not only of wealth but of value, and a larger quantity of living labor is set in motion, although the labor has become more productive, and the quantity of labor in proportion to the quantity of commodities produced has decreased. Finally, variable and constant capital can grow in equal degree with the natural annual increase in population, while the productivity of labor remains the same. In this case, too, capital will accumulate in volume and in value. These last points are all disregarded by Ricardo. In the same chapter, Ricardo says, the labor of 1,000,000 men in manufactures will always produce the same value, but will not always produce the same riches. This is quite wrong. The value of the product of 1,000,000 men does not depend solely on their labor, but also on the value of the capital with which they work. It will thus vary considerably according to the amount of the already produced productive forces with which they work. By the invention of machinery, by improvements in skill, by a better division of labor, or by the discovery of new markets where more advantageous exchanges may be made, 1,000,000 of men may produce double or triple the amount of riches, of necessaries, conveniences, and amusements in one state of society that they could produce in another, but they will not on that account add anything to value. They certainly will, since their past labor enters into the new reproduction to a much greater extent. For everything rises or falls in value in proportion to the facility or difficulty of producing it, or in other words, in proportion to the quantity of labor employed on its production. Each individual commodity may become cheaper, but the value of the increased total mass of commodities will rise. Suppose with a given capital, the labor of a certain number of men produced 1,000 pairs of stockings, and that by inventions in machinery, the same number of men can produce 2,000 pairs, or that they can continue to produce 1,000 pairs and can produce besides 500 hats. Then the value of the 2,000 pairs of stockings, or of the 1,000 pairs of stockings and 500 hats, will be neither more nor less than that of the 1,000 pairs of stockings before the introduction of machinery, for they will be the produce of the same quantity of labor. But the value of the general mass of commodities will nevertheless be diminished, for although the value of the increased quantity produced, in consequence of the improvement, will be the same exactly as the value would have been of the less quantity that would have been produced had no improvement taken place, an effect is also produced on the portion of goods still unconsumed, which were manufactured previously to the improvement. The value of those goods will be reduced, inasmuch as they must fall to the level, quantity for quantity, of the goods produced under all the advantages of the improvement. And the society will, notwithstanding the increased quantity of commodities, notwithstanding its augmented riches and its augmented means of enjoyment, have a less amount of value. By constantly increasing the facility of production, we constantly diminish the value of some of the commodities before produced, though by the same means we not only add to the national riches, but also to the power of future production. Ricardo says here that the continuous development of the productive forces diminishes the value of the commodities produced under less favorable conditions, whether they are still on the market or functioning as capital in the production process. But although the value of one part of the commodities will be reduced, it does not by any means follow from this that the value of the general mass of commodities will be diminished. This would only be the effect if, firstly, the value of the machinery and commodities that have been newly added as a result of the improvements is smaller than the loss in value suffered by previously existing goods of the same kind. Secondly, if one leaves out of account the fact that with the development of the productive forces, the number of spheres of production is also steadily increasing, thus creating possibilities for capital investment which previously did not exist at all. Production not only becomes cheaper in the course of the development, but it is also diversified. On Chapter 9, Taxes on Raw Produce. With respect to the third objection against taxes on raw produce, namely that the raising wages and lowering profits is a discouragement to accumulation and acts in the same way as a natural poverty of soil, I have endeavored to show in another part of this work that savings may be as effectually made from expenditure as from production, from a reduction in the value of commodities as from a rise in the rate of profits. By increasing my profits from 1,000 to 1,200, whilst prices continue the same, my power of increasing my capital by savings is increased, but it is not increased so much as it would be if my profits continued as before, whilst commodities were so lowered in price that 800 pounds would procure me as much as 1,000 purchased before. The total value of the product, or rather that part of the product which is divided between capitalist and worker, can decrease without causing a fall in the net income in terms of the mass of value it represents. It may even rise proportionally. This is dealt with in Chapter 32, Mr. Malthus's Opinions on Rent. The whole argument, however, of Mr. Malthus is built on an infirm basis. It supposes, because the gross income of the country is diminished, that therefore the net income must also be diminished in the same proportion. It has been one of the objects of his work to show that with every fall in the real value of necessaries, the wages of labor would fall, and that the profits of stock would rise. In other words, that of any given value, a less portion would be paid to the laboring class, and a larger portion to those whose funds employed this class. Suppose the value of the commodities produced in a particular manufacture to be 1,000 pounds, and to be divided between the master and his laborers, in the proportion of 800 to the laborers and 200 to the master. If the value of these commodities should fall to 900 pounds, and £100 be saved from the wages of labor in consequence of the fall of necessaries, the net income of the masters would be in no degree impaired, and therefore he could with just as much facility pay the same amount of taxes after as before the reduction of price. From Chapter 5, on wages. Notwithstanding the tendency of wages to conform to their natural rate, their market rate may, in an improving society for an indefinite period, be constantly above it. For no sooner may the impulse, which an increased capital gives to a new demand for labor, be obeyed, than another increase of capital may produce the same effect. And thus, if the increase of capital be gradual and constant, the demand for labor may give a continued stimulus to an increase of people. From the capitalist standpoint, everything is seen upside down. The number of the laboring population and the degree of the productivity of labor determine both the reproduction of capital and the reproduction of the population. Here, on the contrary, it appears that capital determines the size of the population. From Chapter 9, Taxes on Raw Produce. An accumulation of capital naturally produces an increased competition among the employers of labor and a consequent rise in its price. This depends on the proportion in which the various component parts of capital grow as a result of accumulation. Capital can be accumulated, and the demand for labor can decrease absolutely or relatively. According to Ricardo's theory of rent, the rate of profit has a tendency to fall as a result of the accumulation of capital and the growth of the population, because the necessary means of subsistence rise in value, or agriculture becomes less productive. Consequently, accumulation has the tendency to check accumulation, and the law of the falling rate of profit, since agriculture becomes relatively less productive as industry develops, hangs ominously over bourgeois production. On the other hand, Adam Smith regarded the falling rate of profit with satisfaction. Holland is his model. It compels most capitalists, except the largest ones, to employ their capital in industry instead of living on interest, and is thus a spur to production. The dread of this pernicious tendency assumes tragic comic forms among Ricardo's disciples. Let us here compare the passages in which Ricardo refers to this subject. From Chapter 5, on wages. In different stages of society, the accumulation of capital, or of the means of employing labor, is more or less rapid, and must, in all cases, depend on the productive powers of labor. The productive powers of labor are generally greatest when there is an abundance of fertile land. At such periods, accumulation is often so rapid that laborers cannot be supplied with the same rapidity as capital. It has been calculated that under favorable circumstances, population may be doubled in 25 years, but under the same favorable circumstances, the whole capital of a country might possibly be doubled in a shorter period. In that case, wages during the whole period would have a tendency to rise, because the demand for labor would increase still faster than the supply. In new settlements, where the arts and knowledge of countries far advanced in refinement are introduced, it is probable that capital has a tendency to increase faster than mankind. And if the deficiency of laborers were not supplied by more populous countries, this tendency would very much raise the price of labor. In proportion as these countries become populous, and land of a worse quality is taken into cultivation, the tendency to an increase of capital diminishes, for the surplus produce remaining, after satisfying the wants of the existing population, must necessarily be in proportion to the facility of production, that is, to the smaller number of persons employed in production. Although then it is probable that under the most favorable circumstances, the power of production is still greater than that of population, it will not long continue so, for the land being limited in quantity and differing in quality, with every increased portion of capital employed on it, there will be a decreased rate of production, whilst the power of population continues always the same. The latter statement is a parson's fabrication. The power of population decreases with the power of production. First, it should be noted here that Ricardo admits that the accumulation of capital must in all cases depend on the productive powers of labor. Labor, therefore, is primary and not capital. Further, according to Ricardo, it would appear that in countries which have been settled for a long time and are industrially developed, more people are engaged in agriculture than are in the colonies, while in fact it is the other way around. In proportion to the output, England, for example, uses fewer agricultural laborers than any other country, new or old, although a larger section of the non-agricultural population participates indirectly in agricultural production. But even this is by no means equal to the proportion of the population directly engaged in agriculture in the less developed countries. Supposing even that in England grain is dearer and the costs of production are higher, more capital is employed, more past labor, even though less living labor is used in agricultural production. But the reproduction of this capital, although its value is reproduced in the product, costs less labor because of the already existing technical basis of production. From Chapter 6, on Profits. First, however, a few observations. The amount of surplus value, as we saw, depends not only on the rate of surplus value, but on the number of workers simultaneously employed, that is to say, on the size of the variable capital. Accumulation, for its part, is not directly determined by the rate of surplus value, but by the ratio of surplus value to the total capital outlay, that is, by the rate of profit, and even more by the total amount of profit. This, as we have seen, is, for the total capital of society, identical with the aggregate amount of surplus value, but for individual capitals employed in different branches of production, it may differ considerably from the amount of surplus value produced by them. If we consider the accumulation of capital as a whole, then profit equals surplus value, and the rate of profit equals surplus value divided by capital, or rather surplus value reckoned on a capital of 100 pounds. If the rate of profit percent is given, then the total amount of profit depends on the size of the capital advanced, and therefore accumulation too, insofar as it is determined by profit. If the total sum of capital is given, then the total amount of profit depends on the rate of profit. A small capital with a higher rate of profit may therefore yield more profit than a larger capital with a lower rate of profit. Let us suppose the figures in the following table. If the multiplier of the capital and the divisor of the rate of profit are the same, that is to say, if the size of the capital increases in the same proportion as the rate of profit falls, then the total profit remains unchanged. 100 at 10% amounts to 10. And 200 at 5% also amounts to 10. In other words, the amount of profit remains unchanged if the rate of profit falls in the same proportion in which the capital accumulates. If the rate of profit falls more rapidly than the capital grows, then the amount of profit decreases. 500 at 10% yields a total profit of 50, but 6 times as much, 3,000 at 1%, yields only 30. Finally, if capital grows faster than the rate of profit falls, the amount of profit increases in spite of the falling rate of profit. Thus, 100 at 10% profit yields a profit of 10, but 300 at 4%, i.e. where the rate of profit has fallen by 60%, yields a profit of 12. Now to the passages from Ricardo. From Chapter 6, on Profits. The natural tendency of profits, then, is to fall, for in the progress of society and wealth, the additional quantity of food required is obtained by the sacrifice of more and more labor. This tendency, this gravitation as it were of profits, is happily checked at repeated intervals by the improvements in machinery connected with the production of necessaries, as well as by discoveries in the science of agriculture, which enable us to relinquish a portion of labor before required, and therefore to lower the price of the prime necessary of the laborer. The rise in the price of necessaries and in the wages of labor is, however, limited. For as soon as wages should be equal to the whole receipts of the farmer, there must be an end of accumulation, for no capital can then yield any profit whatever, and no additional labor can be demanded, and consequently, population will have reached its highest point. Long indeed before this period, the very low rate of profits will have arrested all accumulation, and almost the whole produce of the country, after paying the laborers, will be the property of the owners of land and the receivers of tithes and taxes. This, as Ricardo sees it, is the bourgeois twilight of the gods, the day of judgment. Long before this state of prices was become permanent, there would be no motive for accumulation, for no one accumulates but with a view to make his accumulation productive, and consequently, such a state of prices could never take place. The farmer and manufacturer can no more live without profit than the laborer without wages. Their motive for accumulation will diminish with every diminution of profit, and will cease altogether when their profits are so low as not to afford them an adequate compensation for their trouble and the risk which they must necessarily encounter in employing their capital productively. I must again observe that the rate of profits would fall much more rapidly, for the value of the produce being what I have stated it under the circumstances supposed, the value of the farmer's stock would be greatly increased from its necessarily consisting of many of the commodities which had risen in value. Before corn could rise from 4 pounds to 12, his capital would probably be doubled in exchangeable value and be worth 6,000 pounds instead of 3,000. If then his profits were 180, or 6% on his original capital, profits would not at that time be really at a higher rate than 3%, for £6,000 at 3% gives 180, and on those terms only could a new farmer with £6,000 money in his pocket enter into the farming business. We should also expect that however the rate of the profits of stock might diminish in consequence of the accumulation of capital on the land and the rise of wages, yet that the aggregate amount of profits would increase. Thus, supposing that with repeated accumulations of £100,000, the rate of profit should fall from 20 to 19, to 18, to 17%, a constantly diminishing rate, we should expect that the whole amount of profits received by those successive owners of capital would always be progressive, that it would be greater when the capital was £200,000 than when £100,000, still greater when £300,000, and so on, increasing, though at a diminishing rate, with every increase of capital. This progression, however, is only true for a certain time. Thus, 19% on £200,000 is more than 20 on £100,000. Again, 18% on £300,000 is more than 19 on £200,000. But after capital has accumulated to a large amount and profits have fallen, the further accumulation diminishes the aggregate of profits. Thus, suppose the accumulation should be £1 million and the profits 7%, the whole amount of profits will be £70,000. Now, if an addition of £100,000 capital be made to the million and profit should fall to 6%, £66,000, or a diminution of £4,000, will be received by the owners of stock, although the whole amount of stock will be increased from 1 million to 1.1 million. There can, however, be no accumulation of capital so long as stock yields any profit at all, without its yielding not only an increase of produce, but an increase of value. By employing £100,000 additional capital, no part of the former capital will be rendered less productive. The produce of the land and labor of the country must increase, and its value will be raised not only by the value of the addition which is made to the former quantity of productions, but by the new value which is given to the whole produce of the land, by the increased difficulty of producing the last portion of it. When the accumulation of capital, however, becomes very great, notwithstanding this increased value, it will be so distributed that a less value than before will be appropriated to profits, while that which is devoted to rent and wages will be increased. Although a greater value is produced, a greater proportion of what remains of that value, after paying rent, is consumed by the producers, and it is this and this alone which regulates profits. Whilst the land yields abundantly, wages may temporarily rise, and the producers may consume more than their accustomed proportion, but the stimulus, which will thus be given to population, will speedily reduce the laborers to their usual consumption. But when poor lands are taken into cultivation, or when more capital and labor are expended on the old land with a less return of produce, the effect must be permanent. The effects, then, of accumulation will be different in different countries, and will depend chiefly on the fertility of the land. However extensive a country may be where land is of a poor quality, and where the importation of food is prohibited, the most moderate accumulations of capital will be attended with great reductions in the rate of profit, and a rapid rise in rent. And on the contrary, a small but fertile country, particularly if it freely permits the importation of food, may accumulate a large stock of capital without any great diminution in the rate of profits, or any great increase in the rent of land. It can also happen, as a result of taxation, that sufficient surplus produce may not be left to stimulate the exertions of those who usually augment by their savings the capital of the state. From Chapter 21, Effects of Accumulation on Profits and Interest. There is only one case, and that will be temporary, in which the accumulation of capital with the low price of food may be attended with the fall of profits, and that is when the funds for the maintenance of labor increase much more rapidly than population. Wages will then be high and profits low. If every man were to forego the use of luxuries and be intent only on accumulation, a quantity of necessaries might be produced for which there could not be any immediate consumption. Of commodities so limited in number, there might undoubtedly be a universal glut, and consequently, there might neither be demand for an additional quantity of such commodities, nor profits on the employment of more capital. If men cease to consume, they would cease to produce. Thus, Ricardo, on accumulation and the law of the falling rate of profit. Chapter 18. Ricardo's Miscellanea. John Barton. Part A. Gross and Net Income. Net income, as opposed to gross income, which is equal to the total product, or the value of the total product, is the form in which the physiocrats originally conceived surplus value. They consider rent to be its sole form, since they think of industrial profit as merely a kind of wage. Later economists, who blur the concept of profit by calling it wages for the superintendence of labor, ought to agree with them. Net revenue is therefore in fact the excess of the product, or the excess of its value, over that part of it, which replaces the capital outlay, comprising both constant and variable capital. It thus consists simply of profit and rent. The latter in turn is only a separate portion of the profit, a portion accruing to a class other than the capitalist class. The direct purpose of capitalist production is not the production of commodities, but of surplus value, or profit, in its developed form. The aim is not the product, but the surplus product. Labor itself, from this standpoint, is only productive insofar as it creates profit, or surplus product for capital. If the worker does not create profit, his labor is unproductive. The mass of productive labor employed is only of interest to capital insofar as through it, or in proportion to it, the mass of surplus labor grows. Only to this extent is what we call necessary labor time necessary. Insofar as it does not have this result, it is superfluous and to be suppressed. It is the constant aim of capitalist production to produce a maximum of surplus value or surplus product with the minimum of capital outlay, and to the extent that this result is not achieved by overworking the workers, it is a tendency of capital to seek to produce a given product with the least possible expenditure, economy of power and expense. It is therefore the economic tendency of capital which teaches humanity to husband its strength and to achieve its productive aim with the least possible expenditure of means. In this conception, the workers themselves appear as that which they are in capitalist production, mere means of production, not an end in themselves, and not the aim of production. Net income is not determined by the value of the total product, but by the excess of the value of the total product over the value of the capital outlay, or by the size of the surplus product in relation to the total product. Provided this surplus grows, the aim of capitalist production has been achieved, even if the value decreases, or if along with the value, the total quantity of the product also decreases. Ricardo expressed these tendencies consistently and ruthlessly, hence much howling against him on the part of the philanthropic Philistines. In considering net income, Ricardo again commits the error of resolving the total product into revenue, wages, profits, and rent, and disregarding the constant capital which has to be replaced, but we will leave this out of account here. On Chapter 32, Mr. Malthus's opinions on rent. It is of importance to distinguish clearly between gross revenue and net revenue, for it is from the net revenue of a society that all taxes must be paid. Suppose that all the commodities in the country, all the corn, raw produce, manufactured goods, etc., which could be brought to market in the course of the year, were of the value of 20 millions, and that in order to obtain this value, the labor of a certain number of men was necessary, and that the absolute necessaries of these laborers required an expenditure of 10 millions. I should say that the gross revenue of such society was 20 millions, and its net revenue 10 millions. It does not follow from this supposition that the laborers should only receive 10 millions for their labor. They might receive 12, 14, or 15 millions, and in that case, they would have 2, 4, or 5 millions of the net income. The rest would be divided between landlords and capitalists, but the whole net income would not exceed 10 millions. Suppose such a society paid 2 millions in taxes, its net income would be reduced to 8 millions. And in Chapter 26, Ricardo says, what would be the advantage resulting to a country from a great quantity of productive labor if, whether it employed that quantity or a smaller, its net rent and profits together would be the same? The whole produce of the land and labor of every country is divided into 3 portions. Of these, one portion is devoted to wages, another to profits, and the other to rent. This is wrong, because the portion devoted to replacing the capital, wages excluded, employed in production has been forgotten. It is from the last 2 portions only that any deductions can be made for taxes or for saving, the former, if moderate, constituting always the necessary expenses of production. Ricardo himself makes the following comment on this passage in a note on page 416. Perhaps this is expressed too strongly, as more is generally allotted to the laborer under the name of wages than the absolutely necessary expenses of production. In that case, a part of the net produce of the country is received by the laborer, and may be saved or expended by him, or it may enable him to contribute to the defense of the country. To an individual with a capital of £20,000, whose profits were £2,000 per annum, it would be a matter quite indifferent whether his capital would employ 100 or 1,000 men, whether the commodity produced sold for £10,000 or for £20,000, provided, in all cases, his profits were not diminished below 2,000. Is not the real interest of the nation similar? Provided its net real income, its rent and profits be the same, it is of no importance whether the nation consists of 10 or of 12 millions of inhabitants. Its power of supporting fleets and armies and all species of unproductive labor must be in proportion to its net and not in proportion to its gross income. If 5 millions of men could produce as much food and clothing as was necessary for 10 millions, food and clothing for 5 millions would be the net revenue. Would it be of any advantage to the country that to produce this same net revenue, 7 millions of men should be required? That is to say, 7 millions should be employed to produce food and clothing sufficient for 12 millions. The food and clothing of 5 millions would be still the net revenue. The employing a greater number of men would enable us neither to add a man to our army and navy, nor to contribute 1 guinea more in taxes. To gain a better understanding of Ricardo's views, the following passages must also be considered. There is this advantage always resulting from a relatively low price of corn, that the division of the actual production is more likely to increase the fund for the maintenance of labor, inasmuch as more will be allotted, under the name of profit, to the productive class, and less under the name of rent to the unproductive class. Productive class here refers only to the industrial capitalists. Rent is a creation of value, but not a creation of wealth. If the price of corn, from the difficulty of producing any portion of it, should rise from £4 to 5 per quarter, 1,000,000 quarters will be of the value of £5 million instead of 4 million. The society altogether will be possessed of a greater value, and in that sense, rent is a creation of value. But this value is so far nominal that it adds nothing to the wealth, that is to say, the necessaries, conveniences, and enjoyments of the society. We should have precisely the same quantity, and no more, of commodities, and the same 1,000,000 quarters of corn as before, but the effect of its being rated at £5 per quarter instead of 4 would be to transfer a portion of the value of the corn and commodities from their former possessors to the landlords. Rent, then, is a creation of value, but not a creation of wealth. It adds nothing to the resources of a country. Supposing that through the import of foreign corn, the price of corn falls so that rent is decreased by 1 million. Ricardo says that as a result, the money incomes of the capitalists will increase, and then continues, but it may be said that the capitalist income will not be increased, that the million deducted from the landlord's rent will be paid in additional wages to laborers. Be it so, the situation of the society will be improved, and they can bear the same money burdens with a greater facility than before. It will only prove what is still more desirable, that the situation of another class, and by far the most important class in society, is the one which is chiefly benefited by the new distribution. All that they receive, more than 9 millions, forms part of the net income of the country, and it cannot be expended without adding to its revenue, its happiness, or its power. Distribute then the net income as you please. Give a little more to one class and a little less to another, yet you do not thereby diminish it. A greater amount of commodities will be still produced with the same labor, although the amount of the gross money value of such commodities will be diminished. But the net money income of the country, that fund from which taxes are paid and enjoyments procured, would be much more adequate than before to maintain the actual population, to afford it enjoyments and luxuries, and to support any given amount of taxation. Part B. Machinery. Ricardo and Barton on the influence of machines on the conditions of the working class. Section 1. Ricardo's views. Subsection A. Ricardo's original surmise regarding the displacement of sections of the workers by machines. From Chapter 1, Section 5, on value. Suppose a machine, which could in any particular trade be employed to do the work of 100 men for a year, and that it would only last for 1 year. Suppose, too, the machine to cost £5,000, and the wages annually paid to 100 men to be £5,000. It is evident that it would be a matter of indifference to the manufacturer whether he bought the machine or employed the men. But suppose labor to rise, and consequently, the wages of 100 men for a year amounted to £5,500. It is obvious that the manufacturer would now no longer hesitate. It would be for his interest to buy the machine and get his work done for $5,000. But will not the machine rise in price? Will not that also be worth $5,500 in consequence of the rise of labor? It would rise in price if there were no stock employed on its construction and no profits to be paid to the maker of it. If, for example, the machine were the produce of the labor of 100 men, working 1 year upon it with the wages of £50 each, and its price were consequently £5,000, should those wages rise to £55, its price would be $5,500, But this cannot be the case. Less than 100 men are employed, or it could not be sold for 5,000, for out of the 5,000 pounds must be paid the profits of stock which employed the men. Suppose, then, that only 85 men were employed, at an expense of 50 pounds each, or 4,250 per annum, and that the 750 pounds which the sale of the machine would produce over and above the wages advanced to the men, constituted the profits of the engineer's stock. When wages rose 10%, he would be obliged to employ an additional capital of 425 pounds, and would therefore employ 4,675 pounds instead of 4,250, on which capital he would only get a profit of 325 pounds if he continued to sell his machine for 5,000. But this is precisely the case of all manufacturers and capitalists. The rise of wages affects them all. If, therefore, the maker of the machine should raise the price of it in consequence of a rise of wages, an unusual quantity of capital would be employed in the construction of such machines, till their price afforded only the common rate of profits. We see, then, that machines would not rise in price in consequence of a rise of wages. The manufacturer, however, who in a general rise of wages can have recourse to a machine which shall not increase the charge of production on his commodity, would enjoy peculiar advantages if he could continue to charge the same price for his goods. But he, as we have already seen, would be obliged to lower the price of his commodities, or capital would flow to his trade until his profits had sunk to the general level. Thus, then, is the public benefited by machinery. These mute agents are always the produce of much less labor than that which they displace, even when they are of the same money value. This point is quite right. At the same time, it provides the answer to those who believe that the workers displaced by machines find employment in machine manufacture itself. This view, incidentally, belongs to an epoch in which the engineering workshop was still based entirely on the division of labor, and machines were not as yet employed on the production of machines. Suppose the annual wage of one man to be 50 pounds, then that of 100 is 5,000. If these 100 men are replaced by a machine which costs similarly 5,000 pounds, then this machine must be the product of the labor of less than 100 men. For besides paid labor, it contains unpaid labor, which forms the profit of the machine manufacturer. If it were the product of 100 men, then it would contain only paid labor. If the rate of profit were 10%, then approximately 4,545 pounds of the 5,000 would represent the capital advanced, and approximately 455 pounds the profit. At a wage of 50 pounds, 4,545 would only represent 90 and 9/10 men. But the capital of 4,545 by no means represents only variable capital, that is, capital laid out in wages. It represents also raw materials and the wear and tear of the fixed capital employed by the machine manufacturer. The machine costing 5,000 pounds, which replaces 100 men whose wages come to 5,000 pounds, thus represents the product of far fewer than 90 men. Moreover, the machine can only be employed profitably if it is the product of far fewer men than it replaces. Every rise in wages increases the variable capital that has to be laid out, although the value of the product, since this is equal to the variable capital plus the surplus labor, remains the same, for the number of workers which the variable capital sets in motion remains the same. Subsection B. Ricardo on the influence of improvements in production on the value of commodities. False theory of the availability of the wages fund for the workers who have been dismissed. On Chapter 20, Value and Riches, their distinctive properties. Natural agents add nothing to the value of commodities. On the contrary, they reduce it. But by doing so, they add to the surplus value, which alone interests the capitalists. In contradiction to the opinion of Adam Smith, Mr. Say, in the 4th chapter, speaks of the value which is given to commodities by natural agents, such as the sun, the air, the pressure of the atmosphere, etc., which are sometimes substituted for the labor of man, and sometimes concur with him in producing. But these natural agents, though they add greatly to the value in use, never add exchangeable value, of which Mr. Say is speaking. As soon as, by the aid of machinery, or by the knowledge of natural philosophy, you oblige natural agents to do the work which was before done by man, the exchangeable value of such work falls accordingly. The machine costs labor. Natural agents as such cost nothing. They cannot, therefore, add any value to the product. Rather, they diminish its value, insofar as they replace capital or labor, immediate or accumulated labor. Inasmuch as natural philosophy, that is science, teaches how to replace human labor by natural agents without the aid of machinery or only with the same machinery as before, perhaps even more cheaply as with the steam boiler, many chemical processes, etc., it costs the capitalist and society as well nothing and cheapens commodities absolutely. Ricardo continues the above quoted passage thus: "If 10 men turned a corn mill, and it be discovered that by the assistance of wind or of water, the labor of these 10 men may be spared, the flour, which is the produce partly of the work performed by the mill, would immediately fall in value in proportion to the quantity of labor saved, and the society would be richer by the commodities which the labor of the 10 men could produce, the funds destined for their maintenance being in no degree impaired." Society would in the first place be richer by the diminished price of flour. It would either consume more flour or spend the money formerly destined for flour upon some other commodity, either existing or called into life because a new fund for consumption had become available. Of this part of the revenue, formerly spent on flour, and now, consequent upon the diminished price of flour, set free for some other application, it may be said that it was destined, by virtue of the whole economy of the society, for a certain thing, and that it is now freed from that destiny. It is the same as if new capital had been accumulated, and in this way, the application of machinery and natural agents frees capital and enables previously latent needs to be satisfied. On the other hand, it is wrong to speak of the funds destined for the maintenance of the 10 men thrown out of employment by the new discovery. For the first fund which is saved or created through the discovery is that part of the revenue which society previously paid for flour, and which it now saves as a result of the diminished price of flour. The second fund which is saved, however, is that which the miller previously paid for the 10 men, now displaced. This fund, indeed, as Ricardo notes, is in no degree impaired by the discovery and the displacement of the 10 men. But the fund has no natural connection with the 10 men. They may become paupers, starve, etc. One thing only is certain, that 10 men of the new generation, who should take the place of these 10 men in order to turn the mill, must now be absorbed in other employment. And so the relative population has increased, independently of the average increase of population, in that the mill is now driven by a natural agent, and the 10 men who would otherwise have had to turn it are employed in producing some other commodity. The invention of machinery and the employment of natural agents thus set free capital and men, that is workers, and create together with freed capital, freed hands. Free hands, as Stewart calls them, whether for newly created spheres of production or for the old ones which are expanded and operated on a larger scale. The miller, with his freed capital, will build new mills, or will lend out his capital if he cannot use it himself as a capitalist. On no account, however, is there a fund destined for the 10 men displaced. We shall return to this absurd assumption, namely, that if the introduction of machines or natural agents does not reduce the quantity of means of subsistence which can be laid out in wages, the fund which has thus been set free must necessarily be expended as variable capital, as if there was no possibility of exporting means of subsistence, or spending them on unproductive workers, or as if wages in certain spheres could not rise, etc., and must even be paid out to the displaced laborers. Machinery always creates a relative surplus population, a reserve army of workers, which greatly increases the power of capital. In the note on page 335, Ricardo also makes the following observation directed against Say. Though Adam Smith, who defined riches to consist in the abundance of necessaries, convenience, and enjoyments of human life, would have allowed that machines and natural agents might very greatly add to the riches of a country, he would not have allowed that they add anything to the value of those riches. Natural agents indeed add nothing to value, so long as there are no circumstances in which they give occasion for the creation of rent. But machines invariably add their own value to the already existing value, and firstly, insofar as their existence facilitates the further transformation of circulating into fixed capital and makes it possible to carry on this transformation on an ever-growing scale, they increase not only wealth, but also the value which is added by past labor to the product of the annual labor. Secondly, since machines make possible the absolute growth of population, and with it the growth of the mass of annual labor, they increase the value of the annual product in this second way. Subsection C. Ricardo's scientific honesty, which led him to revise his views on the question of machinery. Certain false assumptions are retained in Ricardo's new formulation of the question. On Chapter 31, on machinery. This section, which Ricardo added to his third edition, bears witness to his honesty, which so essentially distinguishes him from the vulgar economists. It is more incumbent on me to declare my opinions on this question, that is, the influence of machinery on the interests of the different classes of society, because they have, on further reflection, undergone a considerable change. And although I am not aware that I've ever published anything respecting machinery which it is necessary for me to retract, yet I have in other ways, as a member of Parliament, given my support to doctrines which I now think erroneous. It therefore becomes a duty in me to submit my present views to examination, with my reasons for entertaining them. Ever since I first turned my attention to questions of political economy, I have been of opinion that such an application of machinery to any branch of production as should have the effect of saving labor was a general good, accompanied only with that portion of inconvenience which in most cases attends the removal of capital and labor from one employment to another. This inconvenience is great enough for the worker if, as in modern production, it is perpetual. It appeared to me that provided the landlords had the same money rents, they would be benefited by the reduction in prices of some of the commodities on which those rents were expended, and which reduction of price could not fail to be the consequence of the employment of machinery. The capitalist, I thought, was eventually benefited precisely in the same manner. He indeed, who made the discovery of the machine, or who first usefully applied it, would enjoy an additional advantage by making great profits for a time. But in proportion as the machine came into general use, the price of the commodity produced would, from the effects of competition, sink to its cost of production, when the capitalist would get the same money profits as before, and he would only participate in the general advantage as a consumer by being enabled, with the same money revenue, to command an additional quantity of comforts and enjoyments. The class of laborers also, I thought, was equally benefited by the use of machinery, as they would have the means of buying more commodities with the same money wages, and I thought that no reduction of wages would take place, because the capitalist would have the power of demanding and employing the same quantity of labor as before, although he might be under the necessity of employing it in the production of a new, or at any rate, of a different commodity. If by improved machinery, with the employment of the same quantity of labor, the quantity of stockings could be quadrupled, and the demand for stockings were only doubled, some laborers would necessarily be discharged from the stocking trade. But as the capital which employed them was still in being, and as it was the interest of those who had it to employ it productively, it appeared to me that it would be employed on the production of some other commodity, useful to the society, for which there could not fail to be a demand. As then, it appeared to me that there would be the same demand for labor as before, and that wages would be no lower, I thought that the laboring class would, equally with the other classes, participate in the advantage from the general cheapness of commodities arising from the use of machinery. These were my opinions, and they continue unaltered as far as regards the landlord and the capitalist, but I am convinced that the substitution of machinery for human labor is often very injurious to the class of laborers. In the first place, Ricardo starts from the false assumption that machinery is always introduced into spheres of production in which the capitalist mode of production already exists. But the mechanized loom originally replaced the hand loom weaver, the spinning jenny the hand spinner, the mowing, threshing, and sewing machines often the small peasant, who himself cultivated his plot of land, etc. In this case, not only is the laborer displaced, but his instrument of production too ceases to be capital, in the Ricardian sense. This entire or complete devaluation of the old capital also takes place when machinery revolutionizes manufacture previously based on the simple division of labor. It is ridiculous to say in this case that the old capital continues to make the same demand for labor as before. The capital, which was employed by the hand loom weaver, hand spinner, etc., has ceased to exist. But suppose for the sake of simplicity that the machinery is introduced only into spheres where capitalist production is already dominant, or it may be introduced into the workshop already based on machinery, thus increasing the mechanization of the labor processes, or bringing into use improved machinery, which makes it possible either to dismiss a section of the workers previously employed, or to produce a greater product while employing the same number of workers as before. The latter is of course the most favorable case. In order to reduce confusion, we must distinguish here between, firstly, the funds of the capitalist who employs machinery and dismisses workers, and secondly, the funds of society, that is, of the consumers of the commodities produced by this capitalist. Regarding number one, so far as the capitalist who introduces the machinery is concerned, it is wrong and absurd to say that he can lay out the same amount of capital in wages as before. Even if he borrows, it is still equally wrong not for him but for society. One part of his capital he will convert into machinery and other forms of fixed capital, another part into auxiliary materials which he did not need before, and a larger part into raw materials, if we assume that he produces more commodities with fewer workers, thus requiring more raw material. The proportion of variable capital, that is to say, of capital laid out in wages to constant capital, has decreased in his branch of business. And this reduction in the proportion will be permanent. Indeed, the decrease in variable capital relatively to constant will even continue at a faster rate as a result of the productive power of labor developing along with accumulation. Even if his business, on the new scale of production, expands to such an extent that he can re-employ the total number of dismissed workers and employ even more workers than before. The demand for labor in his business will grow with the accumulation of capital, but to a much smaller degree than his capital accumulates, and his capital will in absolute terms never again require the same amount of labor as before. The immediate result, however, will be that a section of the workers is thrown onto the street. But it may be said that indirectly the demand for workers will remain the same, for more workers will be required for the construction of machines. But Ricardo himself has already shown that machinery never costs as much labor as the labor which it displaces. It is possible for the hours of labor in the machine workshops to be lengthened for some time, and that in the first instance, not a man more may be employed in them. Raw material, cotton for example, can come from America and China, and it makes no difference whatsoever to the Englishman who has been thrown out of work whether the demand for Negroes or coolies grows. But even assuming that the raw materials are supplied within the country, more women and children will be employed in agriculture, more horses, etc., and perhaps more of one product and less of another will be produced. But there will be no demand for the dismissed workers. For in agriculture too, the same process which creates a constant relative surplus population is taking place. At first glance, it is not likely that the introduction of machinery will set free any of the capital of the manufacturer when he makes his first investment. It merely provides a new type of investment for his capital. Its immediate result, according to the assumption, is the dismissal of workers and the conversion of part of the variable capital into constant capital. Regarding number 2, so far as the general public is concerned, in the first place, revenue is set free as a result of the lowering in the price of the commodity produced by means of the machine. Capital, directly, only insofar as the manufactured article enters into constant capital as an element of production. If it entered into the average consumption of the worker, it would, according to Ricardo, bring in its wake a reduction in real wages, also in the other branches of industry. A part of the revenue thus set free will be consumed in the same article, either because the reduction in price makes it accessible to new classes of consumers. In this case, incidentally, it is not displaced revenue that is expended on the article, or because the old consumers consume more of the cheaper article, for instance 4 pairs of cotton stockings instead of 1 pair. Another part of the revenue thus set free may serve to expand the industry into which the machinery has been introduced, or it may be used in the formation of a new industry producing a different commodity, or it may serve to expand a sphere of production which already existed before. For whatever purpose the revenue thus set free and reconverted into capital is used, it will in the first place hardly be sufficient to absorb that part of the increased population which each year streams into each branch of production, and which is now debarred from entering the old industry. It is, however, also possible for a portion of the freed revenue to be exchanged against foreign products or to be consumed by unproductive workers, but by no means does a necessary connection exist between the revenue that has been set free and the workers that have been set free of revenue. The absurd fundamental notion, however, which underlies Ricardo's view is the following. The capital of the manufacturer who introduces machinery is not set free. It is merely utilized in a different manner, namely in such a manner that it is not, as before, transformed into wages for the workers who are discharged. A part of the variable capital is converted into constant capital. Even if some of it were set free, it would be absorbed by spheres in which the discharged laborers could not work, and where at the most those who replace them could find refuge. By expanding old spheres of production, or opening up new ones, the revenue set free, insofar as it is not offset by greater consumption of the cheaper article, or is not exchanged against foreign means of subsistence, only gives the necessary opening, if it does so, for that part of the annual population increase that is for the time being debarred from the old trade into which the machinery has been introduced. But the absurdity which lies concealed at the root of Ricardo's notions is this. The means of subsistence, which were previously consumed by the workers now discharged, remain after all in existence and are still on the market. The workers, on the other hand, are also available on the market. Thus there are, on the one hand, means of subsistence, and therefore means of payment, for workers, i.e. potential variable capital, and on the other, unemployed workers. Hence, the fund is there to set them in motion. Consequently, they will find employment. Is it possible that even such an economist as Ricardo can babble such hair-raising nonsense? According to this, no human being who is capable of work and willing could ever starve in bourgeois society, when there are means of subsistence on the market at the disposal of the society to pay him for any work whatever. These means of subsistence in the first place do not by any means confront those workers as capital. Assume that 100,000 workers have suddenly been thrown out on the streets by machinery. Then in the first place, there is no doubt whatsoever that the agricultural products on the market, which on the average suffice for the whole year, and which were previously consumed by these workers, are still on the market as before. If there were no demand for them, and if at the same time they were not exportable, what would happen? As the supply relative to the demand would have grown, they would fall in price, and as a result of this fall in price, their consumption would rise, even if the 100,000 workers were starving to death. The price need not fall. Perhaps less of these means of subsistence is imported, or more of them exported. Ricardo imagines chaotically that the entire bourgeois social mechanism is arranged so nicely that if, for instance, 10 men are discharged from their work, the means of subsistence of these workers, now set free, must definitely be consumed in one way or another by the identical 10 men, and that otherwise they could not be sold. As if a mass of semi-employed or completely unemployed were not forever crawling around at the bottom of this society, and as if the capital existing in the form of means of subsistence were a fixed amount. If the market price of corn fell due to the increasing demand, then the capital available in the shape of corn would be diminished in terms of money, and would exchange for a smaller portion of the society's money revenue, insofar as it is not exportable. And this applies even more to manufactures. During the many years in which the handloom weavers were slowly dying of hunger, the production and export of English cotton cloth increased enormously. At the same time, 1838 to 1841, the prices of provisions rose, and the weavers had only rags in which to clothe themselves, and not enough food to keep body and soul together. The constant artificial production of a surplus population, which disappears only in times of feverish prosperity, is one of the necessary conditions of production of modern industry. There is nothing to prevent a part of the money capital lying idle and without employment, and the prices of the means of subsistence falling because of relative surplus production, while at the same time, workers who have been displaced by machinery are starving. It is true that in the long run, the labor that has been released, together with the portion of revenue or capital that has been released, will find an opening in a new sphere of production, or in the expansion of the old one. But this is of more benefit to those who succeed the displaced men than to the displaced men themselves. New ramifications of more or less unproductive branches of labor are continually being formed, and in these, revenue is directly expended. Then there is the formation of fixed capital, railways, etc., and the labor connected with superintendence, which this opens up, the manufacture of luxuries, foreign trade, which increasingly diversifies the articles on which revenue is spent. From his absurd standpoint, Ricardo therefore assumes that the introduction of machinery harms the workers only when it diminishes the gross product, and therefore gross revenue, a case which may occur, it is true, in large-scale agriculture, with the introduction of horses which consume corn in place of the workers, with the transition from corn growing to sheep raising, etc. But it is quite preposterous to extend this case to industry proper, whose ability to sell its gross product is by no means restricted by the internal market. Incidentally, while one section of the workers starves, another section may be better fed and clothed, as may also the unproductive workers, and the middle strata, between worker and capitalist. It is wrong in itself to say that the increase or the quantity of articles entering into revenue as such forms a fund for the workers or forms capital for them. A portion of these articles is consumed by unproductive workers or non-workers. Another portion may be transformed by means of foreign trade from its coarse form, the form in which it serves as wages, into a form in which it enters into the revenue of the wealthy, or in which it serves as an element of production of constant capital. Finally, a portion will be consumed by the discharged workers themselves, in the workhouse, or in prison, or as alms, or as stolen goods, or as payment for the prostitution of their daughters. In the following pages, I shall briefly compare the passages in which Ricardo develops this nonsense. As he says himself, he received the impetus for it from Barton's work, which must therefore be examined after citing these passages. It is self-evident that in order to employ a certain number of workers each year, a certain quantity of food and other necessary means of subsistence must be produced annually. In large-scale agriculture, stock raising, etc., it is possible for the net income, profit and rent, to be increased while the gross income is reduced. That is to say, while the quantity of necessaries intended for the maintenance of the workers is reduced. But that is not the question here. The quantity of articles entering into consumption, or to use Ricardo's expression, the quantity of articles of which the gross revenue consists, can be increased without a consequent increase in that portion of this quantity which is transformed into variable capital. This may even decrease. In this case, more is consumed as revenue by capitalists, landlords, and their retainers, the unproductive classes, the state, the middle strata, merchants, etc. What lies behind the view taken by Ricardo and Barton is that he originally set out from the assumption that every accumulation of capital is equivalent to an increase in the variable capital, that the demand for labor therefore increases directly in the same proportion as capital is accumulated. But this is wrong, since with the accumulation of capital, a change takes place in its organic composition, and the constant part of the capital grows at a faster rate than the variable. This does not, however, prevent revenue from constantly growing, in value and in quantity, but it does not result in a proportionately larger part of the total product being laid out in wages. Those classes and subclasses who do not live directly from their labor become more numerous and live better than before, and the number of unproductive workers increases as well. Since in the first place, it has nothing to do with the question, we will not concern ourselves with the revenue of the capitalist who transforms a part of his variable capital into machinery, and who therefore also puts more into raw material relatively to the amount of labor employed, in all those spheres of production where raw material is an element of the process of creating value. His revenue, and that part of his capital which has actually gone into the production process, exist, at first, in the form of products, or rather commodities, which he produces himself, for example yarn if he is a spinner. After the introduction of machinery, he transforms one part of these commodities, or the money for which he sells them, into machinery, auxiliary materials, and raw materials, whereas previously he paid it out as wages to the workers, thus transforming it indirectly into means of subsistence for the workers. With some exceptions in agriculture, he will produce more of these commodities than before, although his discharged workers have ceased to consume, and therefore to buy his own articles, though they did so before. More of these commodities will now be present on the market, although for the workers thrown out on the street, they have ceased to exist as objects of consumption, or have ceased to exist in their previous quantity. Thus, so far as his own product is concerned, in the first place, even if it enters into the consumption of the workers, its increased production in no way contradicts the fact that a part of it has ceased to exist as capital for the workers. A larger part of it, on the other hand, must now replace that portion of the constant capital which resolves into machinery, auxiliary materials, and raw materials. That is to say, it must be exchanged against more of these ingredients of reproduction than formerly. If the increase in commodities through machinery and the decrease in a previously existing demand, namely in the demand of the workers that have been discharged, for the commodities produced by this machinery were contradictory, then in most cases, no machinery could in fact be introduced. The mass of commodities produced, and the portion of these commodities which is reconverted into wages, therefore, have no definite relationship or necessary connection when we consider the capital of which a part is transformed into machinery instead of into wage labor. So far as society in general is concerned, the replacement of its revenue, or rather the extension of the limits of its revenue, takes place first of all on account of the articles whose price has been lowered by the introduction of machinery. This revenue may continue to be spent as revenue, and if a considerable part of it is transformed into capital, the increased population, apart from the artificially created surplus population, is already there to absorb that part of the revenue, which is transformed into variable capital. At first glance, therefore, what this comes to is only the production of all other articles, particularly in the spheres which produce articles entering into the consumption of the workers, despite the discharging of the 100 men, etc., continues on the same scale as before, quite certainly at the moment when the workers are discharged. Insofar, therefore, as the dismissed workers represent a demand for these articles, the demand has decreased, although the supply has remained the same. If the reduced demand is not made good, the price will fall, or instead of a fall in price, a larger stock may remain on the market for the following year. If the article is not produced for export too, and if the decrease in demand were to persist, then reproduction would decrease, but it does not follow that the capital employed in this sphere must necessarily decrease. Perhaps more meat or commercial crops or luxury foods are produced, and less wheat, or more oats for horses, etc., or fewer fustian jackets and more bourgeois frock coats. But none of these consequences need necessarily materialize if, for instance, as a result of the cheapening of cotton goods, the employed workers are able to spend more on food, etc. The same quantity of commodities, and even more of them, including those consumed by the workers, can be produced, although less capital, a smaller portion of the total product, is transformed into variable capital, that is, laid out in wages. Neither is it the case that part of the capital of the producers of these articles has been set free. At worst, the demand for their commodities would have decreased, and the reproduction of their capital impeded by the reduced price of their commodities. Hence, their own revenue would immediately decrease, as it would with any fall in the prices of commodities. But it cannot be said that any particular part of their commodities had previously confronted the discharged workers as capital and was now set free along with the workers. What confronted the workers as capital was a part of the commodity now being produced with machinery. This part came to them in the form of money and was exchanged by them for other commodities, that is, means of subsistence, which did not face them as capital, but confronted their money as commodities. This is therefore an entirely different relationship. The farmer and any other producer whose commodity they bought with their wages did not confront them as capitalist and did not employ them as workers. They have only ceased to be buyers for him, which may possibly, if not counterbalanced by other circumstances, bring about a temporary depreciation in his capital, but does not set free any capital for the discharged workers. The capital that employed them is still in being, but no longer in a form in which it resolves into wages, or only indirectly and to a smaller extent. Otherwise, anyone who through some bad luck ceased to have money would inevitably set free sufficient capital for his own employment. Subsection D. Ricardo's correct determination of some of the consequences of the introduction of machines for the working class. Apologetic notions in the Ricardian explanation of the problem. By gross revenue, Ricardo means that part of the product which replaces wages and surplus value, profits and rent. By net revenue, he means the surplus product, which equals the surplus value. He forgets here, as throughout his work, that a portion of the gross product must replace the value of the machinery and raw material, in short, the value of the constant capital. Ricardo's subsequent treatment is of interest, partly because of some of the observations he makes in passing, partly because, mutatis mutandis, it is of practical importance for large-scale agriculture, particularly sheep rearing, and shows the limitations of capitalist production. Not only is its determining purpose not production for the producers, workmen, but its exclusive aim is net revenue, i.e. profit and rent, even if this is achieved at the cost of the volume of production, at the cost of the volume of commodities produced. My mistake arose from the supposition that whenever the net income of a society increased, its gross income would also increase. I now, however, see reason to be satisfied that the one fund from which landlords and capitalists derive their revenue may increase, while the other, that upon which the laboring class mainly depend, may diminish, and therefore it follows, if I am right, that the same cause which may increase the net revenue of the country may, at the same time, render the population redundant and deteriorate the condition of the laborer. First, it is noteworthy that Ricardo here admits that causes which further the wealth of the capitalists and landlords may render the population redundant, so that redundant population, or overpopulation, is presented here as the result of the process of enrichment itself, and of the development of productive forces which conditions this process. So far as the fund is concerned, out of which the capitalists and landlords draw their revenue, and on the other hand the fund from which the workers draw theirs, to begin with, it is the total product which forms this common fund. A large part of the products which enter into the consumption of the capitalists and landlords does not enter into the consumption of the workers. On the other hand, almost all, in fact more or less all, products which enter into the consumption of the workers also enter into that of the landlords and capitalists, their retainers and hangers-on, including dogs and cats. One cannot suppose that there are two essentially distinct fixed funds in existence. The important point is what relative portion each of these groups draws from the common fund. The aim of capitalist production is to obtain as large an amount of surplus product or surplus value as possible with a given amount of wealth. This aim is achieved by constant capital growing more rapidly in proportion to variable capital, or by setting in motion the greatest possible constant capital with the least possible variable capital. In much more general terms than Ricardo conceives here, the same cause effects an increase in the fund out of which capitalists and landlords draw their revenue by a decrease in the fund out of which the workers draw theirs. It does not follow from this that the fund from which the workers draw their revenue is diminished absolutely, only that it is diminished relatively, in proportion to their total output. And that is the only important factor in the determination of the portion which they appropriate out of the wealth which they themselves created. A capitalist, we will suppose, employs a capital of the value of £20,000, and that he carries on the joint business of a farmer and a manufacturer of necessaries. We will further suppose that £7,000 of this capital is invested in fixed capital, that is, in buildings, implements, etc., and that the remaining £13,000 is employed as circulating capital in the support of labor. Let us suppose, too, that profits are 10%, and consequently that the capitalist's capital is every year put into its original state of efficiency and yields a profit of £2,000. Each year, the capitalist begins his operations by having food and necessaries in his possession of the value of £13,000, all of which he sells in the course of the year to his own workmen for that sum of money, and during the same period, he pays them the like amount of money for wages. At the end of the year, they replace in his possession food and necessaries to the value of £15,000, 2,000 of which he consumes himself or disposes of as may best suit his pleasure and gratification. The nature of surplus value is very palpably expressed here. As far as these products are concerned, the gross produce for that year is £15,000 and the net produce £2,000. Suppose now that the following year the capitalist employs half his men in constructing a machine and the other half in producing food and necessaries as usual. During that year, he would pay the sum of £13,000 in wages as usual and would sell food and necessaries to the same amount to his workmen. But what would be the case the following year? While the machine was being made, only one half of the usual quantity of food and necessaries would be obtained, and they would be only one half the value of the quantity which was produced before. The machine would be worth £7,500, and the food and necessaries £7,500, and therefore the capital of the capitalist would be as great as before, for he would have besides these two values his fixed capital worth £7,000, making in whole £20,000 capital and £2,000 profit. After deducting this latter sum for his own expenses, he would have a no greater circulating capital than £5,500, with which to carry on his subsequent operations, and therefore his means of employing labor would be reduced in the proportion of £13,000 to £5,500, and consequently, all the labor which was before employed by £7,500 would now become redundant. This would, however, also be the case if by means of the machine which cost him £7,500, exactly the same quantity of products were produced as previously, with the variable capital of £13,000. Suppose the wear and tear of the machine were equal to 1/10 in 1 year, that is, to £750, then the value of the product, previously £15,000, would now be £8,250, apart from the wear and tear of the original fixed capital of £7,000, whose replacement Ricardo does not mention at all. Of these £8,250, 2,000 would be profit, as previously out of the 15,000. The lower price would be advantageous to the farmer, insofar as he himself consumes food and necessaries as revenue. It would also be advantageous to him insofar as it enables him to reduce the wages of the workers he employs, thus releasing a portion of his variable capital. It is this portion which to a certain degree could employ new labor, but only because the real wage of the workers who have been retained had fallen. A small number of those who have been discharged could thus, at the cost of those who had been retained, be re-employed. The fact, however, that the product would be just as great as before would not help the dismissed workers. If the wage remained the same, no part of the variable capital would be released. The fact that the product of £8,250 represents the same amount of necessaries and food as previously £15,000 does not cause its value to rise. The farmer would have to sell it for £8,250, partly in order to replace the wear and tear of his machinery, and partly in order to replace his variable capital. Insofar as this lowering of the price of food and necessaries did not bring about a fall in wages in general, or a fall in the ingredients entering into the reproduction of the constant capital, the revenue of the society would have expanded only insofar as it is expended on food and necessaries. A section of the workers, etc., would live better, that is all. They could also save, but that is always action in the future. The discharged workers would remain on the street, although the physical possibility of their maintenance existed just as much as before. Moreover, the same capital would be employed in the reproduction process as before, but a part of the product whose value had fallen, which previously existed as capital, now becomes revenue. The reduced quantity of labor which the capitalist can employ must indeed, with the assistance of the machine and after deductions for its repairs, produce a value equal to £7,500. It must replace the circulating capital with a profit of £2,000 on the whole capital. But if this be done, if the net income be not diminished, of what importance is it to the capitalist whether the gross income be of the value £3,000, £10,000, or £15,000? This is perfectly correct. The gross income is of absolutely no importance to the capitalist. The only thing which is of interest to him is the net income. In this case, then, although the net produce will not be diminished in value, although its power of purchasing commodities may be greatly increased, the gross produce will have fallen from a value of £15,000 to a value of £7,500, and as the power of supporting a population and employing labor depends always on the gross produce of a nation and not on its net produce. Hence Adam Smith's partiality for gross produce, a partiality to which Ricardo objects. See Chapter 26 on gross and net revenue, which Ricardo opens with the words, quote, Adam Smith constantly magnifies the advantages which a country derives from a large gross rather than a large net income, end quote. There will necessarily be a diminution in the demand for labor. Population will become redundant, and the situation of the laboring classes will be that of distress and poverty. Labor, therefore, becomes redundant because the demand for labor diminishes, and that demand diminishes in consequence of the development of the productive powers of labor. As, however, the power of saving from revenue to add to capital must depend on the efficiency of the net revenue to satisfy the wants of the capitalist, it could not fail to follow from the reduction in the price of commodities consequent on the introduction of machinery that with the same wants, but his wants grow larger, he would have increased means of saving, increased facility of transferring revenue into capital. According to this, first one part of capital is transformed into revenue, transferred to revenue, not in terms of value but as regards the use value, the material elements of which the capital consists, in order later to transfer a part of the revenue back into capital. For example, when £13,000 was laid out in variable capital, a part of the product amounting to £7,500 entered into the consumption of the workers whom the farmer employed, and this part of the product formed part of his capital. Following upon the introduction of machinery, for example, according to our supposition, the same amount of product is produced as previously, but its value does not amount to £15,000 as previously, but only to £8,250, and a larger part of this cheaper product enters into the revenue of the farmer, or the revenue of the buyers of food and necessaries. They now consume a part of the product as revenue, which was previously consumed industrially, as capital, by the farmer, although his laborers, since dismissed, consumed it as revenue as well. As a result of this growth in revenue, which has come about because a part of the product which was previously consumed as capital is now consumed as revenue, new capital is formed and revenue is reconverted into capital. But with every increase of capital, he would employ more laborers. This, in any case, not in proportion to the increased capital, not to the whole extent of that increase. Perhaps he would buy more horses, or guano, or new implements. And therefore, a portion of the people thrown out of work in the first instance would be subsequently employed, and if the increased production, in consequence of the employment of the machine, was so great as to afford in the shape of net produce as great a quantity of food and necessaries as existed before in the form of gross produce, there would be the same ability to employ the whole population, and therefore there would not necessarily, but possibly and probably, be any redundancy of people. In the last lines, Ricardo thus says what I observed above. In order that revenue is transformed in this way into capital, capital is first transformed into revenue. Or, as Ricardo puts it, first the net produce is increased at the expense of the gross produce, in order then to reconvert a part of the net produce into gross produce. Produce is produce. Net or gross makes no difference, although this antithesis may also mean that the excess over and above the outlay increases, that therefore the net produce grows although the total product, i.e. the gross produce, diminishes. The produce only becomes net or gross according to the determinate form which it assumes in the process of production. All I wish to prove is that the discovery and use of machinery may be attended with a diminution of gross produce, and whenever that is the case, it will be injurious to the laboring class, as some of their number will be thrown out of employment, and population will become redundant, compared with the funds which are to employ it. But the same may, and in most instances will, be the case, even if the gross produce remains the same or increases, but that part of it which was formerly used as variable capital is now consumed as revenue. It is superfluous for us to go into Ricardo's absurd example of the clothier who reduces his production because of the introduction of machinery. If these views be correct, it follows, firstly, that the discovery and useful application of machinery always leads to the increase of the net produce of the country, although it may not, and will not, after a considerable interval, increase the value of that net produce. It will always increase that value whenever it diminishes the value of labor. Secondly, that an increase of the net produce of a country is compatible with a diminution of the gross produce, and that the motives for employing machinery are always sufficient to ensure its employment, if it will increase the net produce, although it may, and frequently must, diminish both the quantity of the gross produce and its value. Thirdly, that the opinion entertained by the laboring class, that the employment of machinery is frequently detrimental to their interests, is not founded on prejudice and error, but is conformable to the correct principles of political economy. Fourthly, that if the improved means of production, in consequence of the use of machinery, should increase the net produce of a country in a degree so great as not to diminish the gross produce, I mean always quantity of commodities and not value, then the situation of all classes will be improved. The landlord and capitalist will benefit, not by an increase of rent and profit, but by the advantages resulting from the expenditure of the same rent and profit on commodities, very considerably reduced in value. This sentence contradicts the whole of Ricardo's doctrine, according to which the lowering in the price of necessaries, and therefore of wages, raises profits, whereas machinery, which permits more to be extracted from the same land with less labor, must lower rent. While the situation of the laboring classes will also be considerably improved. First, from an increased demand for menial servants. This is indeed a fine result of machinery, that a considerable section of the female and male laboring class is turned into servants. Secondly, from the stimulus to savings from revenue, which such an abundant net produce will afford. And thirdly, from the low price of all articles of consumption on which their wages will be expended. And in consequence of this low price, their wages will be reduced. The entire apologetic bourgeois presentation of machinery does not deny, firstly, that machinery, sometimes here, sometimes there, but continually, makes a part of the population redundant, throws a section of the laboring population on the street. It creates a surplus population, thus leading to lower wages in certain spheres of production, here or there, not because the population grows more rapidly than the means of subsistence, but because the rapid growth in the means of subsistence, due to machinery, enables more machinery to be introduced, and therefore reduces the immediate demand for labor. This comes about not because the social fund diminishes, but because of the growth of this fund. The part of it which is spent in wages falls relatively. Secondly, even less do these apologetics deny the subjugation of the workers who operate the machines and the wretchedness of the manual workers or craftsmen who are displaced by machinery and perish. What they assert, and partly rightly, is firstly that due to machinery and the development of the productivity of labor in general, the net revenue, that is profit and rent, grows to such an extent that the bourgeois needs more menial servants than before, whereas previously he had to lay out more of his product in productive labor. He can now lay out more in unproductive labor, so that servants and other workers living in the unproductive class increase in number. This progressive transformation of a section of the workers into servants is a fine prospect. For the worker, it is equally consoling that because of the growth in the net product, more spheres are opened up for unproductive workers who live on his product and whose interest in his exploitation coincides more or less with that of the directly exploiting classes. Secondly, that because of the spur given to accumulation, on the new basis requiring less living labor in proportion to past labor, the workers who were dismissed and pauperized, or at least that part of the population which replaces them, are either absorbed in the expanding engineering works themselves or in branches of production which machinery has made necessary and brought into being, or in new fields of employment opened by the new capital and satisfying new wants. This, then, is another wonderful prospect. The laboring class has to bear all the temporary inconveniences, unemployment, displacement of labor and capital, but wage labor is nevertheless not to be abolished. On the contrary, it will be reproduced on an ever-growing scale, growing absolutely, even though decreasing relatively to the growing total capital which employs it. Thirdly, the consumption becomes more refined due to machinery. The reduced price of the immediate necessities of life allows the scope of luxury production to be extended. Thus the third fine prospect opens before the workers. In order to win their means of subsistence, the same amount of them as before, the same number of laborers, will enable the higher classes to extend, refine, and diversify the circle of their enjoyments, and thus to widen the economic, social, and political gulf separating them from their betters. Fine prospects these for the laborer, and very desirable results of the development of the productive powers of his labor. Furthermore, Ricardo then shows that it is in the interest of the laboring classes that as much of the revenue as possible should be diverted from expenditure on luxuries to be expended in support of menial servants. For whether I purchase furniture or keep menial servants, I thereby present the demand for a definite amount of commodities, and set in motion approximately the same amount of productive labor in one case as in the other. But in the latter case, I add to the former demand for laborers, and this addition would take place only because I chose this mode of expending my revenue. The same applies to the maintenance of large fleets and armies. Whether the revenue was expended in the one way or in the other, there would be the same quantity of labor employed in production, For the food and clothing of the soldier and sailor would require the same amount of industry to produce it as the more luxurious commodities. But in the case of the war, there would be the additional demand for men as soldiers and sailors, and consequently, a war which is supported out of the revenue and not from the capital of a country is favorable to the increase of population. There is one other case that should be noticed, of the possibility of an increase in the amount of the net revenue of a country and even of its gross revenue with a diminution of demand for labor, and that is when the labor of horses is substituted for that of man. If I employed 100 men on my farm, and if I found that the food bestowed on 50 of those men could be diverted to the support of horses and afford me a greater return of raw produce, after allowing for the interest of the capital which the purchase of the horses would absorb, it would be advantageous to me to substitute the horses for the men, and I should accordingly do so. But this would not be for the interest of the men, and unless the income I obtained was so much increased as to enable me to employ the men as well as the horses, it is evident that the population would become redundant, and the laborer's condition would sink in the general scale. It is evident he could not, under any circumstances, be employed in agriculture. Why not, if the field of agriculture were enlarged? But if the produce of the land were increased by the substitution of horses for men, he might be employed in manufactures, or as a menial servant. There are two tendencies which constantly cut across one another. Firstly, to employ as little labor as possible, in order to produce the same or a greater quantity of commodities, in order to produce the same or a greater net produce, surplus value, net revenue. Secondly, to employ the largest possible number of workers, although as few as possible in proportion to the quantity of commodities produced by them, because, at a given level of productivity, the mass of surplus value and of surplus product grows with the amount of labor employed. The one tendency throws the laborers onto the streets and makes a part of the population redundant. The other absorbs them again and extends wage slavery absolutely, so that the lot of the worker is always fluctuating, but he never escapes from it. The worker, therefore, justifiably regards the development of the productive power of his own labor as hostile to himself. The capitalist, on the other hand, always treats him as an element to be eliminated from production. These are the contradictions with which Ricardo struggles in this chapter. What he forgets to emphasize is the constantly growing number of the middle classes, those who stand between the workman on the one hand and the capitalist and landlord on the other. The middle classes maintain themselves to an ever-increasing extent directly out of revenue. They are a burden, weighing heavily on the working base, and increase the social security and power of the upper 10,000. According to the bourgeoisie, the perpetuation of wage slavery through the application of machinery is a vindication of the latter. I have before observed, too, that the increase of net incomes estimated in commodities, which is always the consequence of improved machinery, will lead to new savings and accumulations. These savings, it must be remembered, are annual, and must soon create a fund, much greater than the gross revenue originally lost by the discovery of the machine, when the demand for labor will be as great as before, and the situation of the people will be still further improved by the increased savings, which the increased net revenue will still enable them to make. First, gross revenue declines and net revenue increases. Then, a portion of the increased net revenue is transformed into capital again, and hence into gross revenue. Thus, the workman must constantly enlarge the power of capital, and then, after very serious disturbances, obtain permission to repeat the process on a larger scale. With every increase of capital and population, food will generally rise, on account of its being more difficult to produce. It then goes straight on. The consequence of a rise of food will be a rise of wages, and every rise of wages will have a tendency to determine the saved capital in a greater proportion than before to the employment of machinery. Machinery and labor are in constant competition, and the former can frequently not be employed until labor rises. The machine is thus a means to prevent a rise of labor. To elucidate the principle, I have been supposing that improved machinery is suddenly discovered and extensively used, but the truth is that these discoveries are gradual, and rather operate in determining the employment of the capital which is saved and accumulated, than in diverting capital from its actual employment. The truth is that it is not so much the displaced labor, as rather the new supply of labor, the part of the growing population which was to replace it, for which, as a result of new accumulation, new fields of employment are opened. In America and many other countries, where the food of man is easily provided, there is not nearly such great temptation to employ machinery. Nowhere is it used on such a massive scale, and also, so to speak, for domestic needs, as in America. As in England, where food is high and costs much labor for its production. How little the employment of machinery is dependent on the price of food is shown precisely by America, which employs relatively much more machinery than England, where there is always a redundant population. The use of machinery may, however, depend on the relative scarcity of labor, as for instance in America, where a comparatively small population is spread over immense tracts of land. Thus we read in The Standard of September 19, 1862, in an article on the exhibition, "Man is a machine-making animal. If we consider the American as a representative man, the definition is perfect. It is one of the cardinal points of an American system to do nothing with his hands that he can do by machine. From rocking a cradle to making a coffin, from milking a cow to clearing a forest, from sewing on a button to voting for president almost, he had a machine for everything. He has invented a machine for saving the trouble of masticating food. The exceeding scarcity of labor and its consequent high value, despite the low value of food, as well as a certain innate cuteness, have stimulated this inventive spirit. The machines produced in America are generally speaking inferior in value to those made in England. They are rather, as a whole, makeshifts to save labor than interventions to accomplish former impossibilities." And the steamships? At the exhibition in the United States Department is Emery's cotton gin. For many a year after the introduction of cotton to America, the crop was very small, because not only was the demand rather limited, but the difficulty of cleaning the crop by manual labor rendered it anything but remunerative. When Eli Whitney, however, invented the saw cotton gin, there was an immediate increase in the breadth planted, and that increase has up to the present time gone on almost in an arithmetical progression. In fact, it is not too much to say that Whitney made the cotton trade. With modifications more or less important and useful, his gin has remained in use ever since, and until the invention of the present improvement in addition, Whitney's original gin was quite as good as the most of its would-be supplanters. By the present machine, which bears the name of Messrs. Emery of Albany, New York, we have no doubt that Whitney's gin, on which it is based, will be almost entirely supplanted. It is simple and more efficacious. It delivers the cotton not only cleaner, but in sheets like wadding, and thus the layers as they leave the machine are at once fit for the cotton press and the bale. In the American court proper, there is little else than machinery. The cow milker, a belt shifter, a hemp carding and spinning machine, which at one operation reels the clover direct from the bale. Machines for the manufacture of paper bags, which it cuts from the sheet, pastes, folds, and perfects at the rate of 300 a minute. Hawes clothes wringer, which by 2 India rubber rollers presses from clothes the water, leaving them almost dry, saves time, but does not injure the texture. Bookbinder's machinery, machines for making shoes. It is well known that the uppers have been for a long time made by machinery in this country. But here are machines for putting on the sole, others for cutting the sole to shape, and others again for trimming the heels. A stone-breaking machine is very powerful and ingenious, and no doubt will come extensively into use for ballasting roads and crushing ores. A system of marine signals by Mr. W. H. Ward of Auburn, New York. Reaping and mowing machines are an American invention coming into very general favor in England. McCormick's machine is the best. Hansbrough's California prize medal force pump is in simplicity and efficiency the best in exhibition. It will throw away more water with the same power than any pump in the world. Quote from Ricardo, "The same cause that raises labor does not raise the value of machines, and therefore, with every augmentation of capital, a greater proportion of it is employed on machinery. The demand for labor will continue to increase with an increase of capital, but not in proportion to its increase. The ratio will necessarily be a diminishing ratio." In this last sentence, Ricardo expresses the correct law of the growth of capital, although his reasoning is very one-sided. He adds a note to this, from which it is evident that he follows Barton here, whose work we will therefore examine briefly. But first, one more comment. When Ricardo discussed revenue expended either on menial servants or luxuries, he wrote, "In both cases, the net revenue would be the same, and so would be the gross revenue, but the former would be realized in different commodities. Similarly, the gross produce, in terms of value, may be the same, but it may be realized, and this would strongly affect the workman, in different commodities, according to whether it had to replace more variable or constant capital." Section 2. Barton's views. Subsection A. Barton's thesis that accumulation of capital causes a relative decrease in the demand for labor. Barton's and Ricardo's lack of understanding of the interconnection between this phenomenon and the domination of capital over labor. Barton's work is called observations on the circumstances which influence the condition of the laboring classes of society. Let us first gather together the small number of theoretical propositions to be found in Barton's work. Quote, "The demand for labor depends on the increasing of circulating and not of fixed capital. Were it true that the proportion between these two sorts of capital is the same at all times and in all countries, then indeed it follows that the number of laborers employed is in proportion to the wealth of the state. But such a position has not the semblance of probability. As arts are cultivated and civilization is extended, fixed capital bears a larger and larger proportion to circulating capital. The amount of fixed capital employed in the production of a piece of British muslin is at least 100, probably 1,000 times greater than that employed in the production of a similar piece of Indian muslin. And the proportion of circulating capital employed is 100 or 1,000 times less. It is easy to conceive that under certain circumstances, the whole of the annual savings of an industrious people might be added to fixed capital, in which case they would have no effect in increasing the demand for labor." Ricardo comments on this passage in a note on page 480 of his work. "It is not easy, I think, to conceive that under any circumstances an increase of capital should not be followed by an increased demand for labor. The most that can be said is that the demand will be in a diminishing ratio. Mr. Barton, in the above publication, has, I think, taken a correct view of some of the effects of an increasing amount of fixed capital on the conditions of the laboring classes. His essay contains much valuable information." To Barton's above proposition, we must add the following one. "Fixed capital, when once formed, ceases to affect the demand for labor." Incorrect, since it necessitates reproduction, even if only at intervals and gradually. "But during its formation, it gives employment to just as many hands as an equal amount would employ either of circulating capital or of revenue. The demand for labor depends absolutely on the joint amount of revenue and circulating capital." Indisputably, Barton has very great merit. Adam Smith believes that the demand for labor grows in direct proportion to capital accumulation. Malthus derives surplus population from capital not being accumulated as rapidly as the population. Barton was the first to point out that the different organic component parts of capital do not grow evenly with accumulation and development of the productive forces, that on the contrary, in the process of this growth, that part of capital which resolves itself into wages decreases in proportion to the other. He calls it fixed capital, which, in relation to its size, alters the demand for labor only to a very small degree. He is therefore the first to put forward the important proposition that the number of laborers employed is not in proportion to the wealth of the state, that relatively more workers are employed in an industrially undeveloped country than in one which is industrially developed. In the third edition of his Principles, on chapter 31 on machinery, Ricardo, having followed exactly in Smith's footsteps in his earlier editions, now takes up Barton's correction on this point, and moreover, in the same one-sided formulation in which Barton gives it. The only point in which he makes an advance, and this is important, is that unlike Barton, he not only says that the demand for labor does not grow proportionally with the development of machinery, but that the machines themselves render the population redundant. See page 469. i.e. create surplus population. But he wrongly limits this effect to the case in which the net produce is increased at the cost of the gross produce. This only occurs in agriculture, but he also transfers it into industry. Essentially, however, the whole of the absurd theory of population was thus overthrown, in particular also the claptrap of the vulgar economists, that the workers must strive to keep their multiplication below the standard of the accumulation of capital. The opposite follows from Barton's and Ricardo's presentation, namely, that to keep down the laboring population, thus diminishing the supply of labor and consequently raising its price, would only accelerate the application of machinery, the conversion of circulating into fixed capital, and hence make the population artificially redundant. Redundancy exists generally, not in regard to the quantity of the means of subsistence, but the means of employment, the actual demand for labor. Barton's error or deficiency lies in his conceiving the organic differentiation or composition of capital only in the form in which it appears in the circulation process, as fixed and circulating capital, a difference which the physiocrats had already discovered, which Adam Smith had developed further, and which became a prepossession among the economists who succeeded him. A prepossession insofar as they see only this difference, which was handed down to them, in the organic composition of capital. This difference, which arises out of the process of circulation, has a considerable effect on the reproduction of wealth in general, and therefore also on that part of it which forms the wages fund. But that is not decisive here. The difference between fixed capital, such as machinery, buildings, breeding cattle, etc., and circulating capital does not directly lie in their relation to wages, but in their mode of circulation and reproduction. The direct relation of the different component parts of capital to living labor is not connected with the phenomena of the circulation process. It does not arise from the latter, but from the immediate process of production, and its expression is the relation of constant to variable capital, whose difference is based only on their relationship to living labor. Thus, Barton says, for example, the demand for labor does not depend on fixed capital, but only on circulating capital. But a part of circulating capital, raw material and auxiliary materials, is not exchanged against living labor any more than is machinery. In all branches of industry in which raw material enters as an element into the process of the creation of value, insofar as we consider only that portion of the fixed capital which enters into the commodity, it forms the most important part of that portion of capital which is not laid out in wages. Another part of the circulating capital, namely of the commodity capital, consists of articles of consumption, which enter into the revenue of the non-productive class, i.e., not of the working class. The growth of these two parts of circulating capital, therefore, does not influence the demand for labor any more than does that of fixed capital. Furthermore, the part of the circulating capital which resolves itself into raw materials and auxiliary materials increases in the same or even greater proportion as that part of capital which is fixed in machinery, etc. On the basis of the distinction made by Barton, Ramsay goes further. He improves on Barton but retains his method of approach. Indeed, he reduces the distinction to constant and variable capital, but continues to call constant capital fixed capital, although he includes raw materials, etc., and calls variable capital circulating capital, although he excludes from it all circulating capital which is not directly laid out in wages. More on this later when we come to Ramsay. It does, however, show the intrinsic necessity of the progress. Once the distinction between constant capital and variable capital has been grasped, a distinction which arises simply out of the immediate process of production, out of the relationship of the different component parts of capital to living labor, it also becomes evident that in itself it has nothing to do with the absolute amount of the consumption goods produced, although plenty with the way in which these are realized. The way, however, of realizing the gross revenue in different commodities is not, as Ricardo has it, and Barton intimates it, the cause, but the effect of the immanent laws of capitalistic production, leading to a diminishing proportion, compared with the total amount of produce, of that part of it which forms the fund for the reproduction of the laboring class. If a large part of the capital consists of machinery, raw materials, auxiliary materials, etc., then a smaller portion of the working class as a whole will be employed in the reproduction of the means of subsistence, which enter into the consumption of the workers. This relative diminution in the reproduction of variable capital, however, is not the reason for the relative decrease in the demand for labor, but on the contrary, its effect. Similarly, a larger section of the workers employed in the production of articles of consumption, which enter into revenue in general, will produce articles of consumption that are consumed by, or exchanged against the revenue of, capitalists, landlords and their retainers, the state, the church, etc. And a smaller section will produce articles destined for the revenue of the workers. But this again is effect, not cause. A change in the social relations of workers and capitalists, a revolution in the conditions governing capitalist production, would change this at once. The revenue would be realized in different commodities, to use an expression of Ricardo's. There is nothing in the, so to speak, physical conditions of production which forces the above to take place. The workmen, if they were dominant, if they were allowed to produce for themselves, would very soon, and without great exertion, bring the capital, to use a phrase of the vulgar economists, up to the standard of their needs. The very great difference is whether the available means of production confront the workers as capital and can therefore be employed by them only insofar as it is necessary for the increased production of surplus value and surplus produce for their employers, in other words, whether the means of production employ the workers, or whether the workers, as subjects, employ the means of production, in the accusative case, in order to produce wealth for themselves. It is of course assumed here that capitalist production has already developed the productive forces of labor in general to a sufficiently high level for this revolution to take place. Take, for example, 1862, the plight of the Lancashire unemployed labourers. On the other hand, the difficulty of finding employment for money on the London money market. This has almost made necessary the formation of fraudulent companies, since it is difficult to obtain 2% for money. According to Ricardo's theory, some new field of employment ought to have been opened up, for on the one hand there is capital in London, and on the other, unemployed workers in Manchester. Subsection B. Barton's views on the movement of wages and the growth of population. Barton explains further that the accumulation of capital increases the demand for labor only very slowly, unless the population has grown to such an extent previously that the rate of wages is low. The portion which the wages of labor at any particular time bear to the whole produce of labor determine the appropriation of capital in one way as fixed capital or the other as circulating capital. For if the rate of wages should decline while the price of goods remained the same, or if goods should rise while wages remained the same, the profit of the employer would increase, and he would be induced to hire more hands. If, on the other hand, wages should rise in proportion to commodities, the master would keep as few hands as possible. He would aim at performing everything by machinery. We have good evidence that population advanced much more slowly under a gradual rise of wages during the earlier part of the last century than during the latter part of the same century, while the real price of labor fell rapidly. A rise of wages of itself, then, never increases the laboring population. A fall of wages may sometimes increase it very rapidly. Suppose that the Englishman's demands should sink to the level of the Irishman's, then the manufacturer would engage more workers in proportion to the diminished expense of maintenance. It is the difficulty of finding employment, much more than the insufficiency of the rate of wages, which discourages marriage. It is admitted that every increase of wealth has a tendency to create a fresh demand for labor, but as labor, of all commodities, requires the greatest length of time for its production. For the same reason, the rate of wages can remain below the average for long periods, because of all commodities, labor is the most difficult to withdraw from the market, and thus to bring down to the level of the actual demand. So of all commodities, it is the most raised by a given increase of demand, and as every rise of wages produces a tenfold reduction of profits, it is evident that the accumulation of capital can operate only in an inconsiderable degree in adding to the effectual demand for labor, unless preceded by such an increase of population as shall have the effect of keeping down the rate of wages. Barton puts forward various propositions here. First, it is not the rise of wages in itself which increases the laboring population, but a fall in wages may very easily and rapidly make it rise. Proof: the first half of the 18th century, gradual rise in wages, slow movement in population. In the second half of the 18th century, on the other hand, sharp fall in real wages, rapid increase in the laboring population. Reason: it is not the insufficient rate of wages which prevents marriages, but the difficulty of finding employment. Secondly, the facility of finding employment stands, however, in inverse ratio to the rate of wages, for capital is transformed into circulating or fixed capital, that is to say, capital which employs labor or capital which does not employ it, in inverse proportion to the high or low level of wages. If wages are low, the demand for labor is great, because it is then profitable for the employer to use much labor, and he can employ more with the same circulating capital. If wages are high, then the manufacturer employs as few workers as possible, and seeks to do everything with the aid of machines. Thirdly, the accumulation of capital by itself raises the demand for labor only slowly, because each increase in this demand, if labor is scarce, causes the wages of labor to rise rapidly, and brings about a fall of profit which is 10 times greater than the rise in wages. Accumulation can have a rapid effect on the demand for labor only if accumulation was preceded by a large increase in the laboring population, and wages are therefore very low, so that even a rise of wages still leaves them low, because the demand mainly absorbs unemployed workers, rather than competing for those fully employed. This is all, with a grain of salt, correct, so far as fully developed capitalist production is concerned, but it does not explain this development itself. And even Barton's historical proof, therefore, contradicts that which it is supposed to prove. During the first half of the 18th century, wages rose gradually, the population grew slowly, and there was no machinery. Moreover, compared with the following half of the century, little other fixed capital was employed. During the second half of the 18th century, however, wages fell continuously, population grew amazingly, and so did machinery. But it was precisely the machinery which on the one hand made the existing population superfluous, thus reducing wages, and on the other hand, as a result of the rapid development of the world market, absorbed the population again, made it redundant once more, and then absorbed it again, while at the same time it sped up the accumulation of capital to an extraordinary extent, and increased the amount of variable capital, although variable capital fell relatively, both compared with the total value of the product, and also compared with the number of workers it employed. In the first half of the 18th century, however, large-scale industry did not as yet exist, but only manufacture based on the division of labor. The principal component part of capital was still variable capital laid out in wages. The productivity of labor developed slowly compared with the second half of the century. The demand for labor, and therefore also wages, rose almost proportionately to the accumulation of capital. England was as yet essentially an agricultural nation, and a very extensive cottage industry, spinning and weaving, which was carried on by the agricultural population, continued to exist, and even to expand. A numerous proletariat could not as yet come into being, any more than there could exist industrial millionaires at that time. In the first half of the 18th century, variable capital was relatively dominant. In the second, fixed capital. But the latter requires a large mass of human material. Its introduction on a large scale must be preceded by an increase of population. The whole course of things, however, contradicts Barton's presentation, inasmuch as it is evident that a general change in the method of production took place. The laws which correspond to large-scale industry are not identical with those corresponding to manufacture. The latter constitutes merely a phase of development leading to the former. But in this context, some of Barton's historical data, comparing the development in England during the first half and the second half of the 18th century, are of interest, partly because they show the movement of wages, and partly because they show the movement in corn prices. Wages increased from the middle of the 17th till near the middle of the 18th century, for the price of corn declined within that space of time not less than 35%. The following graphic will show what proportion the wages of husbandry have borne to the price of corn during the last 70 years. From a table of the number of bills for the enclosing of land passed in each session since the Revolution, given in the Lord's Report on the Poor Laws, it appears that in 66 years from 1688 to 1754, that number was 123. In the 69 years from 1754 to 1813, it was 3,315. The progress of cultivation was then about 25 times more rapid during the last period than the former. But during the first 66 years, more and more corn was grown continually for exportation, whereas during the greater part of the last 69 years, we not only consumed all that we had formerly sent abroad, but likewise imported an increasing and at last a very large quantity for our own consumption. The increase of population in the former period, as compared with the latter, was still slower than the progress of cultivation might appear to indicate. In the year 1688, the population of England and Wales was computed by Gregory King from the number of houses at 5 millions and a half. The population in 1780 is put down by Mr. Malthus at 7.7 million. In 92 years then, it had increased 2.2 million. In the succeeding 30 years, it increased something more than 2.7 million. But of the first increase, there is every probability that the far greater part took place from 1750 to 1780. Barton calculates from good sources that the number of inhabitants in 1750 was 5.946 million, making an increase since the Revolution of 446,000, or 7,200 per annum. At the lowest estimate then, the progress of population of late years has been 10 times more rapid than a century ago, yet it is impossible to believe that the accumulation of capital has been 10 times greater. It is not a question of how great a quantity of means of subsistence is produced annually, but how large a portion of living labor enters into the annual production of fixed and circulating capital. This determines the size of the variable capital in relation to the constant. Barton explains the remarkable increase in population, which took place almost all over Europe during the last 50 to 60 years, from the increased productivity of the American mines, since this abundance of precious metals raised commodity prices more than wages, thus in fact lowering the latter and causing the rate of profit to rise. End of Part 2.